Everything around was moving in the smoke of burning people and dust. The air was filled with the stench of dying bodies and ash that irritated the nose. The man's eyes did not reflect emotions. The man stood up and wandered aimlessly forward across the battlefield. Then flagpoles were visible sticking out of the ground. The wind fluttered his red cloak. The blood on the blade had long dried. Jack kept thinking and imagining how his life would have turned out if he had found the blade earlier in that case. His life would have been happy. Having found the blade, his sister, the first beauty of the kingdom and an innocent child, would not have been sent to the Empire, and her fate would not have tormented her so much. If he had only found the sword earlier, then he, as a bloodthirsty killer of thousands and the death of people, would not have existed at all. I wonder what he would be like. Or a mentor, his friend and ally, with whom he associated a huge number of good and kind memories. The one with whom he associated his kindest moments. It was she who was the main culprit of all his knowledge, skills, and abilities. She helped him shape his potential and turn him into the person he was now. She was the best thing that happened to him in all his years. His strength left him. How desperate he looked now. His long hair was stained with ash and blood. The scars all over his body were darkened. His leggings were notched and stained with dirt. He had lost everything. He didn't want all this. He never wanted it. All these endless wars and obligations were disgusting to him. But worst of all was the fear in the eyes of people. Everyone looked at him like he was a monster. Jack heard a noise. Behind him, another detachment was approaching him. This procession was led by a young nobleman. The boy's face was sweating with fear. Holding his sword at the ready, Jack noticed how the blade of his sword was shaking. The man felt sorry for him. The young man's hands stubbornly did not hold the sword tightly. Jack told the nobleman that he did not fight with children. The guy's trembling lips parted, and with great difficulty he told the killer that he had cut short his father's life. The boy's voice conveyed emotion and anxiety. Jack only grinned at this accusation. He had ended the lives of countless husbands, both from noble families and from lower-class ones. He did not remember the victims. The boy's eyes flashed with furious fire. A real monster in a human body, he thought. The monster in front of him spoke about the deaths of people so calmly and peacefully that it became creepy. But now the word monster could not touch Jack's soul. The people around him and those he met spoke this word so often that it lost its meaning and did not touch him. Suddenly, streams of blood gushed from the wounds on the killer's bare chest. Jack was seriously wounded. His groan of pain echoed across the battlefield. He covered the wound with his hand. Jack felt tired, mortally tired all over his body. His muscles were frozen with pain and spasms. His head felt like it was melting. He wanted to end it all. But nevertheless, he wanted to wait a little. To watch this boy, the young nobleman looked at him as angry as he was afraid. Jack, the one who raised an entire empire, killed all the great masters and overthrew the royal family, was called a monster. He asked the young man if he knew how often his sword had eaten the flesh of men, taking their lives. How often he himself had witnessed the death of others at his own hands. The killer's face was distorted into a mad grin. His golden eyes exuded fire. He killed hundreds of thousands of people, and whether he was a monster after that, Jack mocked the nobleman. He shouldn't have been so surprised. Even greater fear ate into the boy's body. This monster in front of him was not human. His heart seemed to be about to break his ribs and jump out of his chest in horror. Jack assessed the nobleman with his gaze. He stood with a trembling sword in his hand, dressed in expensive fabrics, and looking at him with eyes full of silent horror. The boy resembled him. The warrior asked the young man's name. He called himself Jack Stewart. What a lot of coincidences today was becoming more and more interesting. Weaker with every second from lost blood, the warrior's voice remained as calm. Jack liked it. 100 young Stewart was his namesake. The warrior kept thinking about Stewart's words about the murder of his father. He kept trying to remember him, but could not. He told the young man about this. Tears began to flow from the young nobleman's turquoise eyes. Jack had killed too many people, and almost all of them were the same. Just like Stewart's father. The dialogue between the two Jacks was emotional. Young Stewart said that although his father was not a good person, the boy missed his lost father. Such love was enviable to Jack. Jack did not apologize or make excuses for killing the nobleman's father, but he could still do a small favor for Stewart. The boy became curious. Jack invited Stewart to kill him. The warrior said this in an absolutely ordinary and calm tone, as if he was asking him for an ordinary request. "Kill me with this sword!" These words echoed in the guy's ears. Jack's hand pointed to the blade in the guy's hands. The guy's face looked pale and surprised. Jack explained that Stewart couldn't find a better time than now. The warrior himself was seriously wounded. The guy could avenge his father and at the same time become famous. Although at the same time as the words were spoken, Jack began to think that he could easily leave here alive. His broken bones would heal. His body would be healed. Doesn't the guy really want fame? But in fact, the warrior did not want all this. Thinking about it, Stuart raised his sword above his head with a battle cry and towered over the exhausted Jack, striking. The killer closed his eyes, expecting pain, but the blade only left a mark on the ground. Passing by the body, Stuart fell to his knees. He could not do it. The guy began to cry in front of him. Deep down, Jack knew that the boy could not take his life. Jack was surprised at the guy's behavior. The War Master knew that Stuart's intuition told him that his actions were wrong. In fact, by killing Jack, Stuart would have taken on the heavy burden of a hero. This would lead to a life full of regret. The boy would make the same mistake that Jack himself once made. The warrior advised the boy to enjoy his youth. The demon asked young Stuart to tell everyone else that the monster had died, and with his death the war was over. The surrounding soldiers watched silently. Stuart's eyes did not stop shedding tears. He did not understand why, with so much strength and colossal experience, Jack lived so unhappily and cruelly. Jack himself had asked himself this question before. Why he lived his life this way? Something in the boy's question resonated in Jack's body with longing. The warrior's body collapsed to the ground. His strength left him every second. He realized that his life was finally nearing completion. This was the end. The sensations that Jack experienced at that moment were ambiguous. He felt how quickly all his life energy was leaving him, how he was ceasing to feel the flesh. His eyes slowly began to close. Everything became cloudy and black before his eyes. His body refused to follow his commands, although he no longer wanted anything. Everything around him ceased to exist. He slowly and gradually forgot how to breathe. His brain lost touch with reality. Stuart bent over Jack's dying body. The moonlit night illuminated the warrior's body well. This was the last moon in the monster's life. In the end, there was nothing left around him. His mind seemed to be ripped out of his body. He remembered his very last thought. If only he could start all over again. Jack's soul seemed to have fallen into a pool of water. He felt peace, and as if he was sleeping, he was dreaming a long familiar dream. In his dream, Jack's past flashed in pictures in it. He saw an aristocratic and cold father who questioned the blood connection with his son. The face of his mother, who died immediately after his birth. The face of his beautiful sister, who became famous throughout the world for her beauty. And the face of his older brother. He remembered everything. The name of Jack Ballantier was a forgotten warrior. This man was a warrior who crossed an entire continent with his blade and determination. Still, Jack didn't understand what was happening to him now. Maybe he was killed, or he just died. Maybe he was now being shown his dying memories. The warrior was contemplating his first war, which made him a cruel ruler, after which everyone around him called him a monster. He stood on a mountain of corpses, ash pillars rushing into the sky. He will never forget how, driven by revenge, he destroyed the Tulkun Empire and killed everyone who bore that surname. No one could oppose him. No matter what war he started and no matter what battle he participated in, he emerged victorious every time. And yet, it was easy for him to accept the approach of his death. He achieved everything he wanted to achieve in life. Although he regretted it, he lost the meaning of life. He finally turned off the gas, when suddenly he found himself in the garden. He could not believe his eyes. There was no sense of dark magic involved here. He found himself in the past. The Ballantier family was one of the most famous in the vast Tesla Empire. Its members openly showed sympathy for the emperor. Jack himself was the youngest among the family of the Marquis of Ballantier, in addition to his older brother and sister. But his title of junior did not suit the young man. If he had been born into an ordinary noble family, everything could have been different and he would have been satisfied with the title. But he was born into the family of the Marquis of Ballantier. Everything was different. In the garden in which he found himself, the overwhelming majority grew red roses. The boy longingly touched one of the buds. The garden itself, containing many representatives of fragrant flora, was an extension to the Ballantier estate. Despite its beautiful appearance, the garden actually had the status of a place of exile, although Jack liked it here. Apparently they expelled him in order to frighten him, protecting him from his family and servants. He should have felt loneliness and broken down. The air was filled with the smell of roses, daisies, and orchids in the garden. The rays of a pleasant sun played on the white stone gazebo, saturating the plants with rich color. A man's voice called out to Jack, but Jack, in the heat of his mental activity, did not even hear the footsteps. The butler offered him a drink. The butler of the Ballantier family was the only person in the entire estate who treated the boy warmly. and supported him in dark times. Young Ballantier still remembered the name of the butler, Ron. He remembered that there was always a little cunning in this man. Jack turned to him with a smile. The young man decided to play a trick on the butler by asking whether Ron had added poison to the drink. Such a question confused the butler and, blushing, began to be indignant. Jack smiled at the man in the black tailcoat, warning Ron that it was only a harmless joke. He was grateful to the butler for all his kindness. The tomato drink pleasantly cooled Jack down on this hot day. But besides Jack himself, there were 11 other people in the garden. One of them was the butler, who sheepishly thanked Jack for his kind words. As he left, the boy noticed a smile on Ron's face, and his heart felt good. The remaining 10 were members of the guard, whose duties included looking after young Ballantier. The guards in full knightly armor seemed to be part of the garden, but for Jack, among all of them, only Ron had value for the boy. The butler was his only friend. The young man was considering a plan for further action. The nobleman came to the conclusion that everything that was happening to him now was real. He did not think that he could return to the past. An hour had passed since his arrival. Jack Ballantier was not going to miss such a chance. Returning to the past was a chance to correct all his mistakes, or rather, not to make them at all. At the moment, he was only 14 years old. At the time of his death, he was 34 years old. He had a lot of opportunities. It was unusual to look at his hands and not notice the scars on them from endless battles, and he also did not feel even the rudiments of mana. If we draw an analogy with other children from noble families, Jack was the weakest of them all, which was very unpleasant. The main reason for his weakness was the lack of mana, which had not been formed. The creaking of the floorboards of the hut was heard, and a heavy shadow fell on the boy. The blow to his head still echoed in his ears. The pain Jack experienced at that moment pierced his entire young body. It had been a long time since someone dared to hit him on the head. Jack swore. Even animals at a watering hole do not touch each other, and the lion was one of them, or his brother was not aware of such information. The tall, dark-haired boy demanded respect from the boy, wearing a blue suit with gems on his shirt. His older brother's face scrunched up in disgust. His older brother, Palin Ballantier, was the second child in their family. He was 3 years older than Jack himself and had no love for his younger brother. The main reason for the boy's unformed magic was right in front of him. Due to Palin's constant bullying, Jack could not practice magic. Even a decade later, his older brother angered and infuriated the young man. His arrogance and constant bullying were forever etched in the memory of the young nobleman. Palin never shackled himself in curses and humiliations. He told Jack that he could kill him at any second, for the youngest of the Ballantiers was useless. At his age, he did not know how to control magic. He didn't even have it, and he also did not know how to wield a sword, unlike their sister. And if suddenly his younger brother takes a risk and learns magic, then Palin will consider it a betrayal, and will still kill Jack, he said, pouring the contents of the cup on his brother's head. The older brother demanded absolute submission. He did not want to see or hear Jack, and demanded that he behave quietly, and also accept and tolerate everything that was done to him. And then let the younger brother do what he wants. No one knows how it will end. The only reason Jack was alive was the blood of the Marquise in his veins. Only when Palin becomes the head of the family after the death of his father will he perhaps accept Jack as his younger brother. Jack remembered that because of his weakness he could not defend himself in any way for his age. The boy was in many ways weaker than his peers. This led to bullying and ridicule from other family members, and as a result, the servants also did not respect him and were aware of his weakness. The people constantly surrounding him, even those of such low rank as a maid or a cook, mocked him without even trying to hide it. But in many ways, the culprits of the daily persecution were the rumor mongers, who were his brother and Count Mentis. But despite this, the sight of his older brother made the young man laugh, because no matter what he did, his sister remained the eldest child in the family. She was the only person in the family whom he could rely on or trust. She was the only one out of all his relatives who took care of him. His older sister was a year older than Payon, but, unfortunately for the boy, she could not become the head of the family because of her gender. Her fate, as the daughter of the Marquis of the Ballantier family, was determined from the moment of her birth. The fate of the Marquis's daughter is predetermined. She will marry someone who her father likes, and will live her whole life in a small estate, giving birth to heirs. The boy, frowning, stands and looks at his older brother with great hatred. In front of him stands the one who most contributes to making his sister's life and life be like this. The boy's hand clenches into a fist with rage, because this is the one who is ready to sell it to the first person he meets in order to quickly take the place of the heir. If he kills him, he will be doing a service to the whole world, because a man does not think about anyone but himself. The eldest swings at his brother. He didn't like the way he looked at him. Unlike previous times, Jack intercepts the older man's hands, preventing the blow. The guy's look is confident. He grabbed it tightly and is not going to let go. The elder doesn't understand how he dared to do this. But this was not the end. Jack makes a jerk, and dragging the huge body towards himself, throws it over his back. The boy's face mocks the situation. He uses a sarcastic phrase, humiliating his brother. Rage fills the elder. He reaches for his sword, and his body begins to blaze with fire. The servants standing aside decide not to approach so as not to get hurt themselves. The eldest begins to collect mana. Of course, they're not going to stop them, so Jack takes a confident stance. Suddenly, their butler Ron intervenes in front of them, covering the baby with his back, and asks the master to stop and not use mana now. In response to the request, the gentleman does not react, but hits him in the face for daring to interfere with him. The blow is so strong that the butler falls to the floor. Jack does nothing with this. For him, there is no point. He stands and grins, watching what is happening, but it doesn't help. Ron has a lot of secrets of his own. The elder's cry spread throughout the area. He reports that Jack is a vile brat and he will die along with his butler. He is interrupted by Jack imitating him, smiling as he supposedly clears his ear and jokes that the elder wants to stun him. Veins began to appear on the older man's face. Jack didn't expect it, but it drove him so far that he decides to draw his sword. It doesn't matter that his body doesn't know what training is and couldn't unlock mana. He's not going to lose. The elder swings his sword around himself. His teeth are clenched, and there is incomprehension in his eyes. But the magic of the third circle is his limit. No matter how expensive the sword he uses, he is still a child. Jack equips with his skills and passes under the blade. The boy's actions are abrupt and unreadable. He cannot be defeated with such a fencing technique. He makes his way as close as possible to his elder. A perfect opportunity is created to kill him now, but he refuses it. Smiling smugly, Jack whispers in his ear to see a doctor and get his head treated, which is considered humiliation. To use the third circle of magic, you need to fill your entire body with mana, including your head. Rushing forward, Jack grabs his wrist and, stretching his other hand forward, covers the older man's face with his palm. His eyes sparkled. He is ready to take revenge on his brother for every mockery of himself with 100 of his own. At the last second, his face twisted with rage and he fell to the floor unconscious, which forced the younger one to poke him with his foot, checking whether he was even alive. One of the servants reaches to draw his knife, but Jack orders him to hold still unless he wants to end up like a master. Having praised his obedience, he grabs his older brother by the hair and begins to drag him somewhere, dragging his body along the floor. Stopping near a fountain filled with water and saying that it's a little hot today, Jack generously wants to help his older brother cool off. Indifferently, he plunges his face into the water until he begins to choke. How shocked the elder must be to not even use the mana he so diligently saved. Jack doesn't let him escape and continues his mockery. Because if you think like that, a lot of things went wrong because of him. Immediately after he sent his older sister to the Empire, he mercilessly poisoned his own father. He himself became the head of the family and tried to influence the affairs of the Empire, as if he had the right to do so. The result is clear to everyone. The house of the Marquises of Balantier was destroyed and wiped off the face of the earth. With regret, Jack remembers what happened, but he doesn't care about revenge for his father and their home. It was only a pity to lose the opportunity. The one that the sister gave them at her wedding, and it causes anger, forcing the guy to grit his teeth. Their sister was always very smart and had a pleasant character. Everyone spoke pleasantly about her. How painful it was for her to leave her home. It's hard for Jack to imagine what feelings overwhelmed her. She went to another empire to ensure her family had a good reputation. She was shrouded in horror. Elizabeth knew what she was getting into, because her fiancé was not an ordinary person. He was the fourth prince, about whom there were terrible rumors. But she was not his legal wife, so no one would come to see her. Just looking at his face, Elizabeth was filled with fear. He ordered her to stand quietly, nod when asked, and remember to smile. For the sake of her family, she was ready for anything, even for such a relationship. If only her father and brother knew what she really was like then. But once you stop, the more Jack thinks about it, the angrier he gets. So he can finish off the elder right there. The elder, still in his arms, rushed into tears and begging for mercy. He looked at his youngest with hope about life. You could see sheer horror on his face, and it reminded Jack of something. In his past life, when he killed people, in war, such grimaces of fear of death were encountered all the time. Clutching the strand of hair more tightly in his hands, Jack began to slowly lower his brother to the ground, asking him to think carefully about everything he was doing to him. Bending his face over the water again, he warns that if you have trouble thinking, you can help him remember. Or is it better to let the elder experience everything firsthand, so that he realizes the importance of family ties? Jack, without pity, swings his fist at him, and is about to hit him. even though he has already admitted his guilt, and asks him to stop. He is distracted by the butler Ron, who was watching everything from the gazebo, and asks the young master to stop the bullying. But his word means nothing to Jack. After thinking only for a second, he ends up knocking his brother out with his head on a stone. Throwing the elder to the ground, he turns to the servant and asks him to clean up, or rather, to carry away his still-living brother. While the worried servant rushed to help, Jack shreds his hands and calmly leaves from there. Walking past the butler, they bump shoulders, and Ron realizes that the young master has changed. Confidence and courage are trembling in him, and the house has learned about what happened. The lady fell unconscious at the sight of her son. This turned everything upside down, because Pelon Ballantyre, the future heir, supported by the forces of the influential family of Count Mentis, was defeated. Therefore, it stands to reason that in a family in which the title of Marquis was expected to naturally pass to Pelon, the sight of his broken head and newfound fear of water caused a total commotion. Many rumors spread. Pelon received the third round at 17 years old, and at such a young age it is a miracle how the youngest was able to defeat him. Also, the maids whispered that you, my dear YouTube viewer, are really watching my video. These young maids are just dream of serving you. So don't forget to leave a comment, like, and subscribe, and they will definitely come to you in your dreams to help you in all your affairs. See you soon, my beloved subscribers. They said that he was not trained in magic or fencing. Why did he need to hide his skills, and why did he show them only now? Pelon would turn 18 next year and should have been introduced as the official heir. But now, when the youngest showed his claims to the place of head of the family, nothing was decided in advance. Pushing the servant and squeezing between the crowds, Elizabeth appears, who asks to tell him what happened. Rumors began to spread further and further. Many in the estate came up with new details of what had happened. 2 servants were given the order to call the third. The head of the family is waiting for him. He is gloomy and menacing. Jack, not thinking about how the head of the family will react, eats a delicious dessert, praising it along the way. Suddenly, the maids burst into the room and tell Ron that the owner wants to see the young master now, so that he can notify him. Tiredly, Jack rises from his chair and, throwing on his jacket, rushes to the door, but he is followed by Ron's shouts that he will go with him. The guy stops his butler, saying that he is no longer a kid who needs to stand up for, and he can handle it himself. Disappointment flashed across Ron's face, but he did not dare disobey, and only asked him to come back as soon as possible. A bunch of eyes look at Jack walking through the castle. He feels each of them, realizing how long ago these sensations appeared last time. These feelings when it's as if he doesn't exist for those around him, even though the corridor is filled with servants. It doesn't matter what the others think of him, as long as it ends quickly, and he reaches out with his hand to open the door. But the knights forbid him entry. They pretend that he is not here. He considers this stupidity, turns to the knight, and when he ignores him, begins to kick him, calling him blind or dumb. At such actions, he looks menacingly at the boy through the narrow crack of his helmet, and in the past, he would have immediately run away from such a look. But not now. Smiling sweetly, Jack menacingly tells him to relax his expression before he halves it. He ignores him again, but with all his strength he hits him and the knight falls to his knees. Jack says that he won't repeat it twice, the Marquis called him. But why then such a discrepancy? Jack asks why he does not allow him to enter. The knight stands up sharply and, stuttering slightly, says in a formal voice that he cannot answer. Rubbing his chin, the guy understands what it means. He needs to wait. To the surprise of the knights, Jack turns around and leaves. There is no point for him to stand and wait. He is nobody here anyway. Jack asks where they think he should go, and puzzles him with this question. He asks me to tell you that since the Marquis wants to talk so much, let him come himself. Why call and not let him in? The knights decided that he was out of his mind. The servant asks for an apology and tells the Marquis that he has left, which brings a satisfied grin to his face. Correctly noticing that the youngest has changed a lot, he puts aside his paperwork and gets up from his seat. Jack occupies a bench on the street. At one moment he begins to hear stomping. It is the Marquis coming to him with his mistress and servants. The boy knew that everything would happen like this. Noticing him from afar, he looks at his father. Even from his face it is clear that he is an old stubborn donkey. Surprisingly, he remembers it exactly the same, despite the fact that he actually saw it many years ago. Sometimes Jack tries to think that he does not exist at all in a past life. The Marquis tried to kill him for trying to escape from home. In fact, the Marquis is a man who is capable of selling his child for the sake of his reputation, too greedy for power, and too incapable of achieving what he wants. Without rising, he greets the man. Such as the Marquis Ballantyre, why would he call this creature father? Frowning thoughtfully, he looks at his youngest son and asks him what is wrong with him, but receives a meaningless answer. The lady standing behind him began to scream. How dare he treat the head of the family like that? Shaking his leg casually, the guy asks Marquis if he wants to go inside or if he can talk right here. Waving his hand, he throws the saucer off him. It does not fly for long and ultimately breaks. A flame forms around the Marquis, and it begins to rush towards Jack. Most likely, he is trying to check whether he has a mana heart. Of course, the old man doesn't find him because he's gone now, but he notices the guy's talent for martial arts. It is impossible to answer that he, on the contrary, has weakened to the question of why Jack did not show himself earlier. So in response, he utters a meaningless phrase. The lady is furious about how at such an age he dares to behave so arrogantly. They hold her hand so that she does not run into the guy. A hand gesture stops her. She does not dare disobey her husband, and he's interested in such behavior of his youngest son, because he believed that he was completely useless. But it turns out, he is not. This phrase hurts the boy, because it means that since he is useless, he is not worthy to be called his son. An indifferent gaze watches the third, who bends down to put the glass on the ground, and is asked if he wants the Marquis to recognize him as his son. But Jack is not interested in anyone's confession. The old man turns around, saying that he understood the younger one, and leaves under the whispers of the servants. Continuing to remain in place, he watches everyone leave and does not understand why he came at all. Remembering the second's mother, he shouts barbs at her that after what happened to his son, many wrinkles appeared, and he should take better care of his skin. Her face glows with anger from such concern she almost breaks her fan because of this little brat. A smile appears on Jack's face. He is certainly not a pervert, but looking at her face is very pleasant. Having risen, he bows and asks to convey his deepest apologies to the second. The menacing voice of the butler reports that Jack Ballantier, the third child of the family, is sentenced to solitary confinement for 20 days for creating a mess in the house. But suddenly he gives way to bewilderment and asks Jack what happened while he was not here, but receives in response a request to remain silent. Depicting something on the easel, Jack says that Ron stood quietly when the second one mocked him. So why is he angry now? Stopping drawing for a second, the boy thought about how interesting solitary confinement was. He was already exiled to the Rose Garden, and now this too. Ron thought. There was only a month of vacation left at the academy. Why this conclusion? Jack froze in confusion. He completely forgot about his studies, because he had already lived a different life for a long time, not thinking that he would come back. He is 14, which means he must attend the Imperial Academy. All aristocrats of the Tesla Empire should study there. If you are not disabled, then this is a must. Study lasts 4 years. It begins just at the age of 14, so Jack is now in his first year. The first semester ended, which means the summer holidays began, and he felt awkward because he was a student again. His mentor is directly connected with the academy. He can skip any subject, but not her. Jack will no longer quarrel with the Marquis over trifles. He will go to the academy. There are 27 days of vacation left, 20 of which will be spent in prison. It takes 6 days to travel from here to the academy, which means he is sending him off to study immediately after prison. Even though this is his past, it is difficult for him to understand himself. Ron looked tiredly, asking if the guy was finished. Rising from his chair, Jack touched the easel, intending to show it to his butler, and at the same time asked where his imprisonment would take place. To this question, Ron expressed regret with all his appearance. There is only one place for conclusion. It is for criminals who have done wrong on the territory of the Marquis's possessions. And this stunned Jack. Uncertain, he decided to confirm his guess that it was a prison, and received a positive answer. A dissatisfied cry broke out. The guy didn't think that everything would be so bad and was not going to leave it like that. To tell the truth, vacations at the academy are needed not only to relax, this can be understood even by looking at Payon, whose head was smashed. Almost every day from the start of the holidays until his head was smashed, he attended social events, met with other aristocrats and noble families. Jack had never had anything like this, of course. He was not interested in the affairs of the Marquises, but he was infuriated by what his relatives said. They said that there was no place for him, not here or anywhere else. But now he is sitting in prison, chained by his leg. The boy decided to go to prison himself, without waiting for a convoy to be sent for him, so as not to humiliate his dignity. It was hard to tell from the crying Ron's face as he looked after him how much pain he was in. Tears flowed like hail. He wiped them away with a handkerchief and looked after him like a pitiful kitten. In some ways, Jack was still different from the other prisoners, namely a bed, a toilet, and 3 meals a day. But what is the point of this when the boy is sitting in a small, cold brick room, and an annoying fly is itching around him? The blanket there hasn't been changed for half a century, and even the flies refuse to eat the stew. Leaning against the wall, the boy sits with his arms crossed. There is too much time to think, and this is too much. Aristocrats who have land holdings can punish residents as they wish, using local laws rather than imperial ones. In fact, on their territory, Aristocrats have the same rights as the ruler of the empire. Jack may be imprisoned by order of the Marquis, but he is still his son, an aristocrat. It would be nice if the guy rebelled against him, but why should he suffer all this? Well, or in this way he is trying to console the elder. I wonder if the Marquis uses poison or forbidden artifacts as an excuse for the public. Although this is already too much. Surely the Marquis came up with a good story to justify the second. For example, that Jack Ballantyre is a disgrace to the family. Because of his greed, he studied forbidden magic. Noble senior brother noticed this and had to do something. When his brother caught him in this and ordered him to stop, Jack not only did not listen, but did even worse. He dared to use it on his brother, so that he would not dare to tell him. And even though Peylon suffered seriously, he found the nobility in himself to forgive his stupid younger brother. Surely such a scenario had already matured in the heads of the Marquise and the Marquis. It's sickening to even think about it. But it would be okay if they kept him here for a couple of days. But the guy doesn't want to spend the entire holiday in captivity. He doesn't care about this place. He can run away even now. But he won't do it for 3 reasons: his sister Ron and his mentor. Plus, Jack is back in his original body. He's just a 14-year-old little boy with no muscles, and too weak to survive on his own. He knows the rule of survival in this world. The strong devour the weak, the strongest survive, and the weak become food or die. He doesn't want to cause a bloody massacre like in his previous life, but he still needs to take revenge on many people. This will require 2 things, time and power, and you can get them at the academy. By training, Jack can gain more influence and buy time to regain his former strength. If possible, he will protect his loved ones, namely his sister, his mentor, and Ron. Then, in order to achieve this, you need to take what is rightfully yours, even if the guy doesn't like it. Mana began to form little by little in his hand. There are 10 levels of magic in total. The 1st and 3rd circles are for beginners to learn magic, the 4th and 6th for experts, the 7th and 9th for those who master magic at the highest level. And the 10th circle is for people who are called masters or supermen. Pressing his palms to his chest, Jack gradually forms a blue glow, and it's even good that there is no one here. It takes 2 hours to create the 1st circle, and at that age he is a complete weakling. In a past life, he began to study mana at the age of 17. Raising his hand up, he lets it fly above him. But immediately everyone is waving his arms. No one should know what he is doing here. A strange sound is heard from the corridor, similar to the clicking of the Marquise's shoes. Has she really come? Jack wrapped himself in a blanket and already pretended to be asleep. But he heard that the sound was not as heavy as usual. This voice that he heard, of a person whom in his past life he could only see in dreams. The tearful sister, Elizabeth Ballantyre, pulled her hands to his face through the bars and excitedly asked if the guy was hurt. Tears rolled from his eyes. His beloved sister was still beautiful and kind-hearted. She addressed him affectionately as Jackie, a name he had not heard for so long. Pressing her hand to his face, he smiled with happiness and reassured Elizabeth that he was not injured and everything was fine. In a gentle voice, she asked why he used black magic, because she could teach him ordinary magic. Their hands intertwined together. She says that she is sorry and that Jack should have stayed at the academy and not returned home. His face froze. This made his sister worry. She, shouting a little, asks if everything is okay, and he listens to her at all. Having wiped away his tears, Jack began to smile. He was happy that this was all happening for real. But suddenly he calms down, and sitting down more comfortably on the floor, he seriously calls out to his sister. Jack asks if she wants to run away, perhaps to a small village and work in the fields together, but Elizabeth sternly repeats his name. The boy continues that he knows how the second and his mother treat her. It is better to leave everything behind and live in a quiet place. Find a person who will love her. He continues his speech that how long can one remain under the yoke of the Marquis? But he is interrupted by the cry of his sister. Elizabeth asks not to say that, because he is their father, and no matter what happens, he will always remain so. Out of embarrassment, Jack rubs his shoulder, and his sister continues that he loved their mother, and from this love they appeared, so you can't speak badly of him. She knows how his father feels about him, and she will try to change it, so it's worth being a little patient. But she doesn't remember that in a past life she said the same thing, even though her whole appearance radiated the sincerity of her words. Jack really returned to his past after death, and how wonderful it is to see his sister again. While the girl is touched by his words, the guy gets up and asks to move a little away from the bars. When she does this, he is satisfied with her position and collects mana in his hand. The sister is amazed by what she sees because Jack touches the cold bars with his hand and knocks out the lock. Slowly opening the cage gate, the boy comes out, and his sister asks how he mastered the circle. But not paying attention to many questions, Jack comes up and hugs the girl tightly, apologizing to her. This makes me worry even more. My brother's behavior is very strange. Elizabeth holds the guy by the shoulders and asks if he is sure that everything is fine with him. Jack and his sister stood hugging in the middle of the cell. Young Ballantier tried to persuade his sister to escape from this damn place and be happy. Jackie could give this person, the dearest in his life, a calm and peaceful life. He remembered the fate of his sister. His tears flowed like a stream from his eyes. They would not have to return again. As soon as he turned to the memories of his past life, Jack remembered that he was soon to meet the fourth prince. The fourth prince in the past took his good sister. The girl at that moment did not understand that she was going straight into the mouth of the beast. None of them knew. It is what this prince does that changes Jack himself forever, outlining his life before and after, and it is he who will make the youngest of the Marquis's children a real monster. Jack remembered how he found this representative of the Tulkun Empire. He was caught and locked in a dungeon, tying all his limbs to a torture board. This man made the life of his beloved sister a complete hell. That day, young Ballantier's face burned with anger and desire for revenge. His hatred towards the prince was so enormous that those emotions and memories of that day were fresh. He will never forgive the Tulkun Empire for what he has done, as well as everyone in it. He will take revenge on everyone from the Empire, and he will start with the prince who lay in front of him. In the past, he left his home at the age of 17. But for another 10 years after that, any news that reached him about his home and the events that took place in it said that nothing had changed there. One after another, each of the noble family of the Tulkun Empire fell into the abyss of hell. And in the end, all that remained of the once powerful noble Ballantier family was its formal existence on the world map. After the defeat of the Tulkun Empire, all power and sphere of influence was concentrated in the second largest and most powerful empire, the Tesla Empire. As already mentioned, some of the Marquis's children were still alive, thanks to which the Ballantier house actually existed. His sister was still alive at that time when she learned about the captivity of her family, although her life became a living hell. Until her death, she did not lose her kind heart. The eldest of the children, the Marchioness, fell to her knees in front of her husband, the fourth prince, begging him to spare and save her family. She received only a cold look, but in fact, she did not have any, even the most insignificant rights. Her position was equal to that of a concubine, and she was treated accordingly. No matter how she tried to persuade the emperor and the prince, no one even tried to listen to her, and they all rejected her request. But she was not going to give up. Elizabeth, Jack's sweet and innocent sister, spent the next few days begging the court to spare and release her family members, for which she was ready to do anything. For 3 days and 3 nights, the emperor's palace was torn with Elizabeth's pleas for help. The downpour hid her tears, wet and swollen from tears. She kept hope for mercy. In the end, this bore fruit, and the emperor decided to listen to her request and go to a meeting with her, as everyone said. The emperor's generosity was limitless. This is how everyone, not only in the empire, but throughout the continent, knew this story, because the real truth was much more cruel. But the true story of Elizabeth from the Ballantier house was known only to Jack. He remembered what horrors lay behind the words about his sister's readiness to do anything. That day, having learned about the imprisonment of her family, Elizabeth asked for help from the fourth prince, who met her halfway. Her happiness knew no bounds, but her joy was short-lived. The prince bent over her like a mountain and reminded the girl that his power was enough to wipe out her entire family from the face of the earth, and she was obliged to obey him. The prince warned the child of the Marquis that as long as she obeyed all his orders, her family was safe. The prince did not hesitate to manipulate her. From that very day, Jack's sister turned into a real living toy for any palace intrigues and lustful fantasies. The emperor and the prince were cruel in their sadism. Naturally, in this situation, the real and legitimate wives of the emperor and princes did not stand aside, choosing not her side. Further time and everything that happened to Elizabeth made Jack's blood boil in his veins. His sister was doomed in the emperor's palace. Naturally, like every toy for a child, Elizabeth became a broken toy that no one needed, and the fourth prince lost interest in her. And from that time on, poor Elizabeth, like a domestic dog, was chained by the neck to a dark room, becoming a hostage in a barn. After these events, the Ballantier house was overthrown and completely destroyed. The already adult Jack managed to gallop only to the charred ruins of what had once been an estate, and then a feeling of revenge forever ingrained itself in the soul of the youngest of Ballantier. Then, for the sake of revenge, he became a monster who vowed to destroy the Tulkun Empire and kill everyone associated with them. First, he killed the Empress in agony. Then, one after another, cold steel tasted the flesh of the princesses, the wives of the third and fourth princes. But Jack didn't stop there, driven by revenge. He tortured to death all the families that supported them, as well as distant relatives of the murdered. Monster Jack did not want to stop until each of the Tolkiens, and everyone in any way connected with them, was put to fire and sword. The young man recalled this whole bloody story of his life, standing opposite Elizabeth in the dungeon. He realized that this could not happen again. His sister told her younger brother to take care of his health, and she would talk to her father. Jack only at that moment realized how much he missed her smile. He asked her not to worry. He would do everything that was required of him. This time for sure. Walking up the stairs of the mansion at night, Elizabeth kept thinking about her brother's behavior. He had changed so much. In the old days, Jack would have endured everything in silence. She wondered whether this was for good or not. There was a confidence and strength in her brother that she had not noticed before. But she couldn't get it out of her head that her brother didn't just use a random black magic spell, but that he did it with skill. She herself had magic of the sixth circle. Perhaps for this reason she did not feel the slightest trace of magic, but her father had the seventh. Everything was ambiguous. Standing in front of the door to her father's apartment, she decided that all these were the words of the Marquise. The girl gathered her courage and prepared to meet her father. Entering the chambers, her father was sitting over a cup of tea. She did not hesitate and asked her father to release Jack from prison, operating on the fact that he had not studied black magic. After all, everyone knew Jack's weakness. He did not even master the rudiments of magical art, and knowledge of such complex magic was out of the question. Saying this, she of course understood that her father knew the truth, but did not want it to become known to the public her father had no equal in ambition. Elizabeth noted that Jack was not chasing the title of head of the family. Her father liked her speeches, and with a grin on his face, he ordered her to continue. She understood everything in an instant. It was not just a punishment for her brother, it was a warning for herself what would happen if she did not obey. Her father noted her intelligence, she herself guessed. The eldest of the Ballantier house had long understood her pitiful fate. She was destined for the role of a toy, by selling which her father would increase the power of the house. And what happened was a lesson for the future for her. The girl pursed her lips and shuddered. Just at the mere thought of such a life, her heart was tormented by despair. Her father was a practical and observant man. He saw that his daughter loved and appreciated her little brother, and she was afraid to imagine what he would do to him if she did not obey. She was brought out of her thoughts by her father's speech. Jack had no place in their family, and he was going to announce his death when he reached adulthood, sending him away from their home with a fictitious name. Elizabeth could not believe her ears. Such a prospect of life for her brother meant that he would live, but only as long as she remembered her duty. But it seemed strange to the father that, having the third circle, his youngest son was able to defeat the owner of the second. Having said this, Elizabeth was surprised that Jack had a circle at all. But he decided that this matter was not particularly worth his attention, and looking askance at his daughter, he allowed Elizabeth to let her brother out. The daughter responded to such an act of mercy with a respectful bow and left her father's chambers. After this meeting, she was once again convinced that everything was predetermined. Having closed the door, her legs could not hold her. She still remembered Jack's offer to escape. No, it is impossible to escape from her fate, she decided, and began to sob in despair. The sun's rays illuminated the body of the young nobleman. Waking him up, the night turned out to be restless, because of yesterday's events, he dreamed of his past life. Jack was already beginning to think that his very presence in the dungeon was giving him nightmares. Dressed in a shirt, he decided to warm up. The sharp knock of metal on stone indicated the approach of a guard, who unceremoniously and rudely notified the younger Ballantier of his release. Jack did not like the frivolous way the guard addressed him, but he decided that this was not enough to provoke him, and out of spite he replied that he was sorry to leave such a nice place. The guard held his things in his hands. Jack politely thanked him for handing them over, and he reached his hands towards his trousers, but the guard did not give the thing back, looking into his eyes with irritation. Such impudence and disrespect for Jack, as the youngest son of the Marquis Ballantier, irritated him. The dungeon guard impudently replied that he had no shoes for Jack, and so that he would stop annoying him with questions. This fact and the appeal to the upper class outweighed the calmness of the nobleman. Jack was overcome with anger. He asked the guard if he was the guard's friend. Such pressure from the usually cowardly Jack confused the guard. He did not know what to answer. The guard began to apologize in fear, but it was too late. The younger Ballantier focused streams of magic on his fists and lunged at the guard's head. Jack decided to teach him a lesson and remind him how to treat his master. The warrior could not do anything to oppose him. The third Ballantier was calmly walking in the garden when Ron came out to meet him. The butler was worried about the master and was pleasantly surprised by his release. Ron ran up to Jack and began to examine him for wounds. The butler was very worried about the master, because he knew how everyone treated him. Ron's gaze fell on the drops of blood that had dried on Jack's shirt. The butler could not be stopped in his outburst of care and concern, but Jack replied that it was not his blood. The young master heard a noise in the garden and noticed a large number of guards. He asked Ron about this, and he replied that in addition to the usual 10 guards, an Iron Blood Knight had arrived. Jack appreciated the powerful armor and the war himself, coming to the conclusion that he felt sorry for him. It was unlikely that the plans of the war in its prime included the nanny's plans. It was sad for him to watch how such a warrior, at the peak of his power and in his desire to become famous throughout the continent, would watch him. The knight was communicating with the guards, when his face suddenly turned pale and acquired a marble hue. Jack guessed that he knew the reasons for his former imprisonment. The mighty golden-haired warrior approached them with the butler, while respectfully addressing Jack as the third master. The knight bowed to Jack and asked young Ballantier to tell him, if it would not be difficult for him, what happened in prison. The guy was in shock. The knight's interest was due to the fact that one of the prison guards claimed that Jack had attacked himself. He gouged out the impudent man's right eye and broke his finger. Witnessing this strange conversation, the butler did not believe the knight's stories about Jack, because he had no reason to do such things. The knight replied that he wanted to know the reasons, because Jack had no right to do this to the guard. The guard's voice betrayed excitement. Jack was nervous about this night. It was inappropriate for him to use the word right in such a situation. Young Ballantier decided to set the record straight. To begin with, Jack, with a magical vision, assessed the level of the knight's circle. Analyzing his movements and posture, he came to the conclusion that the knight had at least a fourth. The knight was most likely Mentis's henchman. The only thing that pleased Jack about this Iron Knight was his knowledge of his place. The butler was left speechless by his master's next phrase. Jack replied that there was nothing wrong with addressing a dog as a dog. It was too much for a knight. The youngest son of the Marquis decided to clarify the relationship between them. The knight was assigned to him just to keep an eye on him. Jack was sure that Mentis had not given any other orders. Therefore, the responsibility and all the dirty work after Jack will fall on the knight's shoulders. He will have to fix everything himself in the best possible way. The third Ballantier ordered the knight not to dare to speak a word about rights to him if he wanted to get promoted. The Iron Knight turned pale in horror. If Jack continued to act outrageously, he would be torn to pieces, to which the guy replied that the knight begged him not to act strangely anymore. The knight only now began to understand that everything was not as simple as he thought. He had already come to terms with his situation, and apologized to Jack. After these words, the young master relaxed, and the atmosphere stopped heating up. He was glad that the knight knew how to work with his brains. But such arguments tired him in the morning, and Jack decided to take his leave, putting an end to their discussion and ordering the knight to sort everything out and report to him. Jack also warned the knight that if the knight had any problems, he should complain directly to Jack's father, the Marquis. Deciding to reinforce the lesson, the nobleman decided not to address the knight as a knight, but he called him Chicken, and so that he would chirp when Jack called him. The knight, and now his nickname Chicken, remained in place to digest everything that had just happened to him. He did not like this. Such conversations aroused great hunger in the nobleman, and he asked Ron to prepare him some meat dish. The butler obeyed the master's word and retired to the kitchen to prepare dinner for Jack, escorting him to the gates of his estate. The table filled with various dishes from Ron filled Jack's mouth with saliva, and he began to gobble up the meat steak with appetite. Jack once again noted the culinary skills of his butler, thanking him for such a tasty and quick lunch. Jack felt the butler glaring at him and allowed Ron to say what he wanted without glaring at him. But the butler was afraid to say what was currently in his head. He hastened to look away from his master. Jack decided not to give up and stabbed a delicious piece of meat to treat Ron. Because anyway, there was plenty of food, and the nobleman couldn't handle it himself. But Ron's position did not allow him to eat at the same table with the one he served. He was only a butler, and Jack was a nobleman. But this did not suit Third Ballantier, and he simply ordered Ron to sit next to him and share the food, while actively clapping the place opposite him. The boy asked the butler with interest how his sister is, to which he receives the answer that she is fine. The butler looks at the boy with a puzzled face, who didn't seem to quite trust his words. While the boy eagerly chews another piece of his food, the butler sits hesitantly opposite him, bowing his head down. Cabbage soup is being cooked in a boiling cauldron, the aroma of which slowly filled the kitchen. A small child peeks out from behind the door, his big eyes watching with delight the servant preparing dinner. A guy with long light brown hair was holding a bitten apple in his hands, quietly peering behind him. The boy smiles and holds his hand to his chin, reflecting the slight puzzlement of his character. With slight concern on his face, the guy listened carefully to the boy. To the left is a girl with brown hair in a flowery hairstyle wearing a white dress, and to her right, a smiling man in a brown suit can be seen. The boy says that his sister was very similar to his mother and had the same good qualities. The younger gentleman turns to the butler with curiosity. Jack, smiling, says that if this whole story were the plot of a novel, it would be unrealistic. The tramp of a horse instantly rushing somewhere in rainy and cloudy weather. Two unknown men in cloaks were quickly racing on horses. A man with long hair sits on a horse that has raised its front legs in fear. A man with long dark hair wearing an eye patch looking forward. A guy in a cloak, sitting on a horse, stretches out his right hand, around which lightning has formed. The boy, holding a cup of tea in his hands, could not believe that his servant was the magician of the ninth circle all the time, while he sat with his head down. The boy asks the butler if he knew about his mother's ability. The butler looks thoughtfully at the same point, his gaze seeming to be directed downward. The boy, slightly narrowing his eyes, says that he can pretend that he doesn't know anything. The butler, sitting with his head down, demands to know what the boy needs from him. Silhouette of a girl with long hair with a pink ribbon on her hands on a purple background. The main character explains that his sister was so kind that she was ready to die for the sake of others. The boy's hands are loosely intertwined. The younger gentleman stated that he intended to visit the academy, and if everything went well, he would not return back. In a relaxed atmosphere, the boy and the butler were calmly discussing something at the table. The butler had a sad face as he addressed the boy. The boy looked at the butler with dissatisfaction on his face, his voice full of indignation. Leaning back in his chair, the boy calmly spoke about something. The boy screamed something with dissatisfaction, clearly not expecting anyone. One of the knights, breaking into the boy's room, reports that one guard has been sent to a hospital. Afterwards, he declares that due to his negligence, he was unable to control the blade. The younger gentleman turned to the guard with a slight grin on his face, mocking his actions. The boy, as if mocking, offers the fair-haired guy a tasty treat, but he refuses. The blonde knight, bowing his head slightly, introduces his real name. The boy, looking at the knight with a smile, asks him for a real sword for fencing training. The knight says that this is not his responsibility. A boy's hand weakly holding a silver fork. The boy grins evilly, leaning back in his chair. Jack insistently invites the guy to beat the crap out of him. The hand of a boy, whose fingers are located at different levels and slightly bent. The knight looks at his palm with concern and confusion. Palace with brickwork and decorative elements against the blue sky. The butler, closing his eyes, tells the boy that this guy is in the 4th round. The butler, with an uncertain expression on his face, asks the boy if he is confident in his abilities. The knight, standing among the rows of swords, carefully examined each of them. Wrinkling his eyebrows, the butler suggests the boy not to bet on losing. The boy asks the servant with a smile, he can bet on that. The butler, clearly worried about the boy, worriedly asks if he is sure to go for it. The boy bristled, his young face reflecting all his worries and uncertainty. The younger master suggests to the servant that if that knight hits him at least once, then he wins. The butler, with both hands on his knees, listens to the boy. The guy, looking down, says in a submissive voice that he can simply order if he wants something. The boy can barely contain his laughter at what the butler heard. The boy's hand, holding a fork, reaches for something. Looking away and slightly embarrassed, the butler reprimands that it is awkward to point a fork at another person. The younger gentleman, holding a fork in his hands, closed his eyes in bewilderment. Sparkling his pupils and crossing his fingers, the boy seems to begin to devour his servant with his gaze. When the butler says that he doesn't mind the requests, he begins to sparkle with happiness. While the knight bows before the younger gentleman, he calmly listens to him. The boy rests his hand on his chin and looks to the side, a hand lying on the table whose fingers are slightly bent. The guy looks nervous with a bead of sweat running down his face. The younger gentleman invites the guy to go to a deserted place where they can train. The boy, with a sly look and a grin on his face, mocks, saying whether he is afraid to lose. In response, the guy says with some confidence that he is not afraid to lose to the boy. The blonde guy, clearly unsure of himself, begins to sweat from excitement. The younger gentleman asks the butler if there is a deserted place somewhere nearby. The guy thoughtfully put his hand to his chin, plunging into his thoughts. While the boy looks at the basement in surprise, exercising his elbow, two guys stand and watch his reaction. The boy asks the servant if he's practicing here. In response, the guy gives a negative answer, saying that his mother arranged this place for her children. The younger master says why he didn't know about this place, to which the servant replies that the boy had no reason to go there before. Many crafty arrows and swords, neatly folded in their places. The boy sparkles with happiness, looking at the butler, who readily fulfills his wishes. The boy, crossing his arms over his chest, turns indignantly to the fair-haired guy. A boy's hand with an open palm. The boy extends his hand forward, opening his palm, demanding a sword from the knight. The guy hands the boy a wooden sword standing opposite him. The boy narrows his eyes and smiles slyly, thinking about something. The boy looks forward with a serious expression on his face, as if he is assessing the situation, or thinking about something important, the boy suddenly begins to attack, rushing towards the guy. The boy, waving a wooden sword, tries to hit his opponent, but the guy manages to block the attack. The guy underestimates the guy's attacks, considering him a beginner. Having underestimated the boy's attack, the guy finds himself in front of his sword. Junior Master creates a tense and dramatic scene, leaving the opponent in complete shock. The boy smiles and his expression looks a little sly. Drops of sweat can be seen on the guy's face, which may indicate that he is tense. The butler, covering his mouth with his hand, is surprised to see how the boy managed to get close to the guy's neck. From a sharp attack from his opponent, the boy throws his sword off his hand in horror. The boy finds himself on the floor in front of his opponent's sword. The younger gentleman fights the enemy with a real sword, immersed in the atmosphere of knightly tournaments. The sword is again at the guy's throat, and at that moment time seems to freeze. The butler stands in profile, holding his hand to his chin, as if deep in thought. The guy looks concentrated. His black-gloved hand is raised to his lips. The younger gentleman, with a smile on his face, holding a sword over his shoulder, asks something from the fair-haired guy. The guy looks worried and tense as he gives an answer to the younger gentleman's question. Next, the boy asks the guy when he started training with mana. The younger gentleman's face literally sparkles at what the fair-haired guy said. Having a 4th round of mana skills at 23 only means that the knight started training quite late, which means that he clearly has talent. If he trained harder, he could already reach the 7th, if not the 8th level, and could also receive the title of Captain of the Knights. Jack headed to the assortment and armed himself with a real sword. Thinking about how funny it was that a knight with such talent was entrusted with looking after a child, he turned to James, saying that he was starting to like him. The knight only warned the guy that with a real sword he could get hurt. In response, the boy laughed. Jack gave him advice that there is a difference between confidence and vanity. Does he really think what happened was just an accident? James was starting to get angry at the boy's self-confidence, and the younger one let him start the next fight. The knight immediately rushed into battle. It is this trait that prevents him from developing, Jack thought while attacking. The swords touched, and the boy knocked the knight's weapon out of his hands, putting the iron sword to his throat, thereby ending the fight with victory. Jack smiled and reminded James that he had died for the 2nd time today. The knight immediately recoiled from the sword, and the boy. He was in extreme bewilderment at what had happened. How a person of such a young age, who has neither skill nor magic, shows such success. The boy only explained his victory by saying that he simply changed the direction of the sword during the attack. Nothing supernatural. The knight was in despair. He lost to a 14-year-old boy, and said with incomprehension that he did not understand how he did it. Jack told him that it was just a matter of advanced technology, and nothing more. After which he offered to show him again. James was not taken aback and agreed on the condition that this time he would also take a real sword, to which Jack reacted as calmly as possible. While he was choosing a sword for himself, Jack turned to the butler, rhetorically asking if he had won the argument. Of course, Ron understood this. The boy recalled his desire to protect his sister during his training, and hopefully asked Ron if he would fulfill it. The butler bowed in an interesting pose, and declared that he would lay down his own life to complete this task. Meanwhile, the knight was already ready to start the next fight, and told the boy that this time, everything would be different. Taking a fighting stance, Jack armed himself with mana, concentrating its power on the sword, and invited the knight to also use his own. James did this and invited Jack to start a fight, who in turn attacked immediately. The blades clashed, but only this time Jack's strength again surpassed the knight, and the end of the boy's sword was approaching the blonde's face. Unable to withstand the confrontation, the knight lost his weapon and fell to the floor, suffering another defeat. Lying on the ground, James exclaimed and hesitantly asked if Jack had the 3rd circle. But if it was the 1st, then such power was impossible. Jack stood elevated above the knight in his thoughts. He understood how offensive it was for him to lose to the 1st round, but everything was very simple. Usually mana is distributed throughout the body to increase physical capabilities, but he concentrated it in one place, in the sword. Jack asked the blonde if he really wanted to become an official knight, to which he answered incomprehensibly that at the moment he did not have such status. What would the 3rd master order him to do in that case? Jack's only response was to say that hunting dogs are very loyal, after which he confidently invited the knight to become his devoted dog and serve under his command, because such a life would be much more fun and better than the life of an ordinary knight. James replayed the boy's words in his head and looked pale. He was dumbfounded by such a proposal. Only after a few seconds did he speak, asking what benefit he would gain if he did agree. Jack was bluffing, because he expected that the interlocutor would first ask what he would have to do in the event of an agreement, and asked this directly from the knight. Without waiting for his answer, the heir explained that if James nevertheless became his dog, he would receive the strength and power he needed. Throughout the conversation, the guy listened carefully to the boy, After which the knight also dumbfoundedly asked what his duties would be. Kill those who interfere with the master, and protect him at the cost of his own life. The butler and the knight were horrified by this answer from Jack. They understood perfectly well that the boy was not joking in turn. The knight asked who he would have to kill. Jack only said that it was absolutely not difficult to guess. And the goal was obvious. The boy himself meant by the goal directly his half-brother, remembering all his endless mockery of himself. He gave the knight a day to seriously think about his proposal and choose the right side for himself. Already inside the mansion, Ron gave Jack a relaxing massage, asking him whether the gentleman was too careless in his actions. It was hardly worth seriously trusting James. Jack, sipping his drink, answered in the negative, and said that of course he understands that most likely the knight will report everything to the Marquis, and smiled. The butler told him that in such a situation he should not smile, because it would only benefit her, and if the Marquise finds out that Jack is leaving tomorrow, she is able to arrange something really bad for him. Perhaps he will even kill. Isn't the gentleman worried about this? Jack only relaxedly answered Ron that the Marquise has the right to do whatever she wants. Nothing will work out for her anyway. And he was lost in his thoughts. Several days have passed since the incident, but his brother is still afraid of water. Jack was absolutely confident that the Marquise wanted him dead, but could not do it yet, and the Marquis also began to look after him very carefully, because he needed him to control his sister, in which case the Marquise would not be able to kill him. In response, Ron simply asked him if he was confident in his actions, because the Marquis was able to give the Marquis approval to kill him. Jack reassured the butler that he was leaving for the academy anyway, and there was no point in killing him now. And now the Marquis is only able to wound him, there is nothing to talk about murder. At one time many tried to kill the master, such as Lady Harpy, the Lord of Orcs, the Lord of Dragons, but none of them succeeded. Jack laughed right in the same massage place, with thoughts about whether this woman would succeed after the desperate attempts of the others. Afterwards, Jack thanked Ron for the massage and got ready to leave, explaining that he needed to exercise more to get his muscles working. Before leaving, the boy told the butler that they could not kill him unless he decided to die. Ron didn't understand the guy at all, what he was thinking about at such an early age, like his own death. Jack just joked that it was better for him not to know about it and laughed while the butler still looked at him incredulously in a cold sweat. Jack said that if he was interested in what would happen, he could follow him, to which Ron was surprised and asked if they weren't going to go to the academy together. The boy turned sharply towards him and replied that Ron could not go with him. That was his order, and it would be best for him to follow Jack from afar. The butler accepted the master's decision and was about to go about his business, when suddenly Jack turned to him with another request. He asked if Ron could not let anyone in because he wanted to create a second circle. Ron was shocked by his statement and turned around and asked Jack if he really thought it was that easy. Jack looked at him questioningly and mockingly, and a second later he smiled and said that for him personally, such a thing was easy. Meanwhile, the knight rushed along the corridor and thought desperately. No matter how much he thought, Jack's magical skills could not possibly match the first circle. At least the third, and that's for sure. He understood that the third gentleman was very talented, but his request to become his personal pet dog was simple stupidity. After all, he does not have much support, for example, the support of Counts Mentis, and also there are no personal knights. He is alone. James froze in the middle of the corridor and kept remembering the gentleman's words, his offer and confident tone. These are two strange words for a child. After thinking about everything, the knight decided to tell everything to the Marquis, about Jack's hidden talents for martial arts, about their conversation in the basement. This is his chance. He broke into a nasty smile with the thought that he would finally be able to please the Marquise and Marquise. His thoughts came together. No matter how talented the third master was, he would never be able to defeat the Marquises unless he was a monster. Meanwhile, Madame Elizabeth sat in the spacious hall and listened to the words of the Marquise that her commoner mother had left her a chance for a good life. That Elizabeth has nothing worthy except her appearance. The girl, sitting, calmly listened to nasty things directed at her and was silent, unable to answer, when suddenly the Marquise invited her to drink a glass of wine in order to calm down. Elizabeth immediately refused, explaining that she could not drink in front of the Marquis. The woman drained her glass in one gulp and insidiously continued her speech. She told the girl that it seems that the eldest son of the Duke of Malin is interested in her, as is the middle son of the Duke of Ausenblois. Immediately the Marquise interrupted herself, tisked and corrected herself. The middle son would definitely not suit the girl. She will find her a much better match. But in the meantime, the girl should look after herself very carefully. The Marquise sharply asked if Elizabeth might like someone, to which the girl jumped up and quickly interrupted her question, declaring that there was no such person. The woman immediately said that this suited her, because if the girl already had someone in mind, she would have had to quietly remove him. The girl sat on pins and needles and was afraid of the woman, when suddenly the Marquise started talking about her brother. She knew about Jack's conversation with the knight because the blonde reported everything to her. She told Elizabeth about it, how her beloved brother tried to lure the knight to his side. The Marquise brought the girl up to date and said that the knight had been on the side of the second master for a long time. Elizabeth shrank from her words. Suddenly, the Marquise burst into loud, insidious laughter, saying whether this boy really wanted to destroy them, what stupidity this was. The girl sat desperately on the chair in her thoughts. It was because of their parents that her brother had such thoughts. She needs to be careful, otherwise their hatred of Jack will become even worse. The Marquise calmed her laughter and immediately turned to the girl, saying that it was very nice that Elizabeth understood her, and she will continue to look for a suitable partner for her, so the girl can only follow her own path. Suddenly the woman bent over the girl, wrapping her arms around her neck, and threateningly warned that if Elizabeth started dating some man behind their back, she knows perfectly well how this will turn out. The girl shook with fear, and could only say that she understood everything, and the Marquise need not worry about this, after which the woman left the girl alone, warning that lunchtime was approaching and she could come down. The whole family, with the exception of the youngest third gentleman, was already seated at a table full of food, when suddenly the door swung open sharply and Jack entered the dining room. He was inspired, while the Marquis and Marquise looked at him with displeasure. The boy said that he was still the third son of his father. Is there really no place for him after all? He needs to have dinner in full force at least once. There are two main ways to manage mana. The first is to distribute mana throughout the body. This method helps improve the body's abilities, enhance sensations, intelligence, and strength. The second way is to materialize mana by creating a formula. Fireball, ice arrow, demonic fire, and other types of magic. Ron is a magician of the 9th circle, a knight of the 4th. There are two reasons why people who use magic are divided into magicians and knights, so I am a knight. This means that he can use magic. A few minutes ago, before he arrived in the dining room, Jack was training. The butler looked at him with complete misunderstanding in his eyes, and the boy only told him 2 words: 2 months. Ron said he had to spend so much time creating the 2nd circle. Everything was clear to Jack. Although usually the transition from the 1st to the 2nd circle takes 4 months, but Ron did it in 2, and he didn't go back in time like Jack, so he knows how much work he had to put in. Jack praised Ron for the very fast results. Ron said it was strange to hear that from someone who had created the 2nd circle in 5 hours. Ron looked at the time and replied that it was 5:48 minutes in the evening. Jack was surprised that it was already so late. He realized that it was already dinner time, and suggested that Ron cook the steak as usual. Jack thought that the others would also be having dinner now. The guy exclaimed that he had decided everything, to which Ron, trying to hold him back, shouted after him for the young master to wait, to which Jack said that he would simply inform them that he was leaving tomorrow. As he devoured the freshly cooked chicken, the young master thought that he did not know about the sumptuous meal in the main hall. Jack's brother Palin and the Marchioness sat at the table very worried and frightened. Jack was glad that he had eaten deliciously and to his fill. Jack's father asked him if he had come to say something, to which Jack asked his father if he thought there was another reason, and if he would just come here. The father believed that his son would be ashamed to appear here without an invitation. But this did not happen. The young master asked him why he spoke so badly about him, because he only spoiled the atmosphere. The Marquise asked Jack to come out and talk if he needed anything. The father said asked him to speak if he had something to say, and Jack blurted out that he was returning to the academy tomorrow, because he could no longer bear to be in such a terrible environment, to which the father was only happy with his son's decision. Jack just grumbled that he didn't need permission, and the young master sarcastically thanked his father for his agreement. Jack asked his worried brother how he was. He asked him if he could not drink anything because he was afraid of water, and said that he could imagine how he was tormented by thirst. Jack said that he may have treated him badly all his life, but a brother is a brother. The guy assured that it was not water, but wine, and invited his brother to drink a glass. The Marquis shouted that he was a scoundrel, and wasn't it a shame to make a scene here? To which Jack retorted that the mongrel was barking again, and he had nothing more to say. The Marquis called him a vile brat. Smirking, Jack replied that he would await their next move. The frightened maids hear rumors that Jack is a walking worthlessness, and should have been kicked out long ago. It was also heard that how dare he talk like that, and this is all the influence of his sister. While one of the girls said that she did not think that the third gentleman was capable of such a thing, and her words were confirmed by another girl. There was wine spilled on the table, and one of the maids decided it was best to clean it up before it all stuck. It was a sunny day outside, and the night passed peacefully. Of course, except for the beating from the angry sister, who hit her brother on the back. The third son of the Marquis goes to the academy, and it is unknown why the procession looks so modest. Sitting in the carriage, he thinks that at least he can sit comfortably. Looking at the knight galloping nearby, Jack thought that it was that idiot Rajan, the knight of the sixth circle, who was in charge of the procession. The guy also believes that Rajan is afraid to even look in his direction. Surely the Marquise gave him a special order about Jack. The sister asked why she couldn't go with Jack, and responded that everything would be fine. She said that mother had probably thought of something and it would be better if she carried it out. Jack told his sister with a grin that everything was fine. He assured her that he would definitely not die. Continuing to send his sister away, Jack asked how long she was going to go. The sister gave up and agreed to leave in parting. She wished him to be careful. Ron checked with Jack to see if he would be okay, because the situation at home was not very good. Jack thought that Ron and his sister had the same facial expressions, later answering that everything was fine and asking if he remembered their agreement. In response, Ron assured that he remembered everything, because this was the request of the younger Marquis. Jack asked him to take good care of her and come back, because he couldn't leave her alone, and he thought that Ron would watch the procession from afar, so he could witness what might happen. Conventionally, this will be a gift for Ron, who served Jack for so many years. The procession continued to move, and Jack decided that he would rest for a while. Night had already fallen on the street. Jack continued to sleep in the carriage, and the sixth night, Rajan angrily spied on the sleeping Marquis, as if he was planning something. Sleepy Jack, getting out of the carriage, was surprised that night had fallen, and did not understand why no one woke him up. The whole procession stopped, and people unloaded things from the carts for a stop to spend the night. An awkward silence arose between the blonde, stately knight and Jack. Calling the knight his chicken, Jack realized what decision he had made, to which the knight replied that it happened that way. Chuckling, Jack said that it was impossible to expect anything else from the chicken, and his decision would have to be accepted. Then Rajan came up with a crowd of other knights, and said that since Jack understood everything, there was no point in long speeches. Serious Jack told him to explain himself because he would listen. Reagan's eyes lit up wildly. He said that every night during the 4 days of the trip to the academy, he would set up camps, and Jack did not understand what was wrong with this information. Continuing his speech, Rajan said that in the meantime they would break Jack's ribs, and when it was time to move on, they would cure him with a potion. Rajan said that there is also a separate order from the Marquise, and the knight said that the Marquise knows that Jack can make a circle of mana. Therefore, his crowd of knights with him at their head is going to destroy him. The destruction of the heart's mana circle is like death, and although it can be restored, the chance of being filled with mana again is 1 in a million. Besides, because of the shock, a person risks remaining disabled for life, Jack thought. Rajan continued his speech, saying that James told them everything, that Jack was not only good at mana control, but also wielded a sword. Others may be mistaken, but the knight knows that Jack is nothing of himself. He continued that it was impossible to change anything with just mana and a sword, and demanded not to resist, so that it would not hurt more. This atmosphere seemed familiar to Jack, as if he had returned to his homeland, while the guy sitting in the carriage looked at this squabble, to which the other told him that he should not get involved in fights between aristocrats, and told him not to look in their direction. Rajan began to pull out his sword, and Jack thought that he had experience from his past life. Jack thought that no matter how peacefully he had lived these few days, the wounds in his soul still stung, and it would be more accurate to say that experiences from the past cannot just disappear, and called out to Ron. Then the blade of the sword was pointed at him, to which he said that he had spent 10 years in the mountains. Jack met a mentor there and learned a lot from her, but when he went downstairs after her death, he learned that a lot had changed. Continuing his story, the guy said that the Ballantyre family and the whole country were destroyed, and then he thought that he didn't care who died and why. Rajan did not understand what the third gentleman was talking about. Drawing his sword, Jack asked the knight what happened to his sister. He said that his sister was smart and talented, and he hoped that she would at least be lucky with her husband, since things didn't work out very well with her family. Jack continued that if everything was fine with her, he would forgive them for everything they did, and hoped that nothing would happen. The crowd of knights laughed at him. Rajan asked if the third gentleman had gone crazy with fear, and also teased him to try to defeat them with a toy sword, to which Jack replied that revenge is much sweeter than he thought. So much so that it drives him crazy. At that moment, magical blue smoke appeared, and the younger master told Rajan that he was right, that nothing could be achieved with mere talent and a sword. If Jack had pissed off the Marquis and Marquise, then one broken rib could have leveled it out. Jack said that great strength and outstanding talent could turn everything upside down, and would they be able to break his circle of mana. He raised a sword over his head which was full of blue magic, and said that he would show them how fast the storm was. At that moment, the knights felt everything in their guts when a strange circle was already wrapping around them, and Rajan was seriously scared. If they don't kill Jack, they will die themselves. Jack rushed at the knights with all his might with magic and a sword and began to fight them off. Choosing a second gentleman with strong outside support was smart and better than choosing Jack, who no one notices. Jack's eyes lit up with a blue flame. A magical whirlpool of power appeared around him, and it was as if death itself was standing behind it. And at that moment, James felt that time was stopping. A frightened Ron appeared in the bushes and asked the gentleman what it was. Dead knights lay around Jack. He thought that this was a fencing technique that he learned in the state of transcendence. It was one of the 8, divided into characteristics of 4. But he replied that he could say it, but Ron still wouldn't understand anything. Ron said that he couldn't know everything about the master, but it looked more like a method of controlling magic rather than a technique, to which Jack asked if he had at least 1 potion. Then blood started coming out of his mouth and he was punching himself in pain, and Ron just called out to him in panic. Coughing up blood, the boy says that this is nothing and asks for a potion as soon as possible. Rushing in his pocket, the butler takes out a bottle with scarlet contents and the gentleman, rolling down the carriage to the ground, drinks it in 1 gulp. A cough still escapes Jack's throat, which makes Ron worry because if he didn't have the potion, he would already be dead. But this is nonsense. He won't die so easily. And besides, he knows that Ron always has a potion with him just in case. And besides, Ron would like to give it first of all to his master, and not to himself. Because in the past I did exactly the same thing, and personally poured the potion into the baby's mouth. Smiling, Jack says that in his haste he was unable to tell his butler something. After waiting for a second of silence, and looking at Ron with all sincerity, he told him the most sincere thank you of his life. In the past, he was a fool, and these words seemed difficult to him. His hand weakened, and falling to the ground next to his body, the potion began to pour out. Not knowing how to phrase it, Ron says that the master knows the future, and this is exactly what he was hiding from him. Jack corrects that he returned in time, but the essence remains approximately the same. He felt better very quickly. It was probably a very expensive potion, but in response to the butler's warnings, he decides to check it out. Rising sharply, he approaches the stricken servant and picking up his sword from the ground, concludes that everything is fine. The white top of its head lies in a pool of its own blood, and after sneaking a look at it, Jack tells the butler that the chicken is dead. Putting his foot on his head, he shook it from side to side. It was a pity that this happened, because Jack thought that he could grow something good out of him. As a knight, he made the right choice, and that's why he's a chicken. You shouldn't expect anything from him. The strange thing is that the butler was not surprised when Jack said about going back in time. Isn't he curious about the future of his sister and the Marquis? Regarding the latter, Ron thinks that the Marquis family will be destroyed, and judging by Jack's indifferent face and his reaction, the butler concluded that it would be terrible. To be honest, the guy would like to pretend that nothing happened, but if the butler is really interested, he can ask. With an intriguing smile, Jack asks if he wants to ask a question, but is refused. This seems very boring to the guy, and even if he is a grown man at heart, he still behaves like a child. But isn't he even interested in his future? Jack asks, and gets a more flamboyant reaction from his butler. As a result, Jack receives a not very enthusiastic response, and besides, Ron thinks that killing him will not be so easy. This will most likely disappoint the butler, but Jack says as confidently as possible that he was easy to kill. This was upsetting news. Ron turned into a sad puppy and felt depressed. After everything, Jack decides to rest, and having warned the butler, climbed into the carriage and collapsed on the seat. Bending bitterly over one of the slain knights, Ron reached out and closed his eyes. With one attack, Jack killed 25 people, although it is difficult to call it just an attack. How is it even possible? He destroyed their hearts without touching the sword. Looking at the carriage where the gentleman was resting, Ron had only one question, going back in time to what his life was like back then. He worries and continues to look worriedly, as if he sees the boy through the wall, hoping that everything will be okay with him. A piercing scream rouses the guy from his sleep, and he regains consciousness quite lost, which calls into question whether the potion helped. Confusion made Jack himself doubt whether everything was okay with him. The pain could cause him to lose consciousness. In the hands of the butler there was an incomprehensible bag, and having opened it, he demonstrated the contents. These were the things of the knights, or rather 5 elixirs, 63 gold and 40 shillings. It's amazing that Mentis kids carry so much money with them, said Jack and smiled awkwardly. Out of concern, Ron again decided to offer the guy to drink the elixir, but he refused, because there was no point in it. But the guy extended his hand to him, which contained 3 potions, and gave it to the butler, supposedly in return for that 1 potion. Of course, Ron thanked him, but they were not created by alchemy to exchange 1 top-class potion for 3 average ones. They also decided to leave the corpses here. They will be eaten by wild animals, or someone else will remove them. Everyone will begin to suspect that Jack has power unless he is here. At first, the boy didn't understand who cared about this at all, but the butler reminded him that the Marquis would do it for everyone. But for Jack, it's a trifle that the Marquis will do this with this. So he opened his suitcase and put the bag containing the knight's money in it. Ron assumed that, in the place of the Marquis, he immediately called the third one to his place. The boy proposes an argument, but the butler immediately refuses because he no longer wants to lose. This shows that he is smart. Unexpectedly for the guy, Ron gets down on one knee in front of him and says that he believes that he has his own reasons for thinking so. A satisfied grin appeared on the guy's face. He asked if no one knew that the butler was with him. Using the illusion, everyone thinks that he is there, and most likely the second Ron is now cleaning the yard. Illusion is a magic available to the ninth circle. Few people can be considered to have such an ability. Usually those who know how to use it, or at least distinguish it, work in the demonic forest. But one can never be completely sure of anything. Perhaps when everyone finds out, the Marquis will interrogate Ron about what happened. If the butler senses danger, Jack asks him to say that everything is his fault, and if he senses a threat to his life, then to convey the words. The words that if Ron or Sister Elizabeth dies, then on that same day the entire Marcus family will be destroyed. After that, everyone clearly felt uneasy. They froze for a while, and silence hung between them. Jack helped to brighten the situation by saying that this phrase was only for extreme cases. John hopes that everything will be fine. He will give the Marquis one last chance to behave like his sister's real father. Ron is worried whether the gentleman really needs to go to the academy, and what will happen if the Marquis calls him. He is reassured by Jack's words that the academy has its own rules. Namely, that from the beginning of the semester, if it is not the death of a relative, then you cannot leave. It's clear from the butler's face that he wants to go with the master. He himself would be happy about this, but it's too early. The butler is about to leave, and Jack wishes him as a parting word not to run into monsters on the way back. Most likely they will see each other again only in 4 years. But who knows? You never know what will happen. The only thing that matters most to Jack is his sister, and he asks Ron to look after her. Ron left, and now it's just a matter of small things, or rather, planning the path to the academy. Before the academy from the Marquis's estate, you can camp 3 times on the mountain. But if you walk along the road, it will take 4 days. Although along the mountain, it will also take about that. It is impossible to say that the mountain path is more difficult. It is not particularly different from an ordinary road. Taking his suitcase, Jack gets up. There should be a village nearby. Approaching the horse, he attempts to climb onto it, but from the outside it looks ridiculous. He fails. It turned out to be a whole challenge. Because of my short stature, there were so many problems. It's just Jack and the horse, which makes this night seem so peaceful after what happened. But the boy has his own plans. He's not going to immediately head to the academy. He's very embarrassed in front of Ron and his sister, but for now he needs to focus on his mentor. Valentin Milos brought him back to life, gave him the strength to carry out revenge, and made him, whom everyone considered an empty place, a man. Let them forget about it now, but she is one of the most powerful black magicians. For those who remember, she is the most terrible memory. It's been a long time since Jack's heart fluttered like this. Our hero arrived in Arbeloa, the province of Viscount Arbeloa, a vassal of the Duke of Ausenblay. Jack, looking at the children nearby, wondered whether it was worth staying here for the night. He felt good. He smiled, judging by the faces of the children. This is a good place. Opening the door, Jack found himself in some tavern where people were having fun. He stroked the dog and decided to sit down at the table, hoping that there would be no one to quarrel with. The interesting waitress immediately noticed the new guest and already managed to ask whether he came to have a snack or stay overnight. He was confused by her appearance from the outside. She looked more like a mercenary rather than a tavern worker. Jack, holding out the coins, asked for simple food, water, a room for one night, and asked to bring the sword that was near his horse. But 1 shilling was enough. The inspired girl would bring him the famous Arbeloa apple pie and steak. And it would seem that this is enough. But she asks about the drink, whether he prefers milk or whether he should bring beer. Not bad, you can stay here to live, even if he's not local. She didn't try to extract more from him. It's clear, it's pre-war times, everything is cheap and everyone is honest. While caressing the dog, he says that he has no idea what awaits him. Unwittingly, Jack overhears a conversation at the next table. They say that this time they are trying to get rid of all the demonic monsters. They are recruiting more magicians to cope with them all at once. But why do they need this? Because even Tolkien is not doing anything, and there are only 20,000 mana users. The group discusses how they all seem to be laughing at them, and Jack listens attentively. Jack has already mentioned the Iron Blood Knights who are on a mission in the demonic forest. By order of the Emperor, knights were selected from the guard of each noble family. These knights went hunting in the demonic forest with a squad of Iron Blood. This huge forest stretches along a mountain range called the Grand Canyon. This neutral zone may seem ordinary to many, but ogres, orcs, goblins, elves, harpies, and even dragons live there. Potions are made from the blood of trolls, sinew from ogres is used as bowstrings, and iron monsters, paryks, serve as material for weapons and armor. Harpy feathers are used for ladies' jewelry, and elves are kept as pets because of their appearance. In the demonic forest, these creatures are not dangerous, so everything that happens there is an excess of human greed. Jack tries to loosen the convolutions of his brain to remember what happened there, and it seems like they are losing this time. During the massacre in the forest, a detachment of Iron Blood Knights lost most of their troops, and the knights and guards of the aristocratic families were killed. The fiasco of the people that day was simply colossal. The losses they suffered led to the withdrawal of the support of the people and noble families towards the emperor. According to Jack's memory, around that time problems began in the imperial family, and in about a year a civil war would break out. The thoughts of the third gentleman were interrupted by another drunkard in this tavern, who angrily slammed his mug on the table and blamed the emperor for all the problems. He wanted to add something else to his speech, but his friends quickly shut his mouth in order to save his friend's head. One of his friends hastened to defuse the situation and noted with a nervous laugh how drunk his friend was. So much so that he was talking such nonsense. It was amusing to observe such an act of fearlessness. Similar to madness, everyone knew that for insulting the emperor and his family, one could easily lose his head. But in one of the conversations of the drunkards, Jack heard that they were starting to talk about the third son of the Marquis Jack, and he was immediately interested in such a change of topic. One of the drinkers asked his friend to explain what the third gentleman had done. So interesting, his drinking companion replied that rumors had spread about the use of black magic. Well, of course, none of his friends believed what he was saying. Everyone knew that Jack Ballantyre was a real fool, and besides, he had recently been imprisoned. Jack was nervous about this situation. He was present here now. It was not clear that from whom the third master could learn black magic, because according to historical treatises, all black magic has long since died out. One of the drunkards suggested that perhaps one aristocrat still had knowledge about the dark arts, and he taught Jack his wisdom. A girl approached Ballantyre. The dog next to him looked curiously at the tray in her arms with food. She asked what could amuse the boy so much. Jack thought to himself about the word amused, most likely. During this conversation, he also laughed along with the drunkards, but he didn't notice it. A girl sat down at his table who, laughing and in a good mood, asked him to tell him about Jack's humorous thought that made him laugh, because everyone here was incredibly bored. The girl in front of him was of marvelous beauty with scars on her left cheek, white hair, and excellent shape. The boy replied that he was amused by the worthlessness of the third son of the Marquis, judging by what they say about him. This is what made him laugh. But the stranger replied that in fact, all people were like that. They loved to gossip about what they themselves could never hear or see. He asked what the girl did at such moments, how the stranger judged people. The girl thought about it and answered after a few seconds. In her opinion, if you wanted to know the truth, you had to see everything in person in order to decide for yourself that the rumors were just rumors, and to separate the truth from the lies. The guy noted with a smile that sometimes rumors really turn out to be true, although it's rare, and yet it's true. The stranger stroked the dog and asked again in surprise. Jack cut off a piece of the pie that she brought him, and noted that the pie, although it was not as refined as Ron's pie, tasted good. And to Jack's surprise, the stranger continued. She replied that she still thinks that if it turns out that the third gentleman is a good person, then all the rumors about him will be a lie. Jack froze in place with a piece of pie in his hands and a bitten-off piece in his mouth. He froze and did not know what to answer to this. The thoughts of this stranger were amazing. The girl asked what happened to Jack. He didn't stop thinking. If you analyze her appearance, she was a man with scars, a toned body, and surrounded by mercenaries. The stranger took the pie again, and this time cut it completely into many pieces to make it easier to eat. Jack only quietly said whether she was the leader of the Adventurers Guild. At first the mercenary was surprised, but then she smiled. Of course Jack said this for a reason. Her presence here in itself was suspicious. In the village where he arrived, there was a huge number of mercenaries who were looking for easy money to fill their pockets with gold. Mercenaries did not disdain any kind of work. They could join the local guards, be detectives in order to find someone, or become monster hunters. All such tasks are issued in the building of the Adventurers Guild, which was located in any province. This was a common area. Therefore, such guilds offer housing. Jack said that most likely the mercenary had a lot of free time. The busy guild leader probably would not have started serving the inn if he had a job. If we take this factor into account, many questions arose, and I even felt sorry for the stranger. She replied that the building nearby belonged to the guild, but now there was almost no work there, and what work there was poorly paid, and it was unbearable to live on that money. That is why she paid great attention to the tavern as her only income today, because everyone wanted to live on something. Jack correctly noticed that the place in which he was now was a cover for the Adventurers Guild. He realized this almost immediately as soon as he entered. The guy noticed that the stranger was in vain in assuming all this, and thinking about him, Jack was known as a disgrace to the Marquis family, a complete mediocrity, and without a talented young man. His story was a completely simple legend for the amusement of mercenaries in such establishments. But one thing did not leave my mind: how the girl was able to recognize him, or whether she saw through Jack by his appearance. However, everything was much simpler if you think about it. A few minutes ago, when he rode into the city on his horse, he gave a distinctive sign. He was incredibly tired while riding his horse to this place. His journey was long and difficult, and all he dreamed of was a soft feather bed and a hearty piece of steak with its intoxicating aroma. When he entered the gate, some of the guards stopped him and asked about the reason for his arrival. A lonely boy on a horse at night was suspicious, and so that there would be no further questions, Jack took out the distinctive sign of his house, the coat of arms of the Marquises of Ballantier. The guards knew what he looked like, and immediately began to bow and ask for forgiveness and apologize for not recognizing the third gentleman. After apologizing, they naturally allowed Jack to enter the village and wished him a good trip. He thanked them with cold courtesy. That's roughly how she found out everything out loud. He said that she learned it from the chatty guards. But no matter how important the information was, she couldn't trust unverified sources. It was dangerous. The mercenary herself had just told him about it. She smiled with all 32 teeth and kindness and replied that the third son of the Marquis was really worried about her. He answered with a grin that for now, he thought to himself that this would last as long as she treated him normally. Despite all the rumors about him, her attitude towards Jack was better than the attitude of her own brother and her own knights towards Ballantier. She was flattered by his concern, and she extended her hand in greeting. Apologizing, he had to introduce himself right away. Her name was Jane Arbeloa. She was the master of the Arabes Guild in Arbeloa. She was glad to meet her, but the word Arbeloa was the name of the village, and she had a surname consonant with this name. Jack remembered something. He asked the question directly whether she was the first or the second. Jane answered that she was the third. Her older brother was the local lord. It was very unusual that aristocrats were involved in such things. Usually they loved lavish celebrations and feasts. He became interested. According to Jane's status, she should have been married off, because she was an aristocrat. The mercenary replied that she herself would not mind, but there were difficulties. Her family would never have sold her to someone else. They valued her very much, and were a strong, loving family, for whom the word daughter and sister was not an empty phrase. Jack even became somehow envious because he did not have such a family. He noted out loud that her family was very interesting and unusual for aristocrats. Jane called her dog Arnold to her, and together they intertwined in stroking and affection. The dog lovingly licked his owner, and she could not stop smiling. She took her dog in her arms and placed it on her lap, asking Jack a question that such a prominent gentleman as the son of the Marquis had forgotten in their small village, and also alone without guards. The guy answered with a grin that the shame of his house did not need guards. His life had absolutely no weight or value. Jane and Arnold froze. The mercenary replied that it was very strange. Jack's entire behavior and his abilities did not correspond to the rumors that were told about him. Ballantier ignored this and said that it would be difficult to get to his goal alone, so he would not mind finding an escort. Jane curiously asked what exactly he was looking for. He was looking for 5 people with experience in camping and good cooking. If we talk about payment, then Ballantier has never been stingy. He pays 2 gold pieces as an advance payment and 3 when he reaches his goal. Such unimaginable generosity was incredibly rare in Jane's memory, and was the first time she had seen it. Her eyes lit up with a possible reason to earn extra money. Her surprise was explained by the fact that they usually paid only 30 shillings per person for escorts, but imperial money was very simple. According to them, 100 pennies was 1 shilling, and 100 shillings was 1 gold. Such money was a lot. Jack thanked her for the food. Arbeloa replied that by morning all her preparations, as well as the members of her team, would be ready to depart. She clarified that Jack would pay separately for food and overnight accommodation. Ballantier was not going to waste time on trifles and replied that he would give them 3 gold pieces, and if they had horses and a carriage, then this fact would greatly please the third gentleman. Jane was pleased that they would help such a rich guest. She had to take advantage of every opportunity to get rich. The mercenary answered with a smile that Jack did not need to worry. There were people in the village with rich experience, and provided Ballantier with the key to her chambers. Jack noted to himself with a smile that if such a woman was the master of the guild, then there was no need to worry about the well-being of the village. Arriving at the room, Jack collapsed exhaustedly on the bed. The road had incredibly tired the third gentleman, and he only wanted to sleep. He dreamed of him, memories from life. He found himself in a damp cave. Every now and then he could hear drops breaking on the stone. He did not stop sobbing and crying, but suddenly a figure illuminated by moonlight began to talk to him. He took pity on this unfortunate child, saying this in a sweet voice. A hand with chains reached out to him. Did he really plan to live his whole life in helplessness and weakness? Did he want this for himself? The boy looked at the outstretched hand. Jack began to cry again, falling to his knees. The figure continued. Being good was not something bad, but being weak in our world was a sin. Didn't the boy really want to change in order to finally feel the freedom and strength of his life? The woman's words sweetly reached Jack's entire insides. The figure in front of him was chained by the neck and arms. The woman had green hair, but her eyes were not visible. The third gentleman said that he really wanted to change. The figure was pleased with his answer and said that from today, let the third master call her his mentor, and their journey began. Jack's eyes opened. The guy woke up in a cold sweat. He didn't notice how he was crying. Memories from the past always caused a storm of emotions in Jack. Judging by the light oozing from the window, dawn was already coming. It was morning, which means it was time for the mission. Today Jane had to gather people, and they would set off. But Jack's thoughts were interrupted by a sharp slam of the door. Jane burst into the room so actively and energetically that Jack was speechless. She replied that all preparations had been completed, although she could have knocked. Following his mistress, Arnold burst into the room, who instantly jumped straight onto the third gentleman and began to lick his face. The sensations were not pleasant. It was a shame that all this happened to him in the morning. Jack collected all his things and went down the stairs. The veil of sleep had not yet left his face. Jane turned to him and smiled, seeing that the master was sleeping soundly. The head of the guild assured Jack that she had prepared an excellent carriage for him. Jack would surely like it, and he would not regret investing so much money in their trip. She also did not forget about Jack's request to assemble a team with extensive escort experience. When she came out and saw the group, 5 eyes looked at him, the bodies of which were covered with scars. Among them were those figures who yesterday spoke all sorts of nonsense about Jack in the tavern. Everyone said hello and with a white face looked away, greeting the young master. The largest and tallest among the group stepped forward and introduced himself as John Doe, the captain of a squad of fire ants who would accompany Jack to the Stone Mountain. The figure extended his hand. Jack asked the stranger's name, because John Doe was given to unidentified corpses, and this pseudonym aroused curiosity on the part of the third gentleman. Out loud, of course, Jack noted the interesting name of the man, who responded with warm courtesy, thanking him for appreciating such an unusual name. John explained that it was a long way from here to the Stone Mountain, and along the way they would have several small villages, so their plan was to set up camp twice in hidden places. There were also 2 excellent cooks on the team. The mercenaries themselves were excellent at settling into the camp. The guy drowsily said that he didn't need to do anything, and John, smiling, confirmed that this was indeed the case. They would take on all the work on this trip. Let him not worry and enjoy the trip. The third gentleman was very pleased with this prospect, and he hurried his subordinates so that they could go quickly. Because he was already tired, Jack handed over the luggage and proceeded to the carriage. Finally, Ballantier looked at Jane. She remained at the door seeing off her guest. He noted that the guys were experienced, to which she showed an okay gesture with her fingers and said that the men were experienced. In principle, an ordinary mercenary whom Jane had assembled for him would have been enough for his business, but it was not so easy for them to deceive Ballantier. Even though his body was now much weaker than before, his senses and eyes retained their ability to see hidden things. Despite the fact that Ron was in the 9th circle, he tried his best to hide his enormous and real powers. It was difficult to call him an ordinary person. But that squad leader, John, was a mercenary with the 8th circle, and it was not a fact that this was his full potential. Such a prospect caused a little concern, but Jane replied that she only wanted to please her guest. Wasn't he the one who said yesterday that he wanted the best of the best for his purpose, whom she selected for him? The guy replied with a smile that it was really so, and most likely he and Jane would see each other again in the future. Let her not forget him. If this was indeed the case, then Jane would like to have a glass of beer with her guest in honor of this event and Jack's departure. The third gentleman replied that he would not mind only if it was at her expense, smiled slyly, and walked forward. The girl good-naturedly wishes a good trip to her little guest. A guy with his eyes closed rides on the roof of a carriage, enjoying the sunny weather. Opening his eyes, he notes to himself that he feels better compared to yesterday. Abruptly taking a sitting position, he asks the carriage attendant if he heard who he is. The man admits that he knows that the guy is an aristocrat and that's all. The master told the man that the young aristocrat was traveling around the world. The guy, thinking about his words, shows a desire to ask a question. Taking his wristwatch out of his inner pocket, he throws it to the man walking next to him. He asks if the coat of arms depicted on the watch with gold trim is the coat of arms of the aristocrats. The man answers positively. The guy asks to tell him in more detail. Somewhere far away there is the estate of the Marquises of Ballantier. The guy with a smile declares that their house, the damn house, will soon be destroyed. The coat of arms depicted on the clock is theirs. This coat of arms belongs specifically to the Marquises of Ballantier. The guy admits to their imminent destruction quite calmly and joyfully. This takes the men by surprise. The guy says that he heard that there is one complete loser in this family. He asks the man about it, assuming that he knows better about it. He even recently went to prison. The man begins to get very nervous and tremble. Finally, they understood who this guy is, because it couldn't be explained more clearly. There were rumors that he was imprisoned for using black magic. The guy admits that these rumors are true. He knows a little about black magic. This is not difficult, because his mentor is one of the best black magicians in the world. Even though he is a swordsman, it is impossible not to know about black magic. However, why would he use magic when he has fists? He points his finger at one of the tanned guys with a scar on his face, who gets very scared. The Marquis's son asks why the guy stood while he said such things about him. Because he knows what will happen if he speaks evil about aristocrats. The guy asks if the escort doesn't feel sorry for him. Everyone present is completely confused. Everyone was confused except for one older man, John Doe. Surely it was the captain who was told by the guildmaster about him, and everyone else didn't know. The young aristocrat puts his hand on the frightened guy's shoulder and says that this is in the past. They can spend a few days together. The frightened guy hardly answers him, agreeing with his words. Behind the fire, one of the guards says that he is convinced that the rumors are just rumors. He explains that the young guy does not look like a typical representative of the aristocracy. Usually they are afraid that an extra drop of water will fall on them and spoil something, but he is not like that. He even washed the dishes himself. He mentally asks Jane for forgiveness, because this beef pie is much tastier than her apple one. Yorkshire pudding, pie, and sausages. He wants to employ them in his kitchen. Having eaten a full stomach of delicious food, he sighs with pleasure. In his thoughts, he mentions that Ron is also on the fly in terms of culinary skills. He admits that he is usually not easy to please, and you have to pay for a good dinner. He asks who will stand guard at night today, and he is told that they will draw lots. He is asked to join, but the disgruntled aristocrat replies that children need a lot of sleep to grow well. The embarrassed male guard withdraws the invitation after hearing this. The guys decide that it's getting boring and decide to start telling stories. The young aristocrat decides to start first, and thinks about what he would tell the people behind the fire. He asks if they have ever wondered how many dragons there are in our world. One of the guys wonders if the emperor, the founder, destroyed all the dragons many centuries ago. This is how the founding myth is told in short. It says that the founding emperor was Julius Tesla, along with 2 companions. They united and destroyed all the dragons that inhabited the Western continent. And Tesla built an empire here on the blood and bones of dragons. Over time, the empire became smaller and smaller and could not be compared with the Tulkun Empire next door. This is the truth that everyone here knows, the most common version of this story. 2 dragon lords in the Black Sea, a little dragon in the Tulkun Castle, 5 dragons in the Forest of Monsters, 8 polymorphs he personally knows, making a total of at least 16 living dragons. It's hard for them to believe it. Usually dragons are only talked about in myths and legends. No one has seen them in reality. A young aristocrat smiles and asks if the story is interesting. Dragons do not meddle with people. They are bound by an oath, because of which they cannot approach places that threaten their lives. John Doe, who had been silent all this time, clarifies and says that the founding emperor did not kill the dragons. The guy, smiling slightly, explains that the emperor did not kill everyone. He found a way to negotiate with them. Although it would be more accurate to say that everything worked out thanks to his 2 associates, whose names have long been lost. John asks the young aristocrat what these 16 dragons are doing now. He says that in fact, their continent is not the only one in the whole world. In addition to the Western continent, there is an Eastern continent beyond the Black Sea. Little dragons have little to do, but the dragon lords have one mission: protecting the border in the Black Sea. The border was created many hundreds of years ago and separated the Western continent from the Eastern. All dragon lords must protect it. He himself is interested in what the world of dragons looks like on the Eastern continent. All the men suddenly start laughing. One of them hugs the young man in a friendly manner and admits that he is a great storyteller. In fact, the young guy did not even hope that the guards would check him and his stories. He gets up and leaves to wash and change clothes, heading to his carriage. The security guard undertakes to accompany him, but the guy refuses, since he can wash himself. He enjoys immersing himself in the source, alone and with only one lamp. These stupid mercenaries didn't take his story seriously, okay? But was it really worth mocking him like that? He wonders why he allows them to laugh at him, a protagonist who is forced to hide his true powers. He washes his face and rests his head on the rocks, relaxing in the water. Now he's really worried about John Doe, because it is possible that he is a spy for the Tulkun Empire. A suspicious guy, and his behavior raises even more questions. This whole situation is like one huge puzzle, the guy notes with a tired sigh. He asked for good mercenaries, but among them was the owner of the 8th Circle. 8 circles is a lot. The captain of the Iron Blood Squad has the same number. In other words, such a shot would be torn off with arms and legs, but he is just the captain of some unfortunate and unknown detachment. However, now he has more important things to do than this suspicious person, the guy admits to himself. He was already able to recover a little, thanks to the rest in the carriage and the elixir. Well, there shouldn't be any problems, the aristocrat concludes in any case. He needs to go to his mentor, but of course, if he turns out to be a Tulkun spy, it is better not to take him with you any further. Dressed in clean clothes, he approaches the mercenaries behind the fire with a ball in his hand. He reports that he had to hurry because an urgent matter arose. Pointing the tip of his sword at John, he declares that he is the reason for his worries. He directly asks how a person with the 8th Circle can work as a simple mercenary. The young aristocrat admits that he is going to a very important place for him, and he is not going to bring there a person who is hiding something. The others are surprised to learn that John Doe is in the 8th Circle. This is unexpected news for them. John openly admits his 8th Circle while standing in front of the guy and asks what it affects. The young guy says that he told them an interesting story, and now he would like to hear John's story. He asks to tell him who he is and what he is doing here, still holding the sword with the sharp end towards him. John asks what will happen if he refuses. The guy says that then he will die. The guy's gaze sharply turns to one of the mercenaries, a young blonde guy, and asks if he is a Tulkun spy. That woman, Jane, said that the next time they meet they will drink. But maybe he should suspect her too, the guy wonders. John's face contorts and he asks in irritation why he's suddenly talking about her. The young man asks if he wonders if he will buy her a drink before he kills her. He says this with a calm and even joyful face, noting that the situation is becoming more interesting. In his thoughts, he notes that he has come so far, but he does not use magic. It is unknown whether he did it on purpose or planned something, but it's better for him. He says out loud that he has little control over himself, so there are 2 options: die or stay alive. He says with a smile that he gives him 1 minute to think and advises him to think carefully. A day earlier, John and Jane were discussing him. The man notes that he is an interesting kid. Jane tells him that he is the 3rd son of the Ballantiers. His family almost abandoned him. John Doe said Ballantir's 3rd son asked for an escort, so Jane had better find out what's what. Jane thought and said that maybe he could change their lives, because he is not what the rumors say about them. Jack Ballantyr asked the mercenary what to do now: kill him immediately or leave him alive. The young man demanded to answer him right away, and the mercenary did not like the aura around him. Jack thought that all his senses were screaming about danger. He was like a deer meeting a lion. He put a sword to the mercenary's chest and was ready to strike him, and the whole situation was very strange. The mercenary was surprised how this kid realized that he was the owner of the 8th Circle, and thought that maybe Jane had told him something. However, then he thought that no, she wouldn't. He believed her. She would only say if she was tortured. The mercenary told the young man that he himself admitted that he was in the 8th Circle. So would he be able to kill John? The mercenary raised his eyebrow, cut to the point of blood, rubbed his scratched cheek, and wondered why there was so much bloodlust in the eyes of this child. And at that moment, John Doe doubted whether the boy standing in front of him was really a child. A companion behind him told him that since he was in the 8th Circle, he could try to get out of it or tell the whole truth. But the captain did not know what to tell him, because he had lived his whole life as a mercenary, and now all the choices he had once made in life flashed before his eyes. Then the boy said that the time for reflection was up, and if the mercenary was not ready, he would have to kill him. The mercenary asked the boy if he could tell him what was happening to Jane. He agreed, and then John Doe began his story from afar. His story was short, nothing special. It can be found not only in his fate. The love story of an aristocrat and a commoner, such ones can be heard everywhere. When he was 19 years old and in his 7th Circle, he met Jane. They fell in love with each other at first sight, and have not been separated since then. Jack thought that this was why Jane had not yet gotten married. Even if this is a connection between a commoner and an aristocrat, he could become the support of Tesla with his 8th Circle. Everyone around was surprised to hear John tell him that he and Jane were in such a relationship, but something had to happen to them. Although, given her character, it can be said for sure that her family is not interested in increasing power through marriage. Jack began to clarify everything about Jane, and John confirmed that she was the master of the Adventurers Guild in this small province. However, the young man did not believe that John was a simple mercenary, and he asked the mercenary if he really thought that he would believe him. But John confirmed his words. Jack wondered if he could be trusted, since such a simple story was easy to make up. He asked if they remembered his story about dragons, and what the Tulkun Empire would do with the baby dragon. John said he had no idea where he would have gotten that information. Then Jack said that he thought that the mercenary knew that those who wear 10 circles of magic on their hearts are called masters. But even the masters do not know that there is something more in this world. Monsters that use souls rather than mana as power, they are called transcendents. In 2 years, the captain of the Empire Knights will become a master, and will be named the strongest knight of the continent. He will help forgotten stories of transcendentals become reality again. Jack laughed and said that it was funny to him that the captain himself would never be able to become one. He asked John if he liked this interesting story, and he asked him to continue. The captain will replace half of his blood and bones with dragon blood, and become half man and half dragon. Jack smiled and said that it was immediately clear from the listeners' faces what feelings they were experiencing. And John asked the young man how this story is connected with what is happening now. He replied that there is only one dragon in the Tulkun Empire, and even though they are practically immortal, you cannot conduct many experiments with one dragon. Jack raised his finger, and after a significant pause, noted that this is why the Empire sends its minions to other countries. This is necessary in order to collect information and to find other dragons. The mercenary did not believe it, and said that this was just a story from a novel. One cannot believe in such a thing. He suggested that Jack tell this tale to other mercenaries, in case they took the bait. But the young man chuckled contemptuously, and I thought to myself that it was difficult to say that he was a spy based on the mercenary's reaction. John asked the boy if his doubts were cleared, and he nodded in the affirmative, lowering his sword. And then he wished the mercenary good luck with the guildmaster, and said that he was waiting for an invitation to the wedding. Suddenly he turned around and again pointed his sword at the mercenary, who had already turned his back to him. Jack said that since he was the first to suspect him, he would spare his life. He grabbed the mercenary by the collar and said threateningly that this was his last warning, and if John tries to do anything against him, Jack will turn everyone, including him, into dust. The companions became worried and suggested that they calm down, lower their swords, and talk. Jack thought that it seemed to him that he and his companions had already become closer, but apparently, by doing this, he only pushed them away from him. But nothing can be done. The relationship between employees and employers is always like this. He asked John a question that had been tormenting him for a long time: why he was working as a mercenary with his 8th circle. But he replied that he did not know. Jack said that it was also strange to him that the mercenary said that 2 years ago he had a 4th circle, and he confirmed that this was so. The captain's companion set aside that he was offended, of course, but he was really a good captain, and even saved his life, so he would not be very offended. He smiled and told John that the 8th circle was great. It turns out that John is the best mercenary captain on the entire continent, and invited him to become the king of mercenaries. But John chuckled. This title seemed stupid to him, and he asked, "Since when can you become the king of mercenaries with the 8th circle?" The companion said that, as far as he knew, there were as many as 4 masters among the mercenaries, but John replied that he did not think so. Jack was surprised and asked his companion if the words spoken by the mercenary were really true, and John confirmed. The young man was surprised and said that this news was shocking for him, but he would try to survive it, and John replied that everyone has their own secrets. Jack smiled and asked the mercenary why he didn't do anything then. John replied that even now his hands could not stop shaking, and he felt as if he was on the verge of death. The mercenary closed his eyes and thought that just a little more, and he would have shit himself from fear. He also decided that Jack was an interesting kid, albeit dangerous, and that he should try to get to know him better. The companions noticed that the entire continent was on pins and needles, due to the fact that there was a struggle for the throne in the Tulkun Empire. And if spies and dragons appear in the current situation, it will probably be bad for everyone. Jack was already falling asleep, but he thought that this would really only make things worse, and he needed to find out more about it. A couple of days later, Jack asked if his companions would like him to tell an interesting story. He asked his listeners what they knew about the Orc Lord who lives in the magical forest. But they said that, in principle, nothing, and suggested that perhaps he had the 9th circle. Jack laughed and said that it was not the 9th, no, but already, as he thinks, probably the 10th circle of power. The young man noted that someday they would know for sure, but he still wanted to tell a story about the past. Jack said that if you count according to imperial time, then about what happened 23 years ago. The young man said quietly that the orc lord was very fond of weapons, and asked his listeners if they knew about their relationship with the harpy lady. They answered that they did not know, and their faces were tense. It seemed that this story frightened them. Jack continued that it was difficult, because it is generally accepted that relations between orcs and harpies are not very good, and not only not very well, but in fact, on the brink of war, because they were constantly conflicting with each other. The young man noted that he always thought that the mercenaries who constantly hang around in this forest for money should know at least something. Orcs and harpies are two races that are considered the strongest in the magical forest. They are even called the protectors of the forest. Jack said that there was one reason they were given such a nickname. They were very strong, and asked his fellow travelers if it was strange for them to hear that the orc lord and the harpy lady were in such a relationship. But he continued that in general, initially they were not enemies, but simply neighbors. At that time, Blackman became the lord of the orcs. He began to increase his power and succeeded in this. Jack continued his story and said that not everything went smoothly, and after 5 years, problems began. Blackman and Lady Harpies were happy together, but then everyone found out about their relationship. In fact, all races, humans, harpies, and orcs, strive for the same thing. Everyone desires power, strength, and is ready to do anything just to get it. Some harpies and orcs wanted to overthrow their rulers, and of course the overthrow operation had to take place secretly. But in the end, their stupid plan went awry, because everyone knows that Blackman and Lady Harpies still rule. John said that was true, but wondered why relations between the races had not improved yet. After the end of the internal uprisings, Blackman and Vilya decided that their peoples were more important than love. The mercenary wondered if everything the boy was saying was true, but said out loud that it was interesting, and one thing could be sure of for sure. Decades ago, harpies and orcs were not as dangerous as they are now. Jack replied that for some time now it was these two races that began to increase in strength, and 10 years ago they were first called the strongest. The harpies were able to steal and copy the secret fighting techniques of the orcs, and the orcs learned elementalism from the harpies. This is how the largest and largest races inhabiting the forest were able to master each other's secret techniques. And the two rulers of the two strongest races, Blackman and Vilya, were able to directly contribute to this. After this, the two races finally moved away from each other, but at the same time, they became the main ones in the magical forest. Jack invited his companions to tell this story to the orcs or harpies if they met them. The young man laughed and added that then perhaps representatives of these peoples would not kill them right away. John thought that he did not know whether what he had just heard was fact or fiction, but it would be better to pretend that he believed it and said out loud that if this happened, he would probably do so. After a story that is hard to believe, the man offered Jack meat. The boy immediately agreed and began to bite him on both cheeks with pleasure, but Jane did it herself. In the Marquis's office, they report that after the province of Arbeloa, all the guards accompanying the third gentleman were discovered. After investigating, they found out that most likely everyone was killed by high-level magic. This news made the Marquis tense. There is a possibility that this happened precisely when the Iron Blood Knights were absent. Not knowing that his youngest son has magic makes him think of the Emperor, the Duke, anyone but not Jack. What his people said is not enough for him. He decides that he needs to conduct a personal investigation and tells Gonzalez that they must definitely find the culprit. Finally, the Marquis remembers about his youngest and asks why he didn't mention him right away. Did he really manage to survive? He is notified that Jack was not found among the corpses, so they thought that he could have escaped. Sighing heavily, the Marquis suggested that then the younger, as a witness, should know something. The Marquis ordered to use all forces and find out everything. When Gonzalez left, a smile crossed the man's face. Maybe he understood everything, because he reminded himself that he thought that the third was useless, but it turned out that this was not the case. The next day, Jack continued his journey. Now he was at the beginning of the mountain range. The hand holding the pouch, which had previously been collected with the belongings of his murdered servants, reaches out to give it to the good man. The bag was strangely heavy. He looked inside and saw a bunch of money. He was taken aback because it was too much, but the boy reassured him that 10 gold and elixirs would be enough for him. The rest is their tip because Jack had a lot of fun on the road, and at the same time he apologizes for suspecting him. Smiling innocently, the boy says goodbye to everyone present and wishes them to be careful on their way. But the men continue to stand silently and look at Jack, and in the end it is Jack who begins to say that he may cross the line, but wants to say something. His voice becomes more serious, and the only thing he says is that the work of a mercenary is not as bad as it seems. This didn't give Jack anything, but the man continued that he didn't know everything, but would only say what he was sure of. He begins to speak in hints that he is his father's third son, rejected by everyone, and he does not want to brag, but he has seen the end of many people who were in the same position. The moment the man listed his status, known to everyone in the area, his face became serious. Afterwards, Jack relaxed, and rubbing the back of his head, asked if he wanted him to become a mercenary too. The man, putting his hands on the boy's shoulders, only repeats what he already said. This is not such a bad thing. Maybe these words made him think. Jack's eyebrows frowned, and he himself looked at the speaker with suspicion. If you avoid dangerous tasks, you can see the whole world and earn good money. Where else they can get such experience? Pointing to the man's comrades behind him. Jack says that maybe they didn't understand, but he himself should have figured it out by now. That night, if only Jack had wanted it, the man would have been dead, and this makes him tense. He should know, even if Jack is not a magician of the Eighth Circle, but he should have felt the proximity of death. Closing his eyes, the man says that he knows. That's why he's asking, because Jack himself doesn't yet realize the scale of the possibilities. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, the man admits that he himself is no longer particularly concerned about this. In a world where everything is decided by whose sword is sharper, many hide their true strengths and intentions. The man thinks that overall it was his fault, and Jack, after thanking him for his words, still pretends that he didn't hear anything. Beckoning with his finger, Jack asks the man to bend down, and whispers in his ear that he will only say this to him because he seems special to him. In a few years, a big disaster will come to the Western continent, and as much as I wouldn't like to admit it for a worthy and strong mercenary, Jack's advice is that it's better for him to just hide. Now he won't understand his words, but Jack asks him to just remember them, and the man smiled incredulously in response. Making a face that looks like he's about to start mocking, he says that this will be a serious mess. Therefore, you should not sell yourself for a few gold coins. Money is important, but not more important than life. The man smiles kindly and agrees that it is fun for him to receive moral teachings from a child. Jack was satisfied with this answer, tapping him on the shoulder. He said that he was free and began to leave. The call makes him turn around again. The man asks to wait and asks the name of the unfamiliar boy. This was a surprise for the boy. He already knows who he is, so why should he say anything else? Still smiling, he says the name Jack, saying that this is how a man might remember him. For the sake of politeness or sincere interest, the guy does not leave immediately, but asks the man the same question. He tenses but confidently pronounces Dinas, or rather, his name is Dynastismo. Jack was very amused by this acquaintance, and before leaving, he offers to see each other again someday. Using his mana, he crosses the mountainous terrain with ease and eventually stops. This exhausts him very much. It's like training. He looks into the distance. It seems like he's already close. His body is still too small and he can't jump that far, which is a nuisance. Jack enters an incomprehensible dark cave and lights his way, forming mana in his palm. It is exactly here. Behind this wall, his mentor, and he touches the cold stone with his hand. In the past, he discovered this place by accident. The only thoughts in his head were that he wanted to leave his family. It was too hard and too pressing. Having removed the cap from a bottle with blue liquid with his teeth, he splashed everything on that same wall. There is one thing left, and Jack touches the hilt of his sword to draw it. His childish fingers touch the sharp, thin blade. His whole appearance screams that this is an important moment in his life. Clenching his palm into a fist, the blade wounds him. Blood began to run and drip from his hands, but for him this is a small sacrifice. The blade is pointed at the throat. Before his return at 17, everything was different. Although it was mentally difficult, then he pointed the blade at himself. He simply hid and ran away. Having lost Ron, he had no choice but to end his life too. But the old Jack was too weak to do this, so he dropped the weapon and burst into tears. Blood and tears mixed, flowing down the stone, stumbling upon the hidden entrance to the cave was a great success for someone like him. Now he acts consciously, and as if in a previous life, a door also opens for him. As if he knew this path by heart, the guy goes down the steep white stairs to the very bottom. But still, it is not clear even to him why this is so. But the experience trembles in his heart. Although it should be obvious, decades have passed since then. The chance to live life again does not always present itself. Having reached the end, he finally came to the place where he originally wanted to go. In front of him is a little girl in chains, as if she has not yet learned to speak, but dressed like an adult woman. This is his mentor. He hasn't seen her for a long time. Is it even possible to make a living thing immortal? Everyone in this world wants to live as long as possible, no matter you are a person or a magical creature. Orcs, dragons, emperors will still die someday. This is natural and correct. For this little girl in chains too, but still his mentor is not simple like everyone else. Unlike others, she has been living for 400 years, which cannot be told by her appearance. This occurs due to the separation of the soul from the body, and magic is what maintains the connection between them. The problem is that this process will soon come to an end. Nothing in this world lasts forever. In her previous life, after meeting Jack, she lived only 10 years. But this time everything will be different. This time he came to her earlier. In this life they will have 13 years. Jack, like a small, happy child, looks into her eyes. He has wanted to hear her voice for so long. The lady in chains, who has not yet met this man, asks who he is. Not afraid of such a majestic lady, he invites her to guess. But the mentor clearly does not like this one. In an angry voice, she says that she won't ask twice and orders him to answer. But the guy continues to coo with her, saying how harmful she used to be. This causes more dissatisfaction. Holding his hand to his chest, Jack sincerely says that he missed her very much, but she still doesn't understand anything. The mentor says that she doesn't know him at all, and it's strange. The guy even knows who she is. In response to the question, he nods smugly. How can he not know, and begins to remember? It is impossible to forget the time they spent together and how his mentor trained him. And also, one cannot call it an illusion, but their entire life together flashed before his eyes. Clenching his fist, he continues to sit on one knee, of course. Only Jack remembers everything. Putting it to his chest, he says that she is the heroine of their world, who brought an end to the era of honor and marked the beginning of the era of humanity. Jack proudly declares that she is Valentine Milos, and he is her student from the future. Most likely assessing what is happening, she asks him again if he is from the future. Having received a positive answer, she says shouldn't he know that she doesn't like predictions? To which Jack agrees, and says that this is because any prediction is subjective from the point of view of the person making it. She asks then why is he talking like that, as if his expression is incorrect. She asks him to answer her, if in this future she really is in his life. What would her answer be in such a situation? From this, he rubs the back of his head in dexterity, because all the teacher would tell him is to disappear. The woman agrees that he is not bad, and tells Jack to open his fortune-telling tent. Everything is the same as before. She is exactly the same as he remembers her. Jack gets up and says that nothing can be done then. Drawing his sword again, he now points his blade at the small body in chains. Jack apologized for having to go so far and having a blue glow form around him. The guy took a confident stance with a sword in his hand. The woman notices that he is using aura. He says that he understands that he is behaving incorrectly, but the teacher can punish him later. Shrouded in magical currents, Jack drew attention to the restraining chains that were everywhere here. In order to free the figure, it was necessary to destroy them. He made a decision by destroying the chains. He would destroy this place too. But such a prospect did not frighten the guy, and he decided to rescue his future mentor from captivity. Although he had no choice one way or another, young Ballantier rushed in front with his blade ready. He was going to strengthen his blow with magic in order to break the shackles. Once upon a time, decades ago, Julius Tesla locked his girlfriend and comrade in this place, despite the fact that this man in ancient times was called a hero and a man of honor. Julius promised that he would return for her. He swore that he would not leave her in this place, and the mentor believed his promise. The connection between them at that time was strong and trusting. But this oath traitor did not keep his vow and abandoned her in this cave. Day after day she waited for him, and hoped that Julius had not forgotten her. But after 50 years all hope left her. She was abandoned. Finally, she accepted her fate to spend her time in captivity until her death. She did not expect help or support from anyone, and only humbly awaited her fate. But Jack Ballantier violated her views. The guy instilled hope in her, rushing forward. The nobleman waved his sword so that she did not have time to follow him. The mentor felt strength and energy returning to her body. She could not believe. These shackles were made of dragon bones and were considered indestructible. This guy had not even crossed the threshold of adulthood, but already possessed powerful strength. It was the first time she had encountered something like this. Her weak floating body was picked up by Jack. Holding his mentor in his arms, Jack assured her that he was not like Julius Tesla, and he would never act like him. The small figure did not take his eyes off Jack. Ballantier was going to prove to her that he was not like Julius, not just with words, but with actions. He had a lot of work to restore trust, but it was worth it. As he expected, the walls of the cave in which the mentor was imprisoned began to collapse. Jack needed to quickly leave this place. He asked his mentor to grab a tighter grip on him. He will use his skill and past knowledge to get out of here. Jack has come too far. Grasping the blade even tighter, he gathered all his remaining strength. Jack uttered the words for the magic spell of protection, which his mentor taught him in a past life. The rockfall was about to end the lives of 2 people under its arch when the entire cave was illuminated with blue light and lightning emanating from Jack. The small figure on Jack's shoulders was surprised by such knowledge. The spell he used was one of the 4 basic defense techniques. The mountain of 4 great elements that the nobleman used could save them. Finishing the technique, Jack plunged the blade into the rock and prepared to strike. An explosion of colossal magical power erased the entire environment within a radius of 100 meters into dust. A large crater gaped in place of the blade. The figure asked Jack who he was. Jack just grinned and said that, as he had already said, but her student, and she was his mentor. The blade slowly disappeared into dust in Jack's hands, until it turned into nothing. The mentor was perplexed where Jack had such enormous strength at such a young age. But Jack was her student, and for him such powers were only a demonstration of a particle of power that his teacher had endowed him with. Over the next 13 years, Jack and his mentor would travel the world, during which time Jack's teacher would teach him various magical and fencing skills. The small figure could not believe such an amazing truth, and to make sure of its authenticity, she, as Jack always remembered, touched his face with her hands to read the truth. Although Jack was not sure of the 100% effectiveness of this technique, and yet this was all he could do, he humbly waited for his teacher to finish. She was still confused and asked if he was really from the future. Her question seemed funny to young Ballantier. He would have to try to make her believe him. But the expression that he was from the future was not entirely correct. He rather returned from the past. His tone and body movements did not betray a lie in him, and the mentor decided that it was true. A stone fell from Jack's heart. She believed him. He could exhale. But his body suddenly weakened, and Jack fell to the ground in a semi-conscious state. The mentor was thinking about everything that happened today in her opinion. It was somehow strange to start a relationship with her future student with so much strength. But Jack's unconscious body heard her. He replied that otherwise she would not have believed Jack. She did not believe that they could really be friends. But the nobleman did not see anything wrong in the friendship of a student and a teacher. It was amazing how, despite the pain, he could still argue with her, and he did it quite competently and coherently. Jack's endurance also amazed her. But there was nothing surprising in this, for this was one of the knowledge that the mentor gave him. Ballantier remembered that he did not even introduce himself. His name was Jack. Her student's strength finally left him when he noted that he hoped he and the mentor would do good work. It was like that in a past life, and it would be wonderful if it remained like that in this one. 5 days later, he and the mentor arrived in the province of Ausenblay. His teacher was alive, and it would be worth rejoicing. But the whole situation was a little darkened by one fact. During all these 5 days, the mentor did not say a word to him. She did not want to talk to him. For 5 days they walked and walked together, but she could not trust him. Jack came to the conclusion that the thoughts in her head did not give her the desire to communicate with him. Ballantier even told her that since when did she have paid words. Sitting on his shoulder, she said that the first shock for her was his origin from the Tesla Empire, the last time a person from there betrayed her. She also still could not understand how a young man at such a young age possessed such magic, and it was the magic of souls, rare and difficult to control. She was not stupid and knew what her owner had to go through to gain this power and learn to control it, but she wanted him to finish her sentence. He needed to tell the truth. Although she probably wouldn't like it, he would like to remain silent, but based on his past experience with the mentor, he remembered that in that case, she would simply punch him. He started from afar. In this world, there are powers that only a few possessed. Especially the number of such was even smaller in the ranks of mortals, she agreed. But she saw that his soul concealed thousands of those killed. She could not even imagine what kind of guy was now in front of her. You need to be a real monster to kill so many. Jack just grinned. Of course she was right, as always, and he would love to tell and explain everything to the mentor, but she did not want to talk to him. Jack's hands were up to his elbows in blood. It was much more than on her own. They went to the butcher's shop to buy supplies. The naked meat reminded the mentor of past victims. Jack was interested in hearing information from the past teacher. But with all his sins, with so many ruined souls, did Jack even think about one detail? Why was he given a chance for a new life? For correcting all his mistakes? In a good way, he was not worthy of such a prospect. Jack could not answer it. He himself had been thinking about this for a long time. The very fact of his return to the past defied any reasonable laws. He did not solve this riddle. Jack only answered the mentor that he had come to nothing. She looked at him with a sad and contemptuous look. Life was in full swing on the busy street. The couple walked further along the road. From the look of the mentor, Jack felt uneasy. He tried to soften the situation by saying that it was not he who returned himself to this world. Rather, someone had plans for him, for the fulfillment of which he was transferred here. He reasoned that since someone has a goal, then this stranger himself will show up, and then Jack will be able to answer some questions. But if not, then he will continue to live. The conclusions of her student led the mentor into some misunderstanding. She still does not understand Jack. And by what rules this young man lives, he is fraught with many more secrets. Jack continued anyway. At this point in time, the most important thing in Jack's life was her, the mentor, and the time spent with her. Ballantyre showered her with a gentle smile. The mentor was transported into the guy's arms. Her childhood height allowed her to do this. She noted that Jack knows how to seduce people with sweet speeches, but she was more interested in the plan. The first thing is to find comrades in arms. Jack remembered his pirouettes in the cave, how he fought in the place where the mentor was imprisoned. It was hard for him. His body was still physically weak. Executing the protection spell not only took away all his strength, but also affected his state of health. He was on the verge of death. He was lucky. And yet, after being rescued, he had to drink 2 top-class elixirs to restore his health and normalize his condition. Although despite this, the pain haunted him for another 5 days. He sensibly understood his chances of such adventures due to his weak body. He needed good protection. Otherwise, his journey would end before it even really began. They went on shopping. They had to stop by the blacksmith to buy a sword. The old one fell apart in his hands before Jack managed to get out onto the main road. As a blonde girl with a basket of yellow flowers flew into it. She was whining in pain, holding her forehead, apologizing for such an incident. She said that she had urgent business. Jack apologized. He didn't look around. He reached out to the girl to help her get up, when something about the lying peasant woman suddenly alerted him. He made a decision instantly, deciding to start gathering the team with her. The girl all this time shook herself off and collected fallen flowers. She was glad that she remained safe and sound. Looking up at Jack, a bag of gold coins hanging in front of her nose in the young man's hands, Jack invited the stranger to work for him, or rather with him. At first, she didn't understand anything, but when she began to understand Jack's offer, her eyes widened in surprise. The guy said that in return he would give her this bag of gold. She took the bag, and it turned out that it was indeed full of gold. The girl thanked him for the offer, but noted with regret that she could not accept that kind of money. The young man decided that she was from a poor family and asked her how much she wanted for the work. But the blonde was not at a loss and said that 1 shilling would be enough. Jack was amused by the girl's confusion. He hurried to give her a shilling. She extended her hand to take the coin. The cold coin touched the girl's flesh. She immediately gave Jack her basket of flowers. Jack didn't know what to do with these yellow flowers, but thanked the girl for it. The mentor watched the blonde with interest. Having given the basket, the girl hurried to hide, but after running away, she remembered that she had not bowed as a sign of gratitude. Jack sheepishly accepted the gratitude, and the blonde wished them a good day. Now, the first comrade in arms appeared on his team, who, however, was not just a person. The mentor noted that she had not seen vampires for a long time, who were rare guests on Earth. Without leaving the meeting completely, Jack agreed that it was surprising. He also did not expect to meet a vampire, even in a crowded human city. The mentor rewarded him with a cold look. After a moment, the young man realized that he had indeed met a vampire. He did not know this until the mentor said she was surprised, thinking that he had chosen her because of his appearance. Ballantyre replied that he chose her because of her great potential. He thought that she would be able to reach the 10th circle, which is the achievement of a strong magician. The mentor was unnerved by his reckless stupidity. It was surprising that such a person had once acquired such power. But the young man only confirmed her speculations and said that he hoped for her long life, during which the teacher would teach him a lot. But this will depend on Jack himself. He pleasantly noticed that the teacher, whom he knew, had not changed at all, and the couple went on shopping. However, the teacher was now talking to him. While they were walking, the mentor stood in front of the image of that girl. Her face, these eyes and light curls, she had already seen somewhere, but so far she could not remember where exactly. Having collected herself and meditated a little, she remembered a happy couple in the forest. The guy and the girl were dancing and laughing, circling each other. The appearance of one of the children of the forest in a human city was amazing. Recently, since her awakening and return to this world, she has been haunted by amazing phenomena, and who knows what will happen next. The mentor knew where to buy a sword, and they headed for the blade. Vampires were one of the most unusual and powerful races, along with dragons, graceful and strong, drinking human blood. They were common in ancient times. Jack recalled the deplorable history of the development of their race. While the consultant told him the features of this or that sword, the girl did not notice how the young man listened to her with half an ear. In ancient times, there was a war between vampires and dragons. There were a number of reasons accompanying this event, the main one of which was power over the demonic forest. After a long series of battles, the victory of the dragons became obvious, as a result of which many vampires had to leave the forest to unknown lands. Or rather, the few who survived fled. The girl they met today was probably one of the escapees, or at least one of the children of the escapees. Jack hated to think what she had to go through. But young Ballantier was not interested in war at the moment. His eyes fell on one of the swords. The consultant noted that this was an excellent choice. The steel was made by a special blacksmith from a rare material. Jack was pretty tired of all these thoughts about the past, and this blacksmith's place with ancient armor from the past brought back old memories to him. He asked for this sword. Everywhere you looked, there were cats everywhere in the armory. The girl herself was probably an avid fan of them. When she bought the sword, the girl wished her good use of the blade. Now all doubts had been dispelled. He warned the mentor that he had already decided that she would become his comrade in arms. The teacher was not too surprised by his decision. However, she didn't understand why Jack needed all this. She asked him if he was firmly confident in his decision. The consequences could be very different, and the responsibility would be on Jack. The nobleman understood her concerns, but he was only doing this for his own sake. The pair were already heading to the market where they last saw the vampire. Jack knew she would be there. The blonde herself needed such a chance to get there. Their journey together would help her open up to the fullest and fulfill everything she wanted, as Jack thought. She stood in front of the meat counter and animatedly narrated something. But the mentor was not so sure of Jack's exclusively caring thoughts. Was he really giving her a chance not solely for the sake of his own plan? The couple approached the blonde. Jack greeted him warmly. Jack immediately realized that the mentor asked him this question for a reason. She had personal experience on this matter. In the past, about 400 years ago, at the peak of the master's power, her person was very popular, and her power was capable of working any miracles. The mentor had the blood of dragons in her veins, which gave her such longevity and strength. Because of this, many people and the emperor himself personally entered into an agreement with her, which stated that no races were to interfere in the affairs of people. Needless to say, such an agreement became a catalyst for many conflicts and quarrels. It was after such an agreement that the non-humans moved to the demonic forest. But the fact is that the agreement was signed 400 years ago, and the people who supported it were dead. The last emperor had been in the ground for a long time. This once again reminded Jack that no matter how strong you were, time always got the best of anyone. But even after the agreement expired, when the ban was lifted, other races could not get out of the forest. Many tried, but were stopped. The dragons were bound by the shackles of this agreement for another 2 years, and in their anger they killed anyone who tried to leave the forest. No one could resist their ban. Those who could resist them were dead. The dragons were proud and vain. If they were forbidden to go out, then so were others. They did not let anyone out of their sight. The law imposed by the mentor was still in effect when he had to kill all the dragons, one by one. In the future, he would have enough strength to do this. In this life, he would like to avoid bloodshed and resolve everything peacefully. He could try to save them, and the girl could help him with this. The girl was already picking up her groceries. The simple-minded, smiling butcher patted her on the head and handed her the bag. Jack didn't want the mentor to burden herself with responsibility. He took her hands, but the teacher coldly greeted this statement that this young man could know about her. To which the guy replied that a lot. She had not yet gotten used to his status. He was her student, after all. They traveled together for 14 years. The teacher doomedly agreed with him. The teacher said one thing. Jack shouldn't have fed his blood. Jack didn't understand what exactly she meant. While they were talking, the girl disappeared. Jack came to the conclusion that in the future, he would understand what the mentor wanted to say by this. She sometimes liked to speak in riddles. Now the guy will pay attention to his future ally. It occurred to him that he had not taken into account the vampire's childhood age at all. He had completely forgotten that he needed to talk to children differently. He needed to approach the issue from a different angle. He will start with food. Children usually love various delicacies, and Jack was going to treat the girl with a treat the next time they met. The guy headed towards the food stalls. The blonde kept replaying in her head her recent meeting with that guy at the market. She was inspired by this man's generosity and imagined how everything would have turned out if she had answered differently. That young man probably wanted to see her as an assistant. Not that she could do much, but she received at least 1 shilling, and it was impossible to wish for more today. In her memory, such a contingent of people, kind and generous, was very rare. She had not seen such people for a long time. She held a container with red liquid in her left hand. The vessel contained the blood of orcs, bought for her in the city. The seller was courteous and kind to her. She hoped that if her mother drank this blood, she would feel better. Her mother always told her from the very birth of the girl that they should not drink the blood of people. She repeated this constantly. But now her mother's strength was fading, and speech was difficult for her. In principle, she was forbidden to drink blood other than that given to her by the girl's uncle. She always tried to follow this rule and had never broken it. The girl hoped that at least today her uncle would honor her and her mother with his presence. The blonde opened the door of the house, announcing her arrival. The vampire carefully and quietly crept towards her mother's bedchamber, keeping her blood ready. She did not want to disturb her mother if she was sleeping. Mom was not sleeping, and said that they had guests. Entering the room, Mom was lying in bed as usual. An emaciated and pale woman looked at her daughter with half-open eyes. Her hair gave off an old-age silver sheen. She didn't immediately notice the guests, when suddenly she heard a greeting from upstairs to her side. Jack politely asked the girl how long ago she had arrived. He himself was sitting on a raised platform near the door. Charlotte got scared, spilling some of the liquid on the floor out of fear. She wondered how they could have ended up here. She saw this couple for the first time only this afternoon. The teacher irritably demanded that the woman get out of bed normally and show them her face. The teacher was satisfied. She noted that whole decades had passed since their last meeting. But one thing the mentor could not understand was why the vampire of noble blood, Vivienne de Royale, in such a deplorable state, was living out her life in this provincial house. Jack and Charlotte were asked to leave the building, and they waited outside. The young man watched as the vampire fed the birds. He did not understand why they were wasting time and why Charlotte was bothering with the birds. The guy turned his gaze to the window, located on the second floor, where the mentor and the vampire Vivienne were now alone. They were wasting time. Although everything could have been completed with mana, Jack hoped that nothing would happen. The mentor was sitting at the head of Vivienne's bed. The aristocrat herself could not remember what kind of figure was in front of her now. She looked like a little girl with long green hair. Maybe she was a vampire hunter. The mentor turned to Vivienne and looked straight into her eyes. The vampire instantly remembered that the famous Valentine Milos, a truly legendary person, was sitting in front of her. Valentine tried to refresh the memory of her friend. Vivienne did not remember anything. The mentor said that her entire family was forced to leave the forest. This could not be forgotten. Something stirred in Vivienne's memory, but a sharp coughing fit made the girl bend over in a fit of pain. Valentine noticed that the vampire's condition was deteriorating every minute. Vivienne remembered the sorceress as an adult and beautiful girl, and now a child was sitting in front of her. She asked what happened to her, to which Valentine told her about the curse, because of which only once a month she looks like an adult. But the mentor felt that Vivienne wanted to jump off the answer to the question, and did not allow her to do this, repeating it. And Valentine would not leave here until she received answers. Why such a royal person, a member of the noble blood and the vampire elite, would live her life in such a remote place? All of this was considered suspicious by Valentine. Judging by Vivienne's condition, it was clear that she had not drunk human blood for a very long time, which is why her life was in question. It was not clear why she had gone so far. The aristocrat responded with a retaliatory attack. Did Valentine really feel sorry for her? A lot of time had passed since their last meeting, and they remembered the past. The last time Valentine struck fear and terror into all beings, she was an incredibly powerful sorceress and respected by all races. The life energy in Valentine was in full swing, but looking at her now, Vivienne came to the conclusion that there was no trace left of her former liveliness. Inspiration had left her. Although then, in the forest, she and the other vampires would not have made it out alive. The furious fanatics wanted them dead. But Valentine protected them, and they were able to see a new day. Vivienne decided to answer her question. The girl leaned back on the pillows of the bed and plunged into the pool of past memories that she was unpleasant to pull out of there. In the demonic forest, there are 5 of the most powerful and dangerous creatures, which are commanded by 2 powerful lords, giving any, even the most cruel, orders at their whim. Therefore, the vampires tried to leave the forest. Their oppression was slowly exterminating the entire vampire nation. They then walked along the road in the hope of remaining unnoticed by the dragons. She then had little Charlotte in her arms. She wanted a better life for her daughter, devoid of cruelty and blood, which was spread by a couple of lords in the forest. Traveling through the snowy desert with a baby in their arms was not an easy test, but nevertheless they managed, reached the end, but danger awaited them ahead. No one could hide from the all-seeing gaze of the dragons. One of them intercepted the caravan, killing every vampire in it. Charlotte then sobbed terribly, and Vivienne herself begged to spare her and the child. The dragon answered her that he felt sorry for them, and the red monster disappeared under the gentle clouds, saving their lives. It was a very terrible experience. Valentine was very surprised to hear this from the dragon, but Vivian was telling the truth. He did not cast a spell on them or any other spell and left them alone. In this village, he and his daughter lived side by side with pigs, cows, and other animals. But nevertheless, it was a safe life, and he and his daughter managed. For the mother, the most important thing was the happiness and health of her child, and Vivian wanted to raise Charlotte in safety and love. These were small sacrifices for her sake. Valentine felt sorry for this girl. Vivian was one of the last in whom the blood of rulers still flowed. She was an aristocrat, born to command, but she lived in this remote and poor village in a land barely marked on the map of the continent, and worst of all, she was already awaiting her death. Jack was counting crows when Charlotte eagerly asked him when they would leave. The tone with which the blonde spoke seemed interesting to Jack, and he looked at the girl. Charlotte continued talking. She said that soon their uncle was supposed to come to them, and he did not like guests. The young man asked with interest what kind of uncle he was. Such a personality, given the financial and physical situation of Charlotte and Vivian, was at least strange. Plus his dislike for guests. There was something wrong. Jack asked if Charlotte could tell her more about her relative. The young man had a strange, uneasy feeling about this uncle. At first, Charlotte was scared. She thought that Jack wanted to get his love heart, and warned that Jack's body was not interested in his uncle. Balantier irritably denied her speculations. He replied that he was simply very bored, waiting for the end of the conversation between the mentor and her mother. In which case Charlotte did not mind talking about her uncle. She wanted to tell so much that she didn't immediately figure out where to start. Her uncle was a rich and wealthy man who looked the part. But in fact, Charlotte did not have large amounts of information. She only knew for sure that her uncle bought this house for her and her mother, and that he brings them food every 3 days. When the girl said about food, Jack thought of the bowl with the blood of pigs and cows that Charlotte was holding in her hands. The young man immediately realized who the uncle really was. Jack had already begun to tell Charlotte the truth. She and her mother were in danger, and Jack himself was embarrassed by Charlotte's ignorance, but he did not have time to finish the sentence. When a man's soft voice cut through the street, the man asked if there was a rumor about him now. The man was curious about Charlotte's new friend. Jack looked at him. The aristocrat was sitting on the fence. In his hands was a white cane with precious stones. The man's head was covered with long snow-white hair with a silver sheen. A drop-shaped ruby was inlaid in his forehead. The stranger's eyes had a pinkish-yellow tint. He saw the guy in front of him for the first time. As soon as Charlotte paid attention to him, his eyes lit up with a playful fire, and she happily greeted her uncle. Jack greeted the man, noting that he was probably that same uncle. The stranger only had one look at Jack to understand that there was a nobleman in front of him. The man grinned and carefully examined young Balantier. The whole appearance of this stranger simply screamed about his origin. A dragon in human form stood in front of Jack. The aristocrat inquired about the reason for his presence in their modest home. The dragon felt the presence of another stranger in the house. He noted with some disapproval that there were many guests in their house today. The man headed into the house. Vivian felt the presence of a dragon when she and Valentine were finishing their conversation. The vampire asked the sorceress to call her daughter from the street. She had a bad feeling. The dragon noted that today they had a lot of guests. Now it was clear why this man didn't like guests. Jack didn't like him. Dragons themselves were cruel and vain. The mentor spoke to him through a mental link. He warned her about the approach of a man. Valentine told him to bring this man and Charlotte to them. The whisper with which Jack answered unnerved the dragon, although some of the words that the guy uttered reached him. But Jack obeyed the will of his mentor. Balantier walked up to the oak door and grabbed the handle. He answered the dragon that his teacher was waiting for them. The dragons were cruel. They were bored with just killing. They sometimes wanted to play with the victim. The guy asked him to enter the house. The dragon followed him to the second floor into the bedroom. Jack gave the dragon a cold look. The man was amused by the whole situation. Young Balantier said that if he wanted to talk with his toy, then he should hurry up. Vivian was still lying in bed, turning to the window. Hearing their approach, Vivian prepared to take her daughter into a tight embrace. But looking at the doorway, she was horrified. The dragon was standing next to her daughter and stroking her head. The dragon grinned at the reaction, as if Vivian had seen a ghost. He said that he came just to chat and sat down on a chair near the bed, but his intentions were unkind. In a moment, from a calm and smiling face, The dragon promised with a bloodthirsty grin not to make a scandal before her death. He was pleased with the pleasure that the toy gave him. Charlotte's mother's face suddenly turned even paler. Her daughter ran up to her mother and tried to find out what happened to her, why she felt worse. Vivian, breathing heavily, only repeated her name. In a panic, the girl said that she had orc blood, which could improve her mother's condition. The daughter hoped that her mother would be able to get up and talk to her again. But Vivian refused. She only said that she had prepared a gift for her birthday. She gathered all her strength and smiled at her daughter for the last time. She apologized with tears in her eyes for everything that Charlotte had to endure because of her fault, for the fact that she could not give her daughter a better life. She was so weak that she could not even give a gift. Vivian gently touched her daughter's cheek. As her hand began to crack and crumble even more, like a broken stone, Charlotte looked at her dying mother in panic. Initially, neither Jack nor his mentor were supposed to witness this picture. Valentine generally averted her gaze from this heartbreaking picture. Jack accidentally ran into her and followed her out of curiosity. He had no reason to keep an eye on this girl. He was only going to gather his comrades. But looking at this, he decided to change his views a little. He approached the dying aristocrat and asked her if she would trust the life of her daughter in his hands. Although initially he did not have reasons for this, he will create them now. Vivian thought that Jack was joking, but he replied that they did not have much time. He took Vivian's hand and proceeded to smoot. He looked into the vampire's eyes and asked what she wanted for her child. The guy's face was extremely serious, and Vivian did not doubt the power of his words and promises. Whether she wants Charlotte to become a full-fledged vampire, or wants the entire continent and the whole world to lie at her daughter's feet, what she says now is very important. Or perhaps Vivian wants revenge for the fallen lives of all vampires and kill the unfortunate dragon. The man watched the performance in front of him with a smile and interest. Vivian replied that she really wants a different, happier fate for her daughter. Like every mother, she wants the safety and happiness of her child. Vivian had nothing to wish for except this thing. She directed her clouded, faded eyes at Jack, the last energy leaving her. She could only say a few words. Her most important desire is for her daughter to constantly smile. She did not dare to dream of anything more. Charlotte did not have to go through all the hardships that Vivian went through. But before her death, she would like to know the guy's name during the conversation. She completely forgot about this detail. The nobleman introduced himself as Jack Ballantier. A nice name for such a young man. Vivian liked it. She asked if he could protect her beloved and dear Charlotte. Vivian's face began to crack. Jack replied that he gave his word. Let the representative of noble vampire blood, Vivian with the veins of the blood of true rulers, rest in peace. She thanked him for his promise. The aristocrat called her daughter. Vivian wanted to touch her Charlotte for the last time. Let her know that her mother will always love her. She touched the girl's face, and pieces began to fall off from her hand. Vivian began to collapse, and Charlotte rushed to her sobbing. She kept begging her not to close her eyes. The girl did not want to acknowledge the death of her mother. Screams were heard everywhere. Charlotte still did not stop crying over her mother's body, which was slowly dissolving into the air. How would she live without her? Only one word was heard louder than anyone else from the house. Mother, Jack, and Valentine watched silently. The room was engulfed by the loud, heart-rending laughter of the dragon. He clutched his head with laughter and could not stop. This whole picture amused him very much. Even in death, his toy pleased the owner. The man could hardly stop laughing. It seemed that he was about to die from it. Words of revenge and happiness were heard in this room. He was amused by the responsibility that the boy took for the girl's life. The girl was soon to die as well. It felt as if this little one's life was worth something. The dragon burst into laughter again, as Jack concentrated his magic and jerked a blow at the dragon. The dragon's body crashed through the wall of their house, and there was a small bruise on his neck. The man didn't even have time to realize what had just happened to him, but he liked this fun. The dragon decided to have fun with the boy. He sarcastically noted that attacking a defenseless person is a sign of bad upbringing. The man landed on the floor of the street with the agility of a cat. Arcs and streams of fire began to dance around the dragon. Flames engulfed the man's body. His eyes acquired a pure white set. Jack prepared for the fight. The battle promised to be difficult. The dragon, in a frenzy, pledged to teach Jack a lesson in good manners. He was already preparing to attack. His hand reached out to Jack, his claws extended, when suddenly a voice in his head ordered him to identify himself. The dragon did not understand where the voice was coming from, but he felt weak magic nearby. Someone else had the nerve to talk to the keeper of the flame like that. Today promised to be fun. He noticed a girl in the boy's arms. More like a toy, Valentine reasoned that if the two lords were removed, Then there would be 5 dragons left in the forest, and this man was not among them. She assumed that this dragon was about 200 years old, and as a result, he was born somewhere in the interval of this time. The man could not believe what he heard. How did this toy know its origin? Then it is like this. The dragon was seized by a new attack of anger. Now he was not going to just let them go. He ordered this girl to identify herself, but Jack was angered by the dragon's address to his mentor. She was much stronger and older than him. He had no right to talk to her like that. Valentine asked Jack to lower her to the ground, but she assured her student that she could cope with the dragon herself. Jack was very worried about the mentor. She was not in the right shape to be able to resist the dragon. Having dropped to the ground, she introduced herself as Valentine Milos, a sorceress from the past. The dragon had already heard this name once. They stood opposite each other. He could not believe that now in front of him was that same immortal necromancer, instilling fear and awe in the heart of every living creature. Valentine confirmed that she was indeed that magician from the past. At the peak of her power, she was able to raise entire hordes of the dead with a wave of her hand. Her word was law. All this sounded too fantastic for the dragon to so easily believe this stranger, the keeper of the flame, was not such an idiot as to fall for it. The mentor said 2 names, Bahamut and Beliot, and the dragon seemed to be shocked these were the names of the 2 dragon lords, their real names and those known to few people. For the names are known only to those who were personally acquainted with the lords, and were also a dragon. Now the man had no doubt that in front of him was indeed Lady Valentine Milos. But he himself was not easy. The dragon introduced himself as Valactus Machiavelli. The whole paradox of the situation was to the taste of the dragon. Their meeting was almost impossible. They are in the human province, a very provincial and remote place, so that such legendary and powerful personalities would meet here was not part of his plans. All Valactus wanted was to play with his second new toy after the first one broke. Vivian gave him a lot of pleasure, and he wanted to get the same amount from Charlotte. Valentine looked into his eyes with an empty gaze, and in a tone that did not tolerate arguments, she ordered the dragon to immediately leave the city. They were still standing opposite each other. Valactus only laughed at her words. The contempt that Valentine put into her words provoked him. She had no right to order him. He wanted to remind her of the history of the past. Dragons were those who were superior to people in all respects. Strength, knowledge, power, and other factors were not on the side of ordinary mortals, and as a result, people lost to dragons. And after that, Valentine had the audacity to give orders to him, the dragon. This woman in the body of a toy must have gone crazy. A subtle trace of magic came from her. The situation was heating up. The mentor noted that all the dragon's tales were equated to nonsense, which he had invented for himself. Was he really sure that dragons had surpassed people in everything? It was Valentine who personally did this, surpassed the dragons. The dragon did not specify one small historical detail. His conceit did not allow him to admit that the dragons had once submitted to her. Valactus forgot that it was in the hands of Milos that the treaty that forever separated dragons and people lay. This treaty was still remembered, but the dragon did not admit it. Due to the all-encompassing conceit of the dragons, the world began to plunge into chaos. Dragons rampaged everywhere, and their dull conceit was a bad help for making peace. The dragons devastated one nation after another, and in their pride they endangered all intelligent life on the continent. Because of them, everyone suffered. No one could fight back. And although the keepers of the flames saw the consequences of their outrage, they still continued to consider themselves better than others, playing as they pleased with their weaker toys. Valactus did not want to listen to all this nonsense any longer. The nonsense that this sorceress was spouting was a lie. She could not know anything about the past. The dragon was overcome by fire. Jack, who had been silently listening to the conflict until that moment, could not help but mock this creature Ballantier called the dragon a lizard, and advised him to listen more, and not to grind his tongue. If Valactus is as tough and strong as he called himself, then why did his body tremble like a maple leaf in the wind at the mere mention of the mentor's name? The dragon could not tolerate such an insult. He rushed forward, raising his clawed hand to strike. Valactus was going to show this bastard his place. No one was a match for the dragon. The hand passed Jack's head. He managed to easily dodge such a sweeping blow. He watched the dragon's movements as if in slow motion. Dodging, Jack kicked the dragon in the chest, knocking out all the oxygen from his lungs, and the man flew several meters back. Having slammed painfully against the wall, it seemed to Valactus that he would give up all his breath. The guy's young appearance was deceptively weak. The dragon could not stand up. Leaning on his knee, he was trying to catch his breath. Jack approached him and raised Velactus's chin with the toe of his shoe. The veins on the dragon's neck and jaws pulsed with anger. The young man warned him not to dare consider himself better than the mentor. But the dragon did not want to admit defeat. It seemed that his contempt for all people was only entrenched. If he is a dragon, it means that he is a priori better than people. So he said, all mortal non-entities. Jack looked at this restless reptile and said that if he continues in the same spirit, then let him close his eyes and Jack will finish him off. The guy's murderous look testified to the credibility. But Velactus quickly grabbed his leg and threw Jack into the house. Although the boy was not weak, he should not have hidden behind Valentine Milos. Their conversation was not over yet. Jack broke through the wall of the room on the second floor. Charlotte hid in the corner and didn't understand what was happening. As soon as the clouds of dust cleared, Jack came out. The guy was shaking off his clothes and wailing that he was now dirty. It's good that Ron didn't see this. Ballantier turned to the girl and said that he now understood who this self-proclaimed uncle was and what he was. The girl was on her knees. Because of fear, she was thinking slowly. Velactus was the very last non-entity on this earth, who was much more able to chatter and insult people than he had even a fraction of the power of a true dragon. Charlotte's eyes were wet again. She was scared, and she was ready to burst into tears again. Jack hugged her in an attempt to calm her down and led her to a crevice in the wall. He told her to look at the winged squalor. This creature exterminated her family for decades. Dragons were a terrible scourge for vampires. Velactus killed her father and played with Charlotte's mother until his death. The frightened girl tried to say something, but Jack assured her that he understood. Vivian gave her answer to Jack. But he needed Charlotte's permission to her mother's last words. Ballantier stood on the cliff and prepared his sword for battle. He only needed Charlotte's final word. She must decide everything. He keeps his word. Jack was going to show in practice what his oath was worth, how responsible he could be and how much strength he had. The guy rushed at the dragon, raising his blade to strike. Velactus was already waiting for him. He prepared to dodge the blow. As soon as the young man swung his sword, he jumped to the side, and the sword cut the air where the dragon's head was. Velactus increased the distance between them by somersaulting backwards. An evil grin did not leave his face. After a moment, they both pushed off the ground and approached each other. Jack raised his sword to strike. Only the swings of the sword were heard. The duelists passed each other, and not a drop of blood appeared on Velactus's clothes. The dragon was a little disappointed. His expectations were very high. Jack seemed to him a strong swordsman. He wanted a long fight, but the swordsman's technique was too banal for a dragon. But Velactus noticed the falling white curls. His beautiful silver hair ended up on the ground. Jack laughed and replied that he just didn't want to spoil his face. The new image suited him. Velactus's patience finally burst. The dragon burst out with insults and warned the guy that he would not hold back any longer. The man's eyes flashed lightning. The dragon began to use magic. The target was right in front of him, and Velactus used a deadly spell of cutting wind. The dragon prepared for a victorious triumph over the boy. The magic of dragons was one of the most powerful, but Jack easily repulsed all his attacks. The boy moved with lightning speed. Valentine watched the progress of the battle. She noted that Ballantier was able to repel the dragon's magic. This was a sign of high skill and strength. Jack was clearly not as simple as she thought. Velactus froze in surprise, and Jack quickly took advantage of his opponent's confusion. He rushed forward and grabbed the dragon by the face and slammed him to the ground. Velactus was unable to follow his speed. For a second, the boy's face froze. During the fight, Jack had the feeling that he had heard the name Machiavelli, and he remembered that Luca Machiavelli had a son. Perhaps it was Velactus. The dragon could not move, but he was puzzled by Jack's question. How could a mortal know his father? Jack knew that Luke was one of the 5 dragons that controlled the forest of monsters. Jack knew Velactus's father in a past life. He was the one who blew his head off, although it was better for Velactus not to know. In this life, he will do everything to prevent useless bloodshed. But Ballantier could not remember this dragon lying above him. Perhaps in a past life someone had already killed him before Jack, or he was successfully hiding. Jack noted how similar Velactus was to his father. He took pleasure in teasing this upstart the dragon, without hiding his surprise and shock, tried to understand who he was. To which Ballantier replied that he was the first and last student of Valentine Milos, the one whom the dragon openly mocked, for which he is now paying with blood. Velactus could not understand how a mortal man could reflect his magic, the magic of a dragon. The dragon was overcome with fear. His position was incredibly humiliating. Jack was disappointed. Was it really one of the dragons? Those who were considered the strongest and most powerful creature on Earth? If others were the same, then there would be no problems. The guy decided to have mercy and gave the dragon a chance to save himself. He gave Velactus 5 seconds to apologize to the mentor for everything he said to her. It was a blow below the belt. The lizard asked what would happen if he refused, although it was dangerous to ask the one who held the tip of the blade in front of Velactus's nose. To which Jack replied that in this case he would grind the dragon into powder and stuff it into a bag that no one would ever find, and the memory of the dragon would disappear after his death. That is, Jack will repeat everything that the dragon did with his other toys. Velactus was silent, and the guy began the report. The tension grew with every second. As young Ballantier reprimanded the last second, he swung his sword at Velactus, but the dragon managed to dodge and escape on its wings. The dragon felt safe. He didn't like what happened today. He needed to find shelter and tell others everything. Jack looked at the flying lizard and grinned. He didn't think the dragon would have the courage to escape, but he wasn't going to let him go. Ballantier did not want to go that far. He stood up and concentrated magical flows in his body. He had no choice. He used the soul sword, and a cloud vortex formed in the sky above Velactus. The dragon only managed to curse to himself. The spell was almost complete. This was the first of Jack's 4 techniques. Heaven. The guy pointed the blade at Velactus. He would not be able to dodge. The dragon froze in the air in front of a huge magical flow. Who he was unlucky enough to contact. Who the kid really was. There was a flash and the whole world went dark. Velactus found himself in a black and white world. He did not have time to figure out what had happened, just as he could not get out of this place. There were black faces all around. He felt his gaze on him, and turning around he screamed. The huge head of that guy was looking at him. He tried to run away from her, but his legs filled with lead, and he collapsed painfully. And Jack's colossal figure stretched his arms towards him. Velactus screamed. Jack woke up on a large bed in a room full of sunlight. He did not recognize the interior, and could not at all remember how he ended up here. Suddenly the butler entered the room. Ron was worried about his master. He was wailing. What had Jack done that he had just woken up? Jack turned to him and greeted his friend. Ron rushed to the guy's bed with tears and bombarded him with questions about his health. Jack didn't like that the butler treated him like a little child. He asked him what Ron was doing here and where they were anyway. The butler hesitated, and then Jack remembered the mentor and Charlotte. He asked Ron if he had seen the girl and the toy. Ron replied that they washed the girl and put her to bed. Now she's sleeping peacefully in another room. The poor thing needed rest after the shock. Ron didn't know what happened to her. When the butler saw her, the girl was completely scared and in a state of shock. He and the other guards tried to calm her down, but her tears could not stop for a very long time, so Ron considered it necessary to sleep. As for the toy, it was currently next to him. Valentine sat motionless opposite the bed of her charge. Noticing her, Ballantier sweetly greeted the mentor and wished her good morning, but she herself was angry and noted that it was evening. Ron was surprised by the talking toy. Valentine proudly turned her head away and said that she had nothing to be angry about, because only Jack was hurt. She was not in the mood to communicate now. But the guy was not at all upset by the mood of his mentor. He smiled and asked her not to talk like that. Now everything was fine. Ron asked how Jack talked to the toy. She generally sat for 3 days absolutely without moving and without giving any signs that she was intelligent. Jack decided to explain everything to the butler later. Now they had other things to do, and there was no time for chatting. But the guy ordered him to remember one thing. The toy that Ron is talking about is Jack's master, and it needs to be treated accordingly. The butler was not too bothered by this. Ron was already used to the gentleman's oddities. He replied that Jack probably had a reason why he said that. He would be careful in future. Now Ballantier wanted to know what happened then. Ron said that the knights riding with Jack were found dead, and the Marquis found out about this. Jack's father was slightly worried about this turn of events and could not leave everything as it was. He hired a knight to conduct an investigation to get to the bottom of the truth and find in the footsteps of Jack himself. The knight immediately followed the footsteps. Young Ballantier left them in abundance everywhere. The guards and random passers-by remembered him, especially in Arbeloa. He was seen many times. After that, servants came from everywhere. As if Jack had gone to the province of Autumnbull, Ron noticed a blue funnel and a man in the sky above the province. As a result, they got to Ausenbly and found the seriously wounded Jack unconscious, lying in a pool of his own blood. The guy asked what happened next. No one understood what could have happened to Jack, but his wounds were severe. His body was moved to this room, and treatment began. To raise the guy to his feet, the servants used as many as 3 high-class elixirs. Jack still had a strawberry aftertaste after them. Ron said that they really were strawberry-flavored. Jack was pleased that the butler still remembered his favorite things, such as strawberries. But nevertheless, Ron himself should not be here. Jack asked him why he was with him, and not protecting his sister, because Jack ordered him. The butler lowered his eyes guiltily and explained that his sister also wanted to go in search. But the Marquis stopped her and sent Ron instead of his daughter. Jack was quite surprised that his father had personally sent Ron on his quest. His father was too devious for this to be a heartfelt concern. But this act of the Marquis was very reckless. The father was clearly planning something, and as soon as Jack recovered, he would find out what exactly. Ron finished his explanation and waited for further instructions. But Jack was pleased to see his old friend nearby. He was not angry with the butler, and now it was worth paying attention to another figure in his room. A red-haired man stood near the wall, who did not make a single sound. This man's face showed little emotion. He only said that the third master had finally woken up. His tone did not inspire confidence. The man was arrogant. He called himself Gonzalez, second in command of the Iron Blood Knights, and he was the knight hired by the Marquis to search for him. Gonzalez had questions for Jack, and he began by asking whether the third gentleman really did not know that it was not up to the son of the Marquis to play with commoners and visit the provinces. Perhaps this was permissible for the third heir, but Jack at the same time was also the son of the Marquis Ballantier, who was not allowed to do this. Ron was about to stand up for his master because he was still ill, but Jack stopped the butler and decided to listen to the knight to the end. Gonzalez still had a couple of questions left, and he hoped for an honest answer from Jack. The knight's face was adorned with a malicious smile. Jack got ready. If you believe Ron's words, then this knight was the one who bought 3 elixirs for Ron, and the elixirs were of the highest quality, which was not a cheap pleasure. Therefore, Jack decided for himself that he would endure 3 questions from Gonzalez as a sign of gratitude from this gesture of the knight. He clenched his fists. Jack told Gonzalez to start asking his questions and looked him straight in the eye with a piercing gaze. Gonzalez was uncomfortable with this. Jack was the only survivor at the scene where his body was found, and Gonzalez wondered what happened there. Jack replied that there was nothing unusual. Jack's guards received a strange order. Didn't the knight really know? They had to cripple Jack, give him an elixir to drink, and do other vicious things? Gonzalez stared at him with a frightened and incomprehensible look. Jack asked if this was the first time the knight had heard such a thing, but Gonzalez asked not to change the topic of conversation. And to continue the report, he still had not heard the information he needed regarding what happened. The second time Jack held back, but he made a promise to himself and continued to speak further. It was interesting for him to look at the face of this knight. What he said were the verbatim words of the guards who accompanied him. They also noted that they hoped for Jack's understanding. His motorcade had to stop for 4 nights somewhere on the way to the academy. For 4 stops, Jack and the guards ended up together. They had to break all his bones 4 times, and the next morning treat him with elixirs, and so on until the very end of the journey. Jack asked if Gonzalez thought they were terrible guys. Ballantier did not try to hide the sarcasm in his speech, and continued the story. One of Jack's guards was a 6th-class knight whose name Jack forgot. Gonzalez asked that he might mean Rejon. Jack confirmed that this was so. He said that Rejon believed in his powers so much that he tried to destroy Jack's mana circle. Ron was horrified by the gentleman's story, and did not understand what he was talking about. Jack mentally noted the butler's observation. Jack simply killed Rejon. The knight did not believe Jack's nonsense and asked him again, to which young Ballantier got out of bed and said in an eerie voice that Gonzalez had really gone deaf. Jack had killed them all. The knight was perplexed how this guy was able to defeat the entire squad alone. The weakness of the third gentleman was known to everyone. His eyes widened. Was this really possible? Was this young man telling the truth? This information did not fit with everything that Gonzalez knew. But the knight quickly came to his senses and said that he could close his eyes to many things, but certainly not to such arrogant upstarts as Jack. He could not tolerate that. Gonzalez was the deputy of the knights, and this kid mocked him and laughed. Jack only said that the knight really doubted his veracity. Ron warned the master that no matter how much Elizabeth loved him, the butler was not going to stand aside and turn a blind eye to everything that was happening now. Ron took Gonzalez by the hand and asked him to come out with him in order to talk privately, but he looked at him with a look of disgust. The knight grabbed his hand harshly. Some ordinary servant dared to touch him. It was unforgivable. Ron just screamed in fear. Jack could not forgive this knight for such impudence, and at the same moment hit the knight's jaw with his fist. Teeth rained down on the floor, and the man flew away. Having slammed against the wall, Gonzalez was disoriented. Jack restrained himself 3 times, but this bastard still drove him to anger. Ron was worried about Jack's condition. He had not yet fully recovered from his wounds. The guy staggered and grabbed his head. Jack collapsed on the bed. Ron anxiously tried to find out from the master how he was feeling. Maybe they should have given him more elixirs. But Jack reassured the butler, assuring him that everything was fine with him, and that he was only slightly dizzy without getting up. The guy called out to his friend. Jack said that this night was about the seventh circle. Ron did not yet understand what he was driving at, but Jack's further glance told him everything. Young Ballantier laughed at Gonzalez. He was surprised how such a weakling could mock an ordinary servant. Jack's hand suddenly grabbed Ron's shirt. Jack pulled the butler to him and asked him not to live like that anymore. Jack was recklessly stupid. He couldn't continue to behave like that. It seemed to the guy that it would be easier for him next to Ron. But now Jack thought differently. Too much had happened in the young man's life. Ron was one of Jack's few friends, and he wanted the butler to live like a normal and free person. The guy's voice turned into a scream. Ron noted that his master had never spoken like that before. Jack looked into the butler's eyes and softly asked if he really didn't want to. The butler answered in the negative, and Jack let go of his shirt. He sighed with relief. This conversation was over and could be continued. Ron's voice turned to steel. He turned to Gonzalez, who said that he was the deputy captain of the Iron Blood Knights, and was supposedly the third most powerful here. And although Jack didn't know Gonzalez, Ron himself remembered him very well at the same time as the butler's frightening speech. He took off his jacket. Young Ballantier asked Ron how much time to give him. Perhaps 5 minutes would be enough. Ron was already turning up the second sleeve. But the butler innocently replied that the young master had no idea what Ron was capable of, and assured him that 1 minute would be enough. Everyone already knew that Ron's culinary skills were top-notch. The butler's culinary dishes were of first-class quality and taste. But now we will not talk about the excesses of the butler. A particularly observant person will notice that Ron's actions were unusual for a simple butler. The butler began his battle dance with Gonzalez, who tried to inflict at least some blow on Ron, but the butler's body seemed out of reach. A blow and another blow. The servant showered the knight with a flurry of blows on all parts of the heat, although his face was especially badly damaged. And then another blow landed on the jaw. Gonzalez could not do anything. There were holes in the knight's toothless mouth, his teeth crunched provocatively under the feet of the duelists. The knight cursed once again. Then tons of insults towards Ron did not give him an advantage. The butler dodged another attack and hit him in the chest. From the door that opened, the servants whispered in surprise, and the guards tried to understand what was happening and wondered whether they should intervene in the duel. Although the duel was said loudly, Jack caught some familiar movements in the heat of this carnage, and a familiar feeling took possession of him. Of course, Jack had seen his friend's movements before in a past life. He well remembered how Ron protected him from the knights. But even on the ninth circle, the basis of his power was precisely magic, and not physical strength. Ballantier only now drew attention to the physical perfection of the butler. The picture in front of all the servants was also curious, because Gonzalez, a magician of the seventh circle, was losing to a completely ordinary servant. Well, he has a lot of experience in close combat, and besides, Ron fought with faces stronger than Gonzalez, and he can hush up all suspicions. It could be said that this knight was a spy for the Tulkan Empire, and therefore the butler had to kill him, but was it worth it? Or rather, whether Ron would decide to do this. For some reason, Jack assumed that no, his own principles could prevent him from doing this. Gonzalez ran up to the guard and snatched the blade from him. He did not have time to really object when the cold metal fell into the knight's hands. Gonzalez could no longer control himself. Calling Ron a frightened bastard, the knight rushed to the attack with his sword at the ready. The butler got ready. Ron trotted towards his duelist and used his hands to knock the blade out of the knight's hands, before grabbing Gonzalez by the shoulders and bringing him closer to him. He jumped up and hit the bastard in the nose with all his might. Gonzalez could only involuntarily gasp in pain and bulge his eyes. Jack was a little upset by the fact that his friend had to restrain himself and not show his true power. And at such moments, it was pleasant to watch him. Gonzalez was on his knees, and Ron was gracefully approaching him when Jack called out to his butler, who responded with a radiant smile at the master. The young master asked Ron to cook him a couple of dishes. Perhaps he was too carried away. How long would the young man wait for the food? The butler apologized guiltily while he and Jack were talking. Gonzalez silently approached Ron and raised his blade to strike. But the next second, Gonzalez's body flew 10 meters back and slammed onto the floor. Ron didn't even look at him to strike. The servant assured his master that the dishes were ready. Jack replied that 1 minute and 20 seconds had passed. Ron should have been faster. He guiltily lowered his head and agreed. Then young Ballantier looked into the doorway where the onlookers stood and ordered them to return to work if they had seen enough. The third gentleman approached Gonzalez's beaten body and, taking him by the hair, said that they would have a face-to-face conversation. Jack noted that the name Gonzalez sounded impressive and cool. The knight had good skills, and his father trusted him. The knight looked at the young man like a wolf. He began an angry tirade about him and this crazy servant. But before he could finish his sentence, Jack pulled his hair hard. Gonzalez groaned, and the guy leaned over him like a shadow. Probably the knight didn't understand anything yet. However, Jack didn't expect a direct answer from him. He came to find out about what happened, and Jack politely told him the whole truth. What happened on the mountain and who was behind it. Jack had a couple of ideas about this scoundrel. He will watch Gonzalez, the Marquis's favorite, the third knight over 30, and the current captain. All that remains is to play his cards wisely. It would be a real waste to kill such a specimen. Jack asked the knight if he wanted to get the 8th circle of magic. Gonzalez didn't understand what this guy wanted from him. Ballantier asked louder if he wanted to become captain. Jack was dangerously close to Gonzalez's body. The two of them could have concluded a small secret agreement. Ron watched this scene. His master was planning something again. He was already so grown up, a happy tear flowed down the butler's cheek. He was so happy for Jack, how strong he had become. He was proud of him. But before Ron had time to fully indulge in pleasant feelings, a toy grabbed his leg. He immediately fell to his knee and was about to introduce himself. As she heard the voice of her master's teacher, she asked if right now she had witnessed an impulsive attack. Valentine stood opposite the butler and reasoned. The person in front of her was curious. About 20 years ago, Ron managed to reach the 9th circle. To receive such powers at his age is a real miracle, which is why it is more incomprehensible why his magical power has not increased since that time. The mentor noted that with such opportunities, Ron could easily become an archmage or immediately receive the 10th circle, in general, become stronger. And 20 years is quite enough to acquire this. So what happened to the butler that he gave up this power? The answer was clear to her as day. It was all due to 20 years of non-use of magical art, 19 to be exact. That is, ever since Jack and Elizabeth arrived at the mansion of their father, the Marquis, Ron had never used his magic. Only once, as an exception, did Ron call on his powers. Or rather, he was forced to, in order to save his master from death. But that time was the last. Ron skillfully hid his art, but Valentine was annoyed that such potential was fading away in vain. However, this didn't make Ron himself any worse. She wondered if he really didn't regret the life he gave up. She got closer to him. All these people who could insult and hurt him were weaker than Ron. So why should he receive such treatment? He shouldn't have turned a blind eye to his own desires. Or the butler was going to live like this forever for the sake of the child. Now she began to understand where Jack got such skills and knowledge of magic. Ron taught him well in his previous life. But Valentine wondered if Jack knew how much power his humble servant truly possessed, or if the secret of Ron's magic was hidden from him as well. Ron shook his head and replied that Jack had once told him that there was no point in looking back on the past, no matter how hard it was. Most likely, Jack is well aware of all of Ron's magical prowess, but does not pay much attention to it, or hides it. The butler thought that if Jack could now hear their conversation, he would pretend that he did not understand anything and what kind of magic they were talking about. Young Ballantier was still talking with the limp body of the knight. He warned that he would not repeat the proposal again. He would gladly kill him. But Gonzalez could be useful. So the main question is, whose side will Gonzalez be on? The guy's question took him by surprise. The man didn't know what to answer. But Jack was tired of waiting. The knight's hesitation tired him out. He sat on the man's chest and was about to look at something he was kicking and squirming. And Jack warned him that if he disturbed him so much, it would hurt more, so he should try to lie still. Ballantier began to pour mana into Gonzalez's body. He was very scared for his life, but tried to take the remnants of his dignity and lie still. The guy felt how mana filled all the arteries and veins, moved through the vessels to the heart, and finally found 7 crystals that made the heart beat. Jack warned him to immediately surrender without a fight. Now it would take a little longer, but no less interesting. He began the spell. Jack connected his mana with crystals. He changed Gonzalez's mana. He could not understand what the boy was up to and was worried. The knight began to kick again, but the young man firmly nailed his hand to the floor and ordered him not to spin, because he warned that it would get worse. Jack could kill him at any second. He continued his spell. Lights and streams of mana danced around them. Ballantier cast a spell over the man's heart. When the work was finished, Jack allowed him to open his eyes. At first, the knight thought that it was a big joke and nothing had changed, but he felt a great surge of magical energy now. There were 8 crystals near the knight's heart, increasing his power. The guy explained that they would work for 3 to 5 months. Gonzalez was scared by Jack's change of mood and couldn't believe it. The knight did not understand why the third gentleman needed to make him stronger, who Jack Ballantier really was. The guy replied that Gonzalez was in no position to ask questions. He could still change his mind. The man clicked his tongue displeasedly and turned away. Ballantier was pleased with the work done, because now the knight had no choice and he would have to obey. For even he was not so stupid as not to understand the consequences of failure to submit. For in this case, he would die such a terrible death that it is difficult to imagine. The fact that there were various rumors about Jack about his mastery of black magic played into the boy's hands. They would help him subdue this stubborn man. Jack remembered that even when he beat Palin, various rumors about the third master began to emerge little by little. And as soon as he went to prison soon after that, small echoes of the rumors that people had sown began to reach him. Everyone kept telling the estate that Jack possesses black magic rumors, especially through the servants, spread with lightning speed. And what's most interesting is that they were not groundless. Jack really owned black magic, however. Gonzalez already understood this. Well, now it's time to finish, Ballantier ordered the knight to kneel. He immediately obeyed the order, and not a trace of his former pomp remained. The guy advised the man to turn on his brain and listen to Jack carefully. His life depends on it. Any disobedience is punishable by death. The first order was to return to the Marquis, Jack's father. He couldn't wait to teach his father a lesson. Such a chance could not be missed. When he returned, he had to report, noting that the third gentleman had no idea and did not know about what had happened. Ballantier paused, and Gonzalez thought that this, naive then, 3 months later, the supporters of Count Mentis and the knights on the side of the Marquis should be killed. At first, Gonzalez agreed with the order, but after some time the essence of Jack's order dawned on him, and he gaped in fear. But Jack didn't want to listen to any arguments. It was not in vain that he strengthened Gonzalez by adding an 8th crystal to his heart. He was pleased with his plan. After that, the knight obeyed. Jack was pleased with the result. He hugged the man in a friendly manner and advised him not to be so sad. One way or another, Gonzalez should have listened to him right away, and then the knight would not have had to suffer so much. But all this was no longer important. There were, after all, some advantages from their deal. Gonzalez was strengthened, and in a second became a magician of the 8th circle, which would have taken him about a year to achieve. All that was required from the man was only obedience, and then Jack would not harm him if he carried out all his instructions. Ballantier kept his word. Or if Gonzalez still hasn't realized that any disobedience is punishable, he should be beaten again as a preventive measure. The next second after these words, the knight became very tense. Jack asked why he was silent. Let him relax. Now everything was fine. But Jack had one more task left for the knight throughout his life. The knight constantly mocked and humiliated the butler. And all these years Ron had to endure all the insults directed at himself. He did not have the right to even raise a hand against the iron-blooded knight. And now it's finally the turn of a little retribution for everything that Gonzalez did. Now the man will obey Ron. In other words, he will become his servant. Ron was present at this order and smiled slightly. Jack simply patted him on the shoulder and advised him not to shirk his work. Now that Gonzalez was finished, Ballantier kicked him out of the door, and there were a few more things left to do. Jack was pleased with the result. Now the third gentleman had a second chick, which he could use for his own purposes. The first was that 6th-level Iron-Blood knight whom Jack killed. He was disobedient and did not turn out to be useful. Therefore, he would have to submit to his will. Most of all, Ballantier was now interested in the dinner that his faithful butler was diligently preparing for him. He was already tired of the rumbling of his stomach. All day today, Jack had been wearing ordinary thin pajamas on his naked body, and the butler was concerned about his appearance, so he worried about this in advance and prepared something for his friend. Jack was tired and curious about what Ron was up to, and he waited in anticipation while the butler was busy behind the bed. Since during all his travels, Jack had lost his luggage with normal things, Ron made sure that Jack had something to change into, and he grabbed new, clean clothes for him. Now that the clothes were finished, most of all the third gentleman would like to have dinner, but Ron hurried out of the room. Jack was worried about who would keep him company. And then the next second the door swung open and a blonde girl pounced on Jack through it. She hugged Jack with all her might. Charlotte was trembling with fear. She was worried that Jack would not be able to wake up and get out of bed, and that she would be left completely alone in this world. Jack decided to send his servant for a while. The guy asked Ron to leave so that he could make all the necessary preparations. The butler bowed for the last time and walked out of the room, not forgetting to wish a successful conversation to his master. Ballantier heard distant footsteps. It occurred to Jack that Charlotte was completely exhausted without fresh normal blood. The girl was hanging on him and sobbing. His whole shirt was already wet. The street was in full swing with the townspeople. Back and forth like ants, Jack apologized to Charlotte for having to destroy her house. But Charlotte was not embarrassed by his words. She did not hold a grudge, noting that her home was where her family was, and now her mother was dead. She cried all her tears for her, and now there was no point in the vampire living alone in an empty house. Loneliness would drive her completely crazy, and in such moments of crisis, the last thing you want to do is be alone. Jack still had the image of Charlotte in front of his eyes, crying and saying that there was no point in her living alone in an empty house. Jack's heart shuddered a little, and it was already getting dark in the sky. Jack grabbed Charlotte's hand and also remembered that he had lost his mother early. He understood the vampire's grief, and everything was also upset by the fact that Jack was not at that age to remember at least any image of his mother, at least any memories of her. And yet, Jack never felt loneliness. He always had his faithful friend and servant, the butler Ron, who was always by his side, and now his mentor was also with him, with whom he had the kindest warm memories, although in a past life. But in the present, his love for her did not diminish. As the third gentleman had once said, "Even in the hardest life you can find happiness." Charlotte looked at him spellbound. The next second, with a sharp movement of his hand, Jack cut his palm, and the vampire looked fearfully at the droplets of blood falling noisily onto the tiles. Jack walked up to Charlotte and pressed his cut palm to her lips, inviting her to be with him, to become his friend and teammate. The vampire greedily bit her teeth into his bleeding palm. She was incredibly hungry, and Jack thought that it was very painful for her to live without normal blood. As soon as the girl fell away from the guy's palm, she felt a sharp surge of strength and energy, and also felt how her emaciated, pale body was being restored. Charlotte remembered that in the old days, vampires separated from dragons, but some points were still not clear to her. From the very beginning of life, vampires were given the ability to restore their strength by drinking special blood, as she remembered. But nevertheless, Charlotte did not understand why Jack did this. He only dabbed his bleeding palm with a towel and asked if she felt better. He was curious to know what her impressions were, how she felt now, who had not tasted a single drop of normal human blood all her life. Jack wanted Charlotte to trust him and feel safe. He had already shown her that he was worth trusting, showed her with his deed and his blade. In that battle with the dragon, the girl was a little scared to watch their fight, but nevertheless she was impressed by Jack's strength. She praised him, saying that Ballantier was very cool, and called him Brother Jack was very unusual to hear such an appeal to himself. Jack needed to face the truth he was already quite old, so he asked Charlotte to call him not brother, but boss. Jack looked into her eyes while making this request, but the vampire was not embarrassed, but on the contrary, playful lights lit up in her eyes. Charlotte gave the third gentleman a radiant smile and said that, of course, she was ready to entrust her life to him, calling him her boss. Jack's stomach growled treacherously, and he hurried to finally have dinner. Ron was in shock. It seemed to him that he had heard the story of the battle with the dragon. Jack leaned over the dishes that the butler had prepared for him and confirmed that he had indeed caught an adult dragon, although it was not easy. But Ron looked at him a little skeptically, and, in principle, Jack understood why. The rate of growth in the strength of dragon individuals was known to everyone. As soon as a dragon turns 10 years old, it has already formed a mana heart somewhere around the 4th level on average. And by the age of 50, the dragon reaches perfection in the art of magic, and it becomes almost impossible to defeat it. In addition, dragons are endowed with a number of special abilities. For example, giant individuals can transform into people, and these are not ordinary metamorphoses. The dragon's structure is based on magic, being almost entirely composed of magical currents, but the transformation into a human is usually used in combat. Jack thought that if that dragon was smarter, and Jack would have given it a chance for a quality attack, or in some other way, the dragon would have taken full advantage of its power. It's unlikely that Jack would have come out of the fight alive during all these conclusions. Ron wailed that his master also needed to eat vegetables, which Ballantier did not like. Unexpectedly, Jack said that he was very stupid and behaved recklessly. The butler did not understand what the young man meant and asked again. No matter how hard the third master tried, he had a second round, and with such pitiful strength, it was not worth playing with the dragon or even thinking about fighting him. Jack jokingly asked his friend if it was normal in this case to defeat a dragon of the 10th circle and above, to which Ron replied that this was at least amazing and a real miracle. But the young master noted that the dragon was inexperienced and also did not know how to properly use his innate abilities. Besides, he was very afraid of Jack, which prevented him from thinking sensibly. This was the consequence of his death, but Ballantier found the butler's reaction to the entire course of his monologue a little strange. Ron did not understand what his master meant. Jack's surprise was due to the fact that an ordinary person, having learned that some guy had killed a dragon, would start laughing and not believe a single word. Jack remembered that when he was walking with the mercenaries and he said things they thought were stupid, they burst into uncontrollable laughter. Jack noted that previously it was normal for Ron to entertain the idea that his master could defeat a wizard much stronger than himself. The butler lowered his eyes in embarrassment and asked if his friend really didn't know the truth about his servant. Jack pretended that he didn't understand at all what Ron meant. He decided to play along with the butler and asked what he meant and whether he was hiding something from his master. At that moment, Jack had great fun. The butler quietly said that there is something that Jack doesn't know, something that Ron has been diligently hiding all this time, but the time has come to open up. Ron warned his master that the conversation was going to be long and whether it would be tiresome for him to listen to him. Ballantier refused. The guy was well aware that Ron could not say anything that would still love his love for him, because Ron was very valuable to Jack. Jack remembered that even in a past life when they ran away from home together, he did not talk about his past. Maybe it was the same secret. Jack tensed a little and thought that it would be better for his secret to remain a secret further, but nevertheless, this choice was not his. Jack wanted to know only one thing. He turned to Roan and asked him one question. The butler readily replied that he would tell the truth, and Jack asked him the most alarming question, whether his friend was connected with the Toucan Empire. At that moment, deathly silence hung in the room. Jack asked if the butler was in any way connected with this empire and perhaps he was their spy. Answering positively, Ballantier would not know what to do. But to the guy's relief, his servant refused. He had nothing to do with this empire. Jack instantly relaxed and even laughed. The worst was over. But nevertheless, he should have clarified this point just in case. Still, Ballantier hoped he wasn't putting too much pressure on his friend. He didn't want to offend Ron. He looked at the butler, and he smiled with all 32 teeth. This gave Jack hope that everything would be fine and they would remain friends. The guy also came up with the idea that it was time to develop new circles of mana. Enough time had already passed since the last time, and he needed to become stronger. He remembered that when he freed his mentor and used magic, he himself almost died. Such a prospect in the future was unpleasant. He needed to develop his physical form as before, as well as circles of mana, so that he could become stronger and achieve the power that he had in his previous life. But unfortunately, first he will have to study at the academy, after which it will become much clearer to him what he will have to do and how to move forward in his life. Suddenly, when the fork with meat touched Jack's tongue, he heard the voice of the mentor. She noted that he was really her student since he managed to use the black crystal. Valentine's confidence was due to the fact that in this world, only she and Jack knew about this black magic and could use it. She was unknown to other mortals and immortals, for it was the mentor who was the progenitor of this type of magic. She created this spell at a time when she was at the peak of her power, and everyone bowed before her. It was the golden time of her life. In other words, this period coincided with a large number of wars and conflicts, when Valentine showed herself in all her glory. It was at that time that she began to use her spell, the black crystal. If she engraved dinner on the magic circle and did not follow it, there could be unpleasant consequences. Because otherwise, not only the circle itself, but also the body of the bearer would be torn into pieces. No one could oppose this spell with anything. It was this terrible magic that made Valentine an even more famous magician, glorifying her throughout the known world of that time. But Valentine was curious about what kind of dinner he had engraved on the circle near that knight's heart, and what Jack himself needed from him. Her student replied that it was just a safety net for himself, his sister, and the butler, who was flattered that Ballantier had not forgotten about him. He even burst into tears again and clasped his hands together in front of him, thanking his master once again with tears in his eyes. For some reason, Jack noticed that Ron had become too emotional after talking with his mentor, and the young man didn't know if that was a good thing. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and Charlotte leaned out, addressing him as if she were a boss. She remembered his request. Ballantier was surprised to see her. She explained that the maids had tired her very much. They ran around her in every possible way, and wanted to dress her in different outfits and do a variety of hairstyles. But Charlotte came just in time. He asked her to sit next to him. She did not understand what he wanted from her, but she obeyed his will. Ron politely asked her if she was hungry. She refused. Noting that this was the merit of the third master, Ron gave his master a questioning look, and Jack began his speech. He wanted to send Charlotte to the academy, and he was wondering if it was possible to arrange this, looking fervently at the butler. The butler replied that the guy could sometimes forget that Ron himself was an ordinary servant, but the guy knew that his friend was unusual, special. Jack openly manipulated him. He asked that such an all-powerful butler as Ron could not arrange this little detail for him. The butler's face turned pale, and it was clear to the fool that his master was trying to manipulate him. But since Ron could not arrange this, Jack decided to sort it out himself. His friend leaned over to Ballantier and said that it was impossible to blackmail people, to which Jack replied that there was no blackmail because the third gentleman was not some kind of bandit. At that moment, Charlotte stood up abruptly, throwing her chair back with a roar. She shouted that of course she would go to school. This soap was one of her desires when she still lived with her mother. Jack confirmed that she really would go there. Charlotte couldn't believe her ears. But Ballantier wasn't joking. But in fact, Jack really loved to joke, and sometimes it was hard to separate the truth from the joke. Jack would be very annoyed to waste such potential. The girl's eyes were wet. She did not believe that she could enter the academy. The third gentleman came to the conclusion that since she did not yet have mana circles, he himself could help her reach any circle, even the 10th. He anticipated the future fate of this girl. If he did everything correctly, she would be as capable and strong as himself. But in this matter, Jack could have been helped by Gonzalez. The knight would have to get her into the academy with his status. This was not a big problem, for the main problem is that one could enter the academy at the age of 14, but the vampire was only 11. The difference of 3 years could become a slight hindrance, and in order to solve this small hitch, it was necessary to put a little pressure on a couple of people, and Ballantier knew who and how. Charlotte was already worried about her future, but Jack assured her that she would study there in any case. He gives her his word. A few days later, the third gentleman, in the company of his friends, arrived at the academy grounds. The journey was long and tiring. Ron assured his master that he had collected all the necessary things and tools in his luggage. The butler tried to take into account all of Jack's needs. Ballantier thanked him. In turn, Ron advised Jack to monitor his health and, in case of any danger or need, send a letter to him. At the end of the meeting, Jack approached his friend and wanted to ask him to fulfill a small request. Since Jack was not in the estate, he would like to leave a reliable person to monitor the affairs of the house, which was the butler. Deeper plans were not hidden from his friend. This decision meant that Jack was going to devote himself entirely to the academy and focus on training. Jack greeted this assumption with a smile, and pointing his finger at the knight, noted that this was also due to the great stupidity of Gonzalez, which could not be hoped for. In fact, Jack's thoughts were not groundless. It was true Gonzalez did not have outstanding mental abilities. In fact, for the most part, he was completely useless to Jack. The only reason why the young master still hadn't gotten rid of him was because he had a job, Gonzalez's only reason for living. Therefore, Ron needed to monitor the execution of Ballantier's order so that everything would go well. But the butler did not quite understand what his master meant. Jack explained that it was time to take out all the garbage from his house, but this had to be done gradually. Jack still remembered his past bloody experience. The butler guessed that now they were talking about his father's vassals, namely the family of Count Mentis, a malicious and hateful man for Jack. Jack noted the correct course of thought of Ron, but he was worried about Jack's sister, Lady Elizabeth, on whom this could have a detrimental effect. Indeed, Jack's sister was an incredibly kind person, and her soft and compassionate heart could not withstand such an event, so she needed help to change. For if nothing is done about her, and she is not prepared for the coming bloodshed, the atmosphere at home can have a very bad effect on her. That is why Jack gave the task to the butler to look after his beloved sister in his absence and prepare her. Ron was a little worried about his future responsibilities, but nevertheless agreed with all the orders of his master, and noted that he had changed a lot in a good way. Jack embarrassedly said that he might have imagined it, and they separated. Valentine told Jack that he had good and loyal subordinates, but the third gentleman slightly corrected her statement, saying that Ron was a friend, not an ordinary subordinate, and even more. As they walked to their quarters, the mentor sat on a cushion placed on top of the luggage on the gurney. Jack had a brilliant idea. He also noted that the mentor was also his dear friend. She closed her eyes in embarrassment and turned away, asking not to make her laugh anymore. The academy appeared before them in all its splendor. Charlotte joyfully ran forward, in admiration of such beauty. Before they had time to really look around, Jack heard an address to himself, and a maid appeared in front of him out of nowhere. Charlotte instantly grabbed his hand and hid behind the guy's back. The young man confirmed that it was indeed him, and the maid bowed to him, expressing respect. She was the director's messenger. The maid said that the director was waiting for him in his personal office. The director's office was a vast, richly decorated apartment with huge shelves filled with books. The director sat at the head of his table. He had heard a lot about Jack as an aristocrat who destroyed several buildings and killed an entire group of people. The director noted that it was published in the newspaper, but Jack did not hear about it. He did not listen much to the director, remembering that he had not been here for a very long time since his previous life. In front of him sat Rommel Einhar Essenbell, who was the father of the current Duke of Essenblay. He was a man of prominent years with a long beard and snow-colored hair, as well as a large staff with emerald stones in his left hand. Ballantier remembered how he had already sat in this office and noted that nothing had changed here at all in a past life. Everything was the same as now. Jack remembered his past self here. He asked Rommel if he could conduct an experiment related to his visit. But the director quickly realized what the guy was getting at. and said that if Jack was on the list of the best students, he would not expel him, even if his father and brother insisted. That look of Jack was pitiful and beaten. The fire in his eyes had gone out a long time ago, and his head was bandaged. The director said that his stupid brother and father could kill him before he came of age. In the director's memory, there were a huge number of guys just like Jack. He was not the first in his grief and misfortune. The old man's tone was sad and dreary. The guy asked him if in this case it was true. Then how could he continue to live? He was completely confused in his fate, and thoughts of suicide began to visit him more often. But the good-natured old man only lightly stroked him on the top of his head and said that he must decide this himself. We all have our own path. The director could do little to help him, and yet, if Jack wanted, he would be given a private room in the dorm. Jack remembered that the director had a special weakness for unfortunate children, and he tried in every possible way to help people like him. And although power was concentrated in his hands, he could not do everything he wanted. Sitting at the moment opposite Rommel, Jack invited the director to conclude a small deal between them. He had not forgotten anything. The elder did not understand what this guy was talking about now, but the third gentleman was going to atone for his debt. He wanted to save his life. But for this, the director needed to fulfill Jack's small request. The old man looked thoughtfully at the guy and noted that at their first meeting, Jack was not so sharp-tongued. Looking at the director, the guy interestingly noticed how a person can change in a month. Although time influenced everyone, even such powerful people as Rommel. For Rommel, only a month had passed, but for Jack, almost 20 years had passed. It was a little unusual to be here again, as before. However, even a river can change its direction twice during this period. So there was nothing surprising in this. The laws of nature had the same effect on humans. The old man was very curious to listen to this young man, and how Jack was going to save his life. Such a statement was now running through the head of the director. From Balentier's memory, he remembered that the Tesla Empire fell in a war against the Tulkun Empire. This happened about a month after the start of the war. The Tulkun Empire had more than 30 swordmasters, a huge power that they took full advantage of, which helped them win this war. Among these swordsmen there were so-called half-breeds, who had dragon blood flowing in their veins, and had dragon bones instead of human ones. Everything was a foregone conclusion. As for the army, it was no worse, and numbered more than 1,000 people with the 7th Circle of Mana. Such power, coupled with competent combat operations, was almost unstoppable. Well, if you compare with them, then in the Tesla Empire there were only 2 swordmasters and about 100 magicians naturally. The Tesla people could not oppose anything to the monstrous power of their rival. But in order to somehow correct this gap, Jack had only a month, however. He knew how to wisely use the resources and time given to him, even such limited ones. Although he caught himself thinking that if he had been the captain of the Tulkun army, everything would have been over in 3 days. But Balentier was on the other side, and had no intention of crossing over to the other side. The only reason why the Tesla Empire was able to hold out for so long was in front of him. It was the merit of Rommel. Although judging by the results of the war, this was not enough. During all the battles and conflicts, there was a large contingent of magicians in the squad of battle magicians under the leadership of General Rommel. More than 700 people defending civilians tried to stop all the advancing Toucan forces. Even in such small numbers, the enemy had difficulty advancing. But no one knew where General Rommel got such magicians from. They appeared suddenly and began to fight for Tesla. If everything had gone well, the Empire would have been able to hold out for 2 months. In truth, nothing happened that day. It was a fact of ordinary betrayal towards the director of the academy, whose death marked defeat. Rommel understood who we were talking about. The name Bluetooth was disgusting to the old man. He even shouted at Jack for daring to say this name in front of him. But the guy only calmly replied that it was he who was a spy in the ranks of the Tulkun Empire, thanks to whom the Tesla Empire lasted only a month. Blutus Mark was an assistant instructor at the fencing school, and was also a knight of the 6th Circle and a vassal of the Duchy of Assemble. Rommel explained to Jack that Bluetooth was a loyal and trusted person of the academy director himself, but the guy was pessimistic about his statement. Jack's statement implied the suspicion of Ausenbull's vassal of treason. Such a thing could not go unpunished, and the young man had to have absolute proof. But Balentier only replied that in a few years, this man would plunge a knife into Rommel's back, and naturally he had no reason to believe any child. But at the same time, in the future, he would regret it. The old man decided to immediately warn the guy not to do anything for which he could not take responsibility, and pretended that this conversation had not happened. The old man did not want to see or hear this boy, so he ordered him to leave here. He had a lot to think about. Jack decided to save his life, but he waved it off. He didn't like it. He put his hand in his pocket so that he decided to get something. It was necessary to convince the director that he was not some ordinary yap, and if he did not understand anything now, then this could be corrected. Jack placed a medallion with a golden bird in front of him. It was an unusual artifact. Ballantier noted that he could call him as soon as Rommel was ready to discuss all the nuances of what was coming. The director decided to call his trusted servant on the carpet, and Bluetooth appeared immediately. Standing at attention, he waited for further instructions. Jack sat down frivolously on the chair and praised the swordsman, but he now had no need to send information to the Tulkun Empire. In an instant, Bluetooth's face turned pale and instantly began to sweat. But he decided to quickly pull himself together and ask what the guy meant by this accusation. But Ballantier, in his usual manner, decided to play a trick on him. If his head was not working, then what could have happened to his hearing in such a time? Or was he really hoping to deceive the third gentleman? Now everything was clear. Sitting in front of Mark was the same Jack Ballantier who gained fame as a problem son. Judging by what he heard, Jack not only had big problems with his body, but in his opinion, he also had big problems with his head. Bluetooth noted that the director sympathizes with Jack, but for some reason now treats the swordsman himself as some kind of spy. This was a terrible accusation that would immediately be followed by punishment. While the man said all this, anger gradually grew in the boy's body. This vile traitor stood right in front of him and insulted Jack. He could not stand it, and clenching his fist until it bled, struck several blows at Mark. There was as much dirt in his words as he had heard in a past life. Now he did not allow people to behave like that with him. Bluetooth did not have time to dodge his series of blows. The swordsman probably hasn't yet realized his position and the fact that he's been found out, but he talks too much for someone who's been a spy for years. The guy was rapidly approaching Mark, who tried to ask for help from the director and explain what was happening here. But he just looked at the floor and waited. Suddenly, Jack launched a kick with his heel extended and prepared to break Bluetooth's nose, but he managed to dodge the blow. Mark was the director's confidant and not some kind of punching bag, and Jack Ballantier was his future student and did not dare behave like that in an educational institution. Mark raised his fist to strike, but his hand smoothly moved to the side. The guy bent in an arc to avoid the blow. The man moved with incredible slowness, as it seemed to the guy. The vassal did not expect that someone would be able to dodge such a blow. Looking at the man with magical eyes, Bluetooth was simply overwhelmed by the flow of mana of the sixth circle. But it was worse for Bluetooth himself. Jack saw right through him and read all his blows. He rushed forward again, striking directly at the man's solar plexus. It was his overwhelming magic of the sixth circle that was his greatest weakness. He could not oppose anything to the power of Jack Ballantier. Mark flew to the side, fitting into the wall. The director was scared to watch this picture. The third gentleman asked if he was seriously injured, because their party had just begun. Jack delivered all his blows with his fist, in which the medallion was clamped. Now the spy had to admit that he was a traitor. It seemed to Jack that it was enough that he knocked all the spirit out of Mark. The guy didn't feel sorry for this man at all. If Mark wanted to end all this, he needed to agree with all the accusations and stop pretending because it was already stupid. But Mark stubbornly refused to admit all his accusations and accused Jack of only talking nonsense. The fencer was a tough nut to crack. Jack was starting to get tired of all this clownery. He put his hand on the man's heart and felt 6 crystals near the organ. The sixth circle meant that its owner had gone through great pain. Otherwise, the sixth circle could not be obtained. This was a kind of opportunity for pressure if destroyed. Then what a person had been trying to achieve for a very long time would forever remain in his memory. Jack was by no means one to feel sorry for his enemies and embarrass himself in instruments of pain. He decided to ask one question to the man lying in front of him. If he lies, he will destroy all the circles one by one, filling his body with enormous pain. The horror on Bluetooth's face instantly caught the eyes of both the director and the guy himself. But from Ballantier's behavior, it was clear that he was capable of doing something similar, and the guy began his interrogation. First, the swordsman had to answer whether he was a spy of the Tulkun Empire, and again this question knocked all the ground out from under Bluetooth Mark's feet. He trembled all over and his body was covered with beads of sweat, but he once again denied in every possible way that he belonged to another empire. This answer was incorrect, and a whole chain of pain ran through the swordsman's entire body. Jack began his bloody ritual. Destroying the magic crystals was an incredibly painful task, and Jack noted that now Bluetooth only had 5 circles left. Convulsions of pain did not leave the swordsman's body for several more minutes. Jack repeated his question, but he looked at him with frightened eyes and tears, and did not know what to do. Jack thought that it was difficult for him to say, and if Mark was going to remain silent, and then it was time to change his views. The young man decided to press on the sore spot. He began to explain that when a person loses the circle, in order to earn it back, he will almost have to die. But Jack was not a merciful person, not kind enough to allow such a thing to happen. so he placed his mana in Mark's heart. Now, if Bluetooth tries to create a new circle, a monstrous pain will pierce his body, in which he will wish for death in order to end his agony. All this meant that Mark would no longer be able to obtain new circles of mana, and would remain forever with 5. Although after tonight, if he had at least 1 left, it would be a great success for him. However, the third gentleman knew a small option. There was a way to restore the already destroyed circle. But Bluetooth would not like such a prospect. Jack had no doubt about that. In his mercy, Jack could talk about him, and he began, "You could pour dragon blood into your body and replace the bones with dragon ones. The process is very painful and long, and it is not a fact that the result will be as expected. And after all this painful path, there could be a chance that the owner's mana circle would be restored, so that the processes of destruction could be reversed." The guy couldn't know all these terrible things. It was outside their curriculum, and for Jack's age, such information was impossible. In front of him was clearly an unusual 14-year-old boy. In front of him was a real monster, and Bluetooth did not know what other knowledge the third gentleman had. Jack decided to try something different. He came up with the idea to check the true essence of the man. He prepared to scan his body. When Jack talked about dragons and the check, the mask of fear did not leave Bluetooth's face, which means he understood something. It was suspicious. A person with the 6th circle of mana could not know such information. Only stronger magicians with a high circle of mana could understand Jack. Bluetooth freaked out and began to scream. He tried to understand who Jack Ballantier really was, but he did not listen to him and continued his magic ritual. In the heat of his tirade, he asked how the third gentleman knew about secret research in Tulkun. The guy smiled cheerfully and contentedly. It was all over. Mark tried to remove his hands to stop the spell, but Jack seemed to be filled with steel and completed his spell. A terrible cry of pain went through the entire academy. It was all over. The swordsman lay unconscious in front of him, but one or another part of his body moved, remembering the past pain. But the guy just smiled and noted that now Bluetooth had 0 laps. Jack took care of this. The young man was pleased with the work done. He turned his golden eyes to the director and asked if he agreed to fulfill his request. The director looked at him thoughtfully. Suddenly, the shadow of Bluetooth grew behind Jack. Blood was gushing from his nose and foam appeared at the mouth. He angrily said that Tulkun would never leave him alone. He decided to express all the bile in his speech. Every day of Jack's life would be filled with pain, but he did not have time to finish his sentence. Jack had already raised his foot over Bluetooth's face to deliver the final blow. The boy did not care what he said. His life was already filled with pain. The guy apologized to the director for the fact that he would have to spend money on cleaning. There was a lot of dirt from the fencer. Rommel was perplexed. Jack didn't look at all like the boy who came to see him a month ago. They were literally 2 different people. But the boy just innocently held his head and grinned. "How much can I change in a month?" This period was sufficient for people to change something in themselves. The old man understood his hint. Although it was not true, nevertheless it was not particularly important. He decided not to ask the guy further about his life. And yet, he asked Ballantier to tell him everything in more detail. Firstly, he was curious to know what exactly dragon blood does to a person. But Jack stopped him. He still had not heard the results of the deal. Whether Rommel would agree to it or not, it was important. Otherwise, the guy would have simply hidden all the available information. How much did the elder know about the situation on the continent? In fact, even now the war is gradually gaining momentum, moving toward inevitability. At the moment, in the Tulkun Empire, there was a struggle for the throne, the results of which sealed the fate of the Tesla Empire. At the moment, there were 2 opposing factions in the Tulkun Empire. One faction of silence, which was led by the second son of the imperial family. The second faction of cruelty, which was led by the current crown prince. And unfortunately, it was the crown prince who would win, which would affect the life of the entire continent. Something had to be done about this. His reign marks the beginning of a bloody war that will entail millions of dead souls. Images of death and devastation were still fresh in Ballantier's memory. But also at that time, Jack had spent 10 years in the mountains with his mentor, so he didn't really know what was happening below during the battles. Jack decided to save Bluetooth's life. The man could still be useful. At least he had more information about Tulkun affairs than Jack himself. Bluetooth also knew a lot about dragons and, in principle, had comprehensive information about the magic and politics of the Tulkuns. He was an invaluable captive. He had to be questioned wisely, and for Rommel and the Emperor, this would be the best option they could hope for at the moment. The old man asked if he really meant the Emperor, but Jack said that it was still better for His Majesty to say to the old man. In fact, the third gentleman really wanted to call him a complete bastard, but he managed to restrain himself in front of the director. But it was very strange that a person like Bluetooth had such extensive knowledge. His figure was mediocre, and the information he possessed was exceptional. At the present time, the theory of the creation of half-humans and half-dragons was just beginning to emerge in the form of experiments on humans. Jack heard about this in his past life and was personally convinced by seeing all the details of the research, and yet even in Tolkien itself this information was classified. This indicated that only an incredibly limited circle of people had the necessary knowledge, which plunged Jack even more into confusion. Bluetooth was clearly an unusual swordsman or spy for the Empire. The third gentleman noted that anything could be done with his body, and now it was not so important, because he wanted to talk about something else. If the old man had not forgotten, he only asked the question of what Balantier wanted. Initially, when he approached the director with a proposal for a deal, he had one request, but today's events spoiled his mood. Because of this, Jack now had two requests. The guy approached the old man threateningly. He noticed a bead of sweat floating on his cheek. First, Jack was curious about the director's financial situation, although he didn't really care how much money Rommel had. He wanted the director to buy him a house near the academy. It would be even better if he went with a garden. Jack loved gardens. They filled his heart with peace. The old man noted that Jack probably did not take into account the fact that all the students live in a dormitory, but Balantier was not satisfied with this answer. In connection with recent events, this small rule could be ignored, given the assistance provided by the third gentleman. The old man decided not to answer anything, but Jack realized that this was also a kind of answer Rommel asked what Jack's second request was. What else this guy wanted from him. The essence of the second request is that the academy should have accepted another student, a little unusual and different from the others, at least in age. The old man noted that it was already the second semester, and new students were only accepted for the first. But Jack decided to play on the old man's pride, and noted that he was the director and had absolute power here. The boy was most likely talking about the girl who was currently sitting at the door. The director had to check something. He asked Jack to answer exactly what kind of relationship he had with the new student. Charlotte's entry into the academy depended on the answer to this question. However, Jack still didn't understand the essence of his question a little, and yet it was not difficult for him to answer it. At the moment, Jack was a kind of guardian for this girl, who had recently been an orphan, and he had a great responsibility. The old man smiled mysteriously and decided that he accepted all of Jack Balantier's proposals, to the surprise of Jack himself. In fact, it was not hidden from Jack that the old man exhaled with relief. He was even somehow uncomfortable with what thoughts the director might have had at that moment. Balantier returned back to his friends. Charlotte immediately jumped to her feet and greeted him. She had already missed him. She couldn't wait to find out if she was really able to join the academy. Luckily for her, Jack didn't have to make anything up. The old man allowed Charlotte to begin studying at the academy. Even if she entered at the beginning of the second semester, everything turned out as well as possible for Jack. But at one point the girl's face became haggard and sad. Jack sat down on one knee and asked what made the girl sad. Charlotte replied that she did not count on all this. She did not think that she would ever enter the academy or find a new family. In itself, her presence at the academy was unnatural, since this building was intended only for a select circle of people. Well, Jack himself knew that Charlotte was not a human. She was a vampire. She had no place here, so she felt. But the guy answered her that it doesn't matter what race you are, only your will and desire to pursue your happiness matters. Jack asked her if she was ashamed of being a vampire, and if she wanted to become a human. If she was really so ashamed of her origin. The girl didn't know what to answer him. Jack had no right to say that, but he felt very sorry for her. Jack needed to work on her confidence. Charlotte came from a family of aristocrats who ruled over all vampires. She had the blood of rulers, like her mother. However, this happened before in distant times, when the dragons did not exterminate her family. At the peak of the power of the vampire race, it is a pity that the girl was not born at that time. Nowadays, most of her race were killed. Her father was killed, as was her mother, who was mocked by the dragon. However, Velactus was already dead. The last person who had value in Charlotte's life was her mother, but she died right before Charlotte's eyes, which almost drove the girl into madness. The guy took a deep breath and replied that stop worrying about your origin. There is no need to separate people and vampires. We are all united in this world. Charlotte was a proud vampire. She had to become one. She was Charlotte de Royale from a hereditary dynasty of aristocrats who were destined to rule. Let her not forget this. Now Jack will have to keep his promise made to her on the day her mother died. The words spoken that day were still fresh in the young man's memory. She needed to remember that no matter what happens, he is responsible for her. He will support her no matter what happens. Even if Charlotte wants to become queen, Jack will make her queen. And if she asks to restore her race, he will help her do this. Balantier will help her in all her endeavors. No matter what problems come her way, he will solve them all. He will support her in the darkest hours, no matter what happens. Therefore, he no longer wanted Charlotte to allow such dark thoughts let her remember his words well forever. The girl embarrassedly thanked him, but replied that when her mother was alive, she taught her one rule of this life, which was followed by all living ones. Vivian taught her that there is nothing free in this world. Nothing is given to us for nothing, and we have to pay for everything. Charlotte herself learned this truth during her lifetime. Ballantier chuckled and replied that her mother was actually right in the world. There really was a rule that had to be followed. Charlotte replied that at the present time she had nothing to offer Jack. She had nothing left. The guy replied that for now it was true. But in the future, one day, he will ask Charlotte for one favor, and she will only have to fulfill it. Nothing more was required of her. The girl was glad that she could at least somehow repay Jack for his kindness and everything he did for her. She would help him, so that he did not ask her. Now that the conversations were over, it was possible to walk and carry the suitcases, and then take a walk around the academy. Jack had not appeared here for a long time. The guy was happy with today. He remembered how a few minutes ago they talked with the director about all of Jack's requests. The director noted that today or tomorrow he will be able to arrange for Charlotte's admission. He gives his word. No one will challenge the girl's admission. If we talk about the apartment that Jack wanted for himself, he would arrange it in about 2 hours, a house outside the academy. But there was one caveat. It will be very difficult to live alone in a large house, especially without servants. So Rommel will send several people to help Jack. They will look after the house in Jack's absence. Ballantier replied that he would only be glad of the help provided he was flattered by the care taken for him. The director himself would provide him with servants. Naturally, the director's actions were not due to simple concern. In this way, he is going to use surveillance of him. While they walked to their new home, Valentine did not take her eyes off Jack. He asked why she was looking at him like that, to which his mentor replied that he said very right words. In Jack's views on racial differences, respect came first. Valentine could not help but like this, and she was pleased with her student. After all, until that moment she considered him an ordinary spoiled pompous fool, but in fact it turned out to be the opposite. The guy thought that it was a mixture of compliment and reproach in the usual manner of his mentor. And yet, Jack thanked her for the compliment. The journey home from him took more time and effort than they had expected, and the mentor was already tired. They arrived at some place where, right in front of them, a white-haired young man was practicing blows with a blade. He did not notice their approach at all. But their path lay further than this place, and Jack didn't care about this person. But his mentor became interested. There was something about this guy. She took Jack by the ear and asked him to watch this young man. He aroused a certain interest in her. Therefore, they decided to make a short stop. The group sat down on a bench. They began to watch as Valentine wished. Jack was perplexed why she decided to stop and watch this young man train. But most likely the answer would not be long in coming. Ballantier began to analyze how his mentor taught him to look at the face. The guy was about 17 years old, but for his age he was very tall and had well-developed muscles. Now Jack was curious to know how much mana this nameless swordsman had. He looked at the guy with the eyes of magic. At first he noticed a faint glow inside this swordsman, but he took a closer look, and the picture that opened surprised him incredibly. He couldn't believe his eyes. Something like this had almost never happened, especially at this guy's age, and even more so while studying at the academy. Jack even swore out loud and couldn't believe his eyes. He had a lot of questions for this young man. Jack saw that the guy had the fourth circle, and had the same strength as the second. He had never seen anything like this, and didn't think it was possible. Outwardly, of course, he looked very impressively cool, fast and strong, but in reality it turned out that he was incredibly weak. Jack was disappointed. He asked the mentor why this person interested her so much. Valentine made fun of Jack, telling him not to worry, or if he was worried that the mentor would take another guy as her student. But Jack wasn't really worried. This young man was in his 4th round. But in fact, he was wondering why Valentine liked him so much. Jack saw the general characteristics well, but as it was clear he didn't notice anything other than them, Valentine wanted him to see more. The guy took another careful look at the man's body and tried to see more than he noticed the first time. Something more besides his physical form. They sat on the bench in front of this guy for several minutes, but nothing came to Jack's mind. It seemed to him that Valentine was the only one joking. But suddenly Charlotte spoke up. The girl jumped up in surprise and wanted Jack to turn his attention to the small details that she had managed to notice. Judging by this guy, he has been practicing for a very long time, and it seems that he could lose consciousness at any second, sweat flowing like a stream from his body. Also, this young man's entire body was covered with a large number of abrasions and bruises, which also served as a certain measure of his skill. Ballantier agreed. It was indeed true. The mentor was surprised that Jack still didn't understand what she was hinting at. He turned his gaze back to the swordsman and finally saw that one of his circles had been broken. This academy was full of interesting personalities. It was really so that restoring the destroyed circle was difficult and even almost impossible. The guy was well aware of this. And apparently it was hardly the work of others. It was the work of the guy himself. He somehow managed to allow the destruction of the circle, and Jack became interested. The mentor liked this fact, and besides, there was one more thing that Jack still had not found. The guy became curious about what the mentor was hinting at again, but she didn't want to tell him, because she didn't see the point. But Jack guessed what the mentor was talking about. She was attracted not only by physical strength, she knew that the basis for any black magician was dark emotions. They were death, destruction, chaos, and endless revenge. If you add up all these factors, then a person could make a good black magician. She saw in the guy the perseverance to restore the destroyed circle, as well as the willpower to raise the sword over and over again despite large wounds, and also the hatred that was hidden deep inside this young man's body. It would be interesting to know where he got it from, but it was clear that the young man could not control it. Jack approached the guy with a conversation. He had a little respite and he could take a breath. He spoke to Jack with constant aspiration. The fencer was completely out of breath. Ballantier began with advice. The guy put too much strain on his hands, which was a big drawback. More effort was spent, and there was less return. He pointed out that his right arm was too tense and it was necessary to swing the sword more accurately if the swordsman did not want to die. But his main flaw was that he was too focused on the destroyed circle, and it was best to protect his heart. Jack advised changing the attitude towards what is happening in your head, and then things will go much faster and better, and the fencer will be able to reach greater heights than he is currently trying to achieve. The stranger asked who Jack was, but he only replied that he was a completely ordinary spectator. He decided to tease the guy, and asked if he was ashamed to be a weakling with such a physical form. He, embarrassed, could not answer anything and only turned his gaze away from Jack and looked at the floor. He was ashamed to talk, even think about it. Ballantier decided to lend him something. He gave the swordsman a red and blue bottle, which was an elixir. Moreover, it was an unusual elixir, but a drug of the highest level with the taste of grapes, which Jack also loved. The stranger was perplexed why this guy, an ordinary spectator, gave the elixir to him, but Ballantier replied that it was just of his own free will. At this moment, the third gentleman hoped that he could just give away an expensive, high-class elixir because Gonzalez was rich enough. At least it was of some use It was necessary to move forward, but Jack almost forgot about manners. He asked the stranger's name. He looked at him and was silent. Jack asked his question again, and the stranger called himself Thanos, his whole tone betraying his fussiness and uncertainty. Jack wished him good training and turned to leave. He still had urgent matters to do today. But it turned out that Thanos still wanted to ask Jack about something. He didn't hear the guy's name, and wanted to find out this was the first time the swordsman had met such a person. The young man introduced himself and walked away. He liked the effect he made as he left. Ballantier felt Thanos looking at him, unable to move. Valentine noted that only Jack could conduct conversation so poorly. She was not very pleased with this trait of her student. Charlotte smiled and said that her boss was incredibly cool at that moment. But Charlotte herself understood little in adult conversations. The group continued to their apartments. Jack embarrassedly said that Charlotte overestimated him, and the mentor complained dissatisfied that Jack was not listening to her at all. They calmly walked forward and enjoyed a small, casual conversation. There was sunshine all around, and Jack was in high spirits. Studying at the academy promised a new stage in his life. Thanos still stood in the middle of the training field and looked at the retreating figures of strangers. They left as abruptly as they appeared in front of him. He looked at the elixir again, and only now did he realize that the elixir had been given to him by Jack Ballantier himself, a controversial and famous figure of late. The swordsman had heard rumors about this boy. Everyone called him an imbecile, a stupid offspring of the Marquise's son, who was only capable of eating and breathing. Absolute mediocrity. But now, after meeting this boy, Thanos was not so sure of the veracity of these rumors that surrounded Jack like flies festering meat. Everyone knew this when he began studying at the academy. He had no equal in terms of academic performance. No one could compare with him. In the first semester, he had grades in all subjects. It was completely incomprehensible and confusing. Maybe it wasn't him at all, and the boy decided to play a trick on Thanos, because all the rumors and what he noticed today were contradictory. After some time, Jack finally reached the estate next to the academy. It was an estate built especially for the Duke's guests, a white majestic building richly decorated with gold, marble, and a large garden. Somehow you wanted the third gentleman. He was met by a group of servants led by an unfamiliar man in a white robe with blue hair. He noted that if the master needed anything, he could always inform his servants about it. Jack recognized this unfamiliar figure. It was the director's servant whose name was John Doe. His past life was of great benefit. Ballantier remembered that a man who became famous for his cruelty during battles and a bloody war had the same pseudonym. Jack was pleased with the result. The Duke's estate was on a completely different level, and the director was not stingy with the third gentleman's request. The house that was provided to Jack Ballantier was an estate for aristocrats. Such an implication was not lost on Jack's sharp mind. He couldn't help but feel as if the director wanted to interfere with the inheritance of titles in the Ballantier family. It was clear to a fool that the old man had his own plans for him. Jack asked John about this, but he only replied that his personal feelings were completely unimportant. He did what the master ordered. The guy agreed with his statement. He really was a servant, but it was not very polite on his part. The hooded man wondered what Jack meant. This man was hiding his true nature in front of his new master, and this was a sign of bad taste. I wonder if the director knew about this. The servant was perplexed at what Ballantier was getting at and wanted him to explain everything. But the guy didn't stop. He criticized this strange hood that covered his face. Jack was tired of the fact that lately he had come across so many idiots. As far as Ballantier knew, there were very few holders of the 9th circles in the kingdom, and by all accounts he was an incredibly lucky man. But one thought crept into the guy's mind. He decided, just in case, to ask his new house manager one thing. Is he not a spy for the Tulkun Empire? Because otherwise Jack will first interrogate and then kill him. Instantly, a tense silence hung over the entire environment. No one could answer anything to this. Everyone was fascinated by waiting for John's answer. The next moment the hooded man swore. He was perplexed how Jack could understand because he stopped the flow of mana in his body. In these seconds, the stranger's face and hair changed. The final face had a completely different texture. It was a middle-aged man with a scar near his left temple and long gray hair. The director's request to look after Jack greatly surprised the owner of the Tesla Empire Tower, Bellamy Craig. In the war between the Tesla and Tulkun empires, in the past life of the Third Master, it was he who remained near the director's body until the last. When Rommel's lifeless body was found, Bellamy did not leave his master until the very end. Even when he was covered with a blanket, he sat next to him and mourned his death. Craig wondered how a young man like Jack could figure out that Bellamy was a polymorph. But the guy replied that there was nothing surprising in this. Before, he really would not have guessed, but in connection with recent events, he could determine them by eye. Quite recently, Jack had a chance to kill one polymorph, and he remembered the dragon he sent to the next world. Bellamy was the owner of the tower, as well as the rector of the Faculty of Magic, and Ballantier was just his student. So let him be more polite. The guy was angry at the statement. If he wanted respect, then he should have introduced himself right away. Or Bellamy preferred to make fun of people, and then demand respect for himself. Didn't Jack have the right to do this today? After all, he revealed the real identity of the rector. It's unlikely that anyone before has managed to do this so quickly, if at all. The rector agreed with Jack. He really should have introduced himself right away, and not started this whole masquerade with a change of appearance. The boy's unusual strength and abilities did not escape Bell's eyes. He was curious to know what other talents were hidden in this child's body. He sensed the potential in Jack, and made him an offer to see if Jack would like to learn magic from him personally. But the boy did not appreciate such an idea. The guy replied that he already had a mentor. Bellamy thought that the guy meant Elizabeth, and noted her exceptional abilities. Previously, he wanted to make her his student. She had hidden potential, but she, like Ballantier, immediately refused. But this time, Bellamy was going to give up so easily. He wanted to get such a student for himself, even if he had to sacrifice a little pride. The man approached the third gentleman and grabbed him by the hand and again repeated his offer. He passionately wanted Jack to be his student, but he refused, citing the presence of the mentor. But the rector did not give up. He came even closer and offered himself as a tutor. But somehow Jack doubted whether the magic tower allowed such things. Before this, the mentor entered the conversation and called the child. At the beginning, Jack thought that she was addressing him, but this turned out to be wrong. Valentine turned to the child who had the 9th circle and asked his name. Bellamy, in shock, did not understand how a toy could talk. Ballantier introduced him as the owner of the Tesla Tower, Bellamy Craig. The mentor was curious to know who the owner of the tower was. Judging by what she analyzed, Bellamy was enough to easily reach the 10th circle. In the past, when the rector wanted to get him, someone attacked him, the rector opened his mouth in surprise. Few people knew this information. The shape of the 10th circle was still inside Bellamy, and Valentine saw it perfectly. The rest she logically guessed from the height of her experience was not difficult. she saw the remains of this circle, which indicated that once the circle was complete, or at least close to its completion. Bellamy thought about the words of this toy. Apparently, the remnants were present among those who had a broken mana heart. This was his assumption, Valentine agreed. He owned the theory. She advised him not to give up at that age. It was difficult to develop further. But he had already tried to do this, which means the chance of success was much higher. Let him try, if not for his own sake, then at least for the sake of his tower and all those who lived in it and live to this day. Bellamy must show his best side. He has achieved very great success, and it will be a shame if he gives up everything halfway. The rector wanted to ask the name of the one who right now inspired him to new beginnings. All was not lost. Valentine replied that it would be better for him not to know this information. Let him consider her an heiress from the distant past. But they were delayed. They needed to continue their journey. Charlotte had been waiting for them for a long time, and they could not waste any more time, and continued on their way. But finally, Jack asked Bellamy to tell the director that he would come to him on the first day of classes. It was still necessary to discuss a couple of nuances of their joint cooperation. While they were moving away, Ballantier was pleased that he was not taken to the magic tower. But the mentor did not share his relieved views, saying that it was even a pity. Today finally showed her that some people don't have talent, but they try to the end and do everything to at least achieve some fraction of their dream, to get even one step closer to it. Others have talents and all the predispositions to power, but they do not want to develop it and simply sit idle. Ballantier understood that she meant Thanos and Bellamy, whom they had recently met. But Valentine did not say anything about Jack himself. He was even a little offended, but the mentor was not embarrassed. Did she have anything to say or what to teach Jack himself? She observed all his endeavors and witnessed his abilities. He had already used Dark Release on Gonzalez, which meant that there was nothing more Jack could learn from Valentine. His training had come to an end. The guy figured that this was indeed the case. Dark Liberation was the last technique that his mentor taught him at the end of their journey. The owner of the tower himself came to the third gentleman if he came in order to keep an eye on him. Then Jack was not against letting him watch as much as he needed. The maid and the owner of the tower finally moved away from the estate, and Bellamy took a last look at the heiress of the past and the third master. This did not hide from the maid, and she asked what he was thinking about. And in her opinion, what did she think was going on in his head right now? And she suggested that the director probably told him something important. It was natural that Rommel would provide some further instructions regarding Jack Ballantier and Bellamy's role in all this. He remembered how he asked the question whether the director really listened to the guy's words. He answered positively, because he knew how to make deals. Did Bellamy really not like Ballantier? But he replied that this was not entirely true. Jack's personality was curious and interesting. He fights too well for his age, and also in his second round at most, there was no connection between one thing and the other. How did he manage to defeat a 6th-level magician? And in the rector's opinion, the third gentleman was incredibly dangerous, and you had to keep an eye out for him. The director was a little disappointed with such a meager supply of data, and Bellamy's opinion about Jack. The director asked him what he wanted to say. Jack Ballantier did not come to the Magic Academy alone, but brought a girl with him. In this gesture, the director saw something more than Jack would like to show. He said that now they would attend classes at the academy together. But Bellamy didn't understand why the director trusted him so much. After all, this boy could cause a war with the Tulkan Empire, and this did not bode well for them. But Rommel did not want to rush. Over time, everything should become clearer, and now they must watch exactly where he will lead them. Although Bellamy agreed with the director's words, it did not make him feel any better. The worry did not leave the heart of the owner of the tower. Since the director thought so, Bellamy wanted to finally add something to the end of their conversation. He had several thoughts swirling in his head that he would like to clarify. I would really not like the director to interfere in the feuds of the Marquise's house. This house was notorious for its internal conflicts. The director should not have interfered there, but he innocently replied that an heir had already been chosen in the Ballantier family. This house enjoyed unconditional honor and respect from other powerful persons. The Marquis made sure that the Emperor chose among all the families their favorites of his will. The heirs of the Marquis's family were well known to everyone. The first and eldest was Elizabeth, who could become a master, but her father uses her in his political games. The second was a 17-year-old guy who, at his age, had reached the third circle, but there were enough of them in the academy. He was not particularly smart, and the director himself had never seen someone waste their life so mediocrely on constant parties and celebrations. Bellamy was leading Rommel to some idea, and he wanted to find out what exactly the rector was hiding. The old man still had the strength to play such games. He said directly that the director of the academy was already too old for such political games and advised him to renounce the title of Duke. Why should he interfere in such a complicated matter? For missing classes, Jack could have been safely sent to single rooms in the dorm, where, according to the rules, he belonged. But the director gave him a house outside the academy, which looked very much like favoritism. But that's why Rommel needed him. The old man was not at the right age for such things. After this, of course, rumors would spread, and Bellamy did not want his friend to be bullied behind his back. But the old man only answered innocently, remembering that he and the rector had known each other for more than 30 years. And naturally, Bellamy's experiences were understandable to Rommel. But as he correctly put it, Rommel was really old, and he had a premonition that without this boy, he might miss something important. The director thought about how he looks when he says all this, and Bellamy will answer that he really looks very strange, to which the old man just laughed heartily. Soon the third gentleman's house will be ready, and if the rector wants, he can go and personally check the boy and then share his opinion regarding his personality and characteristics. The owner of the tower agreed, and now, after meeting this young man, he gets goosebumps and understands what exactly the director meant. Bellamy smiled at the thoughts in his head, and such a gesture did not go unnoticed by the maid. She asked why he was smiling, which caused joy on his face. The man innocently replied that every person has the right to smile. This is what is given to him by birthright, and there was a reason to smile. In addition to the maids, there was one cook and 5 guards in the estate who lined up in front of their new master to greet and get to know each other. The third gentleman wished them to work hard, and also noted that he would also help them, to the best of his ability and ability, of course. To begin with, it is worth noting that Ballantier loves steaks. He needs them for a hearty breakfast. Lunch and dinner meat was what still filled him with joy. It was also necessary to use only fresh and high-quality vegetables without magic. This was a prerequisite. Everything had to be up to standard. The guy thought to himself that this food could not compare with the one his personal butler prepared for him. But nevertheless, it was better than nothing at all. Also, the servants should have known that he loved strawberry tomato juices, and needed them every day. Also for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Let his new servants remember this and take note. The servants have remembered all his wishes and will try to fulfill everything according to his whims. Jack decided that since the director had provided him with servants, he would make full use of them. Otherwise, why would he need them at all? If Jack's memory served him right, the cook's name was Guinness. He looked at the young guy who looked sleepy and distracted. Most likely the cook was an idiot, and he wouldn't be of much use, so Jack would treat him accordingly. Most likely he is unlikely to remember all their names, but he will call them 5 musketeers, so it will be easier to remember. They were either murderers or informants, raised by the old man. Having said this, all their faces were covered with a mask of fear. Apparently all of them, like the guy he saw near the training field today, had their mana hearts broken. As a matter of fact, it was possible to make a new circle at the academy after its destruction, although it would not turn out perfect. But nevertheless, it was possible. Judging by the reaction of the musketeers, they heard about it for the first time. They asked if Jack would ask the director for this. He replied that it was possible if they worked well for him. Suddenly, Charlotte ran out of the hall. Her face was covered with a big smile from ear to ear. The girl noted that this place was incredibly spacious. She had never lived in such a place. Well now, after talking with their new servant, Jack and Charlotte needed to look at their new mansions. The director donated this mansion on the 9th of August, and studies at the academy began on the 16th. He had little time to carry out some plans. Today was already the 14th, and all this time Jack was gaining strength and resting, preparing for the school semester. The young man in his robe lay on a spacious bed. The burgundy fabric pleasantly hugged the skin, and the light wind outside the window created a pleasant coolness. During these days, she and Charlotte bought new clothes she needed shopping. The girl completely lacked a variety of dresses and other women's things. They also toured the city, ate local food and other delicacies, and had a very good time afterwards. A performance was being shown in this city, to which Charlotte and Jack immediately headed. They had a lot of work ahead of them, and a good rest does not harm anyone. He remembered all their adventures with a smile on his face. The pleasant time was fun, but time was running out. But in this barrel of honey there were also fly in the ointment. 2 points that denigrate all the wonderful leisure time of people. The first is that it's time to go. Jack decided to go for a run around his mansion. Despite the rest, there was no point in abandoning physical training. Jack was not very good at mastering mana, and it was not easy to correct this. But he could overcome his physical weakness, because now his body needed a lot of training. As he ran, he heard Charlotte call out to him, suggesting that they run together. He noted to himself that she was trying hard, which was a good sign. He decided to tease her and hurry her up. Jack said that if she didn't hurry up, he would run without her, and they continued on their way together. Having reached the first stop, they decided to take a break. Charlotte was very exhausted and sat down on a bench. Jack stood next to her and drank water. His appearance did not reveal that he himself was almost falling, but outwardly he stood firm. Charlotte clarified that today they will again go to look at that guy whose name was Thanos, and now the time has come to the second moment. From the moment they met, Jack noted that the fencer appears here every day and trains until he loses his pulse. He had been watching him for 5 days in a row and noticed that Thanos was trying very hard. All this time, non-stop training continued from morning to night. Although he completely lacked talent, even thanks to such perseverance, it was possible to become the first in the academy. Jack even became suspicious of himself. Why this figure interested him so much, and it wasn't a matter of appearance. Jack preferred women. His injuries were getting worse every day, and these were by no means ordinary bruises due to clumsiness. Having finished the next exercise, Thanos turned to Jack. Why he came, Ballantier noted that apparently he never took the elixir that the third master gave him last time. Having asked, the swordsman's face fell. He shamefully lowered his eyes. He was hiding something, and Jack intended to find out what it was. Thanos began to explain that the elixir costs about 40 gold. But the third master did not understand what he was getting at. The young man gave the drug and did not sell it. But later everything became clear to him. The guy began to talk about obligations about repaying his debt, although it was unclear what kind of debt he was talking about. But nevertheless, even after this, Jack did not understand why the guy never drank this elixir. Some part of this story was hidden, and Jack was going to find out the rest. This guy needed this elixir. He had very serious injuries, and probably had several broken bones, and the potion would have cured him. Also, his legs were damaged, and after some time he would not be able to move them. But even all these arguments did not convince Thanos to admit that if this was all, he would continue to train. He trained despite extreme pain and day after day for almost a whole week. This was impossible for the average person. Jack even suggested that he spends all these days flying by in this way, from morning to night, practicing various blows and earning himself new injuries. He sadly stated that he did not understand how people like him who try so hard get so little in this life. Valentine chuckled slightly. No matter whose cow mooed, it was strange to hear such statements from Jack himself. He, like no one else, should understand everything. He noted that Thanos was very cute. Valentine sarcastically noted that this was indeed the case, although she expected more compassion from the student. But in fact, even if Jack seriously thought so, Valentine herself was very sorry for this young man. She noted that as her student, Ballantier himself should have learned how much hatred and greed filled Thanos at the moment. He agreed that he understood that at first glance it might seem that these traits lead him forward. But in his case, on the contrary, if he does not know how to control them, they will inevitably lead him to complete collapse. Of course, during all his self-destructive training he grows, but at the same time, regression occurs. Wasn't Jack really sorry for him? However, Ballantier had already seen enough of this torment, and the time had come to make a decision whether to take Thanos with him or not. He and the mentor exchanged glances. Of course, the swordsman had absolutely no talent, but nevertheless, he was an interesting person, and Jack was not going to leave him so easily. The third gentleman called out to the man and asked why he was raising his sword. At first, the swordsman did not understand the question. His answer was extremely banal. He replied that he really wanted to become the best swordsman of the entire continent. Was he really saying this sincerely? Valentine was surprised to hear such a statement from a 17-year-old guy. Jack asked him again. But before he could finish his speech, he burst into uncontrollable laughter. So strong that Jack's body doubled over. Thanos looked away and replied that the guy could laugh at his dream as much as he wanted. It would not offend him in any way. But the young man didn't even think of laughing at his dream. Even if he didn't think so, he was amused by other things. But in the beginning, the guy had to calm down his hysteria. He was curious. He could not understand how great the greed was in the swordsman's heart, but now he understood everything. He turned to Thanos again. He irritably asked what else this impudent man wanted from him. Jack directly asked the question whether he wanted to become a new chicken. Charlotte hummed some unknown melody as she ran to Jack and carried a jug of water with her. Most likely he was thirsty and she wanted to please him. Returning to the training field, the vampire noticed how Jack approached Thanos and took him by the shoulders. They were excitedly talking about something. She became curious about what they were talking about, and she heard that Jack wanted Thanos to be his chicken. The fencer did not understand at all what the third gentleman meant by this proposal. But nothing bothered Ballantier, and he thought that he needed to repeat his proposal. Perhaps he didn't hear Jack really said the word chicken and the guy confirmed his guesses. He heard everything correctly. Jack was waiting for this talented guy to answer whether he would be his chicken. But Thanos replied that he didn't understand what he was talking about, but felt that it was unlikely to be something good. Jack noted his intelligence. If he does not agree to be his chicken, then he can become Jack's dependent. This proposal was higher in status than the chicken. Thanos heard such a word for the first time in principle, and wanted Jack to explain to him the meaning of this term. The swordsman suggested that this was most likely something like a vassal, and Jack confirmed his guesses, which in general terms was true. But the social status of Thanos himself was low. He was a commoner from birth, and acquiring a high status was unattainable for him. But it seemed that the boy was in no way embarrassed by this information. The financial situation of the sword-bearer also left much to be desired. But this statement did not frighten Ballantier. But he had heard about the Ballantier family, and noted that Jack was not at all like the man from the rumors. The boy realized that Thanos must have heard about him at least at the academy, and hardly something pleasant. But again he repeated that, what does it matter? The swordsman had no money or talent at all, and Jack had better find someone more worthy than him. The continent is full of outstanding people. He believed that he could not be useful at all, but Ballantier was touched by such statements, especially the fact that Thanos was worried about Ballantier at such a moment. Even though he had nothing, he nevertheless wanted to become the best swordsman on the continent, and such a figure could not help but come in handy in Jack's life. Is the fencer really not sure whether he can achieve his goal? This question first of all had to be asked to himself, based on the answer, to understand whether it is worth doing something for his dream. Thanos was well aware that he had absolutely no talent for magic, or, in principle, talent as such. The swordsman had something more. Ballantier smiled and noticed that Thanos knew something that he still did not know, and the guy advised him not to be so principled. The guy had something better than the usual talent for mana, but the swordsman still didn't understand what Jack meant. There were already incredibly many owners of mana on the continent. Mana was present among both commoners and vassals or other nobles. Even ordinary farmers had a talent for mana, but they could not develop it properly no matter how hard they tried. Or rather, they did not have the opportunity. Therefore they die without realizing that they stored within themselves enormous power that they could use to make their lives better. Jack himself has a talent for mana, but he did not know about it until he met his mentor, who opened his eyes. The world as Jack sees it is not at all the same as other people see it. Jack's world lived by different rules. He saw with his own eyes how mana hovered around and how it surrounded his body, intertwining with his entire insides, creating a symbiosis. But as a child, Jack did not know what this meant, and therefore could not properly develop this ability. There was no need to be frivolous in this matter. In such matters, everything was very complicated. Each person is a separate bearer of magic. The most important thing that Thanos had was his talent for suffering, and the people who were ready to go to the end for the sake of their goal could be counted on one hand. The swordsman should not have doubted himself. Out of everyone Jack met, he believed that it was the guy who would succeed. Suddenly, someone intervened in their conversation. Someone noted that Jack had made a homeless friend. It's amazing how they sneaked up unnoticed. 3 academy students appeared in front of them whose appearance screamed that they were ordinary gopniks. The semester had not yet started, and Jack did not expect to meet anyone else at the academy. In order for his stay at the academy to be calm, he needed to deal with them, and cruelly and demonstrably. But the conclusions of the third master were interrupted by Thanos. He said that it was better for him to leave. The sword-bearer's face expressed despair and pain. The most important of the 3, the guy with red hair, continued to insult Thanos, noting that the poor idiot was completely deaf because he told him not to behave like that with the others. Red called Thanos a dirty commoner and accused him of ignoring his words. Most likely he didn't get enough last time. Thanos turned away from Jack, asking him to leave because these 3 students came to him. He would like to avoid unnecessary casualties and injuries. Now everything became clear to the third gentleman. All these wounds were caused to him by 3 students who apparently mocked him every day. Jack's eyes filled with bloodthirstiness. Most likely this was true. The redhead finally understood where such a pathetic commoner got a top-class elixir from. This guy gave it to him. Jack wondered how this red-haired oaf knew about the elixir, but the answer was not long in coming. Jack had never been an idiot. He asked Thanos if these 3 had really taken him away from him, and the swordsman replied that he would give up everything to repay the money for the drug. These 3 fools took a gift from Jack to Thanos. He could not believe his ears. Such impudence instantly filled Ballantier's veins with fire. He was nervous about the swordsman. Why Thanos allowed such a pathetic scum of society to behave this way towards himself, and Jack had to do everything himself. The redhead's eyes widened. It seemed to him that he had just been called trash, but it was a statement of fact. Thanos was starting to get nervous. He asked Jack to hurry up with leaving so that he wouldn't get the same from these three. They wouldn't feel sorry for him and wouldn't look at his young age. But the third gentleman answered with a firm no. He apologized, but nevertheless had no intention of leaving here. Such a contingent should have been taught manners. If these three took his elixir, then he will have to deal with them in order to repay the debt, and he will not feel sorry for them. He gave the two behind the redhead a chance to escape. They had exactly 5 seconds for the entire action, otherwise they would also be in trouble. But the redhead did not want to listen to this. His friends were with him, and he was not going to get rid of them, just as they were not going to run away from him. Since they didn't want to leave themselves, it means Jack will help them disappear from here. Ballantyre took a fighting stance and concentrated on the future fight. These idiots should have been shown that they should not have touched the future best swordsman of the entire continent. There are 5 marquises in the Teslan Empire. They are real aristocrats with lands, and not those who received the title for achievements and magic circles. One of the 5 marquises, Marquis Herman, lived in the east, and his family had one problem child who was right in front of Jack. The future young master, Dietrich Herman, who would soon graduate from the academy, was an extremely unpleasant person. His dark path began at the age of 13, when he brutally killed his family's maid at the estate, but the matter was quickly hushed up. Subsequently, from the age of 14, he became addicted to substances, and from the age of 15, he began to become interested in women of dubious origin for the pleasure of his body. There were also rumors that he not only uses questionable substances, but also sells them. The future of the Herman family was predetermined because Dietrich was the eldest son. However, at the academy he was not allowed such liberties. All these dubious black things were vetoed, and he found other ways to entertain himself. The offspring of the emperor and dukes study at the academy. Too many eyes are watching your actions. Therefore, Dietrich had to create toys for himself, or rather, find them, so that life at the academy would be much more interesting. This toy was a commoner, a student who ended up at the academy for some unknown reason. He diligently hones his fencing skills. Someone distracted him from what he was doing, the white-haired guy responded, sweat running down his face. Dietrich and his company mocked him every day, kicked him in the crowd, laughed at him writhing in pain. With another kick, a strange sound appeared, as if Dietrich had crushed something with his foot. He was interested in what it was, and after digging around he pulled out a bottle of elixir, which was now broken. Anger boils in Thanos' soul, but he cannot answer, and only gritting his teeth asks to return what belongs to him. The arrogant guy was outraged by how such a filth like him got the elixir, and raising his hand wants to hit him with a stick for such, for him, impudence. Thanos' face tenses with pain. He bravely endures all the blows and continues to remain silent. One of these times, Jack intervenes in the bullying and punches a guy from Dietrich's company in the face. The leader clearly did not like this gesture. He's going to hit Jack from behind. But it doesn't work out for him. The guy has a good reaction, and after making a U-turn, he knocks the baton out of his hands. The girl says that again the boss behaves like this, and the mentor is not even surprised by what is happening. It was easy to deal with everyone. Thanos looks in bewilderment. A strange aura emanates from the guy. Now Jack has warmed up a little. He is satisfied with what is happening, and asks the amazed people if they are tired or something. But suddenly, a beaten Dietrich begins to appear on the floor, and Jack dares to do this to him. Dietrich's idiot servants are not going to interfere even now when their object is lying around. A long sigh escapes Jack. It infuriates him that no one is paying attention or doing anything about his security. The phrases continue to be uttered hoarsely that Jack is a vile brat, and that Dietrich will immediately contact his father. But the next thing this guy sees is Jack lifting his leg. Stepping on his head, he presses it to the ground and laughs because he can't get out. After this, he gets the attention of the guards, who orders him to stop. Finally it happened. Jack was already tired of getting dirty on Dietrich's head. When asked if he understands who he has contacted, the guy just smiles and asks in response if it is important. Turns to Thanos to inquire. He whispers that it is Dietrich Herman. This gives Dietrich goosebumps and tells him not to dare say his name. Immediately after the phrase, a kick from Jack flies into his head. He doesn't like his arrogant phrases. Jack says he gives the guards 3 seconds to explain why the hell they let that idiot beat Thanos. They are sitting in front of him in a ready stance. They clearly do not intend to answer some guy's question. Without saying anything useful, one of them, insulting Jack, attacks him. The mana will mix with the bright red blood and the dark black darkness, creating a primal explosion. This is what kind of spell the servant intends to use. Covering the little one with his hand, Thanos looks at what is happening with madness, the best magic for the 6th circle. This is a long-range explosion magic called Explosion. He most likely wants to destroy everything around him. Thanos, this sight, the little one and his mentor. Seriously, Jack thinks they are complete idiots. He started creating a blue glow around him. Having upgraded his skills, The guy can now concentrate all his mana in his hand. Even though the servant wanted to create an explosion, all his magic turned on himself. Jack was happy with the excellent blow. Everything was the way he wanted. But the guy in tears has not given up yet. He is about to attack again, and Jack notices an important detail. A swing was made. Just like the first time, the guy immediately noticed that he would again attack with his right hand, and bending down, dodged. All his blows are so similar, Jack slipped underneath and hit his chest with his fist. After Jack's blow, the servant, having endured it, drew his blade and swung it over his head, throwing his body back a little. His leg flies up and knocks the weapon out of his hands. The guy has excellent stretching. Apparently the servant's head hurts, because he's having a hard time thinking. While he was clutching at the pain in his hand, they had already managed to get around him from behind. A hand wraps around your hooded head, pressing, depriving you of air and forcing you to suffocate. The body quickly went limp. Jack was even surprised that it happened so quickly. He now has mana blocked in his body, and is unlikely to restore it again. With such a spell, a servant could undermine the entire academy, and cause a lot of difficulties. In a barely breaking voice, the lying man asks Jack how he was able to remove the magic. But he doesn't need to know. All that remains is to admit defeat to the 14-year-old boy. Bending down slightly, the guy reminds him that it's time to explain why they mocked Thanos. Although there is no point in listening. For them, Thanos is just a toy, because he is a commoner and will not even be able to complain about them. Then it's better to start with something simple. Jack asks to return his money for the elixir. And although this seems like a laugh, it would be better for the guys in raincoats not to be stupid. Gritting his teeth in anger, the servant says what is the importance of the elixir when Jack has become an enemy of the Herman family. But what does he care about his family? But the elixir was Jack's, and I would like to return it back. Jack smiles innocently. Can't the servant in the black cloak agree with this? The elixir cost 40 gold pieces, and they took it 5 days ago. It would be worth returning. Then, Jack offers to settle on 5,000 gold, and spreads his palms. However, where do people like them get their money? It's better to pray that the rest of us have at least something. Fear gripped Dietrich when he sat down next to him, but the boy asks him to relax, because there will be no more. The only thing is that you need to give Jack everything you have. Your teeth are creaking. It's very humiliating. 2,000 in cash and 60 gold coins, and Jack became a rich man in an instant. The mockery itself comes out of Jack's mouth. How sad Dietrich can be. Because if there was no money at all, it would definitely come to an end. It's time to ask who he is, because Dietrich never saw him at the academy. Amused, Jack scratched him on the head like a puppy, happy that such a question had been asked. It's a little late, but it's time to introduce himself, and Jack only says his name. To this he receives enthusiastic exclamations that he is Jack Ballantier himself. Everyone already knows about him as if he's a celebrity. Looking from below, one wonders how this is possible. Is he Palin's younger brother? Now it became clear what kind of friends the idiot older brother Jack has. Now it became even more pleasant for him to mock him, he thought, not trying to hold back a smile. Jack by no means touches ordinary guys, but people like them are an exception. With a swoop, he shoves his shoe right into Dietrich's mouth, his face in, tears welling up in his eyes. They only have a family name, and without it, they are nothing in this world. His circle. Didn't Dietrich use the mana of higher-level magic owners to transfer it to himself? He himself cannot do anything except mock those who mean nothing. Even if Dietrich considers himself lucky, when they turn 20, Jack will definitely throw their corpses into the lake behind the academy. Jack's face is furious. He says to remember his name, and that he lives in a mansion near the academy. If he wants revenge, he will wait there. But next time he won't stop, Jack says, and removes his foot from his mouth, noticing that the guy has wet himself from fear. He calls the little one to come with him. She certainly agrees and sets off with her mentor in her arms. Thanos is also called Jack. Passing by, touches his hand, saying that the offer is still valid, so let the guy come. With kindness, he boasts that they have a good cook in their house, so Thanos can eat meat every day. Birds are circling over the academy's courtyard. It seems there will be a fireworks festival tonight. The magic of the explosion is in the sky, and Jack still has nothing to do, so he goes to have a look. In the province of Autumnbull, there is always a fireworks festival 2 or 3 days before the start of the semester. This is a great opportunity to welcome new students and transfers. Even though Jack had to see disgusting things today, it's usually not that bad at the academy. All the cream of the empire mostly graduated from here. The emperor, 2 dukes, and also the emperor's wife, princesses. All of them are graduates of the academy where Jack is studying. Typically, graduation from the academy guarantees a successful job placement. But if you create problems and inconveniences, then exclusion will not take long to come. Jack, intelligently cutting off a piece of meat, put it in his mouth, and thinks for 4 years or 5 years. In the past, during this time, the name of the Tesla Empire was erased from the face of the earth. Chewing, he already hopes that they will all die soon, and Charlotte is content with dessert. Jack is quickly snapped out of his thoughts by his mentor saying how terrible something is. He already thought that he said it out loud and asked what she was talking about. The heiress replied that it was about what happened. That is, she is now talking about the academy, or more precisely about the attack on it. The mentor does not understand why security is needed at all if she allows such behavior. It's not that the mentor, who was one of the founders of the academy, didn't expect this. According to paragraph 1 of article of the Special Law on Behavior on the Territory of the Academy, all students are equal. There is also a group of inspectors who regulate the internal discipline of students. Article 1, paragraph 2, everyone must adhere to neutrality regarding political views. Yes, the same attitudes would be beneficial, but ideologies become distorted over time, and the norm is set by those who manage to fit in. Huffing with displeasure, the mentor admits that she hid something. She talks about dragon blood, dragon bone, and the Tulkun Empire. Awkwardly scratching his head, Jack thinks about telling what happened in his past life. But this will take a long time. But nodding understandingly, the mentor says that there is no need, and the guy quite agrees with this. The sky began to shine. With each explosion it acquired more colors. The attention of all the heroes switched. Festive performances, fun, people. Jack had not lived in such a world for a long time. The glass almost touches Jack's lips, but he is distracted by Charlotte's question about how he fights so well. The only correct answer is that he has accumulated a lot of experience. After thinking a little, a logical chain formed in the girl's head, and the next thing she asked was whether he had killed a lot of people, and received a positive answer. Deciding to make sure, he asks again if he really came from the future, and again the answer is positive. To be more precise, Jack went back 20 years ago because he is little again. It seems Jack had already talked to Ron about this. He was the first to know about it. Then he said that he died by accident, but in fact there was no accident. Jack offers to tell the truth. It is that he saw Charlotte for the first time in this life. He visited that city quite often, but had never seen her before. More precisely, Jack met vampires only in the Forest of Monsters, to which the girl remained silent and bowed her head. When Vivian died, Velactus told Jack that he had come for a purpose. This target was Charlotte. In a past life he came to kill her. This means that Charlotte from a previous life died when she was only 10 years old. Jack asks the girl why she is even interested in this. Let her tell her what happened. Her face is red. There's a hint of awkwardness. She admits that she also wants to fight like a boss. I wonder if the girl reminds the guy of something. He already knows this feeling. Namely, this is a painful past and a heart that yearns to change something. Here Jack abruptly says that then they will start training tomorrow, and this greatly excites the girl. Squeezing the baby's cheeks, he asks why she's so surprised. Doesn't she want to learn? Plans are ringing out. Tomorrow Jack is going to make her a mana heart, and see how she manages to control it. Most likely, Charlotte did not expect such responsiveness, but she really likes it and a smile appears on her face. Having agreed, she thanks the boss. The little girl's face shines in the light of the fireworks and looks happy. Jack smiles smugly again. Helping someone only makes him happy. She imagines how difficult it will be for him in the future, but this is not something she should think about right now. The poor maids scream for their master to calm down. One of them clearly has a broken head, but the answer is a rude shut up. Chairs fly into the walls. The whole room is turned upside down, and in the center stands the culprit of the booth, named Dietrich. Enraged, he savagely repeats Jack's name, saying what a damn bastard he is, trembling with uncontrollable anger running through his body. Even if only for a second, Jack's gaze was very frightening. It burned scarlet and thirsted for blood. Why is it that some 14-year-old boy was able to scare Dietrich to death? And to wet ourselves in front of him, it was damn disgusting and humiliating. The fist is clenched so tightly that it shakes the poor maids better not get caught in the eyes of the fierce guy. All that is visible around the room is the mark of the blade of his knife. They fly at a decent speed, and Jack's non-stop insults too. There is trash on the floor. Most likely Dietrich has shredded something. He promises himself to do the same with Jack. Out of breath from his own rage, he can barely hold the sword in his hands. But as if from a distance, he is shouting that he is finished. Charlotte still follows Jack. It's already the second day of the semester. Many out-of-town students have arrived. Jack wants to see Ron. His steaks are incredibly delicious. It was unclear to him why, but his body began to tremble. Although the weather outside was pleasant, something made his head spin. Jack felt bad and grabbed it with his hand. Although the reason is clear. That red sauce that Charlotte devolves with her sandwich is his lifeblood. His skin has turned pale. It is clear that he is not at ease, but he asks if the baby is tasty. She answers happily, says that very much, but she went as she liked. Suddenly, their attention is attracted by a carcass sitting sadly at the gate. It was Thanos. When asked what he is doing here, Thanos only sluggishly raises his head. But seeing Jack's gaze, he sadly lowers it again, asking if he can ask them for a favor. Sitting at the table, the guy spreads his arms in different directions and says that it's nothing luxurious, but take what you want. In response to the hospitality, Thanos shyly folded his hands in his lap and slightly wiggled in his chair with excitement. Sipping from a glass of red drink, Jack nudges him, saying that they will find him a room later. Charlotte, who has already settled in, also asks Thanos to start eating. There's a plate of gorgeous steak in front of him, but the depressed guy lowers his head. Suddenly, tears begin to flow in a stream. Sobs are heard throughout the table. This puts Jack into a stupor. The huge guy burst into tears, nervously biting his lower lip. Jack, in order not to embarrass the guy, tells the cook that he was apparently in a hurry. And this time there are too many onions. It hurts his eyes. The man, understanding the gentleman's gesture, says that it seems that this is so, and accepts the remark to improve next time. The next morning, the guy greets Thanos and asks if he's feeling better. The blushing guy rubs the back of his head and apologizes for his behavior yesterday. But Jack replies that it's no big deal. This is surprising. He won't even ask about what happened. Although Jack is very interested, he may have his own secrets, and he does not want to push. The thought slips into his mind that this way he can earn his loyalty. He hopes that the mentor is looking at him. But the woman just snorts. Again, Jack is trying to pretend to be a hero. Jack asks if Thanos knows that he is not required to attend classes at the academy, to which he says yes. Then, sir, you let the kid just stay here. But he hesitates. He has his own room, but if he is hungry, he can turn to their cook, Guinness. Those five, as you can call them, are looking after Jack, so it's better to make friends with them. Roses sparkle in the sun when asked if this is not the Marquise's estate. Jack answers with a categorical no. Originally, it was the guest house of Duke Ausenbla, a good old man, and now this house is a gift that Jack received from this duke. Thanos thanks Jack for telling him about this, and begins to leave. The guy is going to train. If he misses even a day, he will become weaker. Thanos' wounds healed thanks to the elixir he took before eating Jack. Watching him train, thinks how hardworking he is. Maybe yesterday he cried not because of the food, but because of the elixir. But Jack still didn't come to the end, because a loud call tore him out of his thoughts. This is Charlotte saying good morning. She is dressed not in a dress, but in sportswear, with a bandage on her head, ready to start the lesson. A satisfied grin appears. Jack is also ready and is about to start by creating a mana circle. Still near the estate, in the evening, Charlotte was exhausted and lying on the ground, exhausted. Jack praises her. She did a great job today, but in response, a howl is heard that she can't do anymore. But suddenly she enthusiastically asks what this means. Now she knows how to use mana. Smiling kindly, Jack gives a positive answer and calls Charlotte well done. The gentleman, of course, guessed, but now he is convinced that she really is amazing. She makes excellent use of mana, which is at a high level, as if she is already practicing with it. To be able to create the first circle of mana in 10 hours is a very good result. Charlotte casually accepts the offer to finish for today and, tired, goes to the estate. But after taking a couple of steps, she staggers and falls onto the bench, and a second later she's already asleep, and she's really tired. The mentor asks the guy if he's going to tell Charlotte something. To create a circle in 10 hours, it usually takes beginners 2 to 3 days. Well, if it were him, Jack would immediately ask Charlotte to be his student. All the same, without his help, it would have taken her at least a day to do the same thing. A magic circle is formed under her small foot, and it draws mana from the air. With it, you can collect mana and use it to create a barrier. And having collected the mana inside him, Jack simply returns it to Charlotte, thereby helping a lot. It's easier this way, but this method is not suitable for everyone. The guy sighs. It wasn't easy for him either. So she's still great for being able to create such a clean circle in such a short time. What's interesting for the mentor is that Jack doesn't want anything in return for his help. Looking at Thanos, he surprises him with the remark that he is crying again. The guy immediately wiped the tears from his face. He didn't notice when they managed to return. Thanos' behavior was suspicious. The master looked at him, wondering what happened. It was easy to guess, apparently. The guy feels that he has reached his limit. Thanos is depressed. He cannot properly answer the question of whether he has given up. Envy rages in his heart. The little one was able to make the first lap in just 10 hours. He hopes that she will not have a talent for fencing. Then she will be superior in everything. Jack asks if he thought it was easy to become the best knight on the continent. Unable to resist, he falls to his knees again in tears. He hates himself at such moments. Sighing heavily, Jack looks down at the huge guy. How can you be such a crybaby? With his questions, Jack is trying to cheer up the guy. The best knight of the continent is about to give up because of a girl or something. Gently touching his head, he ruffled the white-haired man's hair and said that he could still fulfill his dream. But it won't be easy. He can't give up and needs to keep trying. This is the first time someone believed in Thanos, which makes him feel unprecedented emotions. No one took his dream of becoming the best knight on the continent seriously. Everyone laughed at him for being so stupid. But he wasn't going to give up the idea because of someone's words. Jack had this in his family too, so he asks what the big deal is. Thanos reaches out with two of his hands and grabs Jack's palm with them. He thanks him for believing in him. It was unexpectedly very nice, which Jack noticed. But without showing it outwardly, he advised him to keep trying. Jack's experience says that only acquired skills never betray. Well, so far he is the best knight of the continent. Thanos has an example. But how can you deny this little child the body of a big man? Jack was already thinking that he would also try to help him, when suddenly a crunch of branches was heard from behind him, as if someone had stepped on him. The huge guy noticed that the gentleman was reacting to something. So who could it be at such a time? It's a familiar feeling, and Jack doesn't like it even more, like he's on everyone's radar in a vulnerable place. When an uninvited guest came to them just in time, playful anger flares up in Jack's chest. Not understanding what's going on, Thanos watches as Jack stares into the distance. The thirst for battle lit up in his eyes. He asks Thanos to take the little one and come to him. This request was overwhelming, but the guy agrees and stands up abruptly to begin. Having long guessed who came to them, Jack says that he was going to die, but he didn't think that he would really come. Quickly running his eyes around the area, he quickly found the observer. The 5 who were watching the gentleman were already lying on the floor. They were not moving but were breathing, apparently unconscious. Charlotte is still sleeping sweetly in her arms, while the white-haired man reports that he brought her. The mentor also came with them. Rubbing her eyes and yawning, the girl has not yet realized what situation she is in, and asks her boss to go to dinner. Suddenly Dietrich, some guy and many people in raincoats appear in front of them, who are located near them and on tree branches. An unhealthy grin flaunts on Dietrich's face. He greets Jack Ballantyre, saying that it's been a long time since we've seen each other. Mutually calling out his name, Jack had already raised mana around him, taking a stable pose, and he warned him not to come back. Thoth, Dietrich Hermann, future Marquis of the Great Eastern Province. The world is ruled by power, and the power of the family will soon be his, so why leave annoying Jack alive? Of course, there may be problems with the Duke of Autumnbull, but there is one point. This point is that it was Jack who struck first, and there are witnesses to this. This will cause a second skirmish between the Hermann and Ballantyre families. With him is a guy in a plague mask. This is the master of the Fentanyl Guild, Ventiman. No matter how strong that idiot Jack is, he can't beat a Ninth Circle master. Dietrich explained the essence of the matter to his mercenary. Their goal was Jack, and he was the only one. Now the target is in a vacant lot near the mansion, with a girl named Charlotte, who was specially accepted into the academy yesterday, and Thanos, a student of the 4th house. Dietrich wonders if there is anything else he needs to know, and the mercenary knows that Charlotte is making a mana heart. Sighing with relief, he thinks it's great news that they've been there for 9 hours, and will most likely stay for some time. No matter how talented she is, it will take at least 2 days for a mana heart to be formed. Among their staff, they have a cook and 5 servants. They checked their location. When the order comes, they will all be killed. But it is better to avoid confrontation with the Ausenblay family as long as possible. There is no likelihood of the mobilization of the Knights of Ausenblau. Now they are busy with other things. There are people near the estate. Everyone is screaming, asking for water to be brought quickly. A fire has started. Before their arrival, a fire started in the basement of the Duke's estate. Everyone is busy extinguishing them, and will not be able to allocate a detachment to remove them. The Plague Mask tells all this to its fighters. Everything worked out perfectly for them. They are ready. The decisive cry that it is time to attack comes from Jack Ballantyre, and they begin the mission. Making a hand gesture, dozens of fighters broke loose and got down to business, shouting forward. That's how it was. A special order for 500,000 gold, which starts now. Proudly, Dietrich thinks that Jack Ballantyre is finished. Suddenly, little Jack is covered by Thanos' huge back. He asks the master to run while he delays them. Charlotte also intervenes. His hands are shaking. The heavy sword barely remains in them. He thanks Jack for believing in him. He believes that it is his fault, so Jack does not need to interfere. He will definitely delay them so that he can escape. The fact that they voluntarily gathered to protect him is very unexpected for Jack. The guy begins to smile. He thought they were cute fools, but where else could he find such people? In fact, this is a pleasant feeling. In his previous life, he died alone, but now there are so many people around. Pushing his shoulders back, he comes forward, telling them not to worry and to stand behind him. He won't let the baby get hurt. With a confident gait, he approaches Dietrich, because if he wants to die, then nothing can be done. Since this happened, the master is going to blow everyone up and is already starting to accumulate mana in his hand. But he is interrupted by his mentor, who pinches his cheek and asks him to stop. She descends to the ground in front of Dietrich. Jack thought that the mentor herself wanted to remove them. Continuing to look arrogantly, Dietrich does not understand why the toy moves and speaks. Her eyes began to glow like lanterns, and her hair began to fly up, all with incredible noise. The glow and particles fly towards Dietrich, causing him to close his eyes and complain that he doesn't see anything. Now an adult girl stands in front of him, and smoke covers her nakedness. They saw a great heroine who had done a lot in the past, the one who was able to raise this continent and all of humanity to the top level of the pyramid. But Dietrich still does not understand how the toy became a person. Finally, this woman returned after a 400-year hiatus. Tilting his head, Jack is pleased that his mentor has returned and greets her. Having interrupted the word again, she hits him in the face with her fist and hears a scream that arises. Lying on the cold ground in front of her feet, he rubs his face, asking why she hit him. Now he must remember how he ignored her opinion and forcibly dragged her out of the cave after waking up. At that moment, Jack didn't care about her words or what she thought. And even when he is scolded, he sits with a satisfied face, admiring her, thinking about how he missed her. The mentor explains her blow as punishment for Jack's bad behavior. Undoubtedly agreeing with this, he points his finger at Dietrich and calls out to him. Through force, he asks to give him his coat, although he is definitely not delighted with such an action. This was Dietrich's heroism, but Jack continues to ask, because he doesn't understand what's happening at all. After another request, which clearly humiliates the guy, he finally throws his coat into Jack's hands. Dressing his mentor in it, he carefully says that it's cold outside now. He also adds that he does not regret that he then pulled his mentor out of the cave. Without showing surprise, the mentor asks again if he regrets. He had to do it his way, but everything turned out for the best. When the mentor asks if she suddenly wanted to die peacefully in that place, Jack replies that he knows that this is not so because he is her student. Perhaps she was wrong, because after all people are just animals following their desires. And knowing this, the mentor thought that the world created by people would be different from all other worlds. But she was wrong. There is no difference between humans and other races. That day, Jack pulled her out of the cave because she subconsciously wanted it. He knows his mentor hasn't made any bad choices in the past. Having trusted someone who shouldn't have, he was never able to fully see what she had been striving for so long. As a result, this cave became an eternal prison that she herself created for herself. Dietrich's people and he himself feel fear. It seems that she is in debt to her student. Looking at her back, Jack at first didn't even understand that the mentor was talking about him. Everything seemed different, so he thought that she considered him not her student, but simply a mischievous little child. In any case, Jack will not refuse such words. He is very pleased to hear them. The hand reaches forward. Black smoke began to circle around it. This is the mentor accumulating mana. Since they came to eliminate Jack, the mentor asks not to hate her when there is nothing left of them. The jaw clenched, the sweat flowed in a stream. Dietrich clearly did not like such a statement. He commanded his people to kill them now. The teacher begins to recite a spell, a black resin that will cover the earth and color the sky. The world around began to look different. Jack looks up and barely sees the mercenaries. A violet glow circles around the mentor and gathers above her head into a black cloud. Continuing the spell, she says that by her order, the resin will return to this world, and the shadow of a skull appears from behind. Somewhere in the Tulkan Empire with the Master, at that moment, something happened wrong. He is fine, but it seems that recently he already had such an unpleasant feeling. Maybe it was just an illusion. An island on the Black Sea. Someone's discussions are going on there, and they definitely don't doubt anything. There can be no doubt that the past energy of the soul and the present one are too obvious that they belong to Valentine Milos. The dragon still has a hole in his heart left by that woman. Someone in a raincoat would like to forget her, but it doesn't work out, maybe because she's still alive. A person cannot live for 400 years. How long will this woman rule their world? Jack's amber eyes reflect his mentor's spell. That black tar turned into a skull. Opening its jaw, the skull lets out a piercing scream to strike Dietrich's mound. All that was visible from Valentine Milos was a black shadow and glowing eyes, and the shockwave from her attack scattered everyone who rushed towards her. Dietrich's mind is clouded. There is only fear in his eyes. He does not know what is now in front of him. A strange sensation in his legs makes itself felt. He has never seen anything like it. Around him, the mercenaries lie in agony. Each one's limbs begin to disappear and turn to dust. They grab the air in an attempt to catch them. When Dietrich's legs began to disappear, then he realized that this was death. His hands are shaking, but this does not prevent them from crumbling into small particles, which means that this is how he will die. A bony hand reaches out to him as he tries to crawl back so it can't touch him. In an attempt to save his life, he rushes to the last thing he can offer, which is money. But the mentor half-heartedly ignores the proposed increasing amount, not intending to spare Dietrich. Nothing helped him. When the guy finally crumbles, his particles fly away into a glowing portal in the sky. Out of fear, Charlotte covers her mouth with her hand and turns to Mrs. Valentine that she is the final boss. The woman reaches out her hand. The baby is scared at first, but it turns out she just wanted to touch them. One on Charlotte's head, and the other on Thanos' shoulder. First she turns to Charlotte de Royale, who has inherited the noble blood of her ancestors. Then to Thanos, a warrior who moves forward without giving in to anger or his desires. She introduces herself, adding that she is the mentor of this stupid student from the past. The mentor adds that she hopes these guys will take care of Jack. Suddenly Thanos decides to object, putting his hand on his heart, saying that the mentor said everything correctly, except for one thing. Mr., or rather Jack is definitely not stupid. And this phrase was unexpected for the guy. Grinning, the mentor agrees that she was mistaken and Thanos was right. Not figuring out what it is with her, Jack decides to play on his nerves, turns on the narcissistic little kid, from which the mentor pushes him away with her finger, and he is convinced that he is still the same evil one. Having asked to be left alone, the mentor wants to talk to the student. Jack tells Charlotte that if she's hungry, there's his blood in the kitchen for her to drink before bed. And he tells Thanos that there are unconscious guys on the territory. You need to wake them up and he can also go to sleep. After stretching Thanos' huge hand, Charlotte says that her legs hurt and asks her to carry her. The guy himself is not happy with such news. Waving goodbye, Jack tells his mentor that they are loyal and good guys. They are really fun to be with. Baring his teeth, Jack smiled and asked what the teacher wanted to talk about with her smart student. Standing opposite each other, Valentine Milos says she's given it some serious thought. Has Jack already forgotten the words he said when talking to that man? Even though the mentor was sitting in Charlotte's arms, she had heard about the blood and bones of the dragon. Immortality. It is natural for a person to want to live forever and never grow old. It was the heterogeneous system that became a continuation of the study of immortality. Does this mean that the dragon's blood and bones are connected to this? The mentor wonders. Nodding, Jack replies that the mentor is thinking in the right direction and everything is correct. All people want to live long. But of course this is not enough, because at the same time they want to be healthy and young. During research into immortality, which was carried out in the distant past, a pivotal moment occurred. One of the scientists, who looked a bit old, expressed an interesting opinion. It's impossible to live forever, so why not just start living like dragons for thousands of years? Races that have lived for centuries, such as vampires and dragons, are different from species whose blood, organs, and even bones are short-lived. The rate of aging of the body, the number and quality of cells, sensitivity to receiving mana, everything has its own period. There were strange sheets of paper lying around, all covered in blood, after which the experiment being carried out became special. It became an experiment in interspecies communication, with bodies grown in flasks. Heterogeneous mating was only half successful. It was a complete failure on the path to eternal life. But people were able to learn to use the power of orcs and elves. However, there was one problem after receiving their power. They only have 5 to 10 years to live. An experiment conducted more than 400 years ago is now being carried out in the Tulkun Empire. In 2 years she will complete it, and the life expectancy of half-breeds will increase to 30 years. With guilt in her soul, the mentor says that she thought that she had killed everyone 400 years ago, but apparently this was not so. Jack shakes his head negatively. The mentor found out about the experiment too late. She walked into the laboratory alone, her bare feet walking on the cold floor strewn with leaves. There, the mentor burned all the documents related to him and killed all the half-breed monsters created. The body on the floor was barely crawling. It was near death, crying and reaching out with its hands to the woman's feet. Scientists, magicians, knights, and so on suffered the same fate when they saw her. She destroyed all documents and killed everyone associated with the experiment. However, she missed one point: the mentor should have killed the Dragon Lords. Sadness appeared on her face. She understood why they had to be destroyed. To destroy, the Dragon Lords most likely handed over their own as test subjects. That's right, because the two lords really want to penetrate the human world. Jack asks if the mentor knows who exactly became the test material, but receives a negative answer. The guy thinks that he doesn't need to explain for a long time what it is about half-breeds. These future half-bloods can harness soul energy, just like Jack and Valentine Milos. This means that the dragon that became the material for the experiments is the child of two lords. Among all the dragons in existence, only these two lords can use soul energy. And of course, their own child, their heir, also has a talent for this. A heterogeneous combination of the owners of the 10th circle of the Tulkun Empire and the child of two dragon lords. Thanks to their talents, they can easily break through the mana wall and use soul energy. Having heard all this, the mentor had one more question, and Jack didn't mind answering. Looking at the student, she asked what he was striving for, but the guy almost missed the point. She is a person from the distant past, and she does not want to be connected with the world, but she cannot stop being interested in it. Since Jack knows about the future, then he must have something in his head, and that's what interests her. But he doesn't know. In any case, the experiment will be completed in 2 years. In a year, he will grow to the 5th or 6th circle, and plans to go to the Tulkun Empire during the holidays. And of course, they will have to destroy everything in the laboratory and kill everyone associated with the expert. Poor Thanos piled on all the servants lying on the floor at once to carry them home. It's hard. The mentor pulls the sleeve of her cloak over herself and asks about what they're going to do during the holidays. But is it really necessary to wait? She wonders, and surprises Jack with this question. He began to ask doubtfully about something, which made Valentine convinced that he was her student. Knowing well what she was thinking, Jack reminds her. She said that she would not interfere in world affairs. It's just a duty for her. She herself must make sure that everything is finished. Therefore, she thinks it would be right if this time she intervenes in what is happening. This means that right now she wants to send Tulkun to the Empire, and Jack can't even stop her. She's his mentor. And she's right, for the Tulkun Empire, exploding the laboratory will be a huge problem. More precisely, this is a problem for radicals who want to unite the continent. The reason is that radicals are conducting experiments in interracial relations. Now she does not remember the insult from the past, which will forever remain only with him. In fact, come to think of it, they actually annoy Jack now. Jack remembers and asks the mentor to open another space. She asks again in surprise. Stretching out his hand, he said that he needed one sword, a very good one. Without surprise, the mentor waved her hand. Jack even knows about this. Once again, making sure that he was her student, she made a sharp swing near her, and a purple luminous stripe appeared in the air. From another space, we fall into his hands a sword, with a thin, elegant blade and a scarlet sheath with gold trim. The famous sword, which was worked by mermaids in the past and personally forged by the king of the dwarves. The sword is called a Solarian. Jack is happy to welcome it. Apparently he has worked with it often in the past. Having touched some object with his finger, Valentine takes out something else from another space. She holds a mask in her hands. Jack needs to hide his face and not get caught in the Tulkun Empire. Jack, taking a white mask with a pattern that seemed to match him, looked at it with interest. You can feel the magic that closes and opens your face, as well as a strange flow of mana. When asked what kind of mask this is, the teacher says that she doesn't remember. She bought it a long time ago at some market. While putting it on, Jack says that she has items that even he doesn't know about. The face turns malicious. Jack laughs, wondering if her mentor used her to spy on men in a public bathhouse. Valentine did not like this joke. She blushed with anger, and her palm turned into a fist. Having knocked him hard on the head, the mentor asks for coordinates for teleportation. Hearing the coordinates, her eyes widen. She instantly recognizes them, and there is no limit to her surprise. He asks if this is the capital of the Gunnar Empire, and receives a positive answer. 400 years ago, people were at the bottom of the racial pyramid, but even they had their own country. The Empire of Gunnar is now ruins. This city is the homeland of the mentor. The laboratory is located under a landmark, and they came up with a good idea. Putting his hand in front of him, a little on his palm, a bright space for teleport appears. Entering the portal with one hand, the mentor turns around and extends her hand to Jack, asking if he is ready. Jack laughs happily and extends his hand back. He's always ready. The doctor is a genius for inventing the union of man and dragon. He is honored that Henkes Begerman himself praised him. He asked permission to ask why Henkes just did that. More precisely, the man suddenly held back his glass. Maybe the doctor did something wrong. He just had the feeling that something had appeared in their world that did not belong here. But this is not possible. It's not even worth talking about. So he replies that it's nothing and shouldn't be paid attention to. Henkes suggests getting back to the point and asks, since when did the doctor start experimenting on people? Experiments on livestock have shown excellent results. But he is most concerned about the decline in the life expectancy of the subjects. If he experiments with cell activation, there may be a result. A hand gesture stops the doctor's conversation. Henkes absolutely commands him. His gaze is interested. The only worrying question is when the doctor will be able to start. The doctor rubs his palms out of nerves. He likes that Henkes is as interested in the experiment as the crown prince. Now it is difficult to find materials for experiments. If he had them, then the doctor would definitely start now. This means he needs experimental subjects. Or better yet, those who have a talent for magic. Beckoning with just a finger, the maid comes up and understands the order and looks down. Taking the fur coat, she throws it over his shoulders, at which time Henkes has another question. What will the doctor call the man who will be created from the union of a dragon and a man? Without even thinking, the doctor replies that they will be called Half-Blood. Henkes smiles. He likes this name. Before he could leave, he turned around and asked the doctor if he had made an appointment with someone here. Taking his chin and rubbing it, the doctor said that there was nothing like that. They stand opposite each other. Henkes does not understand whose flow of mana it is then. Before they can finish saying that this is clearly the master's energy, a stream of mana is already rushing under their feet. A second later, the floor beneath them is undermined, but Heinkus manages to react to it. The furniture flies apart from such an incident. The man tries to defend himself with his magic. The doctor's screams can be heard. He tried to protect himself, but his strength is not capable of this. Blood began to pour from his mouth. The doctor does not understand what is happening. The servant, who was next to Heinkus, safely asks if this is the end of the blow, but is mistaken. His gaze is serious. He warns those present that they are attacking again. A bright flame rushes forward. The doctor is standing right in front of him, and he is without protection. You have to work hard to protect yourself from fire. Heinkus's body begins to tremble. He is clearly tired, and with the last of his strength, he shouts the barrier spell. Unable to bear it, he is thrown back by the power of the attack and flies backwards. He flew away too quickly, the shield remained, but Heinkus was already coughing up blood. Clutching his chest, there are attempts to stop coughing, but blood continues to splash in different directions. Turning his head, he saw a carcass lying around. This was the doctor responsible for the research. In the basement, which is illuminated only by torches, bloody bodies lie. Blood falls straight to the floor every second. Jack points at something that in his opinion looks terrible. This is a dragon. He is suspended on chains, and it is his blood that beats on the stones. Now he is not at his best. He is filled with a furious desire to kill. Autumn is a huge, deep emotion that moves even the mana around. When asked what Jack will do, he smiles contentedly and asks to leave it to him. The mentor agrees with his initiative and will do as Jack said. Stretching out his hand, Valentine begins to use magic, causing a glow to appear. She created hellfire, exactly the kind that struck Heinkus and his subordinates. Jack says it looks great even in this life, but it's not over yet. Covering his face with his hand, the boy sees that her hellish fire still looks like a fire. They must now be on the 3rd floor. Who would have thought that these were the remains of a civilization that disappeared hundreds of years ago? Shaking off her hands, the teacher asks if there is anything left that she did not destroy. But she did her job perfectly. Turning around, Jack stood in front of the dragon and looked at the beam in its chest. The creature didn't like this. He let out a dissatisfied roar, which Jack, on the contrary, thought was cute. In a past life, there were not a couple of drops on the floor, but a whole pool of blood. The dragon only asked to kill him. The animal did not hang, but lay bloodied on the floor. The chains enveloped it. It only prayed for death. Smiling, Jack grabbed the handle of his ball and began to take it out of its case. Of course, this time everything has changed, but something still needs to be done, right? The frightened dragon begins to roar to scare the guy, but he jumps and raises his weapon. Jack began to swing the ball countless times. The blade left a trail in the air. The movements were very sharp. The chain turned into a pile of jagged pieces. They fell from above and fell near Jack's feet. The carcass of the previously hanging dragon fell, and he continued to lie there, exhausted. For some reason, Jack thinks this is for the best, and he reaches out and pats the creature on the head. The guy continued to sit near the dragon. 18 years have passed. What else should he say? Leaning on his neck and continuing to hug him a little, Jack says that he looks very exhausted. Looking at the smiling dragon, Jack sees what the one who begged him for death was like. There is silence in the room. Only Jack asks whether the dragon wants to live. Abandoned by his parents as material for experiments, falling into the wrong hands, he gave away his own flesh and blood. His paw is wounded. A stick was stuck into it too. Does the dragon know what his position is called? It is no better than livestock. Such a name brings tears to the dragon's eyes. They made armor for themselves from his skin and used his blood and bones for interracial experiments. If nothing worked, they tried again and again and abused the animal. And of course, no one was interested in his opinion. He was simply locked up by force. Jack continues that eventually the dragon will go crazy. One day you will lose your will. Afterwards, he will forget all the insults and will simply pray for a quick death. Jack asks if he wants this. Wants to be used and die. The dragon was already hysterical from his words. But the dragon has a chance. He can live in another distant place that is not like this. The guy turns to him, a small dragon without a name, that his will is most important. Jack asks him one last time if he wants to live somewhere else. You can hear some muttering and it's hard to speak because you have no strength. But if he wants something, Jack asks him to shout with all his heart so that even those who abandoned him can hear. Taking a deep breath, he began to scream as loud as he could that he wanted to live. In the past, it was Jack who killed him. In this life, this is also a possible option. In truth, he didn't want to kill him then. He just had to do it. What could be better than being sent to eternal rest for someone who has lost his soul? But this dragon is not the dragon from his past, and Jack will gladly help him find a new life. Then he asked to kill him, and now he is begging for his life. The guy just wants to save him. Of course, now he even has to do it. Jack offers to return home together. Having already decided everything, Jack asks if the mentor is okay, but receives silence in response. Still, in the end, she nods positively and thinks that she liked him too. Suddenly, a furious voice calls out to them, asking who they are. It was Heinke's, and he is clearly not in a friendly mood. The dragon immediately began to tremble. Pure fear was visible in his eyes at the sight of these people. Pointing his sword at them, he continues to glare, saying that he is asking for the last time. The guys are not even a little scared. They continue to talk about their own things. The mentor says to do as he himself knows. But even if the mentor had not said so, he would still have done exactly that. The white-haired man is furious that his question is being ignored. He asks if they won't answer. Since they don't want to answer, it means he will force them to do it. He swings his arms and aims at Jack. But Heinke's did not expect the little boy to answer him with the same force. With horror, he looks at the guy in the mask through the crossed blades. But in response, he receives a cold and calm look. He tries his best, but nothing works. Jack remembers that Beggarman was at that level at that time. In response, Jack only receives a furious scream. Heinke's was not satisfied with the smile. How dare he even smile at him? But Jack is only amused by this. He begins to laugh and smile more brightly, as if he is not allowed to do this. The man starts using magic. He calls Jack a fearless idiot. He uses the 10th circle. Even among the masters, he is one of the best mana wielders. No wonder, at the moment, everyone considers him one of the strongest on the continent. A look of madness appears on Jack's face, even though everyone thinks Heinke's is the best, but he is still not strong enough. The man gets scared when the boy uses his power. He feels this energy. This is exactly the pressure he felt recently when Valentine summoned the resin. Now Jack looks like a killing weapon and makes a grown man back away. Kicking the blade with his knee, he breaks its sword, and then begins to swing erratically as he continues to advance. After the next blow to the blade, the weapon cannot withstand it and cracks right in your hands. The teacher watches what is happening while the student worries about his master. Having flown into the wall, he leaves behind a huge dent and then weakly rolls to the floor. Can he really lose consciousness so easily? Jack approaches him. He is clearly disappointed in the strongest of the continent. Leaning on the sword, Heinke's tries to get up. He asks who this man is in front of him, because he has never seen him. But Jack only laughs in response. Why does he need to know? And this laughter makes the man tremble. After silence at Jack's amusement, the guy invites him to listen to his prophecy. He says that there is one person he knows, meaning Cutie Thanos. For now, he is still very simple, inept, and strong only in his dreams. But the day he becomes the best knight on the continent will be the day Heinke's Beggarman dies. The man did not like this prophecy. He angrily attacks even with a broken sword. Jack does not do the same in response. He continues to stand in a calm pose, holding his sword forward. Looking at the dragon, he returns his gaze to his opponent. Jack's amber eyes reflect his malicious face. Heinke's reaches forward with one hand into his other sword to make an attack on Jack. Stretching out his hand was a mistake, because in one movement, Jack cuts it off, and it flies in the opposite direction. Blood splashes, and the man looks on in horror. Jack's eyes inspire fear, as if they themselves are saying that Heinke's Beggarman is still such a weakling. It's surprising and a little pity. Using his stretcher, Baby Jack actively kicks him in various places. Thus, Heinke's turns into a punching bag, and he ends up collapsing on the stone floor of the basement at Jack's feet. The guy, pulling out a bloody sword, says that this is just his desire, but asks him to become a little stronger. Beggarman, now smitten, serves the crown prince of Tulkan, and the prince is the head of the faction of supporters of cruelty, the source of all existence. In just a few years, all their heads will fly off their shoulders. If all this is too easy, then Jack will simply not be interested. Looking back, Jack looks at the guy, who is scared to death by this. Now he is also too weak. Beggarman's student, it seems his name is Merengos, and the guy is scared how Jack suddenly knows about this. Jack remembers that in a past life, when he killed Beggarman, a strange thing happened. Past Jack, having killed a man, noticed that one knight had attacked him. Of course, he immediately cut off his head and didn't remember all the outlines evenly, but there is a problem. A mentor and a student are literally one whole, but does Merengos know about it? You can't cut off his teacher's hand and leave him. It's not fair. The red-hot chains on which the dragon was previously suspended now wrap around Merengos' arm. A smile appeared on Jack's face, as if he was amused by this, and asked if he was right. Beggarman's student asked him to stop with one movement of Jack's hand. The chains tightened on his forearm. A moment later, his hand fell to the floor, and he himself fell to his knees in tears. Amid cries about the loss of his arm, the mentor asks if Jack is finished, to which he replies that he can go now. But there is one thing worth taking, Valentine says, referring to the dragon. Using teleportation, a second later they find themselves in the courtyard near the estate, and Jack looks like he's bored. Taking off the mask, a quiet laugh is heard. It's Jack, and he can't stop smiling. But suddenly, complete indifference appears on his face. Apparently he has already gotten used to it. So it's time to meet, and Jack asks the dragon what his name is. Lying on the floor, he looks up while Valentine and Jack wait for an answer. His name is Sel Bakhmut. The dragon's voice trembles and stammers as he tries to say the last name. Jack strokes him, saying what is the meaning of the last name of the parents who abandoned him. His name is Cell. Jack says that's the only name he gets now, did he understand? Having captivated Cell with a caring look, the guy offers him to cure his wounds. Agreeing with this, the dragon was placed in a room. Now he lies down on a pillow and sleeps, resting. Crossing his legs, Valentine Milos asks his apprentice what he plans to do with the Dragon Lords. In fact, he doesn't know who needs to bow. He comes up first and bows. It'll be strange if the strong find the weak. This is a very interesting look, it seems to the mentor that this is how he cares about her. Jack doesn't hide this. His mentor has long outlived the human voice. She is 400 years old. She has done a lot of good in the past and created the basis for the existence of the human world. For a world that now doesn't even remember and maybe doesn't even know her name. For the sake of such people, she should not have interfered at all. The guy knelt in front of her and extended his hand. Holding her hand in his, he says that he will deal with the two lords when the time comes. Valentine no longer needs to sacrifice herself and her life for the sake of people. After some silence, the mentor thought about everything that had been said and decided to do so. They are all covered with a layer of dust and smoke. The teacher got up just to go wash. Apparently, Jack forgot about such mundane actions, but wished her to freshen up. A dirty coat hangs on a hook in the bathroom, and her mentor's fresh hair hangs over her shoulders. As soon as she gets out of the shower, Jack showers her with compliments, but in response, she advises him to wash himself too, because the guy looks unkempt. Jack takes off his shirt. His childish chest is marked with scars and abrasions. To heal his wounds, he takes the elixir again, so he develops an addiction to it. Having woken up, the mentor asks where the guy is going, because he is not wearing sleep clothes. Placing a chair in front of her bed, he sits down and answers nothing. Peering out from under the blanket, she notices a wound on her face and asks if it hurts much. Suddenly, Jack turns into a child and begins to complain that he thought he would die from pain and is still hurting. Judging by his clothes, he was not going to sleep tonight. He heard that the teacher was looking after him the entire 3 days while he was lying there. Ron told him about this. During the 3 days while he was unconscious, there was only one person left. The teacher sat next to him and peeked at him while he lay in bed. Ron thought she was a well-made doll, that's what he said. Now it's Jack's turn and he will look after her. She always loved to sleep. There was nothing in response. Only silence and quiet sniffling, like a kitten who had already fallen asleep. It's full night outside. The time has already passed 3 hours, and Jack continues to sit on the chair. Sometimes he wonders what would have happened if he had met Valentine Milos earlier. If Jack had met his mentor 400 years ago, at the time she was born. Pulling up the blanket, he covered his mentor more comfortably and hovered on the bed on all fours, continuing to look at her. How could this woman be called the most terrible necromancer who terrorizes the entire continent? The guy was embarrassed. His cheeks immediately turned red. For him, the mentor was very beautiful. How many hours ago from all these events in the underground prison of the Duchy of Ausenbles? For 10 years already, has he really been spying on the head for so long? A handcuffed man asks the owner of the tower if this is bad. The head cared about him very much, so the head of the tower replies that this is bad. The man stabbed him in the heart, although the head accepted and raised him. This means that all his work and sincerity were just a game, since it does not matter to him. The owner of the tower says that there is no testimony or evidence of how much longer the man can remain silent. Suddenly he bared his teeth. The owner was clearly not going to stand it and asked for the last time. Not understanding, the man asks if the owner of the tower really doesn't know about this or is just pretending. Surprisingly, even in such a situation, in the basement and shackled, he feels too confident. As the owner of the tower heard, they even destroyed his circle. Where does such confidence come from? Bluetooth suggests thinking about everything that has happened over the past 10 years. The owner of the tower really believes that this was an accident. Then why did the previous owner of the tower decide to become a citizen of the Tulkan Empire? Why did so many 10th Circle holders leave this country without hesitation? And why were so many magicians summoned under the pretext of clearing the forest with monsters? With a serious face, turning to the prisoner, the owner of the tower says that he will speak when the torture begins. In response, a deafening laugh is heard, similar to hysteria, but it is quite believable. Why didn't they still torture him? Why did the Duke of Ausenbla still keep him here, despite the fact that he is a traitor to his homeland? Maybe because you're not sure you'll get him to talk to prove his loyalty to the king. This man really doesn't look like someone who has been tortured. He has been in prison for 5 days, but he has not lost any weight. The owner of the tower needs to think carefully. You need to think carefully about whether this kingdom really has a future. The owner of the tower runs up the stairs. He does not understand the reason for such self-confidence. There is only one explanation. It is only if the kingdom is already completely rotten. And if this is really so, that means that the shackled Bluetooth behaves so confidently. Walking along the basement corridor, The owner of the tower continues to think that tomorrow Bluetooth will be transferred to the castle. There probably won't be an official trial. Everything will probably be decided internally. But Bluetooth, surprisingly, is not at all scared, but, on the contrary, is absolutely confident in himself. The owner of the tower wondered if the man really believed that he could survive. 4 hours later, the same fire started in the underground prison, thanks to which Dietrich wanted to calmly attack Jack. The man who is the owner of the tower immediately rushed to where the bars were. Seeing something terrible, he was speechless and fell to his knees, exhausted. This is unlikely to be camouflage. Bluetooth is definitely dead, or rather burned in a fire, what is actually happening. And then, this morning, no matter how much Jack thinks, this dragon stands out too much. Charlotte is not very happy to see such a creature. But when did the master have so many allies? Nervously pointing his finger at the animal, Thanos asks if it is really a dragon. Jack replies that of course it's him, and a chill runs through Thanos' skin. Apparently, he's seeing a dragon for the first time. The dragon that was supposed to die and disappear is now here, along with everyone else. For Jack, this is a surprising realization that not everything people know is true. The baby reared up near Cell, like a cat defending itself from an attack. With a touch of his hand, Jack calms Charlotte down and asks her not to look at the dragon so angrily. He is not like the Galactus, she remembers. He is not angry, and he is not going to kill her. The girl agrees and immediately apologizes, but now the guy notices what is happening to the dragon. Cell is worried. Jack takes his trembling face and reassures him that no one will eat him here. In fact, an ordinary sword would never be able to harm a dragon. It's not for nothing that such terrifying creatures are called blessed animals. Most likely, it was Hankus Beggerman who used Cell's body for the sake of experiments. But Jack was able to give him a good kick for everything he had ever done. Naturally, Cell is now afraid of him after seeing what he did to his martyr. The dragon looks so strange, as if Jack looks different after sleep, but of course, he's handsome. Removing his hands from his face, he immediately bows his head. Can one say that this is how he expresses submission? In his past life, Cell almost lost himself, lay in the blood without strength and wanted nothing. But now, Jack thought that he would be better off than 10 years ago, but this is not the case at all. He feels so sorry for Cell that the guy cannot leave his side and continues to stroke his face. As far as he knew, the dragon must be about 8 years old now. If you think about it this way, only unfortunate creatures in need of help gathered around Jack. Having created some kind of circle, the mentor uses magic and directs it at the dragon. The creature is surprised that in just a second, with the help of its mentor, its paws came to perfect condition. It's amazing that such an injury can be cured in just a minute. This impressed 3 guys at once. As if reading Jack's thoughts, Valentine also notices that, as expected, Cell stands out too much. Although the limbs and the entire dragon as a whole have already been healed, the mentor continues to do something. As a result, the creature begins to scream, in distress, and does not quite understand what is happening. Suddenly, the dragon's limbs turn into human ones, and soon a cute girl stands in front of them. She has become a polymorph. The mentor is glad that now she won't stand out so much, and the frightened Charlotte clung to the same Thanos. Now the mentor looks like an ordinary person, the gentleman notes. She just shines, and you want to look at this light. Jack focuses his gaze on her. This, of course, is noticed by the mentor, and she reminds that today is the ceremony for the beginning of the semester. Jack definitely has to go to it. Charlotte and Thanos too, and they don't mind. Looking at Cell, Jack warns her that they will be back soon and asks her to rest. At the last moment, he remembered an important question: what do dragons eat? Attempts begin to guess their preferences. For example, fish or meat, they are unlikely to be vegetarians. At the mention of steak, the girl's eyes lit up, and although it was clear that she did not understand anything, she clearly liked it. Jack would like to ask what she was fed in the dungeon, but it's better not to. Touching her shoulder, the gentleman says that he will ask the cook to cook something for her and let her try it. There is also a task for her. The view from the roof is cool, and if Cell gets bored, let her get up and think about what she will do next. Many years ago, even before all these events, a country called Tesla appeared. The academy was also founded in those days and managed to cultivate many talents. Addressing the students, the old man says that nothing is eternal in the world. Everything declines and disappears over time. These words surprised Jack. They were different. They were not what he had heard in his previous life. His words were that they were the hope of the kingdom, wanted to be confident and focus on their studies. But now the old man continues, which is the same with the current generation. It is not visible from the outside, but the kingdom casts a very dark shadow. The students of the academy are sitting in bewilderment. No one understands what the old man is talking about now. But his words are true because yesterday the teacher blew up that terrible laboratory. 2/3 of the holders of the 10th Circle in Tulkun are still supporters of the Hard Party. Of course, in the battle for the throne of Tulkun, it will be they, those whose hands are covered in blood, who will win. And in a few years, a war will definitely begin. between people with different views. Judging by the old man's speech, he knows a lot. Maybe he heard similar things from Bluetooth. The speech continues. Their kingdom was built through the blood and sweat of their noble ancestors who gave their lives for them. Their ancestors were very persistent, and they are so now, so let them remain so throughout their journey. All these guys listening to the instructive speech are dear students of this academy. Afterwards, all the students of the academy went out into the courtyard and began to go about their business. Tired Jack pulls himself up after sitting for a long time. There are no lessons or events on the opening day. Apparently this will all end. Maybe Jack should go visit the old man. He should thank him for the house. He really liked it. Suddenly, the guy comes to his senses and notices a familiar silhouette in the crowd. Without hesitation, Jack shouts joyfully, calling out to his brother, who flinches at his voice. Joyfully waving his hand, he asks when his beloved older brother arrived, but he quietly replies that yesterday. From Jack's touches, the elder twitches and moves away, ignoring the barbs that he looks good, because apparently he can drink water again. Patting him on the back, Jack asks him to at least say hello to his brother. Having squeezed his hand, he argues for his actions by the fact that the same blood flows in them. Jack looks at the elder with an angry gaze, threatening that if he doesn't answer, he will wring his limbs. To a stifled no, Jack warns that if he had not answered, he would have been killed right on the spot. Afterwards, in order to hide their dialogue, he says in front of everyone that he seems to have delayed him too much and pats him on the shoulder in a friendly manner. Jack lets him go to his friends, but Palin runs off instead, causing Jack to sigh. Charlotte arrives and, looking after the running guy, asks the boss if these are his friends or something. The guy answers no way, which puts the girl in doubt, because he just said that they are blood brothers. Yes, but not everyone you are related to by blood will be your family. In response, Charlotte gives a mysterious look, which makes you ask what she was thinking about. Her question takes Jack by surprise as to who she is to him, and in addition, she presses for pity with her cute little face. This confuses the guy. What kind of nonsense is this? She has already started puberty or something. But the answer is that of course she is his family, which makes the baby happy. And even if this sounds like consolation, these are not empty words, but 100% truth. When Jack considers someone to be his person, they are like family to him. Those he cares about, and those he is responsible for. All these people, of course, are friends for him, and now he stands in front of its members, the Mentor and Thanos. Yes, he clearly must be with the wrong idiot in the company of arrogant people. Jack should be with people who have a mentor next to them, those who have a big soul. Palin is told that the guy who is talking to him is strange. It doesn't look like he is his little brother. Jack gave his older brother's friends the impression that he looked like a moron. The strange thing is that if you look at them together, you can mistake Palin for a weak-minded person, which makes the veins bulge on the elder's face. The guy's behavior seems strange. The friend notes that usually he would be furious at such words. Thoughts about his younger brother irritate him. Palin doesn't understand why he's even afraid of him. He, this bastard, was still the elder's toy, but at one moment everything changed. From these thoughts, Palin quickens his pace and breaks away from the company, which causes even more misunderstanding. This behavior makes the guys suspect that the guy is bipolar. In general, they come up with all sorts of things. It turns out that the enraged Palin ran to his brother to put everything in its place. Jack reacts confidently to the unpleasant call, causing the elder to get scared and step back. Because of this behavior, Palin was unable to say what he wanted. He turned away and did not admit that he wanted to hit the younger man. Having fallen to the floor, Palin does not dare to raise his eyes, from which he receives his brother's words that he is boring. He definitely overcame his fear of water, so why is his heart beating so fast? The guy had never felt anything like this about someone before. This was the reason why he did not know that he now had an injury. Picking up the frosted cookies, Jack wonders what it means that Bluetooth is dead. This news does not surprise the guy in any way. On the contrary, he asks what's wrong with it. The old man didn't understand this, but Jack really doesn't care whether the man is alive or not. Apparently the guy got bored with this conversation. The old man hesitated because he had nothing more to say. Suddenly Jack remembers that he wanted to express gratitude for the estate, and immediately corrects this moment. And the chef there cooks amazingly delicious food. Charlotte is simply crazy about his dishes. It is strange that the old man did not react in any way to the death of Bluetooth after that fire. When Jack is about to leave, the old man asks him to wait and stay. As far as he knows, Jack entered the first year of fencing. The cookies almost came out of his mouth when he heard the offer to transfer to the Faculty of Magic. It seems that the owner of the tower asked the old man about this, and he does not hide it. In any case, Jack had no intention of attending classes sooner or later. The laws of the academy would be revised. Students recently visited the old man and started an interesting conversation with him. These were the guys from the student council. They reported that there are students like Jack who use the shortcut method and do not attend classes. The words made Jack think, The laws of the academy will be revised in the second semester of next year, and conversations about this have already begun. The old man says that he will have to attend absolutely all classes. However, if the guy transfers to the Faculty of Magic, then the old man will reduce the time he spends on classes. Of course, he needs a document about graduating from the academy, but he really doesn't want to attend classes. Will it help the rest of the students that someone like Jack, a narcissist, will study with them? They will have to endure his character. But Jack agrees on one condition. Once a week he will attend classes. The old man himself said that he would reduce the training time. After touching his beard and thinking, Jack was asked if this was too little. Blinking his eye, the gesture supposedly agreed. The old man stops at 3 days a week. Jack has no plans to attend classes at all. He stands his ground. There is nothing to teach him, and he has the best teacher. Isn't it funny that he can't learn anything here? Then why did Jack enter their academy and even look for a house nearby? Handing the cookies to his mentor, the guy admits that he only needs a certificate from the academy. Surprised whether the old man heard correctly, he asks about the certificate and the goal of entering the treasury of the academy. This is a place in the Tesla Empire. A graduate of the academy is given not only a certificate of completion of training, but also something else. Some other things are armor, a cloak, a staff, a sword, and so on. Inside the treasury, there are magical weapons with a 400-year history. Each generation of graduates can take one of the weapons with them. Everything worthwhile had already been taken from it. It was unlikely that the sword Jack needed was left there. In principle, it is not available in the duchy. But from an ordinary sword, an old man can make one worthy of a squad captain. In terms of level, they will be better than any weapon in the vault, but as Jack guesses, it is not free. Bellamy Craig is a man who, as everyone knows, has been devoted to the director for over 30 years. He needs a student. Initially, it was his personal desire, but now they both want to make Jack their subordinate. Having guessed this, Jack only thought that he was so cute, not at all for his age. Now I want to skip the school year, and Jack asks to organize it all early. The old man suggests discussing this later, and now returning to the original condition. It would be better to compromise and choose between 3 and 1 day a week, resulting in 2 days. There is no point in refusing this, because it is the best option, so Jack agrees. Then his first year at the Faculty of Magic begins from today. In exchange for agreement, Jack will not yet become a student of the owner of the tower. When asked why, he replies that he has a keen eye and first needs to see his mana. He will see how talented the tower owner is and how much he has grown. Jack's skills in magic are far beyond what they could imagine for a 14-year-old boy. Interestingly, the old man notices that he has a talent for separating good and bad. If this is true, then he will take responsibility and make Jack a marquis. Clutching himself on his stomach, the guy bends over to his knees with laughter upon hearing such news. Having calmed down, Jack apologized for such behavior. He simply could not restrain himself. He doesn't need to be a marquis, so he wants to leave. But the old man calls out to him again. Apparently he knows something because he asks if something happened at the villa yesterday. Remembering his servants lying unconscious on the floor, he says that nothing happened. The old man's questions are similar to an interrogation, but Jack says that he went to check on the guys because they had not prepared food. Everyone was unconscious, and Thanos took everyone and brought them into the house so that they would not lie on the street. He didn't ask what happened, but it seemed like they were all just fighting among themselves. This seems stupid for an old man, but the excuse is that he himself knows that children grow up when they fight. Saying that it is so, Jack bows and wants to leave because it really is time for him to go. Coming out of the office, an interesting picture stretches out in front of him, which immediately attracted his attention. In it, a girl strikes a man with horns. If you look closely, the mentor is depicted there. Valentine remained in the office. The old man listening to her was thinking deeply about something. He has been in the political arena for decades, and his instincts are difficult to fool. During his life, the old man saw hundreds of aristocrats, knights, and even kings, but I have never felt anything like the aura from Valentine Milos. Touching the flowers near the window, the teacher says that the old man's speech was impressive. Her every little movement is unusual, even the way she approaches the window. And he is sure that Valentine is a unique woman. You won't find anyone like her anymore. In her opinion, the rank of general is more suitable for the old man than the director of the academy. Maybe the rank of general is suitable before, albeit briefly, he fought on the battlefield. Like the child named Bellamy who was mentioned recently, there is a lot of talent in the Tesla Empire. Will he, as the director of the academy, be able to protect all the talents of the empire? The majestic look seems to captivate the director. She asks if he thinks about this in principle. Lost in the answer, he is interrupted by the knock of the door opening with all its force. Jack returned for his mentor. The mentor asks not to act like a hindrance, because she was already getting ready to go. The guy was just worried that she had been gone for so long. When the mentor walks down the street, everyone around her shifts. She immediately attracts everyone's attention. The sellers ask the beautiful sister to try bread from the store, but her refusal is that from today she is allergic to flour. When the lady asks her to drink tea, the teacher quickly leaves, saying that she already drank it today. Everyone is upset by her refusals, but she is apparently accustomed to such views. Maybe the director wanted to make her his student. The teacher has it all written all over her face. The mentor asks a strange question whether Jack believes Director Rommel. The answer is clear as never before. Jack does not trust anyone except his people, the so-called family. She shouldn't worry. She and the old man have a different relationship. They need each other. Valentine understands perfectly well he certainly would not allow himself to be used. They came. Jack took her where he wanted, but she still doesn't understand why they came here. They came to the Arabes Guild. This question is strange because their goal is Jack's money, of course. This is the Arabes Guild for mercenaries, hunters, and the like. In this place, you can hire anyone to do various things for your personal needs. Jack knows for sure that if they need a magician of the Ninth Circle, they will need a lot more money than it might seem. Most likely, the magician of the Ninth Circle is the one who was hired by Dietrich to kill him. However, what will happen if both the one who paid and the one who took dies? This is what they came for. They were met by a nice girl. She turned to the mentor, but Jack showed that he was the initiator. Asking the manager, of course, all the money should go to him. Please convey just a few words to the manager last night, the Ninth Circle and murder. After these words, the girl's face became very frightened, and the squeal randomly spread around. The hand of the guy standing next to her instantly covers her mouth after Jack's name accidentally escapes her lips. Jack's reaction is not long in coming. He smiles because she knows him, but why was she surprised then? His gaze looks frightening, baring his teeth. He leaned on her table and approached. Suddenly the girl says Dietrich's name. The guy tries to calm her down because he'll get it later, Jack guessed. This idiot placed the order right here. Dietrich did not meet them one-on-one, but tried to kill him with the hands of the guild. Now everything has changed, but the guys from the guild are nervous and can't say anything useful. Jack gives the guys just 5 minutes to bring the leader here. Having set the hourglass, time has passed, and after the end, Jack will not look at the fact that they are the Arabes Guild and will erase them from the face of this continent. This situation was incomprehensible to the mentor. He was seriously planning to destroy this guild. Jack sighs. He didn't think he'd have to explain this to his mentor. Many groups that call themselves guilds in our empire, and guilds that use the word adventurers, are not that important. Still, they are intermediaries and not independent institutions. They can be considered simply informants. The mentor is surprised at how the world has changed. In fact, Jack came to find out exactly who Dietrich paid, and the mentor just saw the reaction of that employee when she saw Jack. It's just that the employee knows about him, and now she's very surprised that he's still alive. If an aristocrat submits a request to kill another aristocrat through an agency, it literally means that he is telling the entire world that he will be killed. This is why Jack initially thought that Dietrich and the killer met in person. Who knew that he would use the services of an intermediary? Dietrich is an even bigger idiot than anyone thought. Everyone here looks at Jack as if they saw a dead man come back to life. Those who tried to kill him, those who wanted to earn extra money, showed this place to Dietrich. But Jack doesn't care about all these people. They are all the same to him. From this situation, the mentor begins to understand a little what his life was like. The employee opens the door and fearfully turns to the manager. A man folding his legs, eats grapes, and does not understand what has already happened. His face became distorted when the man was informed that Jack Ballantier had come to see them. The eyebrows frowned, the eyes darkened. The leader really couldn't understand why he was still alive. To the suggestion that maybe the employee misunderstood, she replied that the boy had not introduced himself, but she herself was definitely sure. Clutching her skirt from stress, the girl conveys to the manager those few phrases from Jack. He also adds that if he doesn't come in 5 minutes, Jack will wipe them off the face of the earth. In his 34 years, he had heard a lot while he was on the path to becoming the leader of the guild. So much time has passed, but this is the first time such a situation has occurred. Fentanyl Guild. These are the guys in the plague masks who attacked Jack. This is a group of killers that never makes mistakes. Its leader is a magician of the Ninth Circle, but his goal is still alive. The leader wipes his hands on his trouser leg. There is no time to think. You need to go to the young master, since they are waiting for him. Just as the sand is about to spill down, Jack reacts to a knock on the stairs and immediately receives an apology for the wait. The leader says that he is glad to meet you, introduces himself, saying that his name is Abero, and he is the head of the Arabes Guild. The guys sat down opposite each other. Jack refuses tea and wants to get straight to business. Abero wonders what business the young gentleman is talking about. Did he come to leave a request? Crossing his arms, Jack states that this is just a start, but yes. You can see from his eyes that Abero already feels the money that will soon be in his pocket. But this is in vain, because Jack begins to talk about how they tried to kill him last night. The guy clarifies whether an order for his murder was placed through the guild. The head of the guild agrees. There is no remorse, which means he is not obliged to hide it. It seems that according to the law of the Empire, the Adventurers Guild is an intermediary that connects the client and the mercenary, receiving a fee for this. And although the man replies that this is not entirely true, Jack got the gist. The leader warns that their guild is legally protected. That's right. Mercenaries need work. They are sought out by those who want to do their jobs with someone else's hands. And for this purpose, guilds of adventurers were created, connecting clients with performers throughout the country. The Arabi's Guild is the largest medium-sized organization in the Tesla Empire, and its leader is in hiding. Rumor has it that he may even be a member of the imperial family. It's simple. You can imagine how much the person who wanted to kill Jack paid. After all, it was a mercenary of the Fentanyl Guild. Abero adds that they themselves don't know what the exact amount was, which makes Jack frown. He came to talk about exactly this, about the cost of his life, which surprises the leader. Kicking the air with his foot, he says that he needs full information about the amount and payment. Jack's furious, frightening eyes make him nervous. He doesn't like to repeat himself twice because he immediately understood everything. In response, only blathers are heard that this is also unclear. A frowning mentor is watching him. Trying to get out of the situation, Abero says that it seems that he wants to receive a task from the Arabi's Guild, but he is not their employee or a mercenary, so he will need to sign a contract. And even though Jack loses his temper, he continues to hear about the real treaty with the Empire, about the provisions and clauses, conversations that are not relevant, about the request and the amount of payment, the down payment, the advance payment, and the commission get on Jack's nerves. Jack thinks that the manager didn't understand he didn't come here to leave a request. The person who wanted to kill him and the person who helped him with it are the same. To be more precise, these two people are dead, and neither of them got what they wanted, especially money. Turning on the fool, a conversation about the commission begins, to which Jack aggressively puts his foot next to the leader, saying that he has completely mixed up everything. They did not refuse Dietrich's request. Although they had a choice, no one did so. If Abero does not carry out his orders, then Jack will kill all the guild workers. Jack doesn't care that they are under the protection of the Empire. He would like to know now who he is talking to. It's better to do this quickly before he destroys the leader's impudent face. The guy will no longer continue. The manager must do everything to find his money. He has a week to do this. If by then they are not with him, on the same day the Arabi's Guild will disappear from the face of the continent. Having expressed his opinion, Jack leaves and near the door asks the mentor to follow him. He will conduct his own investigation later, and if he sees the difference between Dietrich's payment and the amount received, it will be bad. Even if the difference is only one gold piece, the manager must understand what this entails. Let him not even dare to think that there is payment for his efforts or work. He doesn't respond to the threat, but his face makes it clear that he has everything figured out. After all that has been said, the mentor and Jack go down the stairs. The conversation turned out good. When the employees were alone in the room, the girl asked if everything was okay. The man fell onto the sofa and began to suffer. He was in a terrible situation and regretted taking the order. I can't believe it. An aristocrat kills an aristocrat. Dietrich was generally in himself when he turned to them on such a matter. A cry of regret spreads throughout the room. He did not want to take on such work. The moment Abero first read Dietrich's request, he immediately thought that he would never want to fulfill it. It was clear that only a crazy person could ask the guild for such a thing. Having reported this to the top, he soon received a response letter. In it, he was told that there was no way to refuse young Mr. Herman. The head promised that in case of any situation, he could cover him. Abero introduced the Fentanyl Assassin Guild to the aristocrat Dietrich, and everything should have ended very simply. This means that they are now being blackmailed by the youngest gentleman, who is not even in line to inherit the title. The leader is furious. Taliso cannot understand what he can say and what he cannot, because the newcomer or the marquises are his friends. The guy doesn't understand what to answer to these words. He hesitates and rubs the back of his head. This is understandable because they took this guy in just a couple of months ago. He has truly outstanding information gathering skills, but it is unclear why else he was chosen. Taliso sank from the realization. He apologizes, because he realized that he was mistaken. There's no way that Ventamin suddenly became a raven, so that he becomes a raven and gathers the most elite members near Ausenbly. It would cost 30 silver, but what to do if the target of the murder is still alive? Jack Ballantier, when asked to be honest about the payment for his life, literally said that he did not know the amount of the contract, and there is no evidence that the killer escaped from the province. Maybe he was caught, but then he would have known the exact amount paid. Calling out to Taliso, the manager asks if Dietrich Hermann was at the opening ceremony today. The answer to this question is that he was not there, after which Abero asks for more details. At the hotel where Dietrich was staying, only his servants remained, and the accompanying guards had not appeared since yesterday evening. My head is almost smoking from such news. It is very strange that he simply disappeared. Abero asks to imagine that he was attacked by the owner of magic of the 9th circle and 30 professional killers of at least the 6th circle. Such a performance gives Taliso goosebumps, and he turns pale. It's terrifying. These guys are the most professional of professionals. It is impossible to escape from them. But the missing Dietrich Hermann died, and the entire fentanyl guild was destroyed. Seriously thinking, Abero concludes that the task is a complete failure. Suddenly, the most stupid question comes up: is it really a failure? To which the leader loses his temper and shouts that the goal remains alive. Is it normal that he returned without a single scratch? But Taliso doesn't understand at all why they ask him about this. Even if, with someone's protection, Jack was able to defend himself from the killer, then there should be at least a hint of worry on his face. However, he was completely calm, and even dared to threaten to destroy the guild. Among the latest recruits to Autumnal, there was no one special. Even though the Marquis may have several knights, he does not agree with some of them in time. Maybe the one who helped him with the guild was one of the local magicians. Could it be that this little child was helped by the old man himself, the Duke of Autumnal? This could be an option, as Jack Ballantier even lives in his residence. If this guy is a high-ranking guest in the duchy, then that's a good reason to protect him. But yesterday's fire in the duchy, the army would not have been able to do something like that. It seems that Abero is missing something, so he asked to contact the representative of the Marquises of Ballantier, and also find out everything you can about Jack Ballantier, and bring information to Abero. We need to gather the guys and search everything, but find the place where Ventimund could hide the money. Just as he was about to leave, the manager remembered something and asked him to send a letter upstairs. It must be reported that Dietrich Hermann's mission failed, that the fate of the fentanyl mercenaries is unknown, and the main thing is that Jack Ballantier may be under the protection of the Duke of Autumnal. Also in his memories there appears an image of a girl who was with Jack. But suddenly, Abero changes his mind about talking about it, and rubbing the bridge of his nose, asks the guy to start walking. It's strange who was the woman nearby who immediately attracted attention. Recently, they briefly made eye contact as the mentor waited near the exit. At that moment, he was enveloped in an instinctive fear, as if the tiger was commanding his prey. His decision was not to look for or mention her. He came to the employee to see if she was good at writing an apology letter. Luckily, he liked to rely on his intuition. While devouring the deliciousness, Jack is surprised that they just came home and there is such a sight. The guys are training. They are having a real battle, only with wooden swords. Jack exhaled when he realized that they were unlikely to actually fight. Most likely this was training. They both seem to have received their first round of mana, and they look like 2 chickens. Even though Jack said that this was not a battle, now the guys were fighting seriously. Or rather, Charlotte was playing out. Something is strange for the mentor, and the guy clarifies what exactly. She asks if Thanos really thought he could defeat that kid last night. After this, Jack remembers what happened last night and what she was talking about. She means Henkis Beggarman. Did Thanos really talk about this? Does he really think so? The mentor believes that even by looking at it, Jack should have realized that Charlotte had never held a sword in her hands. Precisely, now she treats him uncertainly and does not know how to keep her distance. But even so, with her inability, she can displace Thanos from his position. The guy notices that this huge guy is now inferior to the little girl. It seems that Charlotte is losing ground. He tenses and grins from the exertion of all his strength. But in fact, this is done by Thanos, who is no less serious. He is stronger than Charlotte. The little one even admires his power and muscles. Even with this understanding, it is impossible to say with certainty who will ultimately win. When Thanos swings, Charlotte manages to attack and hits her with his sword. Clumsily, but she manages to attack. She never studied fencing. How did it happen? A grin appears on Jack's face and he wants to argue with his mentor. The bet is that in 9 years he will make it so that Thanos can defeat Beggarman. It seems that he chose little time for such a thing. Won't Beggarman himself become stronger? Contentment flows from Jack. The mentor thinks that it will be interesting, so she agrees. They bet on a wish. The loser will fulfill the will of the winner. The argument itself isn't as interesting as some of the things that make Valentine curious. This is exactly how Jack will make this child so strong. It seems the guy doesn't know this himself. There are many ways. Some will suit him. Under the pretext that the guys had better rest, Jack separates them. The girl blushed. She tells the boss that they are not really fighting. It seemed as if she was about to cry. But Jack didn't come to scold them for their quarrel. Jack's compliment that she has a talent for fencing makes Charlotte's eyes light up. And even though the guy didn't see the whole fight, she succeeded 3 times, which she herself doesn't really understand. Charlotte hit Thanos' sword 3 times, or rather, 2 out of 3 times. What to do if the enemy is much stronger than you, when he is huge and you are weak? The answer is simple. You need to be like Charlotte, act as she did. If Jack hadn't interrupted their fight, she would have definitely ended up punching Thanos. Patting her on the head, Jack praises her that she has talent and should see if she is also talented in magic. He invites the little girl to go up to his room and eat the cake he brought. She can also play with Cell, who is now on the roof of the estate. Please leave Charlotte to talk to Thanos. In gratitude, she bows almost to the floor, and it is not clear where the little one learned this. Jack asks if Thanos knows he lost and receives a positive answer. It's a shame for Thanos that Charlotte is so good at it. She has a talent for close combat, unlike him, and he knows it, so his face dims and his eyes look at the floor. You can quite easily figure out exactly how to replay a situation when you are losing ground. Charlotte did it even twice. Thanos was confused and did not understand how to repel her attack. Jack clenches his fist with sharpness. In another minute, if Jack had not intervened, this giant would have been lying on the ground. There is only silence in response. Tears roll into his eyes. But Thanos holds on while he is asked, stubbornness and selfishness. He means Charlotte. Physically, she is small and looks harmless. But such a little thing was able to realize his strength, come up with tactics and repel his blow. The guy mumbles, cannot figure out what he should do in such a situation. It's simple. Thanos must change his sword technique, or his strength, so as not to lose control so easily. But he did not do this, but simply continued to swing the sword as before. This won't do. So Jack offers to kill Thanos just once. This phrase really scares the guy, but he wants to train properly. There are no buts in this. He wanted to become the strongest on the continent. For this, he will have to try. But Thanos seems more like he is causing inconvenience to everyone. Jack had already told him that he would have to try, and Jack put his hand on the guy's shoulder. This means that for the sake of his goal, he must even be ready to die. But Jack needs an answer, so he asks again if Thanos is willing to try that hard. Feeling the sword in his hand, the guy tensed and still answered that he was ready. Apparently this was a question to show off. He asks the mentor not to leave, but rather to help, hinting at an argument. Still, she wonders why Jack would like to use an illusion inside the magic circle. The mentor realizes that he wants to change the path of magic and create a training partner for this boy. This proves that he is truly an unusual person, since she immediately guessed his intentions. For an illusion that looks like a real person, you will have to spend a lot of mana. Moving his finger along the asphalt, Jack drew a circle on the ground with mana. The mentor learned that this was a combination of the rules of death and illusion. Rule of Death is a 10th circle dark magic spell. It controls a limited space, spreads black magic in it, and changes the path of mana according to the will of the caster. In this space, you can drive the enemy crazy and forcefully make them panic. And the 9th circle illusion is a spell that creates an illusion that looks like a real person. But if you combine both spells, you get something interesting. He and his mentor came up with this in a past life. Holding his mentor's hat in his hands, he distracts her from the spell, wanting to say something. After this, Jack turns and calls out to Thanos for the same reason. Jack says that battles have difficulty levels from 1 to 10. The higher the number, the stronger the enemy. Immediately following the explanation is the question of what level Thanos wants to start from. Hesitating to overestimate himself, the guy sadly replies that only from the first. Since Jack himself provided the choice, he did not object, and it was better to start with an easy one. Moving his finger along the center of the circle, Jack continues to conjure it. It amuses him that when he dies 100 times, he will definitely learn to hold a sword. After the mentor has finished with her work, Jack tells the guy to enter the circle. After hesitating a little, Thanos finally enters the circle and falls into a trance. The mentor asks an interesting question: who did Jack make Thanos' opponent? The guy leans towards the woman's ear and says something, but in a whisper. The answer is amazing, and Valentine does not hide it. On the contrary, he shows the emotion in full. Winking, Jack says that they will deal with such and such an enemy faster than in 9 years. Such a grin mixed with a gesture makes the mentor say that Jack is a terrible person, but he hears this very often. Looking around, Thanos does not understand where he is. There is only darkness around. Hearing a sound behind him, he turns around and sees a man in front of him holding a sword. Having looked at him carefully, Thanos remembers that he saw him somewhere. As soon as the man opened his eyes, he immediately saw Jack's face in front of him. This is an adult gentleman, but he did not utter a word, but swung his sword in his direction. Realizing what was happening, Thanos stood in a fighting pose. This, apparently, is training. After this, the past Jack immediately takes off and flies into battle. This cannot be ignored, which is why the guy puts his sword in front of him, preparing to defend himself. He tried so hard to concentrate his strength that a grin appeared on his face. Just when he thought everything was slowing down, his sword flew from his hands. He realized that the past Jack would cut off his head without regret. And he did it. Thanos then woke up on the tiles in the courtyard, out of breath and scared. He grabs his neck to make sure his head is still there, and Jack's question about what happened makes his body go numb. A piercing scream of horror is heard. Thanos is afraid of the still little Jack, which was to be expected. Extending his hand, Jack pretends that he doesn't understand why he's so scared. Thanos grabs himself to his feet and asks who was in the circle, but it is just an illusion. The guy did not understand at all what the gentleman meant, which is why he repeated that it was the magic of illusion. Jack clarifies that Thanos has little experience and has not been in a situation where he would have to risk his life, and this is so. He is told that he saw Jack in this circle at the age of 18. Jack will say it anyway, even though Thanos already tried it and should have understood it himself. To improve his skills, the guy will have to fight with him from his previous life, and the longer Thanos can hold out in battle, the stronger he will become. Having drawn conclusions from his past life, Jack concludes that what he lacks in talent can be made up for in experience. Magic is not used there, only fencing, so the difficulty was at the level of the first round. Jack says to try to win, and Thanos agrees with this, but he did not understand what kind of past life it was. That's right, he didn't tell Thanos about the rebirth, well, sometime later. Hitting himself on the chest, the guy replies that he understood everything, and as they said, he will try to win. Even if this is the magic of illusion, nothing more, the feeling of death is too obvious. If you die there several times, you can go crazy, just like they overthrow your opponents. However, Thanos is different, and it's not just sympathy, he can handle it. Jack really has a lot of faith in him. He doesn't just bother with his training. Even with broken bones and pulled muscles, he practiced with the sword day after day. When Jack asked last time, Thanos answered that he trains in his free time from sleeping and eating. The problem is that this enormous mental power was wasted in the wrong direction, so he can simply die during the battle in this circle. Thus, learning from mistakes, he will definitely be able to surpass Beggarman. In any case, Jack will help the guy with this, so he himself is sure of it. Jack also asks the guy how much longer he will call him Marquis. Initially, Jack thought of just playing with this chicken, but over time his plans changed. He will make his own man out of a chicken, so the Marquis is too formal. It is better to call him boss. Still, this form is uncomfortable for Thanos. He wants to object, but he does it politely. He asks if he can call him young master, which makes him think. Jack didn't object. He patted him on the back and agreed to do whatever was convenient for him. From such a gesture, Thanos' face turns red, and then he smiles and says that he relies on the master. Jack doesn't turn around at this, but continues to walk, only calling Thanos to him to hurry up. Walking up the steps, the girl thinks and doesn't understand what she did wrong. Charlotte waited for the boss after the ceremony, but he still didn't come. And then she saw Thanos nearby. She wanted to ask him to teach her how to fence, but when the boss came, you could feel something in him. Even though Charlotte received the compliment, there was something wrong with it. He seemed a little angry, even though he had a comforting smile on his face. Maybe because they dueled without his permission, she thinks she will need to apologize to him. Having risen, she suddenly sees a girl standing in front of her. It was noticeable that she was scared, and then suddenly fell to her knees and bowed to the floor. Valactus, the dragon who used Charlotte and her mother as toys and called her uncle. Now she hates dragons and showed it in every possible way when she met Cell. But the first thing the boss said was that she was not at all like Valactus. The girl's body trembled. She felt guilty for not knowing that Charlotte was coming here. Tears come. Apparently she's very sorry for Cell, so she also falls next to her and hugs her tightly. Until now, Jack had not told them what happened to her, but it was clear that Cell was very traumatized. But maybe Charlotte can help her somehow, for example, with communication and friendship. The cook remembers that child and is surprised that she is still on the roof. He talks to Jack and offers to try something, since he ran to the cook. Suddenly, the two girls are asked why they are both hugging on the floor here. Jack thinks they became friends so much, but it seems to the mentor that only one side became friends. Well, yes, if you look closely, Cell is trembling for some reason, and Charlotte is crying. Charlotte finally hears the dialogue behind her and immediately takes notice. Turning around, the girl sees the boss, quickly gets up and runs with an apology. But as soon as she ran up to Jack, they notice that Cell bows again, almost hitting her forehead on the floor. This does not suit Charlotte, and she tries to lift Cell to her feet, but hears in response a request to let her go. Something is wrong. This little girl was completely different last night. Well, that poor thing had to go through a lot in that laboratory. Approaching the girls, Jack takes them both in his arms and begins to carry them somewhere. At the same time, he asks why Charlotte is apologizing, and she replies that the boss was angry that they had a fight without permission. Suddenly, Charlotte begins to almost cry and scream that it won't happen like this again. Nothing like that. She can have contractions whenever she wants. She doesn't need Jack's permission. Afterwards, Jack exhales with relief. Why would he be angry about this? If she doesn't hit him on the head with a wooden sword, Then he definitely won't be angry, she warns Charlotte. So there's no need to do this. And then Jack felt sorry for Thanos, who fought stupidly. And they were convinced of her talent as a fencer. So Jack suggests testing her magic at night. Jack notices that Cell in his arms is not as mobile as Charlotte. Or rather, she is simply trembling, trying not to move at all. This is the right time to ask if she liked the steak for breakfast, which the chef worked hard on, and he hears a positive answer. When asked if she wants to try something else, there's only silence. This reaction makes him worry. Jack wonders if something is wrong and why Cell doesn't have the strength. Yesterday when he freed her, she resisted so much a day passed, but she managed to change a lot. She waves her head in different directions, saying that she doesn't feel bad, and begins a sentence about a blackened demon. The demon who changed the earth and the sky. Jack didn't understand the point a little, so he asks again. He guessed that it was because of the destruction of the world, and Cell confirms this. The teacher notices that the girl is talking about the prediction of the third Dragon Lord. 400 years ago, something happened to the third Dragon Lord. The one who was stronger than the fourth and fifth combined opposed the will of the mentor and died. Of course, her victory was obvious, there was no need to even doubt it. He could predict the future using the power of souls, so he left a prediction before his death. In the near future, a blackened demon will appear who will change heaven and earth and destroy the entire world. So she's afraid that Jack is a blackened demon who will destroy the world. Apparently, yes, but Jack thinks this prediction is complete nonsense. When he innocently sat down next to her, Cell turned and looked with a frightened look. But Jack continues to say that the end of the world is nonsense. This opinion causes a violent reaction from Cell, because this is the prediction of the Third Lord, and he has never been wrong. Jack concludes that she must be energetic if she can scream like that. Apparently her parents didn't tell her that the Third Lord liked to change his predictions, which makes Cell very surprised. He did this often, but only to protect the dragon race. Patting her on the head, Jack says that she was worried about stupid things, and it's time to calm down. Of course he can. But to make sure, he asks if he definitely won't eat her. But why does he need this? Dragons are not his type at all, which calms the girl down. It's almost lunchtime, so little Cell better tell Jack straight away. To say whether she liked the morning steak, at the mention of which the girl's eyes light up. The saliva immediately began to flow, and she herself became embarrassed, and honestly admits that the steak was very tasty. Then Jack suggests eating steaks together for lunch, but not the same ones as in the morning. She will ask to cook something new starting tomorrow, and the girl will be even more excited about the new steaks. So Jack suggests just eating the delicious food and not being sad. Suddenly I remember that he didn't introduce them to each other at all. Of course, they already know each other, but still introduces Charlotte, and that she will become the queen of the vampires. Also introduces Cell, saying that she is the future dragon mistress. Remembering Thanos, embarrassed in the corner, Jack says that he will introduce him at dinner. Only when Charlotte's name is mentioned does she, like a subordinate, call out. She was only asked to convey to Guinness a request to start preparing dinner. Charlotte shakes Cell's hand, but the little girl doesn't understand this gesture. It was a gesture of invitation. Charlotte smiles and wants them to go together. In response, the girl looks uncertain and a little scared, but agrees. It turns out that it was an embarrassment, because after that she blossomed and left arm in arm with Charlotte. The mentor notes that Jack is an excellent liar, because the Third Lord was very special. The dragon did not use soul energy as mana like they did, but only for psychological skills. And all his predictions were short, but Jack is silent on such a story. Like tomorrow it will rain, the day after tomorrow a battle will begin, and so on. All his prophecies turned out to be true. Only one thing did not come true, exactly what he said before his death. Jack asks his mentor if she thinks he can destroy the whole world, but as far as she can see, only he can talk about such a thing. But he doesn't know anything. In his opinion, it's not true and shouldn't be believed. If the prediction had been true, he would have destroyed the world in his past life. The teacher notes that it means he failed to do this, but this is not so. There's just one thing: Jack managed to destroy one country in the past. He destroyed it, but then he died. A lonely death without loved ones. This prompted the mentor to ask again. Jack explains that he has no reason left to live. Yes, he didn't want to live, so this is definitely a false prediction. Therefore, he thinks that the blackened demon is definitely someone else. But afterwards, Jack tells his mentor that the future and fate are not determined. For him, the predictions are that it will rain tomorrow, and then a stupid battle will begin somewhere. If you close the sky and stop any conflicts, then you can prevent the prediction from coming true. So the future is uncertain, because Charlotte is not dead, and Thanos is not being bullied like in his previous life. I don't want to accept that this is fate, in which the mentor has 13 years left to live. If this really happens, Jack will be very angry. But for now, he is enjoying his time with her. The girls look into the kitchen and watch with delight as the cook cooks on the fire. They all gather together at the table, and the kids finally got to know each other. Thanos, he is 17 years old. If you don't know about Jack's past life, then he is the eldest. Charlotte, who happily sings songs at dinner, is 11 years old. Cell, who is still sitting at the table with embarrassment, is 10 years old. And Jack, who looks like he's 14, they're like a bunch of little kids. Guinness cooks better than Jack expected. His dishes are mouth-watering. He said that he worked as an imperial cook for 4 years, and he was clearly proud of it. Who knew that such talent was so close? Jack would have met him earlier. Jack warns Cell that there is no blood in the steak today, and Charlotte immediately understands. Apparently, Cell is afraid of blood. Charlotte, talking about this in her ear, asks her to remain silent. Children grow and learn quickly, super active. Charlotte spins around and notices everything. She will become the queen of the vampires, and Cell the mistress of the dragons. But for now, Charlotte just offers her a piece of food. The soul is shining, and Jack is burning outside. He is very happy with such company. This is what it means to raise children. His contentment was interrupted by his mentor's question about why he wasn't training. There is nothing to come up with in response, so there is silence between them. Jack put a piece of salmon in his mouth, closing his eyes with pleasure, and said that they don't have to worry. The mentor was surprised, and after a pause, asked not to worry about Bluetooth or the Mercenary Guild. Charlotte also looked up from her plate, asking Jack if he thought she didn't know anything and what he would say about Bluetooth. And she also asked Jack if it was true that he trusted not them, but only himself. And Jack lowered his eyes. And then he answered Charlotte that, of course, she had a small body, and she needed time to get the 3rd or even 4th round. The girl frowned and said that if she tried, she could get the 5th one, and let Jack have no doubt about it. The mentor took a sip from a glass of red wine and noted that the physical component was very important. Jack replied that he hated to admit it, but biologically he was just a little boy. His body is not the same as before, and there is a difference in the size and length of the veins, and even the size of his heart is different. Jack glanced at Thanos and said that at his age he could easily get around every day. But now Jack needs more time, because he is not the same as he was before. And besides, one should not forget about vigilance. And we must remember that if a person is injured while creating a circle, the circle will collapse and the person will experience shock. At the same time, he will receive such pain as if his heart was torn into small fragments, and it will be difficult for him to cope with it. The mentor looked at the piece of meat that Cell had skewered on her fork and asked Jack what he must be worried about. After all, he could get into danger when he creates a circle, and Jack told her that it is difficult to deceive her. He remembers the white flashes that accompanied him when he was reborn into the body of his 14-year-old self. Then Jack was able to make his first circle for the first time right in the Marquise's dungeon. And there were serious reasons for this, because no one could get into his prison, not even his beloved sister Elizabeth. Then it was time to create the second circle of power, and Jack remembered every moment of that important process. Next to him at that time was Ron, who was very worried about Jack, and his whole forehead was sweating with excitement. And then Jack was sitting on the bed, and Ron was opposite him, and they looked into each other's eyes, and Jack was sure that next to him was a person whom he could completely trust. The young man thought that he needed to protect his mentor while she was a doll, which means he did not have time to create a circle. They brought him dessert, and he continued to think about the fact that she returns to her usual form once a month, and this happened today. Jack looked at the piece of cake and thought that he shouldn't waste time because of the circle, because the source of his power is not in the circles, but in energy. Valentine noted that it was foolish to receive protection from a student if she was his mentor, and therefore, even once a month, she will be able to fulfill her duty as a mentor, and let Jack not be surprised or resist this. Valentine pointed her index finger at him and said sternly that she would protect him as he created the circle. Jack just groaned and imagined his teacher spoon-feeding him like a little boy. He glanced sideways at Valentine and said that he already had certain plans for tonight. There was going to be a performance today at the Autumn Bowl Theater with a famous troupe of artists, and he had already bought tickets. Jack said that he really wanted to go see this show and looked down guiltily. The mentor sharply slammed her hand on the table and shouted that she only returned to her true form once a month and could protect him. She didn't understand why Jack was trying to refuse this, and he turned away from her in embarrassment and muttered that he couldn't beat her. But since he realized that nothing could be done, he stood up, leaning on the tabletop, and said that it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Therefore, everything will have to be done in 5 hours, and everyone continued to devour dessert in surprise and thoughtfulness. It was unclear to everyone what Jack was up to, but he continued that in the evening they would go to the theater together. There was no limit to their joy they found out what Jack's goal was, and no one imagined that he was going to lead them there. At this time, a letter was read in the Arabesque Guild, which stated what the fee for killing Jack should have been, and it turned out that it was 500,000 gold. Abero, the head of the guild, was surprised and asked Tolisso whether they really should pay so much for the murder of one person, and he replied that the customer personally made this order. Abero opened his eyes wide, tensed, and said that young Mr. Herman was truly a complete nutcase. Dietrich was willing to pay 500,000 gold for the murder of Jack Ballantyre, and it was an incredible, unthinkable amount. It should be taken into account that the Marquis's annual budget is about 3,000 gold, that is, tens of times less. Therefore, it was incomprehensible to him how the young Marquis Herman was able to find such an abundance of money and pay it off in one go. But Tolisso replied that for the sake of killing one person, Mr. Dietrich borrowed 200,000 in the name of the Herman house. He received the remaining 300 right away, so these 500,000 gold coins turned out, but still the head of the guild still had questions. After all, he had to get these same 300,000 gold pieces from somewhere, and where it came from was completely incomprehensible. He asked Tolisso if Mr. Dietrich was selling illegal drugs, but he replied that there were rumors that Dietrich had started his own business, but he had not found confirmation of this. The head of the guild, Abero, lay thoughtfully on his bed and looked at Tolisso, and then asked if he really couldn't find anything at all. It is not unusual for aristocrats to lead an idle lifestyle and use drugs, but it is unlikely that aristocrats will open a business related to this, because this will discredit a person from high society. Usually this can be just a hobby of the young gentleman, but not a serious business, although in the case of Herman this is not at all the case. Abero said that as far as he knows, Dietrich Herman does not run the business alone, and it seems that all the Hermans do it. He looked again at the piece of paper from the letter, which said how much money was due for murder, and chuckled, said that it was interesting. Abero suggested that perhaps Dietrich was simply speaking on behalf of the Germans, and not doing anything on his own. They have distribution routes all over the country, and the guild leader wondered how far they had gone. Tolisso wondered aloud whether Abero really understood so much after just one glance at the document, and scratched his head. The head of the guild yawned and confirmed that he knew everything, after which he asked Tolisso how far they had gone. Tolisso replied that he had not yet found out everything, and after hesitating, asked whether more investigations were needed. Abero continued to lie on his bed, thoughtfully examining the nails on his hand, and did not answer. The business of selling forbidden elixirs is impossible without the support of the ducal or royal family. This means that Abero rose sharply on the bed, the paper sheets fell to the floor, and Tolisso automatically looked at them. The head of the guild said that there was no longer any need to investigate, and that it was important to deal with the payment, after which he asked Tolisso if he had found it, and he replied that only half. Abero thoughtfully asked again, and having heard the same answer, said that now everything was completely clear to him. The assassination attempt was unsuccessful and failed, and the Fentanyl Assassins Guild was destroyed. Otherwise, Abero's informants would have found out about this long ago, and would not have let them go just like that. Ventiman hid his money after dividing it, which is why Tolisso only found half. Abero said that the second half would not be so difficult to find, and then he realized that he was hungry, and that he needed to go buy food. He told Tolisso that he understood everything and let him continue the search and order the guys to join. Tolisso hesitantly asked why they needed to hide this from the top, and smiled embarrassedly. He did not know if they needed to do this. Abero replied that they would not hide this. They just needed to decide everything themselves, so as not to add problems to the top. The head of the guild added that the top were too busy, and Tolisso admired his wisdom out loud, and Abero thought that it was very good that he was such a fool. Soon, Abero went out into the city and went to the market to buy food, where he reached the shop of a baker, a gray-haired and mustachioed fat man. He simply burst into a smile when he saw him, and Abero asked the baker, Mr. Martin, to wrap up 10 buns for him. And while the baker took the hot buns out of the oven, the head of the guild pondered Tolisso's words, whether they were hiding something from the top, and grumbled that he could not trust them. Jack's threat was real, so he needs to find money at all costs to save his head. He looked at the problem from different angles, and finally decided that he could then decide whether to report to the top or not. When he thought that even though he was the head of the branch, there was no point in giving his life for the guild. Someone touched his leg and meowed. Abero saw the cat wearing a collar, thought how cute he was, and leaned down to pet him. And while he was stroking, he thought that he had never seen the top of the guild. Even when he became the head, he did not know either their age or their gender. He was only sure that this was not one person, and this confidence was reinforced by what he knew about the guild. But he had repeatedly wondered how one could be faithful to those who hid their identity. A voice came from behind, asking him not to feed the cat, who had just eaten 2 bowls of food in the morning, and Mr. Martin laughed and remarked that now he understood why the cat was so fat. Abero took the bag of buns, and thought that from the very beginning, It was strange to try to subjugate the forest of monsters. He wandered down the street, chewed bread, and thought that he even felt a little sorry for the people who give their lives in this place. He took another small bite of the bun and thought that this battle could have been avoided. Moreover, this was not just a battle, but a war between people and monsters. And this war was not for life and death. The monsters cannot get out of the forest, but despite all this, the essence remains the same. It does not change. When Abero reached the door of the house, he had already concluded that wars are created to plunge society into chaos. They were already waiting for him at the house with food. And he told everyone that the kingdom was now calm, and handed over a bag of buns, offering everyone to take one. The girls, talking to each other, noted that the Arabi's guild is stronger than it seems, and that it is not difficult to control the mood in the country with the help of information. Their faction supports the king, so it is natural that the guild is protected by royal law, and the number of enslaved mana users who were not needed dropped sharply. Abero went up to his room, and thinking that the likelihood of the king losing the support of the aristocrats was high, he was surprised that their guild could also be involved in all this horror. He touched the portrait lying on the table with his fingers and noticed to himself that too many strange things had been happening lately. Abero lay down on his bed and began to think about Dietrich Hermann and his business of using illegal drugs. He turned from side to side and thought, solving this riddle, but came to the conclusion that this would have been impossible without the support of the Empire. And then maybe those 300,000 gold pieces were used to push that idiot Dietrich forward and put him in charge. And in this case, without any doubt, they must have made a fortune because the amount is simply huge. But even without mentioning the amount, Abero could not understand how the guild could not have known about the movement of such money. And one day of investigation is certainly not enough to find out all the details and understand everything. Abero himself was not aware that his superiors were deliberately hiding all this, and this worried him extremely. Abero again took the document with the amount of the fee, reread it, and understood why he had previously received a response asking him to accept Dietrich's offer. But he still didn't understand why the top would go so far. He lay there, looked at the ceiling, and thought about it. At first he decided that it was stolen money from his superiors, but the amount was definitely not the same. Then he thought that the money might be for military expenses, and then maybe they were planning to start a war. Abero continued to wonder whose money it was, and decided that it was either the money of the top or people even higher who were covering their backs. He watched the fly flying under the ceiling and thought that in any case, this was definitely not money for attacking the forest of monsters. The head of the guild also remembered that Count Mentis paid most of the amount, and this is also strange. Abero lay and thought, and all his thoughts boiled down to one thing: why all this was done. Lately it seemed to him as if someone was deliberately undermining the power of this city, or rather, the entire country. The number of drug addicts, and indeed the crime rate in general, has increased, and it is clear why so many mercenaries are now hired for protection. Abero thought that these were definitely not just assumptions, and besides, he remembered the events that took place 2 years ago. Then persistent rumors circulated around the city that experiments were being carried out on dragons in the Tulkan Empire. Even though they said that dragons are extinct, in fact all excuses can be considered just words. Without a doubt, there must be a reason why these rumors began to spread throughout the city. Even then, Abero wanted to check the veracity of the source of these rumors. But a message came from above. In that message, he read a strict order that he was not allowed to investigate rumors related to the Tulkan Empire. Abero picked up a tied tame pigeon, and looking at it, thought that if these were simple rumors, he would not have been given such an order. Then he let go of the dove and lay down again, thinking that it was just his premonition. But still, he would like to stop thinking about it. Although his life has always been connected with obtaining information. He felt terrible because he couldn't stop thinking, and he was afraid that it might take over his whole body. In the end, he summarized that the guess he created using the information in his head was something like this. Either the top of the Arabi's guild is connected with Tulkan, or one of its members is connected with this empire. It cannot be otherwise. The Adventurers Guild actively helps the Tulkan Empire in obtaining and controlling the information received and distributed. We need to think again about these experiments on dragons if this is true. Then a number of questions arise. And one of them is where they got the dragon from in the first place, if there shouldn't be any on our lands. Of course, it may turn out that dragons still live in the forest of monsters, and this is a very real version. And, if in fact the hunt is carried out to find their traces, this will be very likely. The Tulkan Empire does not value soldiers at all, and is ready to use them as expendable material. If there is a result, great. If not, they will simply be glad that they reduced the country's military power. It is the person from the Tulkan Empire who should have great power and control over what is happening. Abero thought that if his assumptions were correct, the Tesla Empire would not last long. And this was beyond doubt. All the same, it barely holds its borders and without any resistance can become a colony of Tulkun. Cold sweat broke out on Abero's face when he realized that Tulkun had become exactly what they were really striving for. This means that war awaits all the inhabitants of the Tesla Empire, and the Empire itself is absolutely helpless. Abero pressed his hands to his temples, his head ached, he groaned and continued to reflect on the situation. Surely at the top of the Arabi's Guild and in the government of the Empire there are people who came from Tulkun or are associated with it. This means that they want to unite the continent, and there is not much time left. Maybe 20 years. It is likely that it will be 30 years. But this is most likely the deadline the sands of time are pouring inexorably. Although most likely no more than 10 years remain for this, and this is at best because it could be much less. Abero thought that he had always liked this country. But the time would soon come when everything would change, and then it will be completely unclear what will happen to the Tesla Empire. What will happen to the Guild? What will happen to him? Abero did not at all like the prospect of becoming a hunting dog, thrown out after catching rabbits. The head of the Guild was sweating from mental effort and from the terrible prospect that opened before him. Abero thought that he simply needed to create new threads, and these should be very strong threads. These threads must be so strong that they should never, under any circumstances, break. At this time, Jack Ballantier was sitting in the round temple in the lotus position, acquiring a new circle of power. Cell, a half-breed dragon, asked with admiration who he was, and that she hated people because they cut off her limbs. People drained her blood and held her in magical shackles as she became a dragon and roared in pain. Cell Bahamut could not love people. She hated them. But that was precisely the irony of fate, because it was one of the people who saved her when she was completely helpless. Her parents abandoned Cell. And on top of that, they wrote down knowledge about xenobiotics or something like that. And when the time came, they abandoned her in the middle of the land in a country called Tulkun, and that's all she remembered. At first, she was afraid that strong people like him could eat dragon meat, and it drove her crazy. But it turned out that this person did not need anything in return. And this was very strange, because everyone always needed something from her. Cell cried and said that a good person like him cannot be a demon who will destroy the world. She was firmly convinced that the Third Lord was definitely wrong in his prediction. This could not be so. But she did not understand how a person could reach the third circle in just an hour. And in another hour, he would reach the fourth. Jack Ballantier continued to meditate, and not even 2 hours had passed when another miracle happened. Everyone watched him in fascination, exclaiming in surprise, because he was already able to reach the 5th level in 2 hours. Cell turned to Charlotte, who admired her boss and said that he was very cool, and thought that everyone understood how she felt now. Anyone in Charlotte's place, and even in her place, would have froze with admiration when they saw this, including Cell. The mentor decided to tone down their worries a little. She told them to be calm, and the girls agreed. Valentine praised them, saying that the two of them had great talents and to keep a close eye on Jack, because the state in which Jack was, who was in complete nirvana, is the most impressive state of the circle. The difference of one circle is already very large, and the case with Bluetooth Marco is exactly the case when this is very clearly visible. There was a timid question whether it was true that she was a human, or maybe she was actually a god, or a demigod, or a monster. The teacher continued that Jack is quite strong, and each of his circles is in perfect harmony, and the form in which the body and mana become one is sometimes called the unity of mana. Valentine told Cell that if you can control this condition, you can open all borders. She affectionately hugged the girl and said that there was no need to think about nonsense, and she, puzzled, tried to ask something. The mentor asked Cell who she thought Valentine and her student, Jack Ballantier, really were. She thought about it, and the mentor continued her conversation and said that she could tell everything about herself, but not about her student. Cell lowered her head in frustration, saying that everything was clear to her, and that it was because she was a stranger to them. But the mentor laughed and replied that, to be honest, she herself didn't know much about him either. She hugged Cell affectionately and said that she understood perfectly well what happened to the girl in that laboratory. She brought her lips to Cell's ear and in a whisper asked her to trust her student, because it was so important for both the girl and him. They looked back at Jack sitting in nirvana, and Valentine said that as long as he was around, no one in the whole world would touch Cell. Valentine and Cell hugged tightly. The girl hooted as a sign that she understood everything and laughed joyfully. The 5th round at the age of 14 sounds like a reason for pride, and this is truly an unprecedented case. Jack looked at his arms, his legs, turned around, trying to look at his back, and asked himself whether his body had always been like this. He thought that maybe he was only able to create the circles very quickly because he was near Ron and in prison. But his energy is not so pure because of his young age. And Jack thought that perhaps it was because it was all about the energy of the soul. After all, the soul is higher than mana in level, and since he knows how to manage the energy of the soul well, he copes with mana no worse. Therefore, it is likely that he will be able to become even stronger than he was before in his previous life. After all, it was there, in a past life, that he discovered internal energy, and was able to successfully manage it. Jack smiled and wondered if there might be a possibility that he would become stronger than himself. He sat in the theater with his friends, and thought that perhaps he really had the power to destroy this world. Jack looked at Cell, who was sitting next to him in the box laughing cheerfully, clapping her hands, and not at all resembling her former self. This surprised him, and he wondered since when she had changed so much, and when she managed to become such friends with her mentor. The baby dragon smiled cheerfully, and so did the teacher, although it seemed to Jack that she had long forgotten how to do it. If Jack had known that they would like it so much, he would have gladly brought Thanos here too, who wanted to practice and did not go to the theater. Jack left him at home because he himself didn't want to come, and now he suddenly thought that it was difficult to become the best swordsman on the continent. But out loud he told Saul that it seemed to him that she did not like this performance, and threw a frown at her. She, clapping her hands, replied that she was very interested. She smiled and looked very happy. Jack agreed that the production was impressive and the twists and turns were very interesting. The teacher didn't understand the twists, and asked if he meant the part where Christine turned out to be the theater ghost. Jack confirmed and said that it was simply incredible, and who would have known that the ghost was the main character. These words struck everyone, from the mentor to Charlotte. Everyone opened their mouths and looked at Jack in amazement. They objected to him that the ghost was not Christine, but a man named Eric. They definitely remembered that. Jack was embarrassed, grunted, and trying to make up for his mistake, invited his girls to go eat. The young man reminded them that the performance had already ended, and people were starting to leave, and the girls said that he was confused and was trying to change the topic. They entered a cozy, dimly lit restaurant, something like a tavern, with tables for guests and barrels filled with wine. They were greeted, asked how many there would be, and Jack said there would be 4, and they would take 1 dish to take away. Jack and the girls sat down at the table. Everyone was very joyful and remembered how much fun they had in the theater. And then he saw Abero, who was happily hugged by the waitress who served them food, and he was somewhat embarrassed. Abero also saw Jack in the company of girls, and noticed with what eyes he looked at him. The head of the guild approached Jack and said in confusion that he didn't think he would see them here, and he asked if Abero was following him. Abero laughed and said that it was not so, he just came to eat, and that the information collector would not give himself away so much. Jack retorted that Abero seemed to have a lot of time, since he was going to restaurants when he should be busy looking for his money. But Abero said that he had already found half, and Jack, grunting, replied that he was quite fast, and that he had sat down with him by chance. Abero smiled meaningfully, and said that it was his job, and Jack asked that it seemed to him that the head of the guild wanted something from him. He replied that yes, he really wanted to, but he would not talk about it here, in the restaurant, in front of everyone. Jack thought that everything was clear to him, and that the mentor stood out very much from the other visitors to this establishment. Then a handsome man approached their table and told Valentine that she was beautiful, and that he asked for the honor of sitting next to her. Jack's entire company stared at the man. They could not believe their eyes that next to them was an actor who played the role of a ghost in the play. Valentine looked at the actor with a warm, laughing look, apologized and said that she was very busy today. The actor said with regret that since she already had things to do, he would wait for the next opportunity to meet her. He asked Valentine that maybe she could tell him where she lived, and then Abero called out to him indignantly, and then he began to whisper something passionately in his mentor's ear, and she listened to him with great interest. And suddenly the actor apologetically took off and ran away, and the head of the guild looked after him contemptuously. Jack laughed and asked Abero if he thought he would pay him for his help, to which the guild leader replied that he did not expect that. Abero said that he didn't want to see something like that, scratched the back of his head, and said that he was leaving, and that very soon he would find all their money. And then Jack called out to him and invited him to have lunch with them, and he looked at his mentor and thought that she was waiting for his approval. But when Abero began to sit down at their table, Jack asked, just in case, if he had money. The head of the guild was surprised, and he explained his words that the food is not free, and he does not buy food for people who are larger than him. It was already dark, the moon had risen in the sky, and Abero blushed and slowly said that he had money. And then the waitress brought them 1 dish after another, and the head of the guild suggested that the girls eat more, and if they needed anything else, he would order it. Jack looked at him thoughtfully and mentally noted that Abero was treating the baby better than he expected. As the guild leader began to eat, Jack asked him directly why he decided to accept Dietrich's request. Abero clutched the fork in his hand and said that he did so because it was an order from his superiors that could not be disobeyed. Jack chuckled and with a wry smile, asked if his words meant that the head of the guild was a puppet for them. And he, leaning over the table, slowly said that for them, he was, rather just a tool that was convenient to use. Jack noticed that Abero had also suffered, and asked if he had actually found half the amount that was promised in the contract. And I heard from him an amount that made me choke and couldn't breathe for a long time, and this amount was 500,000 gold. He coughed and asked if he was sure that such a sum should be paid for him alone, and that perhaps it was 50,000, but Abero confirmed his words. Jack asked where Dietrich got such a talent for making money, and why he decided to spend as much as 500,000 gold. Abero, continuing to wield his fork in his plate, replied that it seemed to him that Dietrich had several businesses. Jack asked if Abero was testing him now because his answer was too vague, which could mean he was monitoring his reaction. Abero replied that apparently there is something in these businesses that Dietrich is involved in, but he cannot talk about them for free. Jack squeezed Abero's shoulder tightly and told him that he had not asked for this, and then invited him to eat quickly, and that he would pay half. Jack explained once again to the head of the guild that he had already said that he does not buy food for those who are larger than him. Abero was surprised and asked if he should not pay for one person out of 5, that is for himself, and Jack replied that he did not, because Jack was originally going to eat alone, but since Abero interfered, he will have to pay half. Abero laughed, what nonsense, but Jack squeezed his shoulder even tighter and asked if he would pay. And then he laughed and said that he was joking, to which Abero replied that that was enough jokes, and that he would pay for everything. He smiled slyly and said that Jack should consider this a gift from the underworld where they live. Jack replied that if Abero finished his case correctly, then a gift from the underworld might not be needed. They both laughed. The head of the guild smiled wryly and said that it was interesting, and Jack replied that it was really a joke. But then time ran out, and the silhouette of the mentor, flashing with a blinding light, began to fade, and then she disappeared, causing Abero's surprise. But she didn't completely disappear, but turned back into a small doll that seemed completely helpless. Abero couldn't believe his eyes. He jumped up and, looking with wide eyes at the doll, asked what it was. Jack took the doll in his arms and replied that of course he didn't care if Abero talked about it, but it would be better if he kept silent if possible. The head of the guild turned aside and muttered that, of course, everything he saw would remain a secret. Jack said that no one would take his word for his secret with his mentor, although it didn't matter to him, even if everyone in the world knew about it. When they said goodbye to the head of the guild on the street, Jack thought that Abero himself thought that she was simply using transformation. The head of the guild himself scratched his head in puzzlement, and then said that he had to go, and the whole company wished him to be careful. Abero turned around and walked away. Jack waved his hand, and the teacher in his arms said what she thought. Even in a past life, she did not talk about it. Jack asked what she was keeping silent about, and the mentor, clinging tightly to him, replied that it could be considered her intuition. Or maybe the fact is that she spent her whole life facing death, and saw it in the face more than once. But she can smell death from people who are about to die, and she can't bear this ability. Jack asked in amazement if she really thought that Abero would die soon, and she confirmed that this was the case. The only thing she can console him with is that it is unlikely that Jack will kill the head of the guild. It will be other people or monsters. Jack thought that he knew that many talented people died in the Empire at this time, and apparently he was one of them. The doll asked the young man what he probably doubted, and Jack replied that, to be honest, he didn't even know. He added that he did not know what kind of person the head of the guild was. He only knew his name and title. Abero did not seem completely untalented, but on the other hand, he had nothing to give Jack. At this time, Charlotte and Cell saw a red cat and began to play with him, and then invited Jack to look at him. He did not refuse, deciding that over time it would become clear whether it could be used or not, but said that he had already said that he did not like cats, and suggested going home. At this time, Abero was walking down the street and thinking that perhaps he had overtime work again today, and that he would have to chew the awakening fruit in order to stay awake. The next morning, Jack went outside and blissfully stretched, snorted, and began to levitate. He felt fresh. The mentor, sitting on the steps, grumbled that this place was originally intended for meditation and prayer. And did Jack really have nowhere else to do this? Jack replied that he did not understand what kind of day off it would be, and invited the mentor to join him. But she, after thanking her, refused. On the steps of the temple, he saw Cell and asked her what she had decided for herself and what she would do in general. He sat down on her steps and asked if he could find out, and she looked thoughtfully at her feet and remained silent. And then she bared her teeth menacingly. Claws grew on her hands, and she furiously replied that she wanted revenge. Firstly, she wants to take revenge on her parents who left her there and forced her to endure all this suffering. Secondly, The beggarmans, who mocked her and caused unbearable torment, must be punished. She was embarrassed that she was talking about this to Jack, and she hung her head, and he said that Thanos seemed to have a rival. Cell asked Jack if it would be difficult. He chuckled and replied that not really, but she needed to hurry. He explained to Cell that even before her revenge, they could all say goodbye to this world, and she began to cry. Cell lowered her head and thought. Her eyes were full of sadness, and then asked what she should live for then. Jack smiled and said that he couldn't tell her that because she would have to figure it out on her own. They sat on the steps and talked until Cell's emotions subsided, and then Jack asked where Charlotte and Thanos were. Cell smiled and quietly said that they were now at the academy and were having a lot of fun there. Jack knowingly asked her if she was asleep at that moment, and Cell replied that, of course, she was asleep at 7 in the morning. Jack began to tell her about the academy, that they not only fight there, but also study. That's why they go there. Cell called him boss and asked what they were learning from him, and Jack thought that Charlotte must have taught her the nickname. He told the dragon girl that he couldn't teach them anything except fighting, and that's what he was good at. But as for relationships with other people, the process of communication and so on, he cannot teach this within their circle. He told Cell that the academy brings together people from all over the country, and if you are surrounded by them, there will be more space for thoughts. Jack smiled and admitted that he would like to send her there too, but he feels that she is hardly ready right now. Cell confirmed and said that she still doesn't get along well with people, and it's unlikely that she will change in the near future. Jack was surprised and asked Cell why she thought so. The dragon girl hesitated and replied that she just thought so. Then Jack's face became cunning, and he splashed drops of his mana on her, which made her very scared and tried to hide from them. She shouted at Jack indignantly, calling him boss again and asking what he was doing since half of her body was missing. And he laughed, asked Cell for forgiveness, and said that she had a very displeased face. He asked her not to get too attached, because her past is just the past, nothing more, and it has already disappeared from life. Cell thought about it and asked Jack if he was attached to his past, and her eyes were full of curiosity. He thought that the dragon girl asked that because she knew, or simply noted it as something very important. And Jack answered her that he is he, and she is she, and that they are very different from her, because she is still just a child. The young man suggested that she continue to live freely, like a bird in flight, and widely, like an endless sea. The guy also asked the girl that if she ever wanted to attend the academy, she would only need to say so. Suddenly the boss looked into the room. He was looking for Jack, and asked if he was here. The man said that the gentleman had a visitor, to which Jack was surprised and asked who it could be. The guest turned out to be none other than the head of the Arabies Guild in Autumnblee. Jack immediately made fun of the mentor's previous words about the guy's imminent death, because he was still alive. The third gentleman received the guest, and after some time the guys settled down on the floor. It turned out that a Bayro had brought him money. Silently, the guy pushed a filled envelope with a red seal melted in wax towards the gentleman. Jack also silently accepted it and began to count the amount. He was surprised at how quickly a Bayro found the missing half of the money. Jack examined the contents of the envelope, in which, however, he saw checks from the Continental Financial House. The guy explained to him that if he provided them with one of them, he would receive gold in return on the spot. Counting the checks, Jack pulled back for a second in surprise. The envelope contained 500,000 checks and one for 5,000 gold. A Bayro explained this. The guy provided a check for 5,000 as a separate part of the money personally. The guy lowered his head uncertainly and said that he had several questions for the gentleman, and if he answers them, in return he will give him another 5,000. Jack was surprised, but still warned with a smile that he would not answer a single question concerning his personal life, and if he agreed with such conditions, then let him ask. The gentleman looked absolutely confident, but the guy sat hunched over with his head tucked. But the next second he started talking about the mercenaries of Pentanla, and asked if Jack was the one who killed them all. In turn, Jack repeated the guy's question out loud, not intending to give an answer right away. He thought carefully about his answer and understood that the interlocutor was trying to find out detailed details. Yet Jack replied that he did this before he was convinced that no one would ever find their bodies, and then wipe them off the face of the earth. The boy did not reveal the truth, because in fact it was his mentor who killed the mercenaries. Abero accepted his answer, and asked the next question if this could be related to the struggle for the throne in the Tulkun Empire. Jack immediately asked why he remembered Tulkun. How can a guy be connected with the Tulkun Empire? Ballantyr thought. Unexpectedly for Ibaru, he stood up and said that it was his turn to ask questions. Suddenly the room was filled with blue light and splashes of water. Jack called up his mana. He was angry, because it seemed like the guy was trying to dig up information about him. All the objects around rose in motion, even the water, so the girls tried to grab onto everything that was holding tightly so as not to fly away into the water cycle. Jack slowly approached the guest and said that, of course, he was glad that he had obeyed the order to return the money, but the Tulkun Empire. 5,000 gold, plus another 5,000 as a bonus, is not a small sum, and perhaps this is all the money he could collect. All this time, Abero desperately crawled back from the boy, groping for the floor. When suddenly a step of the stairs was at hand, the guy could not run further. Jack looked at him without any emotion in his eyes. When he suddenly smiled and said that he was probably looking for someone to follow, that's the whole point. He immediately pressed the guy's shoulder with his foot, placing him on the steps. Jack got the idea that Abero was counting on those behind him to be the ones Abero would follow. Jack told him that he was sure that he knew how to survive in this world, but he was still wrong about some things. And the whole truth is that no one is behind him. Jack informed him of his mentor's prescience without revealing her identity, after which the boy convinced Abero that he was not the one who would kill him. And he has no intention of killing him, because the guy did everything he asked him to do. There's just one problem. Abero found out something he shouldn't have known. And this means that those people will soon find out about it too. Suddenly, to Abero's surprise, Jack lit up with the sweetest smile, saying how amazing it was. Tulkun mercenaries are not so simple. But the guy still found out about them. He patted the guy on the cheek and said that he liked his talents. He will be the person Ibaru will follow, thereby saving his life. The boy again turned to him with the words that if the guy needed help, then just ask, and he would help him. Even if he dies, he will turn him into a death knight and give him a chance to take revenge. Ibaru opened his mouth in surprise and just tried to ask about the Death Knight when Jack stopped him in anticipation and said that he would find out all the details later. And what's more important is whether the guy will be useful to him. Jack remembered his mentor's words that he was not destined to live a normal life. However, he already knew that. He remembered all his close comrades from the academy, after which Jack promised himself that he would make them an integral part of the future. He also wondered whether Abero would become as integral a part. Suddenly the guy asked the gentleman a question about who he was, to which the gentleman replied that he was a little embarrassed to say this, so he would soon see everything for himself. Jack immediately asked Abero if he liked fishing. In response, the guy only dumbfoundedly repeated his question. Jack explained that he didn't mean that boring fishing where you catch fish with the current, but real fishing, about fun. Meanwhile, a man came to the premises of the Arabies Guild. A girl met him and said that he had arrived on time. She warned him that the head of the guild was looking for him, and for further conversation he should find him. The guest recalled facts about the head, how he worked all night with a serious face. The guildmaster is indeed a very competent person, not only because he became the head at such a young age, he also has an extraordinary mind and impressive instincts. The visitor assumed that he could not recycle, because he had not done this for many years. Nevertheless, he knocked on the head's office and asked to enter. He found Abera thoughtful and serious, and Jack, Sel, and the mentor were also present in the office. Jack sat upset, his hands tied with a tight rope behind his back, and tears came out of his eyes. He asked himself what he had done, and weakly he asked Abero to forget about the words he had spoken to him earlier. The person who entered looked shocked, and did not understand what was happening. Abero explained to Jack that they were an unusual adventurers guild, supported by the Tulkun Empire, and people like the dukes and the imperial family mean absolutely nothing to them. Next, Abero asked the gentleman to tell him everything he knew, and also to tell him who was behind him, how he destroyed the Pentanal Guild, and why he chose to pursue profits from illegal drugs. Jack admitted that the order was given to him by the Dukes of Ausenblay and Malone. The boy also added that he simply did what they ordered him to do. After listening to him, Abero ordered Taliso to send a letter to his superiors, and indicate in it that the Dukes were planning something. Taliso was surprised by this behavior of the head, and asked him how their guild could be connected with the Dukes. The answer was a furious blow to the table. Abero was angry. He shouted to the guy that now was not the time for questions. And how did he not yet understand that their lives were in danger? He also told the guy that he had been given an order to fulfill Dietrich's demand and his failure. He then asked if he had any ideas for fulfilling this requirement. Taliso hesitated because a newcomer like him could not know about this. But Abero sighed and asked him not to pretend to be innocent. The Tulkun Empire did not have a goal to kill Dietrich because he is just a puppet. They could simply leave him alone and use him. But the Duke's entire family is involved in the thick of things. And as a result, Dietrich is dead. The Duke's family, and possibly the entire kingdom, are about to move against the Tulkun Empire, which is happening right now. Placing his palm on Taliso's, Abero apologized for the entire performance that he had previously performed in front of him. He reported receiving another order to get rid of the guy if he dared to betray the Tulkun Empire, and perhaps Taliso received exactly the same one. Get rid of him if he gets in the way of the Tulkun Empire. After his words, Abero became gloomy and asked if the guy understood why he was saying all this. Taliso hesitated for a second, And then his face changed, and with a grin he said that he knew about everything from the beginning. He was just pretending. Suddenly Jack began to spin, and hesitantly asked if he could be free, after which the frightening sounds of boots were heard on the floor, and then a rough kick. Taliso silenced the boy. He threatened him that if he did not sit still, he would sell him as a slave. Tears came out of Jack's eyes, and he apologized and fell silent. Taliso began to verbally mock him for his pathetic apologies and vulnerability. For a second, Abero interrupted the guy in his remarks, still calling him a newcomer. He confidently walked towards him, assuring him that Abero was only watching him but did not know who he was. After which the guy admitted that he was actually a servant of the secret organization of the Malin family. Abero was horrified by his words. When mana wielders become mages or swordsmen, people who specialize in killing, such as Bentamun from the Pentanil Guild, people like them usually use something like a dagger. The world turns to such people as assassins or cleaners. Noble families have among their soldiers both normal swordsmen and magicians, as well as a separate team of cleaners, and the Duke's family is no exception. Gloomy as a cloud, Abero asked the guy if the Duke of Malin was one of the culprits. With wild eyes, Taliso muttered that a few minutes ago he was talking about everything, as if he knew what was happening. Is he now so confident in his words? Abero replied that he had previously had suspicions, which were confirmed. At this moment, the rope tying Jack's hands fell away, and he stood up, saying that something interesting was about to begin. Maybe he should become an actor, because he endured this whole performance for so long, and created drama on his face. A young actor who can burst into real tears, what do they think about it? An hour earlier, Abero had asked the third gentleman whether there really could be an assassination attempt on him, given that he oversees the largest branch of the guild. Jack replied that this should not happen in response. The guy inquired about the reliability of the mentor's information about his death. Jack corrected him by saying that this is not called information, but intuition. Jack also added that his mentor's intuition is correct 99% of the time. Therefore, the prediction that the guy will die is true without a doubt. The young master asked him if they had told him, but he found out that the guild was a puppet of the Tulkun Empire, and now he's in search of a new rope that he could grab onto. Even if Jack found out, it wouldn't mean anything. Afterwards, Jack asked if the guy had seen the main guildmaster. He answered in the negative. So it was not for nothing that Abero called himself a tool, Jack thought to himself, and then said with a smile how it happened that, being the head of the guild branch, the guy did not meet with the main guildmaster. This is obvious. He recognizes Abero's strength, but while using him, he does not intend to reveal his own. Isn't the guy glad that his powers were recognized by the Tulkun Empire? Abero was deeply immersed in his thoughts. He wondered why no attempt was made to convince him. Why didn't they even say anything? And what was he thinking about that led to this result? He came to the conclusion that the guild did not trust him. There is a high probability that the higher ranks are planning to fill the guild with their own people, and in his place, they are most likely already considering another candidate capable of leading it. In the present time, he acts secretly, but there is someone in the guild who is watching him. Jack interrupted his thoughts and asked what if the guy was killed? How would they then fill the empty manager's position? After all, it is quite possible that someone is already ready to take Abero's position. As a great thinker, Jack advised him that the guild would not use a simple guy. This person will definitely be their subordinate and experienced, perhaps someone slick and good at hiding their intentions. And this person could very likely be from Abero's circle. Jack advised him to think about those people who had been around him lately. Some experienced and difficult to read, some associated with the Arabi's guild. After thinking a little, Abero remembered Taliso, because he fits all the characteristics. A man with silver hair and scars all over his body, who joined the guild a few months ago. Jack was lost in thought, remembering his first meeting with Taliso. He remembered that on the day they first met, they bumped into each other on the stairs. When meeting him, Jack experienced strange feelings. The guy had feigned facial expressions, and his steps were very fast and quiet. At least he has the seventh circle, but he is somewhat suspicious. In turn, Abero told Jack that Taliso's ability to gather information was amazing. Sometimes he does idiotic things and has a stupid expression on his face. He seemed clumsy to some extent, and he thought that Taliso was a spy sent by another guild or nobles. Jack smiled and said that it was time to get down to business. It would be interesting to learn everything personally from him. Present time, Cell and the mentor sat quietly, without interfering, but the girl was very worried about what was happening. With quiet steps, Jack made his way to Taliso. He was already bored, so now it should be fun. Looking into Taliso's eyes, he said that, nevertheless, it was a pity that he gave up so quickly. After all, as you might have guessed, one of those people was still the Duke of Malin, and Jack needs to get rid of so many more people. Taliso clenched his fists out of anger. He was not happy with such words towards the Duke. For the youngest son of the Marquis of Mir, he prepared to take revenge, bursting out with mana. In an aggressive tone, he asked why Jack was still standing still. Jack smiled and asked if he really wanted him to attack. At that same second, Taliso rushed at him, and Jack just stood still and beckoned him with his finger. Taliso quickly pulled out a blade and swung the blade in front of Jack's face, who dodged sharply, laughing at the guy. With his next attack, he swung in a circular motion, while Jack went down plastically. Finding himself in front of his opponent, Jack looked him straight in the eyes. He said provocatively, which is what he expected from the assassin, "Let him give it his all, and he will look at it." Taliso hesitated because he did not expect such a turn of events. He furiously asked who the boy was. Standing on his feet, Jack slowly approached him, delaying him with empty words. The assassin lost his patience and angrily rushed to attack Jack. With one movement of his hand, the younger gentleman grabbed his wrist, thereby knocking out the weapon. Afterwards, Jack pulled him towards him and ironically laughed at him, wondering if Taliso was worried that he might die. Immediately, Taliso threw him away with a blow. With his abilities, Jack slowed down the flight time and provoked the guy into the next attack. However, taking advantage of his confusion, he rushed at him with an outstretched arm, on which he concentrated all his strength. Taliso stood still. He had nowhere else to go. Before he could do anything, Jack's hand pressed against his chin, causing blood to pour out of his mouth and his body to convulse. At that moment, the mentor covered Cell's eyes with her hands so that the girl would not see all these bloody moments, because she was still very young for such sights. Abero looked at everything with wide eyes. He exclaimed why they had to kill him, because they still had not received the necessary information. Jack wondered if he was really asking for information at a time like this. Afterwards, he headed towards the girls, carefully took the mentor in his arms and said to Abero that a person does not have to remain alive to receive any information from him. When asked by his mentor if he wanted to create a death knight, Jack answered positively. After listening to Jack, the mentor was convinced that he had done everything right. Suddenly, Jack remembered the Punishing Knight. Punishing Knight, magic that resurrects a corpse, and one of the hallmark spells of dark magicians. When introduced to dark magic, magicians also start with this spell, but this does not mean that it is easy to create in order to resurrect the owner of the seventh circle and make him a death knight. The caster must also have at least the seventh circle. However, this does not apply to Jack, because he controls the souls of high ranks, not mana. Jack approached Abir and said he needed a neck brace. Abero, of course, was surprised but quickly turned to the cabinets in search of bandages, since he was disgusted by looking at Taliso's shaking head. In the real world, death knights do not die and live forever as corpses. But corpses still decompose over time, so you need to save what you get before it rots. Jack pulled the dead man to his feet and ordered him to tell everything he knew. Taliso's mind was clouded, and he revealed that the Duchy of Malin was a longtime ally of the guild. Duke Malin himself is a member of the high-ranking committee of the Adventurers Guild, and his rank is currently approximately 4th. He found out about this when he was guarding the Duke, and he alone knows about it. Jack, controlling his body and mind, listened carefully to all the information, noting that he did not even ask the dead man to tell too much, but he was confident in his words. He understood that it was very difficult to hold back and talk at the same time, but he asked the dead man again if he knew anything else about the committee members. In a clouded voice and completely exhausted, Taliso answered in the negative, something only the Duke knows about. The Duke of Malon promised him the post of leader of the Ensemble detachment, and he, being the deputy commander of the Knights of Darkness, accepted this offer. Jack immediately asked Taliso what exactly the Duke ordered him to do. Before the dead man had time to answer, Abero found a bandage and vehemently informed everyone present in the room about it. After a few minutes, Jack returned to the question, waiting for Taliso's answer. The dead man replied that, firstly, he had to find and eliminate everyone who could harm Tulkin and Duke Malin. Secondly, keep an eye on the current head of the branch, Abero, and, if he begins to hesitate, kill him. Thirdly, disseminate information about the Tulkin Empire and report any non-fabricated data to the Duke. Jack carefully monitored the situation and held the dead man's mind, content with the information he received. For a second, he released his will, but the dead man was exhausted and looked incapacitated. Jack turned to him again to continue. Taliso continued to tell completely unnecessary information. Quite unnecessary. He told about the side affair of the Duke's wife with the Marquis of Darrett, as well as about the adventures of the young master. It's good that they managed to send their man there, as they expected such an outcome. The fact that a dead person tells unnecessary information may seem strange from the outside, but in fact it is a common occurrence. At its core, black magic allows you to take control of the mind and soul of another person. Black magic has the ability to break and enslave the human soul. Therefore, Taliso is different from the man who tried to kill Jack 5 minutes ago. His soul belongs to the third master, and he recognizes him as his master. Having received the information, Jack summed up the results. They managed to find out that the Adventurers Guild is controlled by the Organization Committee, which in turn maintains ties with the Tulkun Empire, and no one knows the members of the committee except themselves. Judging by the Tesla Committee, this is a branch of an organization with committees in different countries. Duke Malin is fourth in importance, which means there are 3 people above him. Jack stated that the information was not as useful as he expected. Abero stood silently next to the gentleman. He was still stunned by everything that happened. Jack repeated to Aber that he wanted the guy to see with his own eyes what kind of person he was, and then make a decision. The guy didn't respond to his words, so Jack asked his opinion on this matter. Abero resolutely clenched his fists and knelt down on one knee in front of the master, pursing his lip, after which he asked to serve him. And just let Jack give him an order, which he will carry out without hesitation. Jack sat contentedly in front of him, rejoicing at the guy's decision. He immediately asked when exactly the guy found out that the guild was using him and was soon going to get rid of him, which made Abero shocked. The guy replied that he had started looking for a new patron. However, Jack warned him that his actions were not very different from the actions of the guild. And in those moments when the guy asked about him, he simply avoided answering. And to be honest, all this annoyed him. However, if a similar situation arises, everything will happen again. Jack asked Abero if he was right. Abero listened to him and replied that the gentleman was right in everything. Jack knows what the next step will be, not because of the information he has, but because of what will happen in the future. The current Emperor of Tulkun is ill, and he will die in 4 years due to the deterioration of his health. After his death, a full-scale battle for the throne will begin. Soon the hardliners will win, and the current crown prince will become emperor, and a continental war will begin. But he does not know what happened in Tesla during this period of time. But it is known that the sister died a tragic death, and the empire fell. That's all Jack knows about the future. To tell the truth, he was not interested, and even now he doesn't really care about what's happening. The master wondered where he could use Abero if he became his servant. Suddenly Jack asked his age. Abero immediately replied that he was 34 years old. The gentleman just laughed and said that he was still young and had a lot ahead of him. Jack continued to be interested in the guy's life, and touched on his personal one. Abero turned out to be single. What about long-term goals? The guy wants to live a long, happy life. Abero asked why the gentleman needed all this information. Jack replied that it was a simple interview and asked if the guy had heard anything about going back in time. Abero replied that if he means something that has been passed on from mouth to mouth for many generations, then yes. Jack just put his hand on his shoulder and stated that the conversation would be short. He admitted that he was the one who returned, and now he will make one exception and tell him what the future will be like. Jack told how he killed everyone who hid behind the name of the Tulkun Empire, and also all the dragons that got on his nerves, and the inhabitants of the demonic forest. Jack added that he killed everyone except the orcs and harpies. He means that he gave them all freedom by killing all the dragons. But becoming free, they united with the Tulkun Empire. Creatures of all ages contacted Tulkun and pointed their swords at him. He killed everyone because the situation was painfully funny. The reason he kept the orcs and harpies alive was because they helped him. He had many nicknames: the God of Swords, the Demon of Swords, the Devil, the Monster, and so on. Abero listened to everything. His face was shocked. He could not put together 2 words. Jack just smiled. Afterwards, Jack, like a little boy, jumped up and became embarrassed, explaining that he was embarrassed to talk about all this out loud. Without knowing the exact numbers, Jack calculated that the population of the Western continent had been halved because of him. Still, he decided not to go into details and leave it at that. After all, he doesn't want the mentor who was behind him to hate him. Jack only warned the guy that if he suddenly decided to leave this place, he should do it right now. In this case, he will not pursue or kill him. Abero only asked what outcome awaits him if he starts spreading rumors. Based on the fact that Abero told him his secret, and probably this is not the first time he finds himself in such a situation, Jack trusted him. Afterwards, the third gentleman assured the guy that no rumors would follow. Abero was lost in his thoughts. This child, or rather man, is different from everyone he has ever met. On top of all this, Jack is one of those people who doesn't defy common sense. The group of assassins of Duke Malin and its vice-captain, owners of the Seventh Circle, Abero was tormented by the question of how such a kid as Jack killed Taliso. He was haunted by the fact that Jack had dealt with him too easily. In addition, the master not only killed Taliso, but also revived him. Ibaru realized that all this was black magic that the boy possessed. He had read about this in old memoirs, going back in time and knowing the future. The guy had only one question left: whether Jack Ballantyre was connected with the destruction of the Tulkun Empire. Abero looked at Jack with the understanding that he was not lying to him. His own instincts and intuition told him so. Clenching his fist to the limit, he understood one thing: this man would become a king. He bowed his head at the master's feet and swore allegiance. Jack was surprised by this gesture and immediately asked the guy to stand up. He gave him his hand so that he could get up. Abiro asked what he should now call the gentleman, to which Jack waved his hand and replied that the guy could call him whatever it was convenient for him. Abiro decided to call him young master or master, and assured that he would address him differently, depending on the situation. Jack thought that if people heard Abiro call him master, the situation would become more complicated. He asked to be called young master, and the first thing was to help the dead man keep his head upright. Immediately, Abiro wrapped the bandage around Taliso's neck several times. Later, Abiro began sharing the information he had. The goal of the prohibited drug business is to subjugate monsters. Same purpose as hunting dragons. Abiro also told Jack that the turnover of this business is estimated at several million gold. The hundreds of thousands of gold that Dietrich borrowed were received for his role as a puppet boss. Jack carefully studied the materials and information in them, after which he shared his opinion with Abiro. 2 years ago, there was a rumor that the Tulkan Empire was experimenting on dragons. Jack continued to study the materials, and he was in a good mood when suddenly Abiro asked him. He wondered if Jack knew how the future he knew about was formed, or if he saw it in the form of events that had already happened. The one who returned in time definitely knows the future. But the gentleman spent 10 years with his mentor in a cave. When they finally emerged from the cave, the Tulkan Empire had already united the continent. Jack answered the guy that this can be viewed from different points of view, and the only thing he knows about is the details of the processes that took place after the fall of the empire. Abiro decided to get down to business, starting with an analysis of the situation. He handed the gentleman a stack of sheets of information. The guy said that first he would talk about the conclusions he had come to. On the map sheet, he indicated a new internal logistics route, after which he clearly indicated the territories of the Marquis of Darrett, the Marquis of Herman, and the Duke of Malin. Jack, in turn, said that they were all definitely connected, and he explained this by the fact that recently potions began to be bought at a rapid pace. The nobles do not particularly fight for territory, but purchases have clearly increased. And it is obvious that all this proves that all three rulers are aware of the distribution of illegal drugs. There are currently 2 types of drugs in circulation. These medicines are called cannabis and munker. Cannabis is a type of tobacco that, although illegal due to its hallucinogenic properties, is non-toxic and non-addictive. In the villages, even ordinary workers know about it. But the problem lies in the munker. The drug, which is easy to make, gives users tremendous pleasure, but at the same time has a serious drawback. It melts the skin. The remedy to treat this side effect is a potion. The higher the level of the potion, the more effectively it copes with the side effect. Jack explained to Abiro that in this way they make money from medicines, stock up on potions, and also make money from resale of them. He explained that this country would collapse in any case. Jack suggests that there is much more than several million gold. The man replies that this is the minimum estimated figure. Looking at the map, Jack mentions Darrett, Mellon, Herman. After these 3, they plan to do others. Turning to the man, he asks when it started. He answers that about 2 years ago. Prohibited drugs were distributed among ordinary people. Those who used them out of curiosity remained silent because they were afraid of punishment. They also spent all their financial savings to buy potions and get the next dose. All this is very similar to drug addiction. Jack admits with a faint grin that the more he thinks about it, the worse the situation seems. Just 2 years ago, high-level potions in this city cost about 20 gold, now almost 40 gold. Putting a stack of documents on the table, the man says that this should be enough. The distribution of medicine most likely began from the imperial palace. No matter how easy it is to produce drugs, distribution is impossible without permission from the ruling family, he explains. Since he noticed, the royal family had already earned as much gold as they wanted from such a black business. Most likely, this expensive and dangerous business of drug addiction has outlived its usefulness. Even if the ruling family of the kingdom gave the go-ahead for this, it is very difficult for such a business to stay afloat. Nobles not associated with the Tulkan Empire are not fools. In response, Jack only smiles good-naturedly with a kind expression on his face and says nothing, but in his thoughts he calls these nobles fools. He remembers and questions the man, asking if he found out the location of the mercenaries who were recruited to conquer the demonic forest. Jack remembers that the mercenaries and knights involved in this business are mobilized to conquer the demonic forest. Only now most of the mercenaries and knights will return from there as lifeless corpses on stretchers. In other words, they are destroying evidence as long as it is related to the Tushkan Empire. In other words, they are covering their tracks. Jack suggests that the civil war is being sponsored by hardliners, and the man agrees with him. There is still no sign of the transfer of large sums from the Tesla Empire to the Tulkan Empire, because this idiot keeps the money received. The man asks if he wanted to say that there is still something left in Tesla by mentioning money from the business, This amazes Jack, and he turns to him in surprise. He justifies the man's assumption and praises the man for his insight and intelligence. The embarrassed man jokes that he will praise him. Jack asks if he were in their place, where he would hide the money. The man thinks about such a tricky question. He makes a proposal, most likely in the palace, because the emperor and the ruling family are involved in this matter. He politely asks Jack to tell him more about it because he doesn't know much about it. He says that they know that Duke Melon is the fourth, but it is not clear who, the emperor's deputy, occupies the remaining two positions. Jack asks him to stop making excuses and guessing, and just say what he thinks, because it doesn't matter whether he's right or wrong. The embarrassed man decides that since he is telling, the second one is occupied by the possessions of Duke Melon. A bearded old man strokes a small brown puppy in a collar who has run towards him. It is very possible that the third and last one is occupied by the academy, the man admits in a conversation with Jack. Jack wonders if this is the same academy he is talking about, and the man confirms his assumptions. The first and second places are occupied by the imperial treasury and the possessions of Duke Melon, which may well be true. But the participation of the academy itself is quite unexpected. Placing his hand on his chin and mentioning it in reflection, Jack notes. During the school year, the academy is closed to outsiders, making it a great place to hide things. The Ausenblay clan has much greater influence on the territory of the duchy than the imperial crown, the man continues to say. Currently, there are only 2 people in the empire who have a higher authority than Duke Melon, but less than the emperor. This is the head of the Ausenblay family, the Duke of Ausenblay, and the director of the notorious Rommel Academy. Jack, listening to this information, thinks about it. 3 families that form the backbone of the entire Tesla empire, 2 of which are not ruling, but rather managers from the shadows. The emperor's ruling family, the Melon family, and the Ausenblay family are the 3 pillars that hold and control the entire empire. Now he understands what he is driving at. All the main forces of the empire have joined the hard line of Tolkien. If everything had been different, the Tesla empire would not have fallen like this from the terrible prevalence of drug addiction and death from it. He can say for sure that either Director Rommel or the Duke of Ausenblay has definitely teamed up with the Tolkien Empire in a conspiracy. Jack asks if he thinks this is all Director Rommel's doing. The blonde admits that he knows that he has a special relationship with the Duke, but Jack convinces him that we are talking about simple mutual assistance. He asks the blonde's opinion, offering to listen to the reasons for doubts about Rommel, the director of the academy. 2 girls with green and platinum hair eavesdropping on their conversation realize that they are discussing something important. At this time, the blonde man in the room, pouring a drink into a glass, says that it is impossible not to notice the influence of Rommel in the state. 7 years have passed since he retired and transferred the dukedom to his son, yet more than half of the aristocracy follow him. Jack notes with a sigh that this is something new, although he is not particularly interested in the state of affairs in their empire. He wonders if the Duke of Ausenblay will retain his influence, then the director will become only a symbolic figure. In this case, the real owner will be the Duke of Ausenblay, Jack suggests. The blonde tells him that this is a problem. He asks why. Duke Frederick Ausenblay, at whose disposal the lands are, is a very capable person. He can even be called outstanding. But even he could not escape the shadow of Director Rommel, since he is too influential at the moment in the political arena of the empire. In addition, the blonde shares. They say that the owner of the magic tower is undergoing closed training. This interested Jack, who was previously distracted by wine. Putting down the bottle from which he was pouring the last drops of liquid, he clearly became nervous and said that he remembered such a person, the owner of the tower. He says that he was amused that he wanted to make him his student, although lately I haven't heard from him. There are rumors that this tower master could become a master with a very strong 10th circle. If the third master of the Tesla Empire, known as the Master of the Magic Tower, becomes their subordinate, then it cannot be ignored. The director's second son is the commander of the Imperial Guard. Jack asks if he is in the 10th circle. The blonde confirms his assumption. Based on this, Jack concludes that they should be much more careful. It is impossible for a man of such high position not to know what is happening within the empire, and yet he does nothing. Picking up his brown puppy from the ground, the old man calls him Yongseok and complains that he ran away from the dorm again. Jack asks what the blonde means. He looks up with a thoughtful face and explains that they have different views. On the one hand, this is an uprising, against the backdrop of a magic staff covered in blood with a bloody crown, a symbol of power. Jack notes in his thoughts that this is very different from the future that he knows. The master of the magic tower, who followed the director of the academy for 30 years, is in political conflict with the current Duke of Ausenblay and the head of the Imperial Knights. But they are all definitely connected to Ausenblay. Perhaps he is the most dangerous in the empire, the blonde notes in the story. Jack says that this is funny and asks what is on the other side. The blonde tells him that he is a double agent. Jack comments that both assumptions make sense. In his mind, he thinks that in the future he knows. Director Rommel died defending the Empire from the Tulkun Empire. However, he has no idea what happened before he made his decision. Therefore, he may well dream of rebellion, being a double agent for the Tulkun Empire, as well as a defender of the Empire. This will be interesting to watch, Jack notes in his thoughts, drinking wine from a wooden mug, holding it with both hands. Looking out the window and thinking, he thinks that it is possible. He assumed that everything lies on the surface. But if this is so, it would be wrong to leave now. With such thoughts, he turns to Abero. He quickly reacts to his appeal, saluting him. Jack, placing his hand on his shoulder, asks if he knows what it means to catch a mole. With an ominous smile, he explains that he is about the bastards who have united with the Tulkun Empire. With burning eyes, he says that they will take all the money that they managed to gain from their shady business. Early in the morning in the lands of Ausenblei, a girl with glasses stretches and says that this is a great morning. The weather is so clear, perfect for part-time work, she notes, and walks down the street singing along. Hearing a voice from behind, she turns around out of interest to a group of people gossiping in the corner of the street. They discuss the rumor that Duchess Melon is in a relationship with the Marquis of Darrett, laughing and giggling at the rumor. One of the older women, continuing the discussion, says that it seems that the Duchess is not attracted to her husband. Another girl says that no, the history of the Melon family goes back 400 years. It's just Duke Melon, a rabbit. Another girl asks what she means, and in response she hints about the Duke's physical endurance, or rather the lack thereof. But if this continues, won't Melon and Darrett start a war for territory? The girl who overhears this gets embarrassed and runs away, not understanding how one can talk about a noble family like that. Running up the stairs, a girl with short hair and glasses is indignant at what is happening in this city. Duke Melon is one of the pillars of the Tesla Empire. Who could spread these rumors, she wonders, and even at such a moment, undermining one of the main columns holding the Tesla Empire. Arriving at the market, she tries to catch her breath, but realizes that these rumors about noble families are being discussed everywhere. She notices that Duke Melon's people are walking along the road. She believes that they have come to find out where the rumors are coming from. On the night of the 19th of March, the Duchess of Melon took advantage of the moment when her husband fell asleep and whispered sweet words to the Marquis of Darrett, who was present at the estate as a guest of honor. People are discussing, sharing what they heard, that the Marquis described Melon as a short, thin man. The Duchess even laughed when she heard this. A few hours later, around 4 in the evening, in the lands of Ausenblei, the girl is called out by her boss at work. The hostess at work asks a girl with glasses and a short haircut whether she has heard rumors. She answers positively. The hostess asks her to look at the newspaper. The girl picks up this newspaper with misunderstanding and reads the lines. She has in her hands the most authoritative media publication in the Empire, Tesla Time. The current rumors began to spread from the Ausenblei lands, although it all started there too. But it is quite difficult to attribute this incident only to the Duke. If you try to look for the source of the rumors, it turns out that they did not start from the Duke of Ausenblei himself. It says that it all actually started in the Adventurers Guild. This confrontation is not between Ausenblei and Melon, but rather between the Arabes Guild itself and Duke Melon. At the same time, at the Melon family estate, a man angrily clutches a newspaper with news in his hand, the veins appearing on his hand from anger. Angrily, he throws the sheets of newspaper onto the red carpet, screaming and asking what kind of bastard did this, referring to all the rumors and the popular article in the newspaper itself. The angry man is holding on to the edge of a massive desk, his face darkening and sweating with irritation at the whole situation. Bastian Melon, the undisputed authority of the Tesla Empire, is a man whose bulky physique belies his age. However, despite this, his weakness lies in endurance. Bastian himself is furious and thinks that 40 seconds is too little. He can hold out for a minute. He curses through his teeth, his face red and his jaw clenched with anger. He understands that the information is too detailed and specific. On the 19th of March, that is, 5 months ago, his wife and the Marquis of Darrett were clearly having a good time. Bastian noticed this, so he immediately put his wife under house arrest after this. Then Tolisso, the same owner of the tower with the 10th circle about whom Jack spoke in a conversation with Abero, reported to him about this incident. Bastian, biting his nails out of nervousness, reflects that it is impossible for Darrett to personally tell about everything. Only Tolisso remains a suspect. He angrily calls him a damn bastard, wondering how he dared to speak out against the master who raised him. He calls on a detachment of his assassins and orders them to immediately go to Ausenblei and bring Tolisso to him. With an indifferent face, he tells his men that as long as he opens his mouth, It doesn't matter how many limbs he has. He breaks down and screams, and orders Taliso to be immediately brought to his estate to demand an answer from him. The assassins answer loudly and set off on a mission. Walking feverishly around his office, he indignantly swears at his prodigal wife, calling her a damn woman for cheating and creating such problems. He also swears aggressively at the Marquis of Darrett, his wife's lover with whom she spent that ill-fated night. Bastian wants to start a civil war right now out of anger at his wife and the Marquis of Darrett, to go to war with the man and destroy him. Half of the elite knights of Shushir Melon, members of the Order of Shushir, are on the team to conquer the demonic forest. His adopted son from a fallen noble family, the only master in the empire and the commander-in-chief in charge of conquering the forest. Bastian does not have enough people, and his absence is also not helpful, the green-eyed man notes with annoyance in his reasoning. Among other things, rumors have spread from the Adventurers Guild. He suggests that perhaps the Tulkun Empire wants to remove him. He wearily sits down in a chair and wearily puts his hand on his face. He plans that first he needs to catch Toliso and listen to him. He concludes that something extremely strange is happening. 9 o'clock in the evening of the same day, the action takes place in Autumnbull. Jack and Abero are standing in the room. The blonde man is helping to put a black cloak on Jack. Jack in return thanks Abero for the clothes, even if it was all in order to deceive Taliso, but he was annoyed that he looked like some kind of prisoner. He pats Abero on the shoulder and says that he turns out to be a stylish guy. The blonde shyly lowers his head and expresses joy that he likes it. As he ordered, Abero spread the information throughout the city. However, the matter turned out to be much larger than they thought. Jack replies that this is quite natural, as it should be. A green-haired girl is sitting next to her, who is clearly not interested in their conversation. She is not looking up from reading her book. Abero, with an attractive cough, clarifies that although the report was not received, it is possible that the Melon family sent an assassin. This interested Jack. He says that if this is so, then he hopes that they sent some really useful assassin guys. If they want to take the money, they first need to find it. But for this, I will have to run and get my legs bleeding, Jack explains. Abero listens to him attentively. Jack, raising his hand in the air, speaks further with a calm and even anticipatory look. He declares that it is better to do as with Toliso, kill everyone who comes for their souls, turn them into death knights and send them on searches. He asks Abero's opinion on this matter, who sighs and admits that he himself would never have thought of such a thing. He mentions that he did not expect the Tesla Times, the Empire's most authoritative information dissemination publication, to get involved. This newspaper, highly trusted in the Empire, is one of the largest media outlets. Public trust in a country is nothing other than the will of the Emperor himself, explains Jack Abero. And the Emperor is a puppet of the hardliners, like a crowned dog on a leash for those ruling from the shadows. In other words, hardliners are involved in this war. Jack asks in surprise what kind of expression Abero has on his face. He admits that someone is haunting him. It seems her supporters are acting hastily. Duke Melon is a member of the committee, notes a nervous Abero. Jack mentally calls him a very smart guy, and is already planning to make Abero his advisor in the future for such an amazing analytical mind. Abero, turning to Jack, says that he must know why they are in such a hurry. Jack looks at the blonde with a puzzled response, but he immediately grins, admitting in his thoughts that this is a matter between them and the hand mentor, but asks Abero out loud whether to give him a hint. He agrees. Jack asks why he thinks it's about hardliners, and Abero is amazed at what he heard. Jack explains that he literally has it all. The hardliners who want to unite the continent are a very aggressive group of people. On the other hand, moderates adhere to the opposite ideology to that of the hardliners. They do not want war on the continent. For the sake of the survival of the Tesla Empire, it is much more profitable to unite with supporters of moderate views, says Jack. He asks Abero why Duke Melon and the Emperor are collaborating with the hardliners. Abero honestly admits that he doesn't know. The Tulkun Empire conducted experiments on dragons, in other words, experiments with genes. The essence of these very experiments was immortality. Amazed by this information, Abero clarifies that the committee is an organization created to find immortality. Jack, with a satisfied look, says that the blonde is exactly 70% correct in his assumption. The Emperor and the Duke are people who are missing something in life, Jack explains to the blonde man. The reason they cooperate with the hardliners is because they are promised more than they currently have. Immortality, experiments on dragons, always seemed strange to him. In no materials he could find traces of her past or origin. Moreover, no one in the city had ever seen her before, a girl with platinum hair and white eyes. It turns out that the girl named Cell, who is with Jack, is along with the girl with green hair. Abero suggests that Cell is actually a dragon. Jack happily confirms his arguments. Stunned and slightly sad, Abiro asks Jack if he really brought her from the Tulkun Empire. With a charming smile, he admits this. He reveals that it was she, Sel, the dragon girl, who brought him to the estate that late night. His immersion in memories is interrupted by the blonde saying that he doesn't think everything is that simple, asking if Jack destroyed the laboratory. With joy, Jack waves his hands and declares that it burned to the ground. The only thing that could be found related to the research was ashes. If this is the case, then the hardliners have no choice but to hurry up. Surely there must be people in the neighboring Ishmael Empire collaborating with the hardliners of the Tesla Empire, and in its neighboring country, and in its neighboring country, and so on down the list. In every country there are hardliners. If surrounding countries support the moderates, no matter how strong the hardliners are, they will lose. There is only one thing that makes you cooperate with hardliners. Immortality. Humanity has always been, is, and will be greedy for eternal life and will do anything for it. Experiments on crossing genes only led to the creation of a monster with an extremely short life. What information did they share with their colleagues, Jack wonders. Jack reasoned that even if the experiment failed, it had value for those who strive for power. In a word, all these people are idiots. The only reason everything was possible is because of the brilliant Crown Prince, who is the head of the hardliners. Using a meager set of tools in the form of the help of one dragon, he managed to create a split in 5 countries except the Tulkun Empire. But its drawback was that the Tulkun Empire did not have this dragon, and the only tool that the Crown Prince used was Jack's. To be more precise, the dragon was currently living with Jack himself, and to this day was under the protection of Balantia. There was also no need to worry about whether the hardliners were able to inform the committee about the missing dragon. Most likely the hardliners were currently in desperate fear, not of Jack, but of the Crown Prince. They had no chance. The Crown Prince would not spare them, so no one would know anything. This sadist did not forgive defeats. The prince was a real bloodthirsty killer. But along with this genius for his time, a very dangerous combination. If it weren't for Jack and Valentine, the word monster would not refer to them, but to this monster in a human body. Night had long fallen on the city. Under the shadow of trees and stars, the kidnappers came out. Their chief warned his subordinates that their task was to take Taliso alive. This figure did not need pity. He was a traitor, and there was no point in hesitating when making the necessary decisions. But nevertheless, it was not worth killing him. They wanted to see him alive, but not safe and sound, which the kidnappers were going to take advantage of. At the moment, they were already on the territory of the Duchy of Oseinbel and had to act secretly so as not to be discovered. Abero and Jack assumed in the castle room that if they lost the dragon, then the hardline had 2 options. In one outcome, they needed to find another dragon or use a committee and then get rid of it. Both options would suit their taste. It was to their advantage that today the Crown Prince revealed all his plans in the Tesla Times newspaper. Based on it, it was clear that Tesla was going to get rid of the committee. The prince made his move. All these actions should have led to civil war, not only in the Tesla Empire itself, but also in other countries. Abero assumed that the consequences would be smaller and more global. But the actions of the Crown Prince led to a new outcome. Noting the competent conclusions of his servant, Jack compared everything to dominoes when a civil war begins in the Tesla Empire. Others will follow, and so on, until the end. This chain reaction would lead to disastrous consequences from which the entire continent would suffer. Also, if you look at it in general, then if Balantir fails to prevent a civil war in the Tesla Empire, then she risked going over the entire continent at the moment Jack revealed and spread the shame of Duke Melon. But no one could have imagined what disastrous consequences would follow after this. In most cases, it is usually impossible to predict the outcome. But Jack was not an ordinary person, and this was something he could do, because he knew the future. At the moment, a real duel of sharp minds has unfolded. On the one hand, the Crown Prince, who made his move, on the other, the third gentleman, making a response. But Jack had an important advantage. He knew the Crown Prince very well, who, in turn, had not the slightest idea about Jack Balantier. He was looking forward to this fight. He was curious who would ultimately win. Abero looked restlessly at his master and waited for further orders. Jack advised his service not to worry too much about it. The guy knew how everything would turn out. He had a plan. Abero was reassured by these words. Suddenly, Abero remembered, looking at Talus, that Death Knights had their own limitations, information about which must be conveyed to the owner. Even Jack himself did not know about this. He was curious how his servant knew this. He replied that he just liked to read books. Abero explained that there was enough information in the novel, written by the author under the pseudonym Raccoon, and the Death Knights. It was said that an experienced warlock could control up to 5 Death Knights, which was already good. But a warlock of the 10th Circle or a necromancer could already control up to 10 knights. And although this book was written 400 years ago, Some of its statements had a right to exist and sounded quite truthful. In addition, they didn't really have any other sources that they could trust in this situation. Jack looked at Abero with humor and asked what the author's name was. The servant repeated the raccoon's pseudonym, and instantly Valentine, who was lying nearby studying the book, began to sweat and turn pale. Jack decided to make fun of his mentor. He replied that writing a book was a great idea. The mentor embarrassedly covered her face with the book. Valentine remembered the origin of this idea. Then he and the mentor were training, and Valentine reasoned that perpetuating her knowledge was a good idea. Jack didn't understand why she was saying this, but the mentor replied that she would like to leave something after her death. She reasoned while sitting on Jack doing push-ups that even at the moment when someone reads her volumes, she would figuratively live. Jack's hands were almost no longer holding him. He looked at his mistress from under the swamp, but she did not stop. She decided to choose a pseudonym for herself, Raccoon. But Valentine decided that it was time to close the topic and allowed the guy to finish the training. After that incident during training, Valentine never remembered the nickname Raccoon. Abero was still waiting for Jack to explain his thoughts. He replied that there could be no mistake. Of course, the treatise told the truth. There were restrictions on the number of controlled corpses, but they did not apply to the third gentleman himself. The guy curiously asked Taliso if his servant had this book. Abero replied that yes, but it was in a deplorable state, because it was written 400 years ago. Jack would like to read his mistress's work, and asked Abero to send this volume to his mansion. This unnerved Valentine. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and announced the presence of 11 unknown people outside the southern gates of Ausenblay. Finally, events began to unfold rapidly. Abero recommended his servants to return home as soon as possible. The kidnappers moved through a hidden and secret tunnel under the duchy, bypassing guards and patrols, their black clothes serving as excellent camouflage. But suddenly a flash of light illuminated their figures. Jack was sitting opposite with a lantern at his side. Abero stood from him. Valentine replied that it would be difficult for the guests to go upstairs, and he arrived to meet them. He assessed the situation in the group. There was one person with the 9th circle, one with the 8th. All the rest were 7th. Jack thought pleasantly that Duke Melon had sent all his best forces to return Taliso. This was only to his advantage. He snapped his fingers and Taliso himself came out of the darkness. Jack asked him to explain. The Death Knight explained that in front of him was the Shadow Commander Christopher Schwern. He was a native of the Ishmael Empire, and the son of Count Schwern, who fell after participating in the uprising. Christopher swore that Abero was indeed a traitor, but he still did not understand what was happening here. Christopher was especially embarrassed by the boy who said who he was. The head of the Shadows asked him to explain himself, but Jack asked to introduce him to Taliso. The White introduced Jack, and also explained that the Duke's shadows had included orphans for generations, regardless of whether they were previously representatives of fallen nobles or mercenaries, or ordinary ragamuffins. At the moment, in front of the third gentleman, there are 11 shadows that were brought from different countries. Each of these children and orphans was eventually raised personally by the Duke, who was directly involved in the cultivation of his elite squad. Ballantier was curious about what the shadows could be doing. Taliso will tell this using the example of Schwern, who was present here. This man looked after the Duke's eldest son, Nersen, and also took care of all the illegal affairs that he got involved in. The last time Nersen stayed at the estate, during his vacation he kidnapped 5 commoners and the daughter of a local baron, then began hunting them in the forest, releasing them as game. Abero felt cold inside. It was absolutely inhumane. Taliso knew that Schwern had eliminated all family members of the commoner victims, personally killing each one. In order to minimize and close this case, a peace agreement was concluded with the family of the Baron's surviving daughter, in which everyone kept their mouths shut. After this explanation from Taliso, Jack was finally convinced that his actions would be positive, and his conscience would not torment him. He will replenish his forces with 11 Death Knights anyway. Their lives were worth nothing. The head of the Shadow Squad has already pulled out a dagger to kill the traitor. Christopher jumped on Taliso, raising his dagger, trying to strike and kill the traitor. He betrayed their master, and contacted Jack. This was unacceptable. Christopher plunged a magical blade into the traitor's body, remembering late that they were instructed to take him alive. But when the smoke from the lightning cleared, the blade of the head of the shadows was clamped between the 2 fingers of the third master, who covered his servant. Even through the hood and protective mask, one could see how the head of the shadows opened his mouth in surprise and widened his eyes. Ballantier threw his blade aside and rushed forward. It seems this servant was very loyal to Melon. But did he know that he was collaborating with the Tulkan Empire? The boy moved with lightning speed, and Christopher could not keep up with his movements. In front of him was a real monster. Jack threw himself on the man's body. He warned that he would have to work for him until every bone in his body turned to dust. Christopher did not understand what was happening to his body. Some strange metamorphoses were happening to him. He looked at the boy. The movements of the third gentleman seemed to slow down. Christopher could follow them, but at the same time he could not react to them. It seemed to him that a transcendent being was standing in front of him. It was simply incredible. But instantly, everything went out. The head of the shadows was driven into the wall. Jack looked triumphantly at his work. Christopher's charges stood to the side, unable to move. The third gentleman turned his head to the kidnappers and said sadly whether it was a shame that Jack broke the neck of the shadow with the ninth circle. He looked at them expectantly and asked who was next. The shadows did not take long to wait. They swore and were about to avenge their master, to kill the boy. Ballantier armed himself with a dagger and danced away from all the slow blows of the shadows. He went around them one by one and plunged the blade into the bodies of the men. Ballantier spent no more than 1 minute on everything. He was incredibly bored with killing them. The weaklings could not do anything against him. All the walls of the room were wet with blood. In the end, only one of the shadows remained standing. He trembled all over, barely holding the blade in his hands, and wondered what kind of creature stood in front of him. The shadow turned and rushed towards Abir, holding the blade near the throat of the third master's servant and warning him not to come near him and get out of the way. If these orders are not followed, he will cut his throat. But Jack yawned tiredly and adjusted his shoulder. His body did not betray any anxiety. He looked at the shadow with sleepy eyes and hurried it. It was already night in the yard, and they were all tired, wanting only to lie down on the soft feather bed. The shadow was perplexed until the very end why Jack was saying all this. But these words were not addressed to him, but to Tolisso, who had already raised the fountain pen to the shadow's throat. Alice agreed with him. It was time to finish this. Jack presented several gold pieces to Abero so that he would restore order in the building. Now it was necessary to deal with the dead before turning them into death knights. I would like their service to be as effective as possible. Jack examined the bodies. Some of them had a broken neck. Others healed open wounds, and in general he corrected all defects and injuries. To top it all off, he was going to add a little element of control to the obedience of his new servants. In the end, about Jack there were 12 death knights, including Tolisso, the first among them, who became the head. Everything happened perfectly. At the moment, the third gentleman had 5 knights with the 9th circle, as well as 7 with the 8th. Ballantier also knew a little trick. If 10 circles are engraved on the heart, it will immediately become one with the body. Question for you. He has already conducted similar experiments when he installed a control element on the half-master. It would of course be convenient for Jack to make his servants stronger, but then big problems with control would begin. For example, if he ordered Tolisso and the person on whom he would conduct the experiment to stab himself, he may refuse to carry out this order, demanding explanations and persistence. If you compare one of your own with the 9 circles that obey him unquestioningly, and another servant who constantly asks questions, the choice was obvious. Therefore, Jack decided that the knights whose death he would cause would not have a master make a small sacrifice for control. He had the idea that if he made the master a death knight, he could learn a funny result. Someone had probably already done something similar. The guy clapped his hands and called to listen to him. He ordered that the mission of the Death Knights is search and reconnaissance for more. Jack will give orders. They obeyed unquestioningly. Tolisso will become the head of the knights. From the moment of his conversion, he changed and became very devoted. Jack wanted to conduct a small experiment. It was time to test their words in battle. They had to visit 2 places in the Imperial Palace, as well as the estate of Duke Melon. He asked which of them is better at noticing hidden places, unusual areas carefully hidden from prying eyes. Everyone immediately pointed to Tolisso, judging by the fact that he was always the first among them. This figure was very talented. Jack handed him a scroll tied with a ribbon and informed him that he was now the core of this mission. Jack's order to find a place where a large amount of finance, at least several million gold, can be stored. The task of the others is to help him and do everything possible to keep Tolisso focused on the mission they needed to remove the unwanted distraction. There was also one more detail. As soon as he found the place and saw the object with his own eyes, he needed to send a signal to everyone else. When he realized that everything was collected, Tolisso was supposed to tear this scroll in the center of the object in half. The scroll that Tolisso was currently holding in his hands was a magic scroll containing the teleportation formula. With its help, it was possible to move only objects, which could include corpses. Jack warned that if Tolisso could not find the gold, then he should simply tear the scroll in the warehouse of the Imperial Palace. The servant understood everything. He called 2 shadows with 9 circles to him. He had a special assignment for them. The third gentleman quietly whispered a couple of words in their ears. At the end of everything, he called everyone to the shadows to see if everything was clear to them. Then he looked at Abairo. He stood there thinking about something of his own. But suddenly Jack interrupted his thoughts and called him over. Walked up to the owner and handed over 2 scrolls Jack called Christopher over. He approached, and Ballantier explained that the scroll with the red thread had to be delivered to the lands of Duke Melon, and the blue one to the Imperial Palace. Jack asked whether the servant understood why the third gentleman was asking this. He confirmed that he understood everything. Jack was pleased with his new subordinates. They inspired him with joy. He had high hopes for them. In the end, Jack decided that the time had come to act, and the time had come to act his dead servants were ready to hunt. A few hours later, the former Shadows, and now the Death Knights, found themselves on the lands of Duke Melon. The Shadows scurried around all the surroundings and followed the orders of their master, checking room after room, but did not find anything that touched gold. The guards of the Duke's mansion yawned sleepily, and were in a hurry to finish their watch, when suddenly an explosion occurred in the mansion and the master. No one could really understand what happened. They only heard screams that they were attacked by one of the servants. He ran to the guard, but he was quickly killed by the Death Knight as well as the guard. Everyone tried to divide their forces, sending one to protect the Duke, and sending the rest of the guards to the gate. During the commotion at the mansion, Taliso managed to unhindered his way into the warehouse of the Melon estate. He found a chest containing various jewelry, but this was not what the master asked him for, and Taliso continued his search. The warehouse was large, but his attention was attracted by the chest. A small casket lay right in the middle of the warehouse on a pedestal. He decided to open it and found a red diamond there. The burgundy stone was the rarest gem in the world, and was valued at least 4 million gold. The servant was pleased. He found what he wanted, but that was not all. Of course he took the stone, but there was no civil war here. Screams were heard from everywhere. The mansion was on fire. There was a fire in the warehouse. All the servants were fussily calling for reinforcements, but everyone whom the Death Knights could reach was waiting for death. No one could keep track of them. The former Shadows took a bloody tribute. Suddenly Taliso appeared in the center of the carnage, calling Christopher to him, who prepared the scroll for use. The former head tore it up as his owner ordered and went to his next destination. Suddenly, the center of the massacre was illuminated by a blinding light, and to the surprise of the guards who arrived in time, the place of the killers was empty. They could not understand what happened at the same time Jack and Abairo were talking peacefully in the room. The servant was worried that the knights had used up a lot of mana during the journey to the palace to the duchy, but Jack reassured him. Jack installed a magic circle for his servants to collect mana. He did this immediately during their conversion. This magic circle was activated and restored mana when it ran out in the body of its owner, and the Baru had never heard of such a thing. But even if something went wrong, you need to understand that the life of the Death Knights was short, but they were only tools in the hands of Ballantier, and he did not care. After some time, the Death Knights found themselves in Castle Teslin, which was filled with screams that they had been attacked. Unlike the duchy, the guards there immediately caught the magic of teleportation. Their head ordered to unhook the palace and find the intruders. While giving orders, it was decided to send part of the troops to the palace hall. But instantly, one of the knights jumped on the guard. In an instant, everyone who stood in the way of the Death Knights lay dead, staining the marble palace with their blood. Suddenly, the doors opened and a guard in black golden armor came out. He complained about the noise in the palace and asked how these mediocrities dared to enter the palace. Tesla was amused by their courage. He was not going to spare them. The knight stood up and took out his bastard and huge sword, deciding that he would stop the attackers right now. In front of them was Douglas Ausenbull himself, the master and head of the Teslin Night Guard, a very strong and resilient fighter. The Death Knights were well aware that it was impossible to defeat him in a prolonged battle, and their entire mission could be in jeopardy. But all they had to do was hold out until Taliso's signal, which he was soon to give. The servant was already inside the treasury and looked around. There was gold and precious swords all around. His eye caught the valuable grimoire, but this was not what the owner asked him for. Taliso felt a breath of wind from below and knelt down, listening. Something was wrong. He noticed that ahead there were slabs of different shades. It was from there that the wind blew through. Therefore, there was a secret passage there, and the head headed there. He groped for the lever. I activated it instantly. The pedestal from the menu lets his structure in. His new guest reveals secrets to him. As Taliso expected, there was a secret passage in front of him, most likely there, and that was why the servant came. He needed to hurry. A lot of time had passed. The knights entered along a spiral staircase and found themselves in front of a huge wooden door, after opening which he was almost blinded by the whiteness of thousands of gold bars of real gold. It was not fake, according to the servant. There were at least 10 million gold in this room, and that was his goal. But in addition to the neat rows of gold bars stacked on top of each other, on the sides of these golden columns lay chests, which Tolisso instantly decided to examine, and then blew the horn. The Death Knights and the head of the guard were in the very peak of the battle when they heard a signal that interrupted their fight, which could not have come at a better time. Everyone instantly realized that the mission was accomplished, since Tolisso gave the signal that they needed to leave this place while they were still alive. The knights instantly retreated from the head of the guard, and with jumps disappeared from everyone's sight, the castle guards dissolving into the night. The head of the guard was simply furious. He could not let these invaders go so easily. He concentrated energy on his blade and launched a solar arc at the attackers. The technique was supposed to kill them all, but it only hit one of the knights, tearing him to pieces. Although the effect should have been different, and Ausenblade gaped in surprise. The remains of Christopher fell to the ground. He absorbed the energy of the 10th circle sword with his entire body, but naturally could not withstand the full force of the blade. He looked at the starry sky, and thought that he had now become useless to his master, and had let him down with his death. Although their mission had been completed, his comrades called him over, called out to his captain, but Christopher's arms and legs were already missing from Christopher's body, and he could only direct his gaze in the direction of the sound. His team wanted to take him with them, and was about to take him in their arms. But suddenly the head of the guard approached and threatened that he would not ask twice. The attackers needed to explain who they were and where they came from, as well as what their goal was. The man looked menacing and with his whole appearance showed that he would not ask twice, as he promised. After this question from the captain of the knights, he remembered his last mission, which his master entrusted to him. He would complete it no matter what. At the top of one of the towers, His Highness came out, accompanied by the butler, who fearfully warned his master that their presence here was dangerous, and they needed to return inside. But the royal especially had her own view on this situation. He signaled to his servants, and the butler instantly bowed, expressing that he would carry out any order of his master. He wanted to see how it would all end. An entire army of guards appeared before the remaining Death Knights in such a situation. No matter what they did, it was impossible to escape. But they didn't need to. When the gentleman called them over and warned them to remember his words, he ordered that as soon as Tolisso gave the signal, the three of them were to separate. Everything went according to their master's plan, but the head of the guard did not let up. He warned that the castle was already cordoned off, and those who escaped would certainly have to be caught and punished. If those present wanted to die peacefully, then before their death, they had to tell the whole truth, and then the head of the guard would kill them quickly and painlessly. But they didn't need to live anyway. The third master warned that as soon as their work was completed, they would die, but not like corpses, and death would be a blessing for them. There was no important detail. As soon as this happens, they will need to scream at the top of their lungs, put all their remaining strength into their voice. The servants took in more air and shouted, "Glory to the Tulkan Empire!" They screamed and shouted. Their call was heard beyond the walls of the castle. None of those present understood for what purpose they were shouting this, but everyone was surprised to hear that the butler clearly noted that this was complete blasphemy. Instantly, a bluish light of crystals appeared near the hearts of those screaming. Some kind of spell was cast. But the head of the guard did not have time to understand its nature when a monstrous magical explosion erupted. The basement of Jack Balentier's mansion glittered and shimmered with gold. There was much more here than he could have imagined. Abero shared his master's surprise. Although, nevertheless, based on what they saw, it was possible to draw a conclusion about the Emperor's preparation for the civil war. Balentier would have been pleased with the sharp mind of his servant. At the moment, it was about 6 in the morning, and all the work that the third gentleman ordered was completed in 16 hours. Balentier allowed himself to assume that there were about 20 million gold pieces in front of them. In addition, Abero noticed the contents of the chests containing potions. But there was a treasure no less precious than gold. The chests contained 500 rare potions of the highest quality, as well as about 2,000 simply high ones. If we take into account the entire volume of such wealth, one could understand that these were funds prepared to finance the civil war. Although in addition to this, there were also the Emperor's personal savings, all his jewelry and expensive artifacts. The jackpot that Jack collected was much higher than he could have thought. Balentier thanked the great Emperor Tesla for his reckless stupidity. It only benefited the third master, and he was going to use all his resources. In addition, Tolisso took out precious stones from the Melon estate, which also added additional millions of gold to the general treasury. In just one day, the third master became one of the richest people on the continent. He anticipated the fear of his enemies after taking advantage of all these riches. He caught himself thinking that it was strange, his not very funny mood. Abero suggested that there was no need to search the academy, because a civil war was unlikely to break out there. Jack jokingly asked his servant. Abero said glory to the Tulkun Empire. Despite all the favor of Emperor Tesla towards the hardliners in such a situation, everything was not on their side. In simple terms, the Emperor would think that he had been cheated and brazenly betrayed, and at the same time they had robbed him of all this. It was to Jack's advantage. He was happy with the advantage he received. The Emperor wanted to sacrifice his citizens and soldiers in order to please the Tulkun Empire. He was that bastard, but they underestimated Jack. Now everything will look as if the Empire sent mercenaries to him, and at the same time emptied the funds for the Civil War, which simply disappeared from the hiding places. He will most likely think in this direction. The Tulkun leadership recklessly underestimated Jack Ballantier, and this was only to their detriment. In such a situation, the emperors will not be able to unite with their hardliners, and their truce will begin to splinter into many fragments. Inevitably, news of this incident will spread throughout all countries of the continent, and will become the first news among everyone, both the nobility and ordinary servants. In addition, all the aristocrats of the committee, as well as nobles from other empires, will have doubts that ultimately all this will lead to even greater chaos. Jack foresaw all this. Everything went according to his plan. Abero did not stop admiring his master, expressing his incredible respect for his foresight and intelligence. Now they wanted to see the results of their work. They needed to little by little implement. The second part of Jack's plan, Valentine looked at the shiny ingots with curiosity. According to the original scenario that Jack constructed for his own purposes, the hardliners planned to start a civil war in the Tesla Empire. But they could not start a war in such a situation. They had no money, and trust was undermined with such a lack of resources. There could be no talk of any joint cooperation. In the end, everything could end in two developments in one. They will unite despite everything that happened today in the other. They will fight each other. Abero assumed that the most likely scenario was the first scenario proposed by the third gentleman. But nevertheless, he was not sure. Jack didn't really like half measures and doubts. Since his servant had a reason to think about the script, it was necessary to correct this, and Jack had an idea again. In the end, it was necessary to make sure that doubts turned into confidence, firm and straightforward. It was not in their position to make illusory assumptions. Abero was already waiting for orders. He would do everything in accordance with the instructions of his master. Nothing would stop him from fulfilling his goal. Jack was glad for his servant's zeal, and first they should have eaten. At least they had something to rejoice and celebrate, so he was eager to taste the meat. Abero fussily noted that since Jack had earned so much money, he could splurge and buy something expensive and special. Ballantier was looking forward to the belly celebration and invited Valentine with him. At the same time, Charlotte and Cell were snoring sweetly on the large bed. The dragon and the vampire both felt some magical surges. The girls only opened their eyes and instantly agreed with each other. Tonight in the basement of the villa, they felt the movement of a large amount of mana. Most likely their master was once again conducting his experiments. The girls woke up and one said that it must be the boss, to which the other girl replied that maybe he seemed busy lately, and offered to take him something to drink. The sleepy girls began to get ready. The one with long hair offered her yawning friend dresses and asked which one she wanted to choose. Thanos and Jack came out of the house, with a little man sitting on his shoulder, and he said that Jack is amazing in every way, and who would have thought that he would be able to set the continent in motion with just a few spells and drops of sweat, because this is amazing. Not only does he skillfully use mana, but he is also an excellent tactician, the little man continued. To which Jack jokingly asked that the student of the Great Master Raccoon could be ordinary. It seemed like still sleepy girls were walking toward the guys, and Jack wondered if they should be sleeping at this time. And the one with long hair was carrying a glass with some kind of red liquid and exclaimed for the boss to drink it. Jack took the glass and, joyfully ruffling the girl's hair, said that it was wonderful. Jack took a few sips from the glass and, licking his lips, said how delicious the drink was, and the little man on his shoulder whispered that he even drank it cool. The guy apologized and asked if he woke up the girls, to which they responded negatively that they usually wake up at this time. He thought they were so funny, because he knows that this is not true, and the girl with short hair, Cell, looks like she will fall asleep on the move. Jack suggested something to eat, and the girl with long hair enthusiastically supported him, and Cell, who was already salivating, as if not believing his words, questioningly thought that it was food. Thanos pulled out his wooden sword and began to swing it, to which Jack looked at in bewilderment and called out to him. But Jack cheerfully grabbed him by the hand, dragged him along, and invited him to eat with them. Thanos looked at his boss excitedly and stammered that he needed to train today. It was a beautiful, sunny, fine day outside, and Tesla's castle towered majestically and proudly above the entire area. A young man walking next to a pile of gold bars wondered why they robbed the vault and tried to kill him. The glory of the Tulkun Empire sounded quite sincere, he continued, and as if there was a picture in his head of a screaming young man. In the castle, the king shouted that he had done everything he was told and did not understand why the plan failed because of them. He kept thinking about this ideal plan, which would provide funds for the civil war. Thoughts did not calm down and continued to spin, that it was necessary to use a punitive squad to destroy those who pose a threat to the committee and gain immortality. The man annoyedly knocked on the table and lamented that apparently, from the very beginning they did not want to share immortality, and this is so. The king grabbed a luxurious hourglass from the table, swung it over his head and shouted, not understanding how they dared. He threw the hourglass onto the floor with all his might. It fell onto the carpet and began to jump around and break. A serious young man with blonde hair, green eyes, and a stern look looked into the office, also being the crown prince of the Tesla Empire called Agares Tesla. The knight standing next to him asked him if everything was all right with him, to which the prince answered negatively. The prince said that the greedy old man thinks small and longs only for eternal life. With a grin and obvious sarcasm, Agares said that this is the current Emperor Tesla. He ordered the knight to contact his elder brother, or rather the duke, to which the knight humbly replied that he was obeying. Majestically and proudly, the prince walked to the door of the office and blurted out that the time had finally come to overthrow this old man and take the government into his own hands. The knight stood bending over, and the prince continued to say with admiration that finally the Duchy of Ensemble would become the pillar of the empire. A fine restaurant in Autumnblow called Misteltein with luxurious decorations inside. What is known about this place is that it was opened by a veteran, and the chef traveled for decades to different countries, including the Tulkun Empire, and taught cooking. On the table was a bucket of wine and ice for cooling, lettuce with eggs, freshly baked bread, and much more. This establishment is one of the best restaurants in Autumnblow, but currently there is no one else besides the guys who came there. Ballantier rented the entire establishment for 2 hours later. Earning tens of millions in one night did not feel like some measly 2,000 gold. Jack reveled in his success in the financial sphere. He amused himself with the thought that huge expenses seem like a mere trifle to all the rich, and that the rich spend such expenses every day. All the friends happily sat down at the table, which was almost bursting with food, and a satisfied grin never left Jack's face. Charlotte asked if something interesting had happened, to which the boy replied that rivers of money had happened. Sel congratulated him. There was no need for them all to know the truth and go into any detail, let them enjoy the moment, and the food in this establishment was truly excellent. All these children did not need to know and explain the intricacies of the tough process of making money. However, this should not have bothered them. Let them enjoy their childhood. Due to being busy yesterday, Jack was unable to devote enough time to Charlotte and asked how her studies at the academy were going. The girl replied that it was a lot of fun. For example, she said that yesterday there were sparring-type classes at the academy, and Charlotte managed to defeat 5 people while remaining on her feet. The then fencing teacher was surprised at the girl's ability and skill in fencing and called her a genius, saying that she definitely needed to sharpen this skill. The guy praised her. He was pleased with her results. Ballantier was very glad that Charlotte enjoyed the training and laughed with him. But there was something else he wanted to tell. The vampire asked her master what the word parachute meant. Jack was very embarrassed when he heard this from the girl's lips, and gently asked where she heard this word. Charlotte explained that her mana teacher called her this word. She also did not understand its meaning. The girl did not want to look like a fool in front of other students, so she waited until the end of the lesson. Afterwards, she asked the teacher what this definition meant, but he was unable to really explain anything to her and even got angry with her for it. Jack knew from history that in the past there was a popular tactic in which soldiers were lifted into enemy territory using magic, and at about the same time a parachute was created. But after about 5 years, everyone forgot about this tactic due to its uselessness and unnecessariness. The parachute faded into the background and disappeared from history. After this incident, the parachute became a kind of symbol of futility, a slang term applied to people who had no potential. Although Jack kept his cool on the outside, on the inside he was furious that some crazy person had called Charlotte useless. He would like to meet this guy in person. Ballantier gently asked the girl what the teacher's name was, and she replied that her magic teacher was Leonhardt. Jack remembered this name for the future and asked if, apart from this incident at the academy, there had been any other accidents. The girl answered in the negative and said that she even made friends, but she had heard strange rumors. The rumors about Jack Ballantier boiled down to the absolute uselessness and complete lack of skills of the third gentleman. He was a stupid young man who couldn't do anything. Valentine grinned behind Jack, The guy instantly turned to her and sarcastically noted that he was really sorry. She didn't understand what he meant, although everyone perfectly heard the mentor's chuckle. Although Valentine denied saying anything at that moment, Jack noted that she laughed every time she heard such statements. If you face the truth, Jack really was a fool. But at least that was before. Now he was a different person. He was wondering what his friends thought of him now, whether he looked like an idiot. Charlotte and Cell instantly replied that of course not. The white-haired guy to Jack's right noted that if his master was a fool, then the antipode of this word, for example, genius in principle, should have disappeared from dictionaries. Jack liked this guy more and more. The closer they interacted, the more Jack liked him and liked him. The time had come to introduce this young man with all the others. The guy's name was Abero. He was the head of the Arabi's guild branch. Abero sheepishly replied that he was glad to meet you. Jack's sudden rise from the sofa knocked the mentor over with her tummy down, and the toy was spread out all over the fabric. Thanos and Charlotte wanted to continue the meal and taste the fruit juices. Jack and Abero escorted their friends to the exit, but they themselves remained in the establishment. The head of the guild was curious what else they would do. As always, Jack had plans for each of his retinue. Abero asked what Jack wanted to do next. The third gentleman replied that it was finally possible to talk frankly without children's ears. Ballantier had a job for his newly minted servant that matched the status and character of Abero, who replied that he was ready to carry out any order of his master. Jack ordered his servant to come to the lands of the Marquis of Ballantier. There were changes in the sphere of power, and Jack needed eyes and ears for further orders. Abero asked if the Duke really wanted the title, but the guy replied that even if he was given it, he would refuse it. There were a few more problems for the start of the guild. The adventurers were investigating rumors about Duke Melon. This was the beginning of problems. If they were investigating this case, then there was a risk of discovering the story, with Taliso discovering the story with her, meant that the truth about Abero would be revealed next. The young man replied that most likely it would be so. When the top was installed, the conversation would inevitably turn to him and Taliso. It was impossible to expose oneself to such a risk. Since things were so dangerous, Abero no longer had time for his affairs in Auchenblay. The silver-haired young man wanted to add something more to his speech, but did not have time. Jack also noted that the head of the guild was extremely smart and wise, had analytical skills, and knew how to keep secrets, which was a rarity in their time. He noted with humor that Abero was the real author of the raccoon in the flesh, although the servant himself greeted this statement with a grain of salt. One way or another, when Abero finds himself at the Marquis's estate, he will inevitably encounter a figure named Ron. Despite his low origin and social status, he remains to this day a magician of the Ninth Circle and a close friend of the Third Master. Therefore, the chapter first needed to find Ron. In the future, he would bring Abero up to date and provide him with the necessary information. The butler was completely chilled while cleaning near the main staircase of the Marquis's estate. The sneezing had already completely tired him, and he again thought about his master, hoping that everything was fine with his health. Jack was pleased with his newly minted servant. He understood that no matter how complex the assignment he gave to Abero, he would completely understand and solve any problem. As soon as the head is in the estate and finds Ron, he will need to deliver a secret message from the third gentleman. The essence of his message concerned the Iron Blood Knights. If the warriors who went to the demonic forest suddenly returned on the orders of his father, then Abero should have immediately killed the head of the knights. He had to act quickly and subtly, no half measures or any pity. The servant asked whether it was really necessary to kill such a person, but Ballantier explained that it was this figure who would kill his butler. To avoid this, it was necessary to eliminate the head of the knights in advance. Now it is necessary to let light on the next stage of Jack's plan. The guy will provide all the money he earned and as well as other financial assistance to Abero. Their use was necessary to unite all organizations on the lands of his father, the Marquis of Ballantier. The guy grinned maliciously. The servant asked again, and Jack explained that it was necessary to bribe the people threatening the local residents, as well as those who borrowed money. It is also necessary to pay attention to the bandits and swindlers who are associated with the Marquis, and end with the nobility who lived in his father's circle. After this, Abero will need to kill each of them, leaving no one alive. Abero is given 4 months to complete all the necessary matters and preparations. As a result, all the lands of the Marquis will go into the hands of Jack, who asked whether his servant could manage it in such a time frame. Naturally, an ordinary servant would not be able to carry out the order, but Abero was unusual. The guy was not very flattered by this compliment, however. He did not expect any other orders from his master. 4 months was enough for him. Jack would also provide a full contingent of Death Knights. With the exception of the two he would keep for himself, a bear needed to use their potential as effectively as possible. Jack gave his subordinate 8 hours for final preparations. If he needed to take someone with him, he could choose anyone. The third gentleman was about to leave the room when he remembered the last instructions for his servant. A bear needed to spread another rumor. It said that traces of a large-scale battle were discovered in the ruins of the former capital of the Gunner Empire, where hundreds of corpses remained, including the skeleton of a dragon. When this information reaches the Crown Prince, he will be desperately frightened and his mind will become clouded, and the Tulkun nobility will be confused and at a loss. In general, Jack allowed his servant to add all further details. Let him decorate everything he considered necessary and distribute it throughout the continent in the near future. Abero came up with the idea that his master was planning to create discord between the committee and the hardliners. Someday he would find out for sure. The likely goal of this action is to make the committee doubt the hardliners and their views. When the young man completes all his preparations, let him return to the country estate. This was Jack's request. Sel and Charlotte enjoyed the juices. The fame of their taste was true, but Thanos did not join the girls. The young man wanted to continue his training. He again stood in the magic circle, and taking his sword at the ready, prepared for the attacks of his master's illusion. The illusion waved its magic sword and took a stance. However, as always, this was the best way for Thanos to effectively train. The guy stood up as the third master taught him and decided that this time he would be able to repel at least one blow from Jack's illusion. But he was too naive. Thanos did not have time to swing his blade or even blink as an illusion rushed past him, cutting off his head, and the fight ended in a split second. Thanos woke up on the brick floor of the training camp. Every time his head was cut off, the feelings were frightening, and he needed to regain his breath from fear. He turned his attention to the sky. Today it was clear and azure. Thanos lost count of how many times he had already been cut by the illusion. He sparred with Jack in the magic circle hundreds of times in the hope of honing his skills, and at least one step closer to his dream of becoming the best swordsman on the continent. But so far he has never been able to block his blow, and this unblocked blow, as usual, was the last. All their duels did not last more than 12 seconds. The only shame was that Jack's projection had only one circle. If Thanos didn't know the third master, he would have thought that he was lying to him, but he believed that it was really true. He was wondering how he could survive even if he directed all the mana of the second circle to protect him. They still cut his throat no matter what he did. But one could not despair. Perhaps he had not yet been able to figure it out, but it was only a matter of time. But for now, he had to once again become a punching bag for this projection, in the hope that he would notice the flaws and use them. Even if he doesn't succeed this time, and when his attempts have long since exceeded hundreds and possibly reached thousands, even when his hands continue to ache and his eyes dart around in fear, he will not give up his attempts and will attack. He will inevitably understand something. Thanos did not hear the third gentleman approach him. He asked if it was too difficult. Jack again noted to himself that Thanos was an amazing person, but a human being. In comparison, Sel was a dragon, and Charlotte was a vampire, and in comparison with them, Thanos turned out to be ordinary, although naturally he differs from them, largely in his tenacity. All you had to do was select your training wisely, and the results would not be long in coming. But there was one problem that Ballantier did not take into account: Thanos' soft character. It was necessary to come up with something about this. Jack asked this question, and he came up with several ideas. It's time to get Thanos' training off the ground. This year, Thanos turned 17 years old, and in a few months, he will become an adult. The swordsman confirmed Jack's words. Although Thanos did not yet understand what his master was driving at, Ballantier approached him and extended his hand, telling him to give everything he had. But this time, Jack would help him. Thanos handed Ballantier a bag of money that he had managed to save at the academy. Jack looked at the bag thoughtfully and realized that he needed to act. In the eyes of the third master, Thanos looked like a sheet of paper, white and immaculate, on which one could write anything. But nevertheless, the word effort was signed on the edge. But this could not be taken away from Thanos. But only this one trait did not bring him closer to the power he wanted. Everything Thanos did was not enough. No matter how hard he tried, the guy could not move from the dead point, and that is why Jack will help him. He will independently write one more word, a key, and no less important missing piece for the complete triumph of Thanos. Jack turned on his heels and followed to the door, ordering Thanos to follow him. Although until now the swordsman did not understand the third master's plans for him, but Valentine was waiting for them outside the door, blocking the path. The mentor stood amusingly at the door and ordered Jack to leave. But of course he did not listen, and further noticed the 5 musketeers tied up, as well as the Death Knights. Their leader began to explain that while the third gentleman was away, they all went down one by one to the basement. It all started with one of them. He went down to the basement and did not expect to find anyone there, so the Death Knights took him by surprise. They immediately tied him up and began to wait, but after 5 minutes another of the musketeers came. These people continued to descend every 5 minutes. The third gentleman was amused by the situation when one did not return. The next one went down after him to look and assess the situation. The same thing happened to others. It was very funny. The head of the knights explained that since Jack did not give orders for execution, the knights tied them up and awaited further orders from their master. Ballantier replied that this was what they all needed. The head of the musketeers did not understand what Jack Ballantier had done. He did not hide the contempt in his voice. A bloodthirsty smile painted the guy's face. He clarified whether he really needed to tell about this. The head of the musketeers explained that this basement had been empty since yesterday, and Jack had to explain how he earned so much money in one evening. Jack didn't value these musketeers much. In fact, he didn't intend to be friends with them. Even though weeks had passed, he still didn't know their names. The head, in an orderly tone, demanded an explanation from his lips. It sounded quite impudent, and Jack decided to teach them a lesson. He clarified whether the demands of the head of the musketeers were really an order, or whether he was mistaken. The guy bent frighteningly over the body of the head and smiled, but the chief musketeer replied that this villa belonged to the Duke, and Jack took it for temporary use. A moment later, Jack extended his hand and squeezed the musketeer's throat, answering that this was his house, which he received after eliminating the spy. Did they really think that he had borrowed this estate for a while? They were disappointed. Jack was amused by the sobs of the dying musketeer, but at the last moment he let go of this guard's throat, however. There was nothing surprising in the lack of information from a person of such a low type. Jack did not know that everything would turn out so badly, and yet it was possible to take advantage of the situation he called his Thanos. Was Thanos really a loyal servant of the Third Master? He replied that it was indeed Ballantier who was Thanos' master. If this was really the case, then how would Thanos deal with these guys? He did not understand the essence of the issue. It was not in his position to advise such things. It must have seemed strange to him that there was such a huge amount of gold in the basement. Well, he probably didn't understand who all these creepy-looking people with black eyes and glowing white irises were. Didn't everything he just saw, this whole picture, cause anxiety or caustic feelings in the chest area? Thanos said nothing, and Jack explained that yesterday he raided Duke Melon's compound and the Imperial Palace. Also during the raid, he caused an explosion in the palace and stole gold that the Empire wanted to use to finance the Civil War. In order to avoid any further omissions, Ballantier explained that Emperor Tesla and Duke Melon were people of the Tulkan Empire. And also the Duke of Ausenbluh, or Director Rommel, were also connected with the affairs of the Empire, and were traitors. If we talk about the reason why all the stolen property was in this place, the answer was also more complicated than it would seem. In Thanos' opinion, what could happen if the 5 musketeers reported everything to the director of the academy? And what will happen next if the director of the Teslan Empire was a traitor and subordinated to the leadership of Tulkan? He will transfer all this information to Duke Ausenbluh. The young man replied that in this case Ballantier would be made guilty. Jack agreed. This was indeed the case. The director of the academy will deny any connections with the third gentleman, as if he was hearing about him for the first time. And after this, the Emperor will inevitably send his guard to Jack's estate in order to restore order and take revenge. And the Tulkan Empire would also try to eliminate Jack for interfering with their plans and disrupting them, and Ballantier would face death. But these were not all disastrous consequences due to the musketeers. Does Thanos remember in what state they met the dragon's cell? The Tulkan Imperials carried out a number of nightmarish and terrible experiments on her, and her condition upon meeting was due to the pain and injuries she received. And since they will come for Jack, they will take Cell back and return her to their laboratories again. But this time, there will be no one to save her. And in these basements, they will continue their terrible experiments, which will inevitably end in the death of the Dragoness, and a very painful one at that. Ballantier approached the head of the Death Knights and extended his hand. All these problems were due to the 5 musketeers who were now lying tied up near them. Because of these stupid faces, they will all suffer, or more likely, death. The head handed Jack a dagger. The head of the musketeers became very nervous and wanted to give the following orders, but no one listened to him. Thanos' hand trembled. Jack opened his blade. Ballantier extended the dagger to Thanos and asked him to kill them. All this incident should have been used to train Thanos. The swordsman shyly and with trembling hands accepted the dagger. He did not understand how to answer his master. The 5 musketeers were no longer useful to Jack. They were inferior to Thanos in physical abilities and perseverance, and to Albert in improvisation and intelligence. Even now, in this situation, they were in no position to order Jack and wanted someone to explain to them what was happening. There is no point in hiring people like them. No matter how many musketeers Jack had, a bureau alone covered all their abilities. Due to their uselessness, they needed to be killed. Jack approached Thanos and asked him why he was so hesitant, or if Thanos was unfaithful to him. The guy asked if it was really necessary to kill them. Ballantier grinned, and did the swordsman really want to save their lives? And what Thanos proposes is that he wants Jack to ask them to forget everything they saw and heard in this place, and not do anything stupid in the future. Let Thanos think carefully about how to deal with these traitors, and Ballantier will continue his business, leaving Thanos in the basement with the musketeers. Valentine asked if Jack really plans to take care of Thanos until the end, but he, without a twinge of conscience, confirmed that this was indeed the case. Of course, Jack really appreciated the perseverance and hard work of his servant, but without them, Thanos had little idea of himself, and this needed to be corrected. If he continues in the same spirit and does not change the course of his life in any way, then the consequences will be disastrous for him. Most likely he will not know where to move next and what to do after his gentleness and compassion pass. The third master felt the hidden inclinations of a killer in him. However, he did not directly ask, and Thanos did not tell. What will happen to Thanos, and when his goal will be achieved, and it will inevitably be achieved. It was only a matter of time. But if you imagine that he will become the swordsman he wanted to be all his life, and will take revenge for all his insults and humiliations that will happen then, in the end, he will face his inner emptiness. The feeling of devastation was well known to Jack before meeting the mentor. It never left him. Ballantier really hoped that Thanos would not become like Jack. He wanted a better life for his servant, devoid of suffering and inner devastation. He ultimately wanted to instill a sense of responsibility in Thanos, and give him a good and bright future in which he would be happy. Valentine and Ibero were incredibly smart. They could unravel Jack's hidden intentions after hearing only a couple of words. He knew that the mentor would understand him. If Thanos didn't kill these 5 now, they would all be in great danger in the future, Valentine assumed. And given the fact that he is not used to taking people's lives, today will be etched in his memory for the rest of his life. The mentor was curious how they could prepare for what was coming, and at the same time help Thanos solve his problems. Jack explained that as his mentor probably knew at the very first meeting, Jack did not like Thanos, although he was interested in him. It seemed to him that the swordsman was still very young and green. The boy was afraid to make adult decisions, and was afraid to change. A child in the body of a 17-year-old youth. But nevertheless, the longer Jack watched him day after day throughout their acquaintance, the more Jack's heart warmed to the swordsman. He wanted to raise him and accept him into his family like Charlotte and Cell, but these were all just the thoughts of the third master. He didn't know what Thanos himself wanted, whether he wanted the same thing. Most likely the answer was a negative guy. He was afraid to get attached to anyone. During his entire time studying at the academy, he never made friends with anyone and did not become attached to anyone. He did not want to get close to a single person. Thanos considered himself a burden and an absolutely useless young man who would always be alone and about whom no one cared. It seemed to him that he was absolutely useless. Perhaps Jack chose a harsh method, but in this way it would be possible to give Thanos a sense of responsibility and belonging to something. Since Jack valued him very much, he saw that he had stopped developing and needed outside help, someone to push him. This was his role, like the master of his servant, to help his subordinate in a difficult moment, and Jack was not going to stand by. Jack took his mentor in his arms, and she asked him not to put everything on his shoulders. She was sad to watch the torment of her student. Ballantier did not expect that he would be able to hear a compliment from his mentor, and now he was very embarrassed. Valentine was stingy with compliments. The situation in the basement was heating up. The head of the Musketeers wanted to influence Thanos. He tried to talk to him and remember his years at the academy. The swordsman is already in his 4th year. The head of the Musketeers knew a lot about Thanos' sad past, as well as his pain and desire for his dream. He knew that very bad things happened to Thanos in the past, and also that Director Rommel ignored Thanos and did not pay attention to him. If Thanos wanted to take revenge and stick a knife in the director's back, the head of the Musketeers could help him. He offered the Third Master's servant a deal. At the moment, the fate of the country was in the hands of the swordsman, and if the matter was successful, Thanos would be given everything he wanted. Even if the leader looked weak and pathetic, he had some power and could help Thanos in his cause. He asked if they had come to an agreement. Thanos turned to the head and wondered if he should kill them, he was thinking. He had already taken in life. killed animals as a child to practice taking the life of someone. He liked it. Also, during his internship at the academy, he killed goblins on assignment. But in his entire life he had never shed human blood. But Thanos hesitated for another reason. The dagger in his hand trembled. His hand was not steady. He was tormented by doubts. Jack Ballantier, his current master, gave him a chance and adopted his family as one of his own, providing him with support and affection. In addition, he helped Thanos become stronger and come as close as possible to the dream that he had entertained himself all his life. But could Thanos consider Jack Ballantier, Charlotte, Cell members of his family? Were they close to his heart? All the happy faces of his friends, Cell, Charlotte, and lastly Jack, smiling at him and giving him a dagger in his hands, appeared before Thanos' eyes. The time of doubt passed. Tongues of purple mana rose around Thanos. He grabbed the blade tighter and decided for himself that he was the sword of his master. Charlotte and Cell were members of his family. He had to protect them. Thanos decisively moved with a dagger at the ready towards the musketeers, and the head began to shout about money and power. At the end of the chapter, his throat was torn, and he began to sob he would definitely find out who Thanos' real enemy was. All the head needed was time, but Thanos looked at him with a murderous gaze, full of determination to take a life, and had already raised his dagger to strike. The walls of the basement were sprinkled with the blood of the musketeers. Every now and then, painful sobs and screams of dying people could be heard. Jack carried out the order of the master. One by one, Thanos took the lives of the musketeers. One of them crawled away from his dead comrades and begged for his life. But Thanos was relentless. For the first time in his life, he felt alive. Finally, the energy returned to him. The time for mediocre decisions had passed. Now he felt another mana crystal around his heart. Another magic circle had formed, and Jack was incredibly happy about it. The blade fell from his hands, and suddenly the basement door opened and a third gentleman approached him with Valentine in his arms. Jack noticed that Thanos looked pleased and happy. It was the first time Ballantier had seen him in such high spirits. Thanos turned to him and bowed. He was immensely happy and grateful to his master. Jack patted him on the head. He was pleased with his servant. Jack called Taliso. He appeared instantly and waited for further orders. The guy asked him to put the bodies in a corner. Jack then took out the pouch that Thanos gave him. There were 3 gold and 21 silver coins, which was pocket money. Jack poured them all out and threw them on the floor. The teacher became curious about what her student was up to. Jack replied that he was going to create an artifact, namely a subspace pocket. Pockets like this are much more common than people would like to think. But what Jack wanted to create was something special. There were only 2 types of subspace pockets on the continent, and Jack was going to create another type, a rare one. The first types, the most common, are those that made it possible to remove objects from a certain place. You could reach into the bag and pull out items from the basement of the restroom from anything. This is the most common type of artifact. There were about 100 of them, but its main drawback is that a certain place existed in reality and could be robbed. But after the creation of such pockets, another type appeared, much rarer and more specific, providing unlimited possibilities. This item represents subspace, which is created using soul energy and is used to store an unlimited number of items. In this case, there was no need to worry about theft, because the pocket is the only place where items would be stored. Such a pocket could be created by magicians using the energy of the soul, and at the present time there were 2 of them, Ballantier and Valentine. Previously there was only 1 such artifact on the entire continent, but now there will be 2. Jack will provide this. Ballantier gathered mana around himself, and prepared to change the magical structure of the bag. It was necessary to create a formula for accelerated teleportation, and convert it into mana. Then it was necessary to surround the bag with it, and invest the energy of the soul. This process was long and incredibly tiring. Then a spatial hole will appear in the modified formula. Its location and size could be adjusted, and Jack was now doing this. These characteristics will be harmoniously combined with the energy of the soul. The bag is illuminated with an azure light, blinding everyone who might look at it, and the black basement turns into a blue room. After a long time, Jack managed to create such an artifact. It was difficult, and he lost track of time. Thanos explained that 2 hours had passed since the creation of the pouch began. Jack had not used the energy of his soul for a long time. His body ached, but nevertheless, his efforts paid off. At first glance, it seemed that he was holding an ordinary fabric bag in his hands. But in fact, he had in his hands an incredibly rare artifact, inside of which an unlimited number of items could be stored. Now he was holding in his hands the second such artifact on the continent. Ballantier was incredibly proud of himself. Valentine asked if he really had experience in creating artifacts. Jack confirmed that it was indeed the master herself who taught him this craft in a past life. Valentine smiled contentedly. She was proud, although in Jack's memory, compared to the equipment she used, these were trifles. Jack handed the pouch to Taliso for a reason he created this artifact. It will still serve them in the future. Now his servant had to put all the gold there. There was no need to worry about the fragility of the object. It was much stronger than it seemed. It was necessary to leave only 1,000,000 gold pieces in the material world. Jack headed back to the mansion. He felt exhausted and very dirty. Now he was dreaming of a bath. Valentine reproached him for overdoing it, but she didn't need to worry. They walked past the training field where the magic circle was, and Jack invited him to enter it to test his new powers. Valentier wanted Thanos to feel the difference between the second and third circles, although it was clear that the swordsman himself was not happy with this proposal. They walked past the bridge and walked towards the magic circle. Thanos followed suit. Jack wanted to give him a small but important piece of advice. Thanos will not lose anything from this as soon as he enters the circle. He should have concentrated mana on his eyes. After today's events, he should have had a delayed reaction, so let him do as the gentleman advised him. Thanos entered the circle as Ballantyre ordered him and prepared to attack. The illusion was already standing opposite and preparing for battle. They both took a stance. Before Thanos' eyes stood Jack's face, and his advice to concentrate mana on his eyes. He took note of his master's advice. The swordsman concentrated the mana leaking from the 3 circles. It was pleasant for him to do this, to feel the 3 circles. The projection rushed forward, holding the blade at the ready. Otherwise, Thanos would have already been dead, and would not have been able to follow the movements of Jack's illusion. But this time, he noticed the movement of the projection and moved aside in time. The blade passed by. Thanos had not noticed this before. It was a completely new force. Now he noticed that the projection concentrated all the mana in his hands. He saw streams of mana flowing around Jack's blade and hands. Right now, the projection transferred its mana from the sword and hand to the right leg. It was unusual to watch all this. Thanos could not believe his eyes. He had seen this for the first time, and had never heard of magicians being able to do this. Typically, all users of physical mana distribute it throughout the body in order to achieve equal results in both attack and defense. This method made it possible to conduct grueling duels for a long time. In general, it could be noted that this method was very effective and therefore widespread, and Thanos thought the same. He distributed his mana throughout his body and used it only in this way, without even thinking that he could have done otherwise. But the projection in front of him used mana in a different way. He had never seen anything like it, so he lost constantly. The projection rushed forward again, and Thanos managed to repel its rapid blows. This time he noticed that at the moment of the attack, the projection directs mana to a certain area, and when dodging, he directs it to what it was necessary to dodge. Using these concentrations, one could read the course of the battle of one's opponent. This method was incredible, and yet he could read the entire projection, but doubts crept into him. Whether his vision could be called the advantage of the circle, or there was something else here, it became too easy for him to read the flow of the battle. Thanos finally realized that the projection in front of him was inept, and did not know how to hide its attacks. The illusion rushed forward again, wanting to strike at the head, but this time Thanos was ready. He moved swiftly and danced gracefully around the projection. The illusion's blade passed by, only grazing the ear, while the sword of the swordsman himself pierced the throat of the projection. Finally, he was able to not only wound but defeat the projection, but blood began to flow from it, and he doubted who exactly he had pierced. The illusion recoiled, and Thanos was afraid that it was his master, his real master. He lowered his guard and approached him. If this was a real master, she would never forgive herself. But a second later, the projection plunged a blade straight into the swordsman's heart. Thanos was amazed that Jack was able to fight back in such a situation. At that moment, Thanos saw the light because he did not know his master at all. He skillfully hid information about himself and his past. Who was this man? Where did he get such power? How did he get his strength? The answers to all these questions were hidden under the well-chosen words of the third gentleman. And in principle, he was just now wondering how such a young man could pump up his strength and power so much. Thanos knew absolutely nothing. He understood all this only now, pierced by the blade of projection, coming face to face with the true reality and looking into its eyes. The third master's gaze was always clear and firm, no matter what horrors or inhuman things he looked at. At various moments in Jack Ballantyre's life, he always had a coldness in his eyes. He had a plan for everything. His hands were firm no matter what they did. To an ordinary person, it might seem that madness or some kind of obsession had penetrated the guy's mind. But in fact, everything was much more prosaic. Jack Ballantyre, the youngest son of the Marquis, had an iron will. Instantly, the guy's mind opened, and he realized what Thanos should do. He should kill him, and he used the instant kill ability. Until now, he did not have this feeling. This was the reason for his delays in the development of strength and magic. He only repeated the same thing. Thanos blew off the head of the projection. He finally defeated him. He killed his master despite the fact that it was only a training partner. No matter what, he will continue to upgrade, honing his skills and discovering new skills. The time of change was approaching. He would work harder than now until his aspirations were imprinted on his heart. The circle collapsed, and Thanos' eyes were blinded by the clear sky. Jack was in front of him. Palantir gave him his hand and congratulated him on his return. Thanos noted that he had indeed finally returned to them and stood up, leaning on his hand. Thanks to this battle, the swordsman reached the level of the fourth circle, although he himself did not understand it yet. Valentine found it surprising that Thanos' power continued to grow since the circle's formation. He was already in his fourth round, and to change himself meant to change his future. This was the saying that came to her mind. Jack was incredibly happy for the success of his servant. He was finally able to change himself in his future, as the saying went. Valentine noted that it was Palantir's merit he had a talent for transferring knowledge and teaching new skills to other people. But the guy replied that he only pushed him, the guy who only tried. He became the one who offers all his efforts to achieve his dream. Valentine agreed with him. Jack became curious about Thanos' past, since he knew little about him. The fencer mentioned several times that he had lost the circle in the past, and Jack himself saw this very well on the very first day of the meeting. There were 2 marks carved into his heart, and judging by their shape, this happened 5 years ago. When he was 12 years old, he lost his mana circles due to some incident. It was logical that since he had reached the second circle by the age of 12, he grew up in a good environment, and nothing prevented him from developing. Palantir suggested that Thanos was a member of the royal family, although he didn't know which country, but it became even more interesting to him. However, at the moment it would be inappropriate to ask Thanos about this, and he decided to wait until his green youth finally matures. It was necessary that Thanos herself wanted to talk about her sick past and open up to him, as well as to the whole world. Unlike in the past, Jack was interested in Thanos' body, but not in the sense of love pleasures. He was curious to see the metamorphoses. In fact, few people really understood how the mana limit was determined. Different people reached different circles, and no one could understand the connection. One person could reach a maximum of the 7th circle, another the 8th, and some a maximum of the 4th. According to Jack's hypothesis, the limits of mana users are determined by the length and width of the veins through which mana flows. Thanos had very narrow veins. This was a consequence of the shock he experienced in the past when his body stopped developing. The breaking of circles in the past had a very strong impact on the boy's psycho-emotional state, and, as a result, on his physical state as well. But be that as it may, the lumen of the veins was enough to create 4 circles. But there was a danger if all the circles broke at once. The blood vessels throughout the body would twist, break, and become clogged, which would cause death. But nevertheless, already in the past, Thanos lost the circles, and even after that, the blood and mana of 4 circles were able to circulate through his veins. It was incredible for Jack to imagine how large Thanos' blood vessels were before he lost his circles. From birth, Thanos was endowed with a talent that even the master of the sword could match. His veins were more than enough for 9 circles. He remembered the bodies of the 5 musketeers. Their circles were torn in the same way, but they could not restore them in any way. They failed to expand their veins, so every time they used mana, they experienced unbearable pain. Thanos was different from them. He was not only able to survive despite painful shock and ruptured veins in the past. Well, in the end, he was also able to achieve his goal. He did what he always wanted, became stronger and closer to mastery. Jack helped Thanos get up, but he lowered his gaze and began to cry. The swordsman's sobs did not stop. Palantir noted that Thanos was still too young, but all these emotional outbursts were fun to watch once, and he himself was like that. Jack spread his arms to the sides and said that Thanos would hug his new brother. But Jack did not take into account that Thanos' physical strength was at its best. As soon as he closed his hands, it seemed to Jack that they were trying to tear him apart. With chains, Valentine was pleased that she had moved to his head in advance and was holding onto his hair, trying not to fall. Yes, we didn't stop crying, and Jack even hugged some big ones, and in response their relationship grew and rose to a new level. Having reached his 3rd circle, he was relatively calm. Jack noted his emotional state even then, and was glad that he could keep his emotions in good shape. Jack took out a handkerchief and wiped his servant's tears. Thanos' face was red and wet from tears. Palantir wondered what the swordsman could feel or see while he was in the magic circle. The 3rd master turned to his servant. He asked if Thanos remembered what the guy said after creating the magic circle. Is he ready to continue to work until he loses his pulse? just as he worked now in order to achieve his goals and touch his dream. The swordsman's whimpering continued, but he replied that he was ready, and Jack wished him successful training and achieving his goals. Thanos' heart could not withstand such a sentimental load, and he again rushed at his master, this time squeezing him even harder. Jack could not stand it, and now Thanos carried him on his back to the mansion. He was a little embarrassed about the state his master was in now. Ballantier thought that he had spent too much soul energy, and that was why he had a severe headache. Jack's appearance left much to be desired, but they met Charlotte and Cell. Charlotte looked sarcastically at Jack's half-dead body, showed him a finger up and smiled. Jack was annoyed by this proud face. Why is this girl not minding her own business? Ballantier decided to scold them and asked if it was time for them to go to the academy, because classes had most likely already begun. A few minutes later, Jack and Charlotte were already dressed in the official uniform of the academy and were going to class. The fencer was so carried away that he almost forgot about class, and Charlotte was basically going to go on a date with Cell. Her plans did not include classes at all, but the strong hands of Thanos pushed her forward. Cell and Ballantier followed them. With their gaze, Jack took the dragoness by the hand. They also had work to do. They came back to the basement together. Cell wondered what they were doing here, and what Ballantier's goals were this time. In the corner of the basement, the Death Knights piled up 5 musketeers on the orders of the Third Master. Ballantier noted that since he asked them to be removed, he needed to put them in a more presentable form. Jack turned his attention to Cell. She stood rooted to the spot, but her face instantly distorted into a bloodthirsty grin. She smiled. Ballantier couldn't believe his eyes. Cell smiled. This was basically very rare, and in this situation, it was also incomprehensible. Well, she quickly calmed down. A moment later, Jack heard the address to himself, and the head of the Death Knights appeared in front of him and greeted him. Cell instantly hid behind Ballantier. The thought couldn't leave the guy's head as such a reaction normal in principle. If Charlotte had been in her place, she would have froze in place. And seeing the corpses, she would most likely have screamed. This should have been the reaction. But Cell was different. She looked at the corpses as if they were garbage lying on the street and smiled. This reaction from the 10-year-old was wrong. Cell walked up to the gold footprints, marveling at their shiny edges. Ballantier was worried. The dragoness turned to him, wondering why he froze. Her appearance was absolutely harmless and sweet, and you couldn't say that before that she was smiling seeing death. Jack didn't understand what to do with her. He replied that everything was fine with him and that he needed to go to the academy to meet Charlotte. I walked into the academy without joy. During the whole journey to Ballantier, I thought a lot about this case, but could not come to any definite results. Cell is different from ordinary children. She was abandoned by her own parents and spent years in cruel conditions on the territory of the Empire. And during her rented years, she was subjected to torture. And Jack even scolded himself for the fact that it was, at the very least, stupid to expect normal behavior from her. Cell was who she was, along with Charlotte and Thanos, and he loved them all equally. They finally reached the academy. Cell was amazed by her beauty, but Jack had no time for beauty. The headache completely tired him, and he drank the elixir in hope. But his thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the crowd. He heard words about the payoff of effort and turned to the source of the noise. A group of young people stood in the square with Thanos. One of them expressed surprise about the 4th circle. The guy was able to get 2 circles in less than a day. The guy who was talking to Jack now was an instructor, but not an ordinary one. He had 8 laps. Jack saw him for the first time. Although perhaps he was an unusual instructor, but rather the main one or even higher, and praise and compliments rained down on Thanos' head in whole bunches. Ballantier was incredibly proud and pleased with the visible picture. Sooner or later this had to happen, and the fencer finally received the recognition he deserved. From a weakling guy who yesterday had 2 circles of mana, Thanos turned into a determined young man with 4 circles of mana. Now incredible prospects are opening up before him. A great future awaits him if he uses his abilities correctly. In Jack's memory, there was one man in the neighboring empire of Ishmael who was able to upgrade from the 6th to the 8th circle overnight. This story spread very quickly throughout the continent, and now Thanos is also considered a genius. Apart from those who stood in the corner and envied his triumph, now everyone wanted to get Thanos to themselves and learn all his secrets. The swordsman turned his head and noticed his master, but he stopped him from approaching by showing a sign with his hands. Jack said syllable by syllable, "Have fun." Now the master was calm for him and could leave his servant with a peaceful soul. Things with Thanos were over, and now he wanted to look at Charlotte, and she said that she had made friends and expressed a desire to stay at the academy and began to smile more often than Thanos himself. But Jack was incredibly naive in his desire. and only later would he find out how much after meeting Charlotte. Charlotte's class was bursting with noise and laughter. Jack looked secretly out the window and saw Charlotte sitting alone at her desk and suffering insult and abuse of herself. Her desk was all in the trash. They laughed at her and threw papers at her. Jack was incredibly angry with himself. How could he not notice that there were problems hidden behind that radiant smile? One night a few days ago, the girls had a small but important conversation. The mansion was quietly sleeping. Charlotte knocked on Sel's door. Asking if she had time to wash herself, she timidly looked into the room. Sel replied that most likely the boss would be delayed today. Charlotte had not heard such information and was surprised by this. If this was really the case, Sel invited her friend to watch house, and was also thinking about taking Thanos with her. But Charlotte replied that the swordsman most likely continued to train in the magic circle, and was unlikely to join them. Charlotte noticed that yesterday he had returned just after midnight, completely exhausted and tired from hours of training with projection. The girls laughed, noting that it was hard for him, but this was a consequence of his workaholism and desire to become the best. But the vampire invited her friend to go first to the mansion. Charlotte herself wanted to heat the milk in the kitchen and join Sel later. This act was motivated by the desire to give a gift to her friend in honor of her arrival. The girl rushed into the clutch, happy with her plan. The vampire spent almost all her pocket money that the third gentleman gave on the way home to buy a gift. Charlotte militantly burst into the kitchen, opened the doors, and decided that her friend would like the gift that she would give before dinner. But the picture that opened did not please the girl. One of the cats in the mansion, whose name was Nabi, was holding her bracelet in her teeth. She had a gift in her mouth that Charlotte wanted to give. She screamed and began to chase the cat. But Nabi stubbornly refused to give up her new toy, and she and Charlotte raced and played tag all over the kitchen. Eventually the cat ran out the door that opened. Sel heard sounds in the mansion and noted that it was too noisy tonight. The girl chased the cat throughout the mansion, wanting to take the gift back, and why exactly today the cat wanted to pull off this bracelet. At the end, Charlotte was unable to stay on her feet and slipped on the carpet, falling straight down on her face. One of the musketeers approached her and inquired about her condition. She immediately asked him if he had seen a running cat, but he replied that he did not know, although dissatisfaction with some four-legged cat swept through the mansion. The musketeer pointed his finger at another part of the corridor, noting that the cat ran exactly there. Charlotte instantly jumped to her feet and began to catch up with the fluffy one. She had been running for several minutes, but I couldn't find any traces of Nabi. At one point, she noticed the cat's hairy butt, which was on the other side. Charlotte ran and flew through the door, knocking it off its hinges. The girl found herself in the kitchen and saw a picture of a cook with a cleaver bending over a cat, who looked at the girl in surprise. Fluffy took advantage of the situation and jumped out the window. The cook noted that he had missed the thief again, but Charlotte was not going to give up so easily. The four-legged man thought that he had already disappeared from Charlotte, but turning his attention back, he saw that Charlotte had taken his trail in a rage. Her hair looked like a lion's mane, and the look itself did not promise anything good. Fluffy pushed himself off several times against walls and bushes, eventually ending up on top of the umbrella, out of Charlotte's reach. But she was not going to let him go so easily. She stood up and concentrated magical energy. Red streams enveloped her body. This cat mocked her. She made a jerk, stretched out her hand in a desire to grab the bracelet, and pull it right out of the mouth of this evil cat. Charlotte managed to grab the bracelet, but before she could rejoice, the chain broke. The girl flew down, falling from the umbrella and landing straight on the ground with a roar. The landing turned out to be hard, and she sadly thought that she never succeeds in everything as she originally planned. It was a shame. The shadow leaned over her. Sel asked how Charlotte was feeling. It was noisy, and she came to see what was happening. The girl explained everything to her, but Sel was not upset. But on the contrary, she was glad that they got 2 necklaces, noting that the leather straps, a little worn because they had been used before. But Charlotte was inconsolable. She wanted to give her friend something more luxurious and beautiful. But Sel tried to cheer her up by noting that the cat was very playful and therefore often carried something. But Sel was incredibly glad that she had a real family, as she always wanted. Charlotte was touched by her friend's revelation, and decided that she would keep this pendant for the rest of her days. And together they fell asleep. Thanos decided to check on the girls and saw them sleeping on top of each other. He covered the girls with a blanket, wishing them sweet dreams. At such a quiet and serene hour, the darkness of the room was only dispelled by the glow of the girls' pendants. Life went on as usual, and Charlotte truly felt that everything had changed for the better. The former and all-consuming emptiness in her heart was gradually filled with new events in her life. All these new faces, new names, had a significant impact on the restoration of Charlotte's moral and psychological health. Of course, she did not forget the beneficial influence of Jack and Thanos on her, who had appeared so fortunately in life. She only hoped that all these new people would not become a handful of ashes, as had once happened to her own mother. As for the academy, where Charlotte studied and spent most of her time, the attitude towards the place was ambivalent. At first, Charlotte liked it there, because having a lot of experience communicating with people, she found it extremely easy to find a common language with everyone. The learning process was not easy for Charlotte, as the cumbersome words and unusual formulas were quite a challenge. However, she saw attending such lessons as a kind of help. On the other hand, Charlotte attracted a lot of attention from others, as everyone was extremely perplexed by the girl's luck. However, Charlotte very actively defended her status as a worthy student, and even a kind of genius. In duels, she always gave it her all, defeating her opponents, regardless of their number. In particular, the girl stood out in the first sparring match, where she defeated absolutely all the opponents put against her. The instructors were incredibly pleased with Charlotte, and predicted a great future for her if she continued to improve. However, this joy was not at all shared by those whom the girl had defeated, those whom she had publicly disgraced. The situation developed rapidly, especially considering that instructor Leonhardt was adding fuel to the fire. The instructor was so committed to his goal that he completely discriminated against Charlotte in the eyes of others. Undeserved criticism, verbal humiliation, and menial work suddenly fell upon the girl one after another. Thus, everything came to the point where Charlotte acquired the status of an empty space. Jack often saw Charlotte's depressed state, but he was in no hurry to do anything. At some point, he heard angry breathing behind him, intertwined with hissing and gnashing of teeth. It was Cell, who no longer wished to put up with such universal injustice. Jack clearly felt that she could take some rash and obviously fatal step, so he actively reassured her. So, in order not to cause any trouble ahead of time, he suggested that the blonde girl simply watch, but she only frowned and puffed out her cheeks in response. Suddenly, she uttered that she did not understand anything at all, and because of that, she was even more angry than before. Jack partly understood her mood, because the girls were not just friends, but real members of the family, so close that they even slept hugging each other. Valentine was in no hurry to interfere with Jack's reasoning, allowing him to act at his own discretion. So continuing his attempts to calm Cell, Jack began to stroke her, ending up simply tousling her hair. Jack openly expressed that he always regretted not being able to support Charlotte, because she always kept everything to herself. Subsequently, the hero's lengthy persuasion bore fruit. Although she didn't really believe in this plan, Cell agreed to wait and not interfere. Then came a period of long waiting. The day dragged on very slowly, as if time would simply stand still, without moving the clock hands. Jack followed an angry Cell, wondering how long his words could hold back the blonde girl's explosive temperament. At some point, Jack stopped, looking somewhat stunned by the new encounter. Before the hero was a familiar face, who actually appeared much earlier than Jack himself expected. But what was even more surprising was that behind him there was a shy guy who introduced himself as Philip. Jack didn't dare waste time, so he suggested that everyone go inside the building to discuss everything in a calm atmosphere. There was absolute silence and peace inside. As Jack walked down the stairs, he asked Abera about Leonhardt. The man in the cloak admitted that he had some information regarding the named person. Hearing this, Jack deliberately held everyone back, firmly blocking the next door with his body. In a serious voice, he asked Abera about this information. Abera sighed, ordering Philip to serve something that had been prepared in advance just for this occasion. After rummaging through his bag, Philip handed over a certain scroll to his master. Along the way, Abera did not forget to introduce Philip once again and even praise him. After all, from his words, it turned out that Philip was a real master when it came to searching, as well as segmenting a wide variety of information. Taking this information into account, Jack opened the scroll and read it carefully. There was abundant and detailed information there concerning Baron Leonhardt. There was information about height, build, and even special skills related to magic circles. As was already clear, Leonhardt now held the position of instructor at the academy. Jack chuckled in understanding and moved on to the next paragraph of information. There, albeit in a shortened format, there was personal information on almost the entire teaching staff of the academy. Jack smiled because he could only dream of such a gift. After which he concluded that Abero and his handsome assistant were extremely useful assets. Although in his personal understanding, up until this point, Jack had not placed any hopes on Abera. Meanwhile, Jack returned to the information about Leonhardt, who, judging from the lines, was a truly outstanding person. This caused unprecedented envy and even open anger in Jack. There was also some incriminating evidence against Leonhardt. It turned out that he had been married for many years, and even had children. Taking advantage of his position, he actively threatened his students, influencing them, extorting something, or persuading them to do something. Leonhardt's tastes were unusual, often turning their attention to students who were of low birth. But in this dirty aspect, Leonhardt was far from alone, because absolutely all the instructors were mired in corruption and other debauchery. Suddenly, Abero interrupted Jack, because he had something to say regarding what the hero had just read. He reported that through the teachers, a real struggle had begun among the aristocrats for the academy's students. But regarding this, Jack was not yet sure that the situation was really so clear-cut. Moreover, Leonhardt put pressure on Charlotte not just like that, but because he considered her to be the director's spy. Thus, the games of the powerful and prejudices intertwined, putting the academy in a difficult situation where everyone could find themselves competing with everyone else. After reaching this conclusion, Jack's hands began to shake with indignation, almost tearing the scroll into pieces. Gradually, the puzzle began to come together in Jack's head, realizing that Leonhardt had targeted Charlotte for a reason. With every fiber of his being, Jack admitted that Leonhardt was a thoroughly disgusting character. As for Charlotte herself, to those around her she always looked sweet and very attractive. Jack believed that in the future, she would grow up into a real beauty, able to conquer the world with her appearance. This was, although not the most important, one of the reasons why Leonhardt was so attached to the girl. Without holding back his brutal expressions, Jack finished reading the scroll and packed it up. He sighed in disappointment, worried that Charlotte had never tried to ask for help. Finally, Jack concluded that this situation would have to be resolved, even brutally if necessary. Afterwards, he took a couple of deep breaths, trying to calm himself down and finally gain complete control. When the hero felt better, he took out a bag with an extremely large sum of money, which he threw into Abera's hands and demanded that he keep it safe. Abera was worried, because he had never held such large sums of money in his hands before. Moreover, the bag was not just any bag, but magical, and Abera had never seen such artifacts. Jack didn't miss the opportunity to brag, because he made this artifact with his own hands. It goes without saying that Abera was stunned by what he had learned. Of all people, one would not expect mastery of magic, let alone crafting items, from young Master Abir. Abera had no intention of arguing with this fact, and wouldn't have done so, so he simply praised Jack. After which, a certain pause of mutual respect ensued between the two characters. But to those around him, it looked more like worship of the deity that Jack was. Later, Abera informed the hero that he could get potions and other trinkets if the master so desired. However, Jack was now worried about something else. He inquired about the growing rumors that concerned some large-scale battle that had resulted in mountains of corpses. Jack heard that after specific details, even the prince himself lost consciousness. So shocking could what happened. The news of the battle and the situation with the prince became so widespread that soon even the nobility learned of such a thing. Abera chuckled, attributing the credit to himself and the agents who actively spread the rumors. Suddenly Jack grabbed Abera by the cloak and pulled her towards him with force. He promised to provide him with death knights, but in return, he demanded that Abera protect two people at any cost. One of such people, Jack called his dearly beloved sister Elizabeth. The second was Ron, a loyal friend and dearest butler. The hero allowed everyone else who could somehow threaten those named, or interfere with Abera himself, to be destroyed without a twinge of conscience. Abera remained silent, not daring to object to the young master. When Jack finished his sentence, Abera swore that he would make every effort imaginable and unimaginable. Later, Jack remembered that he wanted to talk to Charlotte and Thanos. In this regard, he asked them to postpone lunch at the academy and visit the estate. Moreover, Jack despised the food in the cafeteria in every way. It was so disgusting that the hero involuntarily recalled his previous life. After some time, a familiar voice called out to Jack. Realizing that it was Charlotte, Jack greeted her, hoping that his friends had arrived safely. Quickly, so as not to draw unnecessary attention to his reading, Jack rolled up the scroll, explaining that it contained only stupid notes. And if Charlotte took what she heard normally, then Thanos, for some reason, hung strangely in place. He looked nervous. Beads of sweat were actively running down his face. Jack guessed that Thanos had managed to read some of the lines in the scroll, which was what caused his behavior. In order to defuse the situation, the hero started talking about Charlotte, at the same time inviting everyone to the table for dinner. Their silent meal continued for half an hour. Almost all the dishes were eaten. After the feast ended, Thanos suggested that Charlotte return to the academy as soon as possible. The girl didn't mind, but then Jack intervened in the situation and asked the blonde not to rush. Hearing his stern voice, Charlotte approached Jack in obedience. The girl was overwhelmed with excitement. As usual in such cases, she tried not to show her emotions to those around her. Charlotte developed this mental defense mechanism a very, very long time ago. Jack waited for some kind of explanation from her, but not having received a word addressed to him, he gave the girl only 3 days. The blonde didn't understand what they were talking about, and then the hero elaborated on the period of blood feeding. Jack noted that due to the hunger strike, Charlotte's appearance had changed for the worse, losing all her former liveliness. But so far, due to his amazing attentiveness, only one hero has noticed these changes. Jack noted that he was actively collecting his blood for Charlotte. However, no matter how many hours and days passed, no one touched it. Charlotte was silent for a moment, then apologized. But Jack didn't blame her, especially since he announced that he had dropped by the academy. He shared his observations, for example, of Thanos, who settled in well and even made friends. When it came to Charlotte, Jack made it clear that things were going extremely badly for her. This conversation was long and drawn out. All the details it mentioned about Charlotte caused the blonde unexpected embarrassment and shame. Her hands were shaking, her fingers were trying to curl into fists, and sadness appeared on her face. Charlotte sighed loudly, after which thin streams of tears appeared at the edges of her eye sockets. She wanted to ask her boss for forgiveness for being useless, but Jack asked her to stop being trash to others in the future. Jack's words struck Charlotte, and she asked again. Raising his gaze to the blonde, the hero began to explain what exactly he meant. He started talking about racial predisposition and the complete dissimilarity of people. Jack's words touched on disunity, humiliation, subjugation, and even violence on such grounds. The hero made it clear that he could never understand such a thing. Jack concluded that Charlotte would have to face these consequences for the rest of her life due to her vampire origins. Having finished his speech about race, Jack slowly reached for his mug of tea. Along the way, he announced that the problems in the attitude of those around Charlotte were primarily rooted in the girl herself. Continuing his lamentations and moralizing, Jack brought the mug of drink to his lips. He hoped that these explanations were clear to Charlotte, and that the rest depended only on the blonde girl herself. In a way, Jack even blessed Charlotte to live her own life without regard for the opinions of others. However, he asked Charlotte to always remember one important thing. Jack reminded the blonde that under no circumstances should she become a puppet or a source of ridicule. Almost imploringly, he asked Charlotte never to lose heart. Attention to all this, Charlotte shifted from foot to foot, suddenly wanting to know how the boss himself would behave in a similar situation. Jack did not hold back in his response, making it clear that he would simply kill all those who offended him. Valentine looked at him suspiciously, which forced Jack to change his position, passing off his previous words as a joke. Through this conversation, Jack discovered that Charlotte did not drink blood precisely because of personal experiences. At the same time, the blonde shared an observation that she changed when she started drinking blood. This worried her very much, as if she were committing a crime against her own person. Placing his cup of drink on the table, Jack suggested that Cell might also be guilty. Following this, completely unexpectedly, Jack began to take off his clothes. Charlotte was extremely embarrassed, having no idea why her boss was doing such a thing. The hero laughed because he was simply offering the vampire a drink of blood. The next thing Jack did was grab Charlotte by the back of her head and pull her towards him. He deliberately pulled her towards his shoulder area, indicating that Cell was not nearby at the moment. No longer able to restrain herself and anticipating the sweetness of blood, the blonde immediately sank her fangs. As Charlotte sucked blood, Jack noted that she had clearly grown taller than she had in the past few days. In some ways, he was quite pleased that he had finally managed to satisfy and quench the vampire's insatiable thirst. After a moment, his gaze froze. Valentine looked at the hero with silent reproach. Understandably, Jack tried to get a feel for Valentine's disapproving look. She didn't answer, but she pointed sharply. The direction of her finger pointed right at the vampire. Trying to figure out what was going on, Jack glanced at Charlotte, who was sucking blood. Suddenly, he saw that her eyes had changed color to blood red. The vampire's gaze was strikingly beautiful, and at the same time filled with malice. Jack remembered that, unlike Cell, Charlotte never had the desire to kill anyone. In connection with this, he tried to interrupt the vampire's act of feeding, but she only grabbed Jack's hands tightly, after which a disapproving growl was heard from her side. While there was still an opportunity, the hero tried to turn to his mentor for advice. The next moment he suddenly collapsed, because due to the loss of blood, Jack's head began to spin. Having come to his senses a little, the hero tried to get up quickly, but nothing came of it, because a blonde girl jumped on top of him and crushed him with her body. Charlotte's behavior and appearance made it clear that she had no intention of letting go of her prey. She increased the force with which she held Jack, then let out a threatening hiss. Spraying saliva, she opened her mouth, revealing razor-sharp fangs. Like a wild animal, she rushed towards Jack, wanting to finish what she had started as quickly as possible. Her animalistic roar and hiss echoed throughout the area. About a minute had passed since then, and blood was visible everywhere on the veranda where the events took place. Leaning her whole body on Jack, Charlotte continued to drink, even managing to injure his arm. She hovered for a long time at the bite site, not letting a single drop of blood pass her mouth. Jack began to panic, now demanding that the vampiress stop. During the struggle, the hero somehow managed to firmly grab Charlotte's clothes, after which, with all his strength, Jack threw the blonde aside. She grouped herself in flight, and a second later was already standing firmly on her feet. The hero clutched his bleeding shoulder wound, still not blaming Charlotte too much for what had happened. However, no matter how hard Jack tried to reach Charlotte and reason with her, he saw only a dangerous and thirsty beast in front of him. The first time he had met the blonde girl in a long time, Jack was afraid of her. The hero staggered, barely able to stand on his feet. Now he cursed his carelessness for allowing Charlotte to drink so much blood. A moment later, Charlotte, who had been simply growling until then, rushed towards Jack. The vampiress closed the distance incredibly quickly, intending to finish her meal this time. As an observer, Valentine transmitted information about Charlotte's condition into Jack's thoughts. It was discovered a very long time ago by a highly respected researcher. While absorbing this information, Jack simultaneously held back Charlotte's onslaught with all his might. Suddenly he remembered what Valentine had said before. The term she named was a kind of act of succession to the throne for vampires. Valentine stopped Jack's thinking, deciding to clarify this point. From her words, it turned out that vampires in this state were not so much feeding as taking away someone else's strength. What he learned from his mentor truly amazed Jack. Suddenly the hero had an idea. After all, now, absorbing Jack's own power, Charlotte was actually changing. With such procedures, there was a chance that the vampire could completely lose his sanity. On the other hand, by not trying to drink, but simply replenishing her strength, Charlotte thus recognized Jack as almost part of her family. According to Valentine, Jack and Charlotte were connected by blood and souls. This means that similar behavior from the blonde girl will be repeated. At some point, Jack grew tired of explanations and just wanted to know if what had happened was evil. Valentine specified that everything was not so bad. Besides Jack, it was unlikely that anyone else would have been able to stop the vampire. After all, the vampire syndrome could activate in the blonde at any moment. And being possessed by vampire blood, Charlotte could do incredible harm. All these stories of Valentine did not answer only one question: how exactly could one calm the blonde girl now? Sighing, the mentor mentioned physical destruction as one option. The second option, Valentine mentioned, was waiting, to which Jack immediately reacted and again rejected Charlotte. Right there, Valentine informed Jack of a new test, which is a harbinger of the future. Valentine hinted at a certain student of hers who would challenge Jack. All the events and revelations fell on the hero like a heavy burden. Jack partly compared his current situation to the fate of Valentine herself, who had also once been thrown into a series of events. Unlike Valentine, Jack was completely different, and he had no intention of abandoning his own. At the same time, in the distance, everyday conversations were unfolding. After meeting Thanos, Cell expressed a desire to attend the academy with Charlotte. Their conversation was interrupted as something flashed past them at incredible speed. There was a loud crash as the fall occurred, and legs were visible from the raised cloud of dust. Cell and Thanos were stunned, completely unable to understand what had just happened. A second later, Jack's confident voice was heard ordering the others not to come closer. With a confident step, he walked past his acquaintances. His legs led him to Charlotte, who was now lying motionless after the fall. The dust settled, and the others were able to see Charlotte's terrifying, demonic appearance. Jack even had plans for this image, using it to scare the students and teaching staff of the academy. As for Thanos and Cell, they still didn't understand what was happening and tried to call their boss. Jack only briefly let out a wave in their direction so that they wouldn't worry. By using healing magic, the hero completely healed his wounds in a couple of seconds. Now strengthened, he was ready to meet Charlotte on equal terms. He flexed his fists and smiled, making it clear that he had to teach the blonde girl some good manners. A scuffle broke out, and Thanos leaned Cell against himself in order to protect her from the possible consequences of the fight. Under the influence of the syndrome, Charlotte attacked first. Her unexpected fighting movements pleasantly surprised Jack. Moreover, during the fight, additional magical abilities somehow appeared in the vampire. Something similar happened spontaneously, right before Jack's eyes. He even regretted that the academy students were not able to witness such metamorphoses of the vampire. More and more, Jack learned about the secrets of vampirism and the topic of succession to the throne. When this phenomenon was in effect, any vampire would increase their powers many times over. Jack, of course, was not a vampire, but without expecting it, By voluntarily offering blood, he started the ritual. In any case, Charlotte now continued to stubbornly advance towards him. Suddenly she raised her hand, calling upon magical powers to help her. Her lips trembled as she spoke the words of the spell. Jack stood in a defensive position, not believing his eyes, or his ears either. The hero knew these lines, because in exactly the same way, the mentor once destroyed her enemies. The spiritual spell was gaining strength, and Charlotte herself was calling pure evil into this world. At the same time, Valentine saw perfectly well that everything was completely different from what it seemed. At some point, the summoned evil took physical form. The demon raised his scythe, intending to cut Jack in half. But nothing came of it, because the summoned one was from the second circle of magic, which the hero could easily overcome. More and more, Jack realized that Charlotte was not so much performing magic herself as imitating her mentor. This made the hero happy, because it meant that Charlotte had finally become older. Afterwards, there was a short pause between the combatants. At the end of it, the blonde maiden made a jump. She flew rapidly towards Jack, who at this moment even considered these movements familiar to himself. More and more features in magic and technology reminded Jack of his mentor. Having absorbed someone else's power through blood, it is clear that the vampire has received an unprecedented gift of imitation. Dodging this attack, Jack accidentally noticed a branch lying nearby. He grabbed her as quickly as possible. With the branch in his hand like a sword, Jack was ready to fight Charlotte once again. A second later, Jack himself went on the attack. The vampiress instantly assessed the situation and the speed at which Jack was moving. She began to move closer in response, blocking with the back of her hand at the right moment. Having parried, she immediately counterattacked with a special pain blow. Not expecting such resistance, Jack was instantly thrown back. Falling to the ground, he laughed through the pain, asking Charlotte to be a little more gentle. While Jack was in this position, Charlotte would immediately jump on him. But the hero was waiting for this particular action, using his stick right now. There were a few quick movements, followed by a magical burst. When it was over, Jack looked contentedly at the completely confused vampire. With his efforts and magic, the hero actually forced the blonde girl to look at herself from the outside. All the other characters stood on the sidelines, continuing to witness the inexplicable. History took a digression, telling how disunited society could be. An example of a person who was of low birth and had no protection from the law was Thanos. Thanos was such a gray mouse that recruiters didn't even notice his candidacy. But despite Thanos' future progression, he himself managed to face the destruction of the magic circle. Despite all sorts of adversity, Thanos found the strength within himself and entered the third year of the academy. But even later, he never managed to develop his magical abilities. Despite all his academic successes, but with no prospects in magic, Thanos again remained unnoticed. All this happened in the distant past, before Thanos met Jack. And then, with the speed of a hurricane, Thanos' life began to change. In addition to friends and attention from the opposite sex, Thanos also became interesting to serious individuals. Generous offers and mountains of gold rained down one after another, if Thanos gave his consent and was able to further develop his magical potential. Such attention corrupts, and Thanos was not one to resist temptation. But all this self-confidence and idle thoughts were shattered in an instant. Right before his eyes, a situation was unfolding in which Charlotte was doing the unthinkable. Holding a stick in her hands, she summoned a hurricane. Jack wasn't afraid of this, because he knew that Charlotte didn't use magic skillfully. But if things had been even a little different, the vampire would have become a real tragedy for the world. After finishing the summoning, Charlotte commanded the forces of the elements to tear Jack apart. Vibrating chaotic thunderbolts rushed towards the hero, but they were met and dispersed by a magical shield. Jack became increasingly convinced of how much great potential was hidden within the vampire. Now he even understood the mentor who taught the hero in the past. After all, back then, the hero had to endure the training course with incredible difficulty. But no matter what, Valentine was always proud of her student. Likewise, in the present day, Jack was proud of Charlotte's successes and attempts to win. All this made him laugh and smile with happiness. Thanos watched closely what was happening and the behavior of the characters. From now on, it all felt more like a game, or even a test of the vampire's abilities. He clearly realized that he still had a long way to go to achieve something like this. The fighting continued for so long that at some point it even became evening. Both Charlotte and Jack were exhausted, but it was now that the blonde girl finally began to come to her senses and recognize the people around her. Jack didn't blame her, admitting that Charlotte had caused a lot of trouble in the fight. The girl didn't understand anything, so the hero had to tell her everything briefly. After hearing all this, Charlotte's face froze in sadness. She, frightened by herself, backed away, and bitter tears gushed from her eyes. Jack tried to calm the blonde down, telling her that nothing terrible had happened. But words didn't help much in this case. Jack sighed and remembered that he had been in a similar situation in the past, when he had been unable to control himself. But then, the rage that blinded the eyes managed to destroy half of the empire. So, changing his approach, he gently touched Charlotte's shoulder. In a calm voice, he made it clear that he would never be angry with the girl, no matter what happened. Moreover, Jack believed that with her fighting style, she would be able to outshine all the students of the academy. These words evoked feelings of joy and open gratitude in the vampire. Just in case, once again, the hero spoke his important parting words to the blonde girl. He had hardly finished speaking when Cell attacked Charlotte with tears and suffering in her voice. She too was sobbing, voicing her fears that the vampire might not come to her senses. A little to the side, Jack watched this scene silently. In his thoughts, he thought about her and her vampire qualities. But Jack could not even imagine that she could acquire a demonic form. Meanwhile, the girls were actively discussing what had happened and Jack's words. Their embrace was strong, truly familial. Although she didn't say it out loud, Cell also wanted to become stronger, like Charlotte. Her feeling was so raw, so exciting, that even the embrace itself became rough. In any case, the situation with the vampire managed to end well. Valentine watched all this, her face showing joy. Finally, this crazy day ended and night came. That gave way to dawn and the arrival of a new day. The new day brought with it assault from Marquis William. Other academy participants actively discussed similar issues. Suddenly, their cheerful conversation was interrupted. A blonde woman stood opposite, holding a wooden sword firmly in her hands. She loudly called on them to fight with her. In case of refusal, she was ready to recognize those summoned as insignificant cowards. But the students Charlotte challenged to a duel have so far responded weakly. Among those Charlotte challenged to a duel was Marquis William himself. In a terrible way, he hated the vampire for her origin. William also considered Charlotte to be arrogant, since she was only known for a series of victories in tournaments, but nothing more. Thinking about it, he decided that Charlotte had cheated. He imagined that the vampire had understated her age, which is why she had managed to win. In this regard, William came to the conclusion that there was no way he could lose to such a commoner. On the other hand, the vampire's beauty warmed the Marquise's soul, and he even considered making Charlotte his wife. Eventually, William publicly sent his followers away so that they would not interfere. He accepted Charlotte's challenge, promising to teach her a lesson. But after just a couple of minutes, the Marquis was subjected to a humiliating beating. Series of blows, lunges, jabs, and sweeps, William missed all of it. Ultimately, he was killed incredibly quickly. Moreover, he looked so bad that he will clearly not get up anytime soon. Having finished with that, Charlotte directed her angry gaze at the other offenders. Imperiously, she challenged the next one of them to a duel. Jack secretly watched how the vampire was doing. He assessed her movements, praising her in every possible way for her ingenuity in battle. He was completely confident that one day she would be able to become a real queen. At the same time, Jack understood that Charlotte's self-confidence could play a cruel joke on him. This means that the vampire should not have repeated Jack's fate. Suddenly, Cell, who was standing nearby, hissed at Jack. He glanced at the indicated side of the fortress wall where Leonhardt was. The hero quickly recognized him and recalled the information from the report. Jack looked at him with disgust, because it was Leonhardt who was to blame for Charlotte's bad reputation. In any case, Jack could not see more here. As he left, he decided it was time for everyone to go about their business. But Leonhardt continued to watch the students fighting below. He was agitated, irritated, and actively biting his nails. He looked at Charlotte's success, which gave rise to more and more hatred towards her within the instructor. But what infuriated Leonhardt most was that the director himself had invited a commoner to the academy. In his thoughts, he actively drove away the laws of the empire that concerned commoners, as well as their right to life. He feared that, due to the director's antics, the aristocrats could cut funding for the academy altogether. Leonhardt could not allow Charlotte to become popular and lead the students, because then all the recruiting plans would go down the drain. Moreover, by accepting a commoner in the middle of the semester, the director was grossly violating the rules of the academy itself, which went against the word and influence of the teaching staff. Leonhardt was afraid that such stupidity on the part of the director could be repeated again and again. Leonhardt continued to think actively to himself about the role of the director and the important factor of his non-interference. All this led the instructor to believe that the director of the academy was completely insane. But despite all the obstacles, Leonhardt managed to achieve some success. With his permission and instructions, Charlotte became a target for ridicule just a little more, and the instructor would have succeeded in expelling the girl. At the same time, while Leonhardt was in the clouds, Charlotte finished her battles. Gradually, he moved his gaze downwards, where the students had once clashed. Down there, in clusters, lay knocked-out teeth. Charlotte did not spare her opponents, literally beating the crap out of them. So far, Leonhardt had not intervened, allowing Charlotte to make the situation worse on her own. After all, then, under the guise of protecting the students from the troublemaker, the instructor will reveal himself. Suddenly, Jack snuck up behind him with a not very pleasant question. Leonhardt looked around in fear. The instructor immediately assessed Jack, admitting that he had never seen anything like this before. In Leonhardt's eyes, the hero looked bizarre, especially carrying a doll with him. Receiving no answer, Jack stepped towards the instructor. Drawing level with him, the hero looked down, admitting that Charlotte had fought well. At some point, Leonhardt wondered what Jack was doing. The hero did not have the pleasure of introducing himself, hinting that something much more important was happening now. Hearing this, Leonhardt's face twisted and sweat appeared on his cheeks. There was another awkward pause. Leonhardt did not answer, thinking that the boy had simply gone crazy. And in principle, in the eyes of the instructor, Jack behaved excessively arrogantly. Leonhardt even suggested that some noble aristocrat was behind the hero's insolence. In this regard, he asked him to introduce himself. But instead of doing what Leonhardt demanded, Jack suddenly started talking about bullying. The hero described this as sheer recklessness. Jack made it clear that he was talking about Charlotte. Moreover, it was openly hinted that it was sponsored by the ducal family. Jack's speech and all sorts of hints quite infuriated Leonhardt. Moreover, Jack was being sarcastic and almost mocking the instructor. This impudence made Leonhardt quite angry, and he even clenched his fist tightly. Moreover, the hero tried to press on a sore spot. Surely the instructor would not have been keeping an eye on the children entrusted to him. And yet Jack aroused considerable interest in Leonhardt, because he was, in fact, something of a mystery. However, the hero himself did not weaken his pressure on the instructor. Leonhardt's expression changed as he heard insults directed at him, and from one of his students at that. He wanted to get indignant and do something, but was instantly grabbed by Jack's hand by the cheekbones. Holding him tightly, the hero asked the instructor questions mixed with threats. Leonhardt felt the pressure on his skull increase with each passing second. Moreover, Jack openly threatened to get rid of him. At some point, the hero even lifted the twitching Leonhardt off the ground. Jack didn't pay any attention to the instructor's attempts to break free. His eyes would have surely radiated happiness because of what he had done. Soon, the students below also saw what was happening on the fortress wall. Up there, Leonhardt was running, screaming and pleading for help. Valentine watched Jack's antics in silence. Cell giggled quietly at what the boss was doing now. Suddenly, Jack managed to catch up with the fleeing Leonhardt. Slapping him on the go, Jack knocked the instructor off his feet and he fell down. A short flight, and Leonhardt fell to the very bottom under the walls. All the students there were horrified by what happened, except Charlotte. Another moment and Jack landed carefully from the walls below. The other students recognized Jack, but their attitudes toward the hero varied greatly. Paying no attention to the others, Jack approached the instructor. Bowing to him, Jack offered the instructor a fight. The hero approved of any type of confrontation, using absolutely any weapon. The instructor was stunned into silence, and then Jack himself threw the weapon into his hands. Immediately after this, the countdown to the future fight began. The hero said this out loud, which made Leonhardt quite nervous. At some point, having pulled himself together, the instructor took a defensive stance. As the countdown approached its end, a magical aura began to appear between the characters and intersect in resistance. And finally, that decisive moment of the beginning arrived. But the fight did not take place, because with a swift blow, Jack completely incapacitated the instructor. Leonhardt screamed and fell, spitting blood as everyone else saw. But Jack's influence didn't end there. Placing his palm on the instructor's chest, he discovered that his heart contained as many as 6 magic circles. The hero smiled, deciding that it was worth getting rid of them. Suddenly, the action moved to a cozy office, where the fireplace crackled rhythmically. The atmosphere was so calm that even the animals there slept most of the time. It was the office of the director of the academy, who was working, keeping all sorts of records. At some point, someone burst into his office, frantically trying to tell him something. But the man who came running was so stunned that he couldn't even properly collect his thoughts and explain. Trying to catch his breath, disjointed phrases concerning Jack rained down on the director. The one who came running somehow connected one of the students with instructor Leonhardt. In fact, Jack simply beat him up pretty badly. But before this news happened, Jack threatened to deprive the instructor of magic. Leonhardt was truly horrified when he finally realized this. The instructor tried in every way to escape Jack's grip, but his attempts were in vain. Moreover, Jack himself was now controlled by a different will, which demanded that he take the law into his own hands. Obeying her, the hero tore the instructor's magic circles to shreds. The crystals that formed magical abilities began to crack. Then, one after another, they shattered into pieces with a terrible echo. Leonhardt screamed in a voice that was not his own, full of pain, and then suddenly fell silent. Having finished with that, Jack turned his attention to his female charges. The hero was interested in their opinion regarding the final punishment for such individuals. Cell immediately suggested solving everything by murder, but Charlotte sincerely didn't know. After listening to them, Jack snapped his fingers, making it clear that the time for reasoning was over. Then he picked up the sword, intending to reveal the correct answer. Slowly, he approached the instructor lying unconscious on the ground. Otherwise, Jack grabbed the sword and raised it, intending to stab him. But there was no bloody ending. The sword stuck into the ground, and Jack himself seemed to allow the instructor to live in shame. Thus, Jack taught his charges that death was not always the solution, and sometimes, with one's own choice, it was worth living. Charlotte completely agreed with Jack's lesson. Cell repeated his moral teaching. Of course, after what Jack had done, he was escorted to the director. Although the hero did not expect that something like this would happen so quickly. Already in the director's office, Jack showed with his whole appearance that he was not interested in moralizing. However, he liked the decor here, dreaming of living in something similar. Suddenly, the director of the academy let out a dissatisfied cry. He read the information that had been delivered to Jack before. The director couldn't believe that Leonhardt was involved in various scams, especially those that concerned students. Catching his breath, the director tried to find logic in Leonhardt's actions, or even justify him. Sighing, Jack concluded that everything written on paper was absolutely true. Jack understood the director's mistrust, since Leonhardt had an impeccable reputation and, moreover, had connections in the palace. In any case, Jack could only respond to this in a purely negative way. The director sighed in disappointment. Assuming that Leonhardt was far from the only dishonest teacher, Jack readily agreed with this assumption. What he said clearly caused even more displeasure to the director. The director said that he was obliged to punish Jack, but in fact, he should have rewarded him. Even though Jack stooped to fighting with the teacher, he provided valuable information. As for Leonhardt and the other teachers, the director assured that he would take the matter under his control. Suddenly, Jack interrupted the director for clarification, calling him Grandpa. The hero was frankly convinced that such tests might be beyond the director's strength. Jack had very serious doubts about the principal's blindness to the teacher's antics. In response, the director looked away and became suspiciously silent. Jack's speech led to the point that the academy had an obligation to open the way for students to develop. After all, sooner or later they will grow up and will need money to build their own future. For this reason, Jack wanted an answer regarding the students' right to choose, rather than an obligation on the part of teachers. The director was unable to answer, and then Jack decided to rephrase what he had said earlier. Literally, he asked the director a question related to the essence and purpose of the academy. After some thought, the director outlined the academy's core principles, which were to strengthen family roots and build a future career. What Jack heard was enough to conclude that the educational system at the academy had completely deteriorated. And in general, the voiced goals caused the hero to burst into fits of undisguised laughter. Jack was frankly bored, so he began to remind the director about important points and institutes that operated at the academy. This was especially true for the student council, which could impeach bad teachers. The student council code stated that all students had equal rights and were free, regardless of their status. For many, the academy was the only place where there was no gender segregation. Within these walls, in the same classroom, one could easily meet students from the common people and the nobility side by side. In this way, everyone could discover their talent and serve the country in the future. In the past, the academy produced many outstanding personalities. Once upon a time, emperors and even kings began their journey here. But what is even more surprising is that none of those great people had noble blood in their veins. Jack didn't know what exactly he had founded the empire, but he had some guesses. He had rumors that in his youth, the emperor was somewhat similar to Thanos and had talent. But as the centuries passed, the education system at the academy degraded. A disgusting selective breeding has led to the degeneration of the flower of chivalry and the magical arts. All this time, all the other directors of the academy simply turned a blind eye to this increasingly worsening problem. Succumbing to the temptation of money, they introduced people from noble families into the teaching staff. Jack said all this out loud, hoping that at least once the director would try to dispute what he heard. In any case, Jack saw the situation as incredibly sad. Afterwards, he decided to look into the situation surrounding the director himself. He began by describing Leonhardt as a former spy but current instructor. Other teachers also served various groups of people or structures. After listening to Jack, the director angrily threw the scroll with the information on the table. But Jack didn't stop there, wanting to add something else. And then, stunning the director, the hero announced that the academy had been secretly training magicians, creating a special class. It was a great secret, but Jack knew everything about this matter. Moreover, the hero understood the future outcome of such an adventure. Jack later added that he was not concerned with the final goal of this event. The hero saw a mistake only in the fact that, carried away by conversations, the director simply did not play his own role. Jack insisted that the director could not control all processes, much less resolve them in case of problems. Having finished, the hero, smiling contentedly, waited for the old man's reaction. The director looked serious, frowning. He looked at Jack not as a child, but rather as an enemy. In some ways, this look even managed to embarrass Jack. Briskly, the hero jumped onto the director's lap and began to offer him a way out of the situation. The director winced, silently suggesting that Jack could handle everything himself. Jack readily agreed with what he heard. As a compromise, he offered to personally hand over to himself the vacant position on the student commission. What he heard took the director's breath away and he started coughing. The director made his decision without being sure that Jack would be able to succeed in this position. But the hero saw no other way out, because the entire academy needed a serious and total purge. However, few people knew that it was Valentine's mentor who created the academy. This was her decision in case of the country's demise, in which the academy would survive in any case. Of course, Valentine had many other reasons for building a place like the academy. Now that Jack has taken over the academy's affairs, big changes are about to happen in this place. Many teachers will change, and many talented newcomers will appear in the classes. People like Cell were very supportive of Jack's endeavors. As for the conversation between the hero and the director, it continued for some time. After all, the core of magicians voiced by Jack was the most secretive place in this place, and so on. Catch on the hook of blackmail not only the director but even Jack himself. However, Jack made it clear that he was giving the old man a chance to improve. After all, as director he bore and must bear responsibility for everything that happened within the walls of the academy. It wasn't a threat, but rather a verdict, meaning that if he failed, Jack wouldn't be too soft-spoken with the director. The director lowered his head sadly, because he himself did not want to be remembered only as the man who sat in the chair. The old man admitted to himself that despite his youth, Jack was by no means a fool. In some ways, he found the hero's abilities to be extremely similar to Abera's. However, these were the only similarities between the two people. Unlike Abera, Jack was clearly experienced and power-hungry. Before letting Jack go, the director asked about the hero's side of the story. But Jack only made it clear that the choice the old man was discussing no longer belonged to him. As he left, Jack reflected on the future of the Empire. Having worked with the director, Jack still didn't know completely what to expect from him. Whatever one might say, fate was an unpredictable thing. Jack took another step, opening the door to the exit from the office. Suddenly he stopped, announcing that he was taking a neutral position. The director did not object, accepting the hero's words. Subsequently, as discussed in the principal's office, Jack secured the position of lead inspector on the student commission. Despite his position, Jack was not entirely thrilled with the required uniform. Suddenly, Valentine grabbed Jack's clothes tightly. She leaned against it silently, as if she was afraid of something. When the hero noticed this, the mentor said that she was sorry. With all his knowledge and experience from his previous life, Jack had no idea what she was talking about. As for the student inspection itself, it was a formal body within the academy. The whole point was that the commission investigated crimes at the academy and reported the results to the director. However, Jack intended to conduct his affairs completely differently. Having special powers at his disposal, the hero intended not to inform, but to act. Literally become a sword of retribution and punishment. But in such a fight, Jack would be confronted by teachers with a very high level of magic circles. The dean of the secret circle of magic himself posed a particular danger. While still alive, the mentor did not allow the student inspectorate to punish anyone with its own hands. So, Jack was going to break this unspoken law. The teacher continued speaking, regretting that she had seen her academy in such a state of decline. She was ashamed that she had failed to foresee everything. Jack took Valentine's confession in silence. In her speech, he clearly felt that she had become very weak. But no matter what happened, Jack swore that he would not leave her. Jack and Valentine had a very long and centuries-old history. As a loyal student, the mentor served as a true moral compass for Jack. He always followed her advice, promising to continue to behave in the same way. Later, to increase security, Jack distributed the existing Death Knights. The hero left the second night at his home. To increase the effectiveness of this, Jack added 2 more circles of magic to the Death Knight's existing ones. Jack knew that this knight did not have much time left, and planned to use him to the maximum. So, every time, Jack actively urged on the powerful but slow Death Knight. The hero had contact with him so often that he even began to think about a name for the knight. At some point, Jack's gait became sluggish and unsteady. Having reached the right place, he was distorted with pure disgust. Now he stood at the dusty and cobwebbed doors of the inspection department. Jack grabbed the door handle and pulled it towards himself. Dust fell and immediately got into Jack's nose, causing him to cough. As soon as the hero entered, someone was frightened and surprised by the stranger's visit. It was a shy girl with glasses who didn't expect to see anyone else here. A conversation began between the characters, and it turned out that the girl's name was Amelia. Jack smiled and introduced himself in return. Amelia was stunned when she heard that Jack was a freshman. She was even more shocked when it turned out that the boy was the head of the entire inspection department. Having barely come to her senses, Amelia, of course, declared that she did not believe it at all. The girl wanted to continue the argument, when suddenly a death knight entered the room. In this regard, Jack inquired about the presence of a prison. The girl turned around and instantly lost her power of speech when she saw the instructor's lifeless body. Having barely come to her senses, she pointed out where Leonhardt could be taken, but a moment later, she abruptly stopped Jack. Blocking the further passage, she demanded that the hero try to explain what was happening. Jack was angry, especially since he had no intention of explaining anything as the head of the commission. As for Leonhardt, Jack explained that the instructor himself was to blame for everything. Then, approaching Amelia, Jack made it clear in a firm voice that he did not have time for any other fuss. This was Jack's first and last warning. Later he went downstairs where there was a small dungeon. The Death Knight pushed open the heavy door and the space there appeared before Jack's eyes. Almost everything in this place was horribly worn out. Dust and rust reigned everywhere. After looking at the furnishings of the cells, at some point Jack found a suitable one. This is where Leonhardt was thrown. Following this, Jack immediately began the interrogation. He swung his sword hard and slapped Leonhardt across the face. The instructor came to his senses, and the hero ordered the Death Knight to hold him in place. The knight obeyed and Leonhardt was eventually immobilized. Finally, Jack leaned over and began to name a whole bunch of names in order. The hero hoped that at least one of them would seem familiar to Leonhardt. There was no answer, so Jack continued, occasionally returning to the beginning of the list of names. At some point, Leonhardt for some reason asked to stop. Jack looked at him, not understanding what the instructor wanted to achieve with this. It looked as if the instructor had been running out of time, trying to find an opportunity to escape. But the Death Knight held him tightly and without a chance of salvation, and all around were visible only the bare walls of the prison. After which Leonhardt spoke, but stuttered, and eventually even said that he knew nothing. Jack sighed, not really believing it. The instructor continued to yell, insisting that he had no information. At some point, the instructor's lamentations and excuses made Jack laugh. Jack, of course, didn't believe in such a thing, because he remembered the text from the report, where the teachers were exposed. The Academy's teachers were so mired in crime that there was literally no room left for them to be branded with shame. They stopped at nothing, lining their pockets with bribes and actively engaging in blackmail. But the most disgusting thing Jack has learned is to lure freshmen. Having driven these thoughts from his head, Jack stood up abruptly and then lifted his leg. With all his strength, he stepped on Leonhardt's throat. The instructor began to cough and choke. But the hero associated such punishment with the vile pleasures that Leonhardt had already experienced. Just in case, as a reminder, Jack even voiced Leonhardt's sins. Leonhardt gasped for air from the pressure on his throat, drooling as he tried to speak. Seeing the instructor kicking, Jack looked surprised. Then he slowly turned to the Death Knight. Suddenly the hero took out a flask, which he handed to the Death Knight. Jack set the timer for 10 minutes, after which the knight would be given complete freedom to torture the instructor. Leonhardt shook, never expecting the situation to turn out like this. Who knows what would have happened next, but the process was interrupted by a piercing scream. It was Amelia who screamed as she burst into the dungeon and stopped Jack. Before this, Amelia tried to stop Cell, in vain but selflessly. Not wanting to waste time on talking and persuasion, Jack suddenly touched Amelia's forehead. He used magic, ordering the girl to fall asleep immediately. A flash of light formed in Jack's fingers, which immediately flowed to Amelia's forehead. The next moment, her eyes closed and her body began to tilt to the side. It was a necessary measure, although Jack was not at all happy about it. However, Cell was still in the dungeon, but Jack did not mind her presence. The girl herself was not averse to being present during the torture. Meanwhile, the Death Knight drew his blade. Just in case, Jack said that Cell could leave at any moment, as soon as she felt bad from what she saw. Finally, at least 10 minutes had passed since the torture began. Humiliated, beaten, and wounded, Leonhardt fully admitted his guilt. The next moment he burst into tears, fully revealing the faults of the other teachers at the academy. Suddenly Jack raised his hand, calling for the instructor to shut up. After all, now Jack wanted to move on to the most important and sweet part. As head of the investigation department, he sentenced Leonhardt to death. Hearing this, Leonhardt's eyes trembled and bitter tears gushed out. Following this, he screamed in a voice of utter inevitability. It is unclear how long he slept, but Amelia woke up. Suddenly, Jack appeared next to her, which frightened the girl. Having barely come to her senses, she immediately inquired about the instructor's fate. Jack chuckled and pointed somewhere to the side. Amelia looked in that direction, seeing a bag soaked with blood. Amelia was stunned, because she knew that Leonhardt's disappearance would not remain uninvestigated. However, Jack didn't see any problems, since he wasn't planning on looking for anyone. Just in case, Jack began to explain his decision. After all, by starting an investigation, the victims seduced by Leonhardt could come under attack. Still unsure, Amelia agreed with this. Jack added to his words that in the end, he would have to rescue and protect the victims themselves. As a girl, Amelia also understood perfectly well the seriousness of the situation. So, in an orderly manner, Jack asked Amelia to remain silent and not to spread the word. Otherwise, he openly threatened to kill the girl, just like he did with the instructor. Moreover, Jack would not mind if Amelia left the department altogether. As for the bag containing the remains, Jack saw a simple way to get rid of it. Quite banally, he took it to the Academy's trash heap. Later, the Academy tried to find Leonhardt. Two people were now actively approaching the place from which the active voices were coming. There was a sharp push and the door opened. It was Jack who unceremoniously burst into the teacher's room. They immediately froze, perhaps due to the unexpectedness of the hero's appearance. Taking advantage of this moment, the hero walked past the teachers to the center of the room. Afterwards, he threw the bloody bag there. Everyone shuddered, unlike the cheerful and energetic Jack. Moreover, he strongly recommended looking inside the bag. As soon as one of the instructors did this, he jumped back with a scream. Leonhardt's remains fell out of the open bag. Jack said he tried to find a place to throw out the trash, but he couldn't find one. He cheerfully explained that that was why he had come here with the remains. Overall, the whole situation made Jack laugh. Turning around, he laid out so that one piece of trash would take care of the other. The hero was about to leave when he heard an angry cry from one of the teachers. The man with the gray beard struck a pose and prepared to draw his sword. Jack wasn't afraid at all, only asking for his name. The instructor became even more indignant, because the student had threatened the teacher. However, the news had already reached the teachers that the principal himself favored Jack. Moreover, the hero accused the teacher of protecting outright criminals. All that Jack heard in response was a cheerful laugh. The hero stopped and looked questioningly at the teacher. Suddenly, Jack suggested that he could even be Leonhardt's accomplice. Jack's words finally enraged the teacher and he drew his sword. While he was rushing towards the hero, Jack himself asked the Death Knight not to interfere. At the very last moment, the hero ducked, preventing himself from being wounded by the sword. Having completed a somersault, Jack, using his momentum, launched his fist forward. The jab landed painfully in the center of the teacher's chest. He lost his balance and hesitated for another second. At the moment of this delay, the hero reached for the hilt of the teacher's sword. Just one skillful movement, and the sword was knocked out of his hands. While the weapon was spinning in the air, Jack delivered another series of painful blows to the teacher. Having finished, he took a couple of steps back, seeing an exhausted man in front of him. The hero knew perfectly well that the teacher was on the edge. He felt so bad that he allowed Jack to go behind him. Jack then jumped up, kicking the teacher. The final crushing attack knocked the teacher off his feet. Losing teeth and spitting blood, he now fell helplessly to the floor. The fight, which was quite heated, thanks to Jack himself, finally ended. The other teachers recoiled in fear from the hero who possessed monstrous strength. Jack, however, was unshakable, as if everything that had happened was just a game for him. Moreover, now being absolutely sure that the attacking teacher was Leonhardt's accomplice. At Jack's rude request, the other teachers immediately called out the name of the beaten man. Having learned that his name was Jardel, Jack remembered this name in the column of bribe takers. Afterwards, the hero called the Death Knight to him. The Death Knight approached and handed him a bloody dagger. Jack was once again preparing to administer justice in his own way. He warned all other teachers about the need to live by the rules. After which, he deftly changed the position of the dagger in his palm, lowering it with the tip down. Slowly, Jack's menacing shadow loomed over Jardel. Finally, he leaned over, urging everyone to admire what was to come. Later, Jack went on a rampage towards his teacher. He staged a real bloody dance, cutting off Jardel's limbs along the way. All the teachers who witnessed this horror froze. At the same time, Jack moved on to the most important thing. He raised the dagger again and plunged it into Jardel's chest. This blow and the subsequent magical surge caused terrible agony in the teacher. Jack didn't just wound him, but destroyed all the magic circles in one fell swoop. Finally finished, he threw the dagger into the hands of the Death Knight. Afterwards, Jack began to philosophize about what he had done. He even voiced thoughts that probably greatly disturbed the witnesses of the incident. Suddenly, he began to compare his actions and the actions of his teachers. He knew perfectly well that the abomination committed by the teachers was much more terrible. In this regard, he stated that no one present had the right to condemn Jack. His words, and even his confident movements in the middle of the room, extremely frightened the other teachers. He even voiced the hopes of the teachers, who hoped that their patrons would, if not protect, then at least avenge their perpetrators. Jack openly scoffed at such dreams. He announced to everyone that they had witnessed a special type of battle forgotten by civilization. Jack insisted that such art was simply impossible to resist, because there was simply no knowledge left about its weaknesses. Listening to all this, the teachers remained silent, afraid to make any sound, just so as not to anger Jack. On the other hand, the hero could only guess whether there were innocent people among the teachers. And he couldn't kill everyone, because in that case, there would simply be no one to teach the children. So, Jack decided to settle on a half solution, where he would punish only the culprits and interrogate everyone else. Then he began to lecture the teachers so that they would behave with dignity and not disgrace the academy. And yet he promised that for any offense, the punishment could only be death. Death itself became the key word and reason for Jack to resolve the situation, threatening anyone who disobeyed. Having finished speaking, he stepped on the head of the defeated teacher with all his might. Jack allowed anyone who did not agree with the established rules to attack him and try their luck. Suddenly, the hero's menacing manner of speech was interrupted. He wanted to crush the teacher's head for the sake of effect in front of everyone. But she criminally withstood the onslaught. But Jack was quite persistent, so raising his leg again, he imbued the limb with magical lethality. Then, with all his might, Jack stamped his foot on the teacher's head. Immediately, the echoes of a disgusting crackling and chomping sound spread throughout the room. Blood flew in all directions, and even splashed a little on the hero himself. Afterwards, Jack began to describe the conditions for saving the teachers, who were obliged to turn themselves in. For everyone else, he pointed to the remains of one teacher's head and a stump in the form of Leonhardt. As he was leaving, he also asked the teachers not to waste time making their choice and to clean up. Jack acted radically, even though about half the teachers at the academy were not involved. Because of this, Jack literally had to separate the rotten people from the clean ones. But to find out the truth, Jack will have to look inside the souls of each of them. But before taking a global approach to the issue, Jack had to study everything thoroughly and make a plan. After all, the teachers he revealed were, in essence, small fry, controlled by certain other people. Ultimately, deciding to start your crusade small, moving from the bottom up, the first place Jack visited to achieve his goal was the fencing department. Accompanied by the Death Knight, he calmly headed there. Overall, Jack didn't see much of a difference between mages and swordsmen. After all, they had common weaknesses, which you just had to know, and then you could defeat absolutely anyone. Moreover, in his past life, Jack was a real butcher and a terror to magicians. Yet for all his power and bloodthirstiness, Jack had a weakness, which was a group attack. Only a huge number of well-trained warriors could cause him discomfort. After some time, Jack was pushing the heavy doors that led to the fencing department. Initially, the hero planned to deal with the local dean, but he was lucky due to a banal absence. Without thinking twice, and without really looking, Jack's new target became the deputy dean. It was the honorary Count Tessitor, who was expelled from the royal guard because of inappropriate connections. He not only flirted with the countess, but also managed to abuse all of her maids, and at the same time killed their disgruntled relatives. In some ways, Jack even admired the number of Tessitor's victims, which had exceeded 150. As it turned out, Thanos was in the classroom where Tessitor was currently teaching. For now, having calmly taken his seat in the auditorium, Jack did not at all understand how Tessitor had managed to get into the academy. The hero was once again convinced that it was practically impossible to find innocent people in the academy. After watching the lesson for a while, Jack suddenly became inspired and even looked pleased. Standing up, he carefully placed the teacher on the desk. Jack's joy was that, as he looked around the audience, he spotted a familiar face, which was Palon himself. Suddenly, Tessitor himself noticed the strange behavior of one of those present. Without wasting time, in front of everyone, Jack accused the teacher of crimes. To make sure Tessitor got the message much faster, Jack also mentioned Leonhardt's confession. After which, slowly bending his fingers, the hero began to list Tessitor's sins. As expected, Tessitor got furious, pretending not to understand what the boy was talking about. Jack burst out laughing. He loved how the victim always tried to shirk responsibility and started playing to the crowd. But for Tessitor's efforts, the hero was not averse to slightly reducing the severity of the punishment, and even leaving the teacher with one arm. Tessitor shouted back, urging Jack to come to his senses and take his words back, which gave the hero a noticeable headache. Tessitor's screams continued, so Jack asked the Death Knight to calm him down. The Death Knight obeyed, immediately moving towards the teacher. Jack also started to descend down the auditorium, but his path was blocked by Thanos, who had a couple of questions for the boss. Jack briefly explained that he had become a very important person among the students of the academy, and was now engaged in investigations. What Jack told him sounded new to Thanos. Patting him on the shoulder, the hero suggested that Thanos not bother his head with nonsense. Moreover, he offered to enjoy the carnage, where Tesodor was actively losing blood in front of everyone's eyes. Jack asked Thanos not to worry, because for some time now the academy would be noisy like this. Thanos nodded approvingly, having no questions or objections. At some point, Jack clapped his hands loudly. He deliberately attracted the attention of everyone present for the sake of a special announcement. Jack specified that there would be not only an oral announcement, but also a written one. And so Jack began, describing in vivid detail the punishment for students who associate with criminal teachers. Even if the consequences were slightly less severe, Jack was meting out punishment for bullying. Jack was adamant in his words, not intending to listen to any explanations or pleas for forgiveness. Moreover, what he had just said immediately came into effect. Jack had hardly finished speaking when someone was found who was dissatisfied with what he had heard. Besides, Jack was called upon to watch his language as the insignificant son of the Marquis. The topic of elevation due to titles clearly irritated Jack. He jumped closer to the speaker, demanding that she state her name. It was Maurice from the county of the same name. Jack knew something about the county there, which was famous for its seafood. Later, Jack approached Maurice, wanting to make sure that she did not like the hero's speech. Standing tightly, the hero poked his finger into Maurice's chest area. In a very calm tone, he suggested that she leave the academy that very day. Jack really didn't like the fact that Maurice was taking advantage of her status, and saw it as a big problem. Then the hero abruptly turned his back to Maurice. The next moment Jack arched, delivering a stinging kick. With just one blow, the boastful Maurice was knocked off her feet. Then, at the moment of turning, Jack saw Palon behind him. Seeing the confusion on Palon's face, Jack thought that he and Maurice might be friends. Without waiting for any answer from him, Jack gave Palon several resounding slaps. In this way, Jack made it clear that he would not repeat himself twice, or wait. Palon nodded his head, his voice nervous as if to indicate that he understood. Afterwards, the action moved on to the badly beaten Tesodor. Just then the Death Knight finished beating him, leaving him in a state that was close to death. Suddenly stopping, Jack remembered and reported to Thanos that from now on, he worked on the commission with his boss. Jack hoped that Thanos would be able to solve the problems with the scum of his class on his own. Thus, through incredible violence, Jack tried to drown in blood all those things that were corroding the academy from within. Jack saw himself as a holy warrior who would maintain order. For all his actions, he saw a justification, where the compelling reason was always the misconduct of teachers. Jack later recalled that in his class, Thanos acted on his own. Thanos himself was sweating profusely due to the unexpected and high level of responsibility. He remained silent for a while, looking down. But then, as Jack expected, he dropped to one knee. Thanos swore that he would carry out Jack's orders exactly and would not let him down. A little later that same day, Jack managed to visit different places in the academy, where he killed at least 5 more teachers. In his typical manner, he physically abused them, and in the end, completely destroyed the magic circles. Each time after the massacre was over, Jack, taking the remains, headed to the same place. The door to the teacher's room swung open and a mutilated corpse fell in with a crash. It goes without saying that Jack tortured his victims to force them to confess to their crimes. With each such time, the hero learned more and more about how large the criminal network was in the academy. This news made Jack incredibly angry, but he was not alone in his anger towards criminals. After all, the stories of those confessing often concerned girls who were taken advantage of by teachers under threat. Because of this, Cell, who was present during the torture, sometimes could not control herself. As for documenting the confessions of criminals, Jack decided to leave this role to the Death Knight. When the document is ready, the hero will willingly hand it over to the director. Jack was genuinely proud of his recent successes in his new position. Moreover, already predicting the imminent end of his service, because matters will be resolved. On the other hand, Jack was at a loss regarding the fate of some characters. After all, among them there were those who were not criminals, but whose inaction only harmed the academy. After some thought, Jack decided to leave this question for later. Moreover, the hero saw some benefit from such individuals. Sighing, he allowed them to live in peace for the time being. The road in his thoughts led Jack to the market, where he decided to buy some goods so as not to return home empty-handed. But that was Jack's own vision and thoughts, because from the outside observer's perspective, chaos reigned in the academy. It didn't take long for Jack's bloody madness to become known first throughout the city, and then throughout the empire. The the maniac student managed to attract the attention of even the monarch himself. Opinions about Jack among the aristocracy were divided. For some, he was a nuisance, while for others, he was a necessary evil. They couldn't even punish Jack in any way, because he provided confessions from the executed teachers. The aristocrats simply could not protect those who admitted to corruption. And yet, there was a certain conspiracy seen in Jack's actions. It was believed that he could raise an army from the commoners of the academy. In connection with this, the Ballantyre family began to receive a massive number of letters with questions and threats. Day by day, the pressure on Jack's relatives grew. They also didn't forget about the director of the academy, who was called upon to rein in the student. But all this happened secretly, remaining completely unnoticed by others. Eventually, even teachers began to express indignation at Jack's actions. They openly criticized the director and his decisions. No one wanted to become the next victim of a maniac, especially a minor. In response, the director creaked his chair and sighed heavily. To his own discomfort, he admitted that according to the laws of the academy, the commission headed by Jack had such a right. The teachers didn't know how exactly to counter what they had heard, especially since a strange man in a cloak followed Jack everywhere. Nobody knew this man, but the power he possessed was truly frightening. The worried teachers demanded an investigation, to which the principal could only sigh in disappointment. Additionally, the teachers found out that Jack somehow had as many as 5 circles of magic. They considered something like this to be completely impossible. But then the director stood up for Jack, because he was a gifted child. Moreover, the director, and even some of the teachers, saw him in battle. In any case, the principal wanted to know if the teachers really wanted to take on the investigation against Jack. But instead of a convincing answer, the director only heard silence. The director nodded understandingly, since Jack had a reason to frighten everyone. For now, the director has sided with Jack, calling his activities forced. The teachers were worried and tried to object. The feeling of strangeness did not leave them, and the director, for that matter, did not either. After all, the news about the secret man in the cloak interested him. But for now, he demanded that teachers return to their classrooms and get to work. At the end of such a difficult conversation in his advanced age, the director fell asleep peacefully. But even through his sleep, his thoughts were focused on uncovering the mystery that revolved around Jack. Gradually, such an eventful day came to an end. Returning home with his purchases, Jack set a truly royal table. During the feast, Thanos reported to his boss that the mood and atmosphere in the academy were oppressive. Jack wasn't surprised by what he heard, because he had expected something like this. After all, the academy was visited by a series of horrific murders, and not at the hands of some maniac, but by the student himself. Suddenly, Jack started talking to Thanos about the lessons themselves. The hero called the fencing instructor a layman, and saw no benefit from his lessons. Moreover, he openly believed that Thanos was probably only interested in subjects related to the art of war. Thanos hesitantly agreed with the boss's words, and Jack was slightly worried about this. Moreover, Thanos had no idea which faculty he would like to study in next. For now, Thanos has decided to leave everything as is and continue his current practice. Jack smiled, starting to hint that Thanos could become an instructor at the academy in the future. What he heard excited Thanos, and he even stopped chewing his food. Jack didn't finish his words, just made a cute face. Only a minute later, as Thanos slammed his hands on the table, did it dawn on him what Jack's proposal was. Thanos did not resist the hero's proposal, however. He did not believe in such a possibility. After all, Thanos knew a thing or two about becoming an instructor, and he, unfortunately, was one of those who lacked sufficient circles of magic. Besides, Thanos couldn't be called a strong theorist, and to be honest, of all the combat techniques, Thanos only knew how to use a sword. Knowing about Thanos' problems and fears, Jack suggested a banal solution in the form of increasing his magic circles. Under the persuasion that something like this could help Charlotte in the future, Thanos agreed with his boss's plans. The hero was glad that Thanos had finally been persuaded. Gradually, he turned his gaze to Charlotte herself. She calmly and almost silently sipped blood from the hero's shoulder. The process dragged on for such a long time that Jack was no longer happy that he had fed the vampire himself. In response, Charlotte tried to say something, but due to the blood being drawn, she only made vague gurgling sounds. Jack asked her to express herself normally, and then, with a deep breath, Charlotte unstuck herself from the tube. But before the vampire had time to say anything, Jack spoke for her, offering to enter the inspection. Charlotte didn't give an answer right away, and then Jack changed his mind about his proposal. He allowed the blonde girl to continue her carefree life. Jack openly believed in front of everyone that the vampire could become the life of the party and make hundreds of friends. After listening to Jack, Charlotte collected her thoughts and took a deep breath. She became interested in the fate of those who openly treated Jack badly. Having asked, Charlotte began to look closely at Jack, waiting for his verdict. The hero threw up his hands, allowing the vampire to decide everything for herself, even to become a participant in protests against her boss. Charlotte laughed contentedly, but of course she didn't want anything like that. Among all those present at the table, Cell looked gloomy. Now she resembled Charlotte before the vampire tasted Jack's blood. Out of the corner of his eye, the hero saw that Valentine was trying to give him some signs. Jack was forced to think about how to cheer up Cell. In any case, this day has finally come to a logical conclusion. The very next morning, in a different place, some kind of magical ascension took place. Someone in the center of the circle surrounded by crystals was absorbing energy. A new strength overwhelmed this man, and he himself changed dramatically in appearance. When the transformation was complete, he laughed joyfully, never expecting that such a process could be completed. Having increased the number of magic circles, the personality went to the mirror to see how much time the entire process took. The closer a person got to the mirror, the slower he performed his actions. After all, in the reflection, a completely different, very young face was looking back at him. As it turned out, the process of absorbing magic significantly rejuvenated the director. He partly attributed this to the fact that he had been thinking about Jack a lot lately. He envied not only his strength, but especially his youth. Now hoping that, upon seeing the new director, Jack would want him as his mentor. Suddenly, the door to the director's chambers opened. One of the teachers burst in, not expecting to see the director in a new look. The teacher was agitated, barely moving his tongue as he tried to get something across. The director immediately assumed that it might be about Jack. Despite his excitement, the teacher nevertheless reported a certain incident. What he heard seriously angered the director, causing him to tremble nervously. Trying to control himself, he asked the frightened teacher again and again. All his questions concerned only establishing the location of the naughty boy. The teacher could only assume something like this, to which the director immediately went there. The teacher remained behind. He was in no hurry to follow the director. He smiled slyly as he was playing a double game. Moreover, knowing about the director's desire to take Jack as his student, which would only play into his hands. Gradually, the situation that had been played out was approaching a convenient development. The action moved to the courtyard of the academy. There, while interviewing teachers, Jack actively searched for a man named Randall. One of the teachers, fearing Jack's wrath, suggested that Randall might be in the office building. The hero slowly turned his head, staring at him intently. The teacher stepped back in fear and looked away. However, Jack knew that the man in front of him was pure. Jack shrugged and admitted that he should have continued his search. The nearby teachers fell silent, afraid to attract Jack's attention once again. Who knows what would have happened next if Jack hadn't been called out by a loud, indignant cry. The hero quickly turned towards the source of the sound. At first, Jack assessed the new face from the point of view of danger, recognizing that its strength was considerable. Afterwards, he noticed the stranger's appearance, and it seemed strangely familiar to Jack. The multiple scars on his face seemed especially familiar. Very quickly, Jack guessed that the Tower Master had been there. But the director did not calm down. He demanded an answer from Jack. The hero did not understand the complaints, since he was simply fulfilling his duties. Unwilling to tolerate arbitrary action any longer, the director wanted to see evidence of guilt. Jack smiled, making it clear that he only had suspicions. The hero recalled that, according to the school's regulations, even suspicion was sufficient for the student committee to initiate proceedings. After listening to Jack, the director suddenly demanded that he stop. The hero's expression changed. He even asked again about what he had heard, to which the director repeated his demand once again, which seriously angered Jack. The director seriously believed that Jack was literally breaking every possible rule of the academy. However, Jack respected the man before him, because being a different personality from the old man, even in his past life he actively defended the country. In this regard, Jack even called the master from the tower a hero from the shadows. And yet, Jack saw no reason to interrupt the procedure of arresting and escorting the criminal. In response to Jack's speech, the director smiled meaningfully. Still, Jack's arguments were weak for the director. Jack sighed, collected his thoughts, and grabbed the criminal teacher more tightly. He didn't like wasting time on something like that, but he still agreed to list the charges. In the end, Jack revealed that the teacher had lured the girls and then blackmailed them. He believed that what he said would be quite enough to convince the person in front of him. However, the man from the tower wanted to conduct his own investigation. He literally refused to allow Jack to undergo any torture or further detentions. From now on, the director took all of this responsibility upon himself. Then Jack looked closely at the man in front of him, thinking that he seemed to be worried about the hero. Sighing in frustration, Jack informed the Tower Master that he was creating enemies for himself with his actions. So, despite the persuasion, Jack stuck to his opinion. He called out to the Death Knight, ordering him to subdue the captured teacher. The Death Knight obeyed and immediately used restraining magic. The captured teacher covered himself with his hands. His whole body began to be convulsed by an invisibly compressive force. But suddenly, a magical beam struck the Death Knight. It came from the outside and was clearly done intentionally. Jack didn't like what happened, and he slowly turned around and asked about what had just happened. While angrily ordering Jack to stop, all these actions were taken by the tower's owner. After which he used a spell and released a dozen entangling chains towards the hero. Jack didn't have time to do anything before the chains began to wrap tightly around his arms and legs. The tower's master urged Jack not to resist, so that he would not worsen his already bad situation. Only now, when the hero's freedom was shackled, did he himself gradually begin to guess what kind of person he was facing. After all, the tower's owner was not a villain, but simply confused in his own dogmas. This whole situation with magic and containment didn't last long. Jack's patience ran out and he jerked his hands violently. The chain segments cracked in some places, but Jack, strangely enough, was unable to achieve freedom. Moreover, having increased the compression effect, the tower's owner strictly ordered Jack not to move. Jack froze, assessing the magical potential of the man from the tower, which was, in fact, truly impressive. No matter how hard the hero tried, the mana density was high, and there was no way to break it. And then, having accumulated his inner strength, Jack made a final attempt to break free. One more movement, and the sections of the chain that had been weakened the first time finally snapped, granting the hero freedom. The Tower Master froze, not saying a word, not understanding how something like this could have happened. Shock and awe came over all the others who witnessed the same thing. Jack descended smoothly to the ground, continuing the conversation from the moment he stopped, and concerning the violations. The master had no intention of answering him, and was preparing a new spell to use. The spell didn't have time to form in time, and Jack made his move by striking with his fist. The blow took place and the Tower Master lost his balance. Jack tried to grab him by the clothes, simultaneously asking about the notorious rules of the academy. The hero was pointing out that at the time of its founding, the outrage that is happening in the academy now did not exist. The Tower Master tried to counter by naming the man who was the first official director of the academy. But Jack rudely interrupted him, for he did not wish to hear anything about this person. Jack proudly reminded that the academy was founded by a warlock named Valentine. It was Valentine who played a key role in the funding and construction of the academy. Partly, Jack understood that the Tower Master might not have heard of such a thing, and this greatly irritated the hero, whom they tried to shame, without even knowing the true history of the academy. As the conversation progressed, Jack gradually approached the Tower Master, causing him to summon a fireball out of fear. The magic was released, but the fireball was easily deflected and dispersed by Jack. Not giving up, the Tower Master called upon summoning magic to help. Pieces of rock were torn out of the ground and quickly formed a wall. But even such emergency efforts were destroyed by Jack. The Tower Master also did not give up and in desperation called upon ice magic, a combination of ice and snowfall. Immediately a vortex formed around the characters, which was supposed to freeze Jack. The hero put out his hands in resistance, after which he clenched his fist tightly, and everyone heard a single clicking sound. At that very moment, the whirlwind summoned by the Tower Master died down, as if nothing had happened. The teacher standing behind the Tower Master covered his mouth. He was ready to scream at what had happened, because he was truly frightened by Jack's power. Having managed to overcome everything that the Tower Master threw at him, Jack slowly approached him. But Jack did not seek to harm the Tower Master, but merely demanded that he forget the old rules. Jack lamented that right now, the history of the entire world was taking a different path. After which, having wound it around his fingers, he firmly grabbed a lock of the Tower Master's hair. Suddenly, the hero became ruder than before. He began asking the Tower Master questions about life. Jack admitted that everyone was the master of their own destiny, whatever it might be. But the hero saw the whole world as a much more important situation that affected everyone without exception. Once again, Jack began to explain that the corrupt teacher's actions were upsetting the balance. The hero considered it unacceptable for some to become things in the hands of others. And it was precisely this kind of future, where inequality reigned, that Jack wanted to avoid. At some point, the hero's voice faded, and he looked around, because he felt something. Below, the Valentine doll grabbed Jack's leg. The mentor made it clear that Jack was going too far with his impulses. The hero froze. He looked at his actions from the outside, and at the Tower Master himself, who clearly had never been a villain. And then, seeing clearly, Jack's grip weakened, and his fingers opened. Having released the Tower Master, he asked him not to pretend that anyone was concerned about Jack's fate. At the same time, he strictly forbade me from ever being seen again. The Tower Master remained silent, but the teacher behind him could not bear it and cried out in fear. Following this, he immediately started running away wherever his eyes looked. Jack sighed wearily and turned to the Death Knight. The hero ordered the Death Knight to deal with the captured teacher and brutally immobilize him. From the ground in confusion, the Tower Master silently watched all this. The teacher realized that they were talking about him, and frightened, he began to back away, intending to run away. But he didn't have time to do anything at all because he was intercepted by the Death Knight. Later, Jack headed further along the courtyards and buildings of the academy. Everyone made way for him, afraid and whispering among themselves about the horrors they had heard about Jack. The hero liked this attitude, because it meant that until the end of his training, no one would dare to approach him. Jack's thoughts were suddenly interrupted when the doll's hand touched his cheek. Coming to his senses, Jack admitted that he simply did not want to change anyone's fate by his appearance in life. Moreover, the hero's current circle of people was quite sufficient for communication. Subsequently, the action moved forward almost a week. In the dungeon of the Student Investigation Department, the hero continued to do his favorite things. Now he was torturing someone again, while simultaneously praising the victim's attempts to escape. The crippled victim trembled, not daring to say anything in response. Then Jack spoke up, recalling exactly how his victim had tried to escape. But those who fled had no idea how great a threat was following in their footsteps. At a certain moment, practically appearing out of nowhere, the Death Knight killed a squad of horsemen. The Death Knight's fighting technique, and even the movements themselves, were pure perfection. Among all the others, he left alive only the one whom the master ordered to be caught. Quite cleverly, the Death Knight knocked the victim off his horse without causing him any harm. The fugitive was captured without any chance to escape. Those whom Jack was actively hunting had no idea that the boy had many aces up his sleeve. Among the many Death Knights, there is only one, and it was created specifically by Jack to track down. In any case, Jack saw only death as retribution for what the victim had done. But of course, the hero gave the victim a chance to speak out, and perhaps even justify himself somehow. Naturally, pleas for mercy and forgiveness immediately poured in towards Jack. But the hero, unlike many others, knew exactly what the captured man was doing. He actively distributed drugs, getting not only local residents but even students hooked on them. One of these victims even collected and provided evidence of the teacher's guilt. Jack merely supplemented this information with his own data and authority, to which the director could not help but react. Thus, Jack was again given permission to act as he saw fit. He watched silently as the victim tried to clear his name, citing the fact that such things had always happened at the academy. Moreover, the teacher called his actions an honorable tradition, then began to grin madly. But no matter how hard I tried to soften Jack's heart, nothing came of it. At some point, his continued attempts backfired, and the hero began to grind his teeth. After which, Jack grabbed the victim by the hair. Jack knew that the vile teacher only wanted power through blackmail, because for a dose of drugs, he could achieve a lot. And in general, the hero assumed that the now tied-up instructor Randall was completely inadequate. And then, with a quick action, Jack bent his victim over, forcing him face down onto the floor. There was a thud and a crunch of bones, after which Randall lay there without much movement. Jack said out loud that he had not forgotten about Randall, who had tried in vain to turn the Tower Master against the hero. Jack understood that greed ruled the academy, which is why many teachers got their positions through bribes. So he was not surprised that the vile individuals who filled the academy carried out their dark deeds within its walls. Along the way, Jack once again launched into a discussion about the inequality between nobles and commoners. But the hero considered this to be complete nonsense, seeing how well the commoner students had performed at the academy. Because of this, corrupt teachers did everything they could to ensure that common students fell behind in their studies. And a similar situation, as inside the academy, could be seen in every corner of the empire. Jack understood perfectly well that if this continued, there would simply be no future for the common people. However, in his thoughts and revelations, the hero was far from alone. Returning to current events, Jack hoped that his victim had cried enough. So, approaching the table with tools, the hero took a special hammer into his hands. Jack adjusted the handle of the hammer to a comfortable position and swung. The deed was done, and another scoundrel acquired his final path inside the bag. Jack saw this as the simplest solution. Of course, in order to prolong the process, he subjected his victims to the most incredible executions and tortures beforehand. At times, he resorted to destroying mana circles, which caused incredible torment to those developed with this ability. Having reached a certain part of the academy, Jack gave orders to dispose of the remains. The Death Knight nodded and quickly ran towards the place where most of the bodies were left. Overall, Jack didn't care a fig about the fate of the villains he killed. For him, all these people were just trash, for whom no one would ever grieve. Day after day, murder after murder, Jack's sinister reputation grew. But Jack's mission wasn't over yet, as there were still some bad apples among the remaining teachers. The rest were good people who, to the best of their ability, tried in vain to prevent the crimes of the villains. But they only laughed at him and threatened him with reprisals, which completely reduced any confrontation. So, thinking about all this, Jack found complete moral and legal justification for his actions. At the same time, Valentine never ceased to regret that everything turned out this way. In fact, her brainchild, which was the academy, rotted due to evil actions, so even she didn't really condemn Jack's actions. In any case, the number of crimes within the academy's walls will clearly decrease. In the future, new instructors will undergo a rigorous selection process and background checks before being given their positions. But so that everyone else would not forget what had happened at the academy before, Jack even built a stand where he actively pasted confessions from criminal teachers. In an attempt to enhance the impact of his actions, Jack deliberately embellished these confessions. Thus, those punished not only extorted money, but almost robbed the royal treasury itself. A little later, Jack learned that the students' non-involvement in the teachers' crimes was an oversight. Jack could no longer reach most of them. Such individuals graduated from the academy long ago, becoming knights and magicians at court. Moreover, Jack was afraid of making a mistake, because a mistake could ruin the life of someone who would turn out to be innocent. In any case, today's events have come to an end, and evening has arrived. Once at home, the hero discovered that about 20 letters had arrived in his mailbox. They were all anonymous, and Jack was afraid of being foolishly poisoned. So the hero called upon the Death Knight to test the letters by touch. He willingly fulfilled the master's will. Feeling each letter separately, he reported that they were safe. In that case, Jack walked up to the table, grabbed and opened the first letter that caught his eye. On a huge sheet of paper there was an inscription of gratitude. At first Jack was stunned, not understanding anything at all. But later she laughed and pressed her forehead to the sheet of paper. Later, without further comment or thought, Jack threw the letters he had already read into the fireplace. He sat silently opposite, admiring the glow of the fire. And yet he considered himself unworthy of any praise. Gratitude for taking revenge on someone, Jack saw as letters from a distant and dark past. He didn't want to have anything to do with them, or with the people who sent them. Ultimately, remembering his past life, Jack was saddened that someone had to endure such hardships. Having grieved enough, Jack moved on to drawing up the next plan of action, since he hadn't killed all the scoundrels. His bloody actions had an effect, and many simply stopped doing what they had done before. Moreover, the hero expected at least some action from his patrons, since he had killed quite a few of someone's agents. To his chagrin, no one tried to track him down or do anything to harm Jack. Nowadays, the situation within the academy has once again become measured and even boring. As a result, Jack began to consider the absence of any attempt on his life an insult. He could only assume that at the moment, the aristocrats were in no hurry to act, monitoring public opinion. In his mind, the hero imagined situations in which those killed would be avenged by their loved ones. All these thoughts were interrupted, because Jack felt Valentine's gaze on him. They both looked at each other for a long time without saying a word. In the end, Jack spoke first, asking the mentor not to worry. The hero specified that nothing could have threatened him, and moreover, he himself did not particularly sympathize with those killed. Valentine didn't answer and just closed her eyes. Jack himself saw himself as a special person, completely tainted by various unforgivable actions. But Jack saw one extraordinary loophole in the public opinion system. By destroying not just a few, but tens and hundreds, he could be known not as a murderer, but as a real hero. Now, Jack stood at a crossroads, between becoming the ideal of vengeance and sliding into the state of madness of his past life. Valentine finally spoke, but she didn't judge or advise Jack, just allowing him to act at his own discretion. Jack laughed and shared his dream of creating something bigger. Knowing Jack's power-hungry nature, the mentor suggested that he might be thinking about creating his own nation. And she was amazed that if Jack set himself such a goal, he would definitely achieve it. But then Valentine remembered Jack's old words about the war, assuming that from now on he had no intention of stopping her. She feared that, in his bloody frenzy, Jack could destroy everything around him, including the earth itself. The hero interrupted his mentor's thoughts and hugged her, as if making it clear that this outcome was impossible. And yet, the topic of nation worried Valentine. No matter how far Jack had walked today, she asked him to answer this question. At some point, Jack did make it clear that he wouldn't do anything like that, at least for now. The story took a digression, recalling a bear, whom Jack sent on a special mission. Jack's plans included increasing his radius of influence. Thus, Jack planned to begin his own expansion. After all, there were many lands and feudal lords in the empire whose possessions Jack wanted to encroach upon. Such lands were often empty, and Jack even saw the possibility of building something on them. Such plans occupied a very important niche in Jack's thoughts. But the hero left all this for later, because now he had to delve into the affairs of those wilds where Abera had been sent. But as soon as he finished fantasizing about all this, Jack told his mentor that he was simply dreaming. Valentine was confused. She often believed Jack's words, even though she knew the hero was a skilled liar. Jack found this attitude somewhat offensive. He even tried to do the right thing and never lie to anyone, which for the first time irritated Valentine. With a certain amount of anxiety, Cell watched from the sidelines as the mentor and her student argued heatedly. All this went on for some time. As soon as Jack fell silent, Cell spoke up, finally realizing that the hero could easily manipulate others. And she had no idea when Jack was lying and when he was being honest. Jack didn't answer, although it was truly for the good of the people that he kept many in the dark. So, as far as the prophecy for Cell was concerned, the hero, of course, lied. But it was not a simple lie, but a forced one, a lie for the good. Moreover, from his own point of view, Jack always considered Cell smart. Now Jack had no choice but to sigh, not giving a clear answer. In order to dispel the current tension between the characters, Jack began to actively stroke Cell on the head. The process was long and rather displeasing to Cell, which is why she deliberately removed Jack's hand. This whole situation was a short break, and an opportunity for the characters to have a heart-to-heart talk. Later, Jack returned to work at the academy. Thanks to Jack's efforts, the discrimination that previously reigned within the walls of the academy has practically disappeared. From now on, teachers devoted time to everyone equally and regardless of status. Jack was glad that everything was developing this way, because true mentors never turned away from their students. Everything at the academy was going on as usual, until at some point, someone showed up there. This invasion was a complete surprise. Moreover, the stranger deliberately found and came to Jack himself. With all the seriousness and sternness of his voice, he greeted Jack. The hero tensed up, because he was meeting this person for the first time. It was Gray, the head of the military department, who did not like to condescend to talk with students. But Gray wasn't just a teacher, he was the country's commander-in-chief. Moreover, for special services, the monarch once personally granted Gray a title. But suddenly, for no apparent reason, Gray's legs gave way. He bowed down, asking for forgiveness for the intrusion, and at the same time asking for help. Jack laughed, not expecting politeness, but willing to listen. With his title, Gray stood out from the crowd of other aristocrats. He was very popular among the people, because unlike others, he did not chase after wealth. Gray devoted almost his entire life to service, not to the crown, but to the nation itself. And Jack really liked this trait. Unlike all his other relatives, Gray was a real black sheep. He was the first who, in his youth and not in his old age, decided to take up the task of improving the fate of the people. Thanks to the efforts of Abera's spy network, Jack knew that Gray was an honest man. Gray himself finally spoke up, touching on the hero's position at the academy. He called it important to always maintain discipline, even when it came to the commander himself. Jack listened to him, then reported that he felt a little awkward. The thing was that Jack knew about future events. About a year later, one rainy autumn day, stray dogs will stumble upon a human body. It will be none other than Gray himself who will mysteriously die. Keeping this knowledge in mind, Jack didn't know how to behave in a similar situation. Overall, Jack had only fragmentary memories of that distant past. Then, one day, as always, he visited the academy. By chance, he became a witness to the squabbles between the faculties. The hero even recalled that, as he was now, he was about 15 years old. The situation in the country itself was tense. Riots were taking place. Similar situations occurred within the academy. Sometimes the conflicts there had a bloody ending, and all this led to murders. There were an incredible number of casualties, and in attempts to find the culprit, responsibility for what happened was placed on Gray. Later, when Gray was disposed of, his position was immediately taken over by his closest friend. When these memories passed Jack, he stood up and decided to find out what exactly Gray wanted. Unexpectedly, the inspector offered Jack his help in the fight against injustice. What he heard came as a complete surprise to the hero. Jack thought about what he heard and wanted to know more. Then Gray revealed that he and the others had been preparing all this time. As it turned out, Gray and his team had obtained a lot of incriminating evidence against the criminal teachers. The commander was concerned not only about corruption, but also, in particular, about the seduction of students. Jack was once again surprised that Gray came to him and not the school principal. Jack was silent for a moment, considering Gray's words and generally thinking. In some ways, he was shocked that among the scoundrels and cowards there were still worthy people. Moreover, Jack understood more and more about Gray himself. Now he believed that Gray could have started a rebellion at the academy because he also wanted to change the system. But for all his pathos, Gray did not take into account the problem that, in essence, he did not have the strength. Having driven these thoughts from his head, Jack grinned. He was ready to continue the conversation, but complained that there were too many extra eyes and ears around. In this regard, he suggested continuing the conversation in a more secluded place. Following this, the action moved to Jack's estate. Already there, in the kitchen, he amazed the cook with his request. Absolutely calmly, setting him the task of preparing as many as 18 servings of dishes. The cook was at a loss, explaining clearly that there were simply no free hands for such a quantity of work. Suddenly, Gray responded he was going to help the cook, as he had experience in this matter. Moreover, other invited persons also rushed to Gray's aid. Jack was a little surprised that the guests would stoop to such lowly work. Moreover, in the kitchen, Gray immediately began to establish his army order. Under his command, all the guests set to work, performing strictly their functions. Still, Jack didn't want to wait for the cooking process to finish, so he asked Gray for his attention. The commander agreed and both characters moved to the garden. There, Jack once again became convinced that Gray really did want to help. Hearing this, Jack openly expressed his suspicions about Gray's honesty. Gray nodded understandingly, because if he were in Jack's place, he would have behaved exactly the same way. After a short pause, Jack suddenly looked at Gray in a special way. The commander didn't particularly like this look, and he decided to inquire about its meaning. Then Jack remembered an event that happened a couple of years ago. Then, for some unknown reason, a commoner soldier attacked the aristocrat. The aristocrat was eventually rescued, but the soldier was brutally killed. Gray, who already had a high position at that time, jumped up after hearing this news. A strange rage awakened in him. He spent a lot of money and did a lot of favors, but he found where the aristocrat lived. After which he burst inside and hacked him to death without trial or investigation. This was justice from Gray's point of view. It was bloody, instantaneous, and inevitable. Later, probably due to conflicts with the nobility, Gray left to teach at the academy. By teaching military skills at the academy, Gray was essentially forced out of the political struggle. So the man standing before Jack now had no particular power among the upper echelons of power. Jack looked closely at Gray, noting that his eyes radiated purity of heart. But even with all the outward softness, the hero understood that inside Gray lurked the spirit of a true warrior. From now on, having a good feeling about Gray, Jack left, patting him on the shoulder with satisfaction. Not really understanding the situation, Gray watched Jack go. Suddenly he stopped, offering his newly made ally some lunch. Later, it was mealtime in the dining room. However, for some reason Jack did not radiate any joy. Jack chewed his food with displeasure, seeing that even his estate could barely withstand such an onslaught of guests. From time to time, Jack glanced at those present at the meal. Thanks to Abera's efforts, a substantial dossier was compiled on each of them. Besides Gray himself, there were various interesting personalities present. These were mostly Gray's army comrades and retired military personnel. Each of them was a narrow specialist in his field. The hero's study of those with his gaze ended with Lamarck, who was Gray's personal secretary. The overwhelming majority of them were not nobles, but during their service, they all managed to distinguish themselves with high professionalism. Moreover, the troops under their command often won hopeless battles. At some point, Jack tried to stop analyzing everyone around him and switch to food. He didn't like this trait in himself at all. At some point, he even decided to ask the guests about their opinions on the food. Everyone was silent, and Gray chewed what he had recently put in his mouth for a very long time. Jack took the silence as praise, because the taste of the food was certainly something he couldn't tear himself away from. Afterwards, Jack decided to announce to everyone that he had certain addictions related to information. Gray stopped chewing, because he did not understand what the hero was getting at. Then Jack laughed, trying to explain that what was said was not an illness. Jack elaborated on his unusual knowledge and desire to speak informally. Gray was not averse, and at that very second, the hospitable Jack put his feet up on the table. Jack sighed and brought up the old topic of how he could trust few people. His revelation astonished everyone present. Jack continued to develop the theme. He openly stated that Gray and his people had come because they were seeking protection. Jack understood perfectly well that a small group, among whom there were few aristocrats, could do little. Moreover, insurmountable obstacles kept appearing on their path. Jack saw himself as the very variable that was beneficial to the rebels. The hero literally enjoyed imagining how flatteringly and breathlessly they could speak about it. But all these assumptions only worked if Jack was right. Moreover, if it were true, Jack considered it advantageous to win Gray and his people over to his side. In any case, Jack was getting to the main point, the clarifying questions. But above all, the hero made it clear that he hated traitors. Gray immediately spoke up, insisting that all his people had been carefully checked and selected. Jack nodded, but objected, because it was impossible to look into a person's soul and find out his true motives. Following this, Jack began to focus his analysis on Gray himself. The hero knew that Gray was lying about his magical circles and was much stronger than he claimed. This information slightly confused those who trusted Gray implicitly. However, Jack did not see any harm in this lie and turned a blind eye. Then the hero continued the previous theme, returning to the defense. He voiced that he was not averse to protecting Gray and his people, but in return, he asked for proof of loyalty. After Jack said this, suddenly a dark curtain began to descend from the ceiling of the room. Those present were seriously scared. Jack explained that he had used long-forgotten and extremely deadly dark magic. The hero was somewhat offended that the guests did not appreciate such magic, considering its creator to be a real devil. One after another, dissatisfied voices rose up, demanding that Gray immediately break off negotiations and leave. But Gray was of a different mind, calling on the dissatisfied to shut up and return to the table. With this little trick, Jack figured out for herself what the hierarchy looked like in Gray's group. Moreover, unnoticed by others, the hero used special magic that prompted him to answer questions. This is what Jack was gradually coming to. Moreover, allowing those who did not want to talk to simply leave. Minutes of reflection passed, and yet no one present dared to disobey Gray. Jack took this as a good sign and respectfully left Valentine in the chair. Getting up from the table, she began to walk past those present. While standing in front of Gray, he suddenly touched him. A special binding magic erupted from Jack's fingers. Literally, the hero was rummaging through Gray's thoughts and deepest memories. Under its influence, Gray's gaze gradually became more sluggish. Moreover, this enchanting magic spread to other participants of the feast. At some point, Gray completely lost control of himself, and even his cap flew off his head. Finally, he was completely at Jack's mercy. Under the veil of magical darkness, Jack could begin the interrogation. This magic was cunning, because it affected not only the target within a certain radius, but also everyone who was nearby. The person became mentally depressed and extremely vulnerable to any other magic. Jack delved into Gray's memories, uncovering images of battles and confrontations. But the hero was not interested in superficial mirages. He wanted to look much deeper. Diving into Gray's mind, Jack tried to find out if he had ever been involved in any atrocities. Jack made a similar request to everyone present, one after another. Suddenly, some of them began to admit that they were active spies. Jack paced back and forth, calling what was happening a good sign. Then he raised the issue and touched on hiring. Everyone was silent, and then Jack called on the one who was hiding the secret on this matter to raise his hand. On the other hand, the hero didn't really need all these entertainments. At such a young age, he had already managed to become famous and attract the attention of the powers that be. However, Jack did not consider himself to be the only culprit in the massacre that took place at the academy. The hero understood that the main instigators were the Sent Knights. But despite all this, the hero liked the rumors that were going around about it. Jack even assumed that he might soon catch the eye of an imperial recruiter. He, of course, would have started looking for opportunities to lure Jack into service. In any case, the unexpected appearance of the allies and the spies in their ranks did not paint the best picture of what was happening. Sighing, Jack was ready to ask the drugged ones a new question. But suddenly Valentine tapped him on the top of his head. Following this, the teacher pointed somewhere very persistently. Jack looked in that direction and froze. In fact, he was so carried away that he completely forgot about one person. This was the one who was always nearby and with whom the hero often communicated. Under the influence of the spell and provocative questions, the cook stood frozen in place, his hand raised. But Jack had no idea when exactly and to what question the chef's reaction followed. For the first time, the hero thought about the fact that he actually knew nothing about the cook. Approaching him, he ordered the enchanted one to lower his hand. Jack began to pace from side to side, looking at the cook with a searching gaze. Afterwards, Jack began to question the cook, but received no answer. Later, the hero asked a question that concerned himself, and only then did the chef react. It turned out that the cook was a spy and was collecting information about Jack. Of course, the chef told in detail everything he could gather about Jack. Despite his inconspicuousness, the cook managed to get to very hidden things. It contained information about murders and entire deals. In addition, the secrets of Jack's inner circle were also revealed. Moreover, the most mysterious thing that concerned Cell was learned by the cook. Hearing all this, the hero opened his mouth in incredible surprise. A moment later, surprise gave way to wild joy. After all, the director of the academy who sent the cook, in fact, knew everything. Jack even assumed that the cook learned many things from casual conversations of those closest to him. This in turn explained why the director was so calm about all of Jack's antics. Trying to find out something else, Jack continued asking questions. One of them touched on the committee, and the cook replied that the director knew about it. The positive statement made the hero sweat. Then there was another pause, filled with Jack's inner thoughts. At the end of it, the hero suddenly clapped his hands. Laughing, he found what he discovered simply incredible. Jack was pleasantly surprised by the cook's efficiency. After all, he not only collected information well, but also cooked well. Jack even regretted that he had never had a proper conversation with him before, and in general he realized how useful a spy cook could be. Such a person is mostly silent and only listens. Jack could even imagine the chef's surprise when the secret was revealed to him time and again. And yet, as befits a professional, the chef spy never showed it. In any case, from now on, Jack had something else to chat about with the director of the academy. Valentine did not expect such a decision. Believing that Jack might begin to take revenge, Jack smiled, making it clear that he had only done such things in the past. At this point, Jack left the cook alone. He returned to the guests who were sitting at the table, expecting that from them he will be able to achieve something no less amazing. But among all those present, the one who naturally aroused the greatest interest was Gray. Jack began asking new questions, and received answers that concerned some secret organization. Thus it became known that a certain secret group was researching the topic of immortality. Secretly from everyone, experiments were carried out with dragons. Wanting to know more, Jack delved deeper into the interrogation. And then, the hero was told the name of a certain Tesla, but this was not a random person, but a whole king. Surprisingly, Gray refused the offer to become a participant in the immortality program. And then Gray said that he saw no point in eternity. He believed it was important to accomplish great things during his lifetime, while it was still relevant. His confession touched the souls of Jack and Valentine, but Gray was in no hurry to finish his confession. He explained that he could not act otherwise, because he dedicated himself to serving the people. The commander would never go against those people who deserved more and better. Gray shared the knowledge that for his refusal, he was an enemy in the eyes of the aristocracy. Moreover, by agreeing, Gray would not only betray those who trusted him, he would betray himself. And such was the essence of Gray's moral dilemma. Jack summed it up, which meant that the entire country was mired in corruption. Gray also understood this, and he gathered the same enlightened people. And that's when the meaning of the academy was revealed to Gray. It was a production facility for creating specialists, but alas, it ended up in the wrong hands. Gray saw a big problem in the fact that the academy's talents were being bullied in every possible way. Jack listened to him attentively. Suddenly the hero spoke, trying to understand Gray's goal. Gray went quiet, his body leaning slightly toward Jack. After which, Gray angrily said that he would punish everyone who destroys talents. He was ready to do anything, even to attack the monarch himself. Jack sighed. This was all starting to take on the appearance of a special operation. Only Valentine looked pleased, considering the presence of allies a good sign. Jack even suggested that Gray could lead the rebellion. Gray immediately noted with approval. But even after leading the people, Gray did not plan, and did not want, to rule afterward. Jack was interested in such reasoning, because he himself was not far from it, and yet, Jack openly believed that Gray might try to stab the hero in the back. After all, when it came to national affairs, they were essentially both competitors. Gray did not respond to these arguments. Later, when the conversation turned to the aristocrats, Gray made it clear that he was ready to kill them without mercy. Jack's cheerful laughter was heard in response. The hero saw another option for development, which consisted of establishing an alliance with those who doubted. Still, there were those at the royal court who were dissatisfied with the current policy. In this regard, Jack decided to ask more questions about such individuals. Gray replied dryly that he could tell anything about anyone. Then, Jack returned to the memories of the past, when Gray was killed. He found it downright strange that anyone had the courage and strength to do something like that. Now, in response to Jack's questions, Gray expressed concern for the future of the nation for the first time. In some ways, he feared that the uprising could plunge the country into complete chaos. Jack was thinking much more strategically, and did not see any success in the rebellion. Thus, everything could take on the format of an uncontrollable flame. Gray himself partly guessed this. But at this point in time, order reigned in the country. The attention of ordinary and noble people was completely riveted on Jack. On the other hand, the fact that one army did not return from its mission could have served as fertile ground for the uprising. This means that if it all started now, Gray would still manage to kill someone. Moreover, such a thing would not harm the country very much. What Jack learned was enough, and he snapped his fingers. The previous dark magic weakened and dissolved. Everyone who was under its influence came to their senses, but they did not remember at all what happened while the magic was in effect. But for some of those present, Jack left the essence of the interrogation in their memory. A train of thoughts hit Gray's head. Massaging his temple, he glanced meaningfully at Jack. His gaze was fixed on the boy, but not a word came from his lips. Jack himself also maintained silence and utmost calm. At some point, without further ado, they came to a single and correct thought. Jack said out loud that he could trust Gray. And yet, the hero still had a couple of questions for the commander. Gray sighed wearily, but he didn't mind. He then went on to tell us about the number of people who were under his unquestioning command. Although the quality of Gray's troops left much to be desired, with only a couple of professionals, Jack was quite upset when he heard this and was not surprised that Gray lost. His words, and his attitude in general, outraged Gray's supporters. The hero did not understand aggression, hoping that Gray's people themselves understood the hopelessness of victory in the uprising. Jack sighed, starting to explain that the forces he had gathered were incredibly small. Moreover, he assured that the rebels would not be able to reach the highest officials of the country. However, the hero himself knew all this quite well. Moreover, Jack knew about one special trump card in the hands of Gray's opponents. He was the son of a duke. From old memory, Jack knew that the man was so strong and skilled that he could easily and single-handedly kill Gray's supporters. Moreover, the duke's son was actively improving himself. Jack saw only himself as the only one who could compete with him. After all, the hero was far from an ordinary person and could successfully resist magic. However, magic was far from the only obstacle to the success of Gray's people. The opponents clearly had far more professional fencers, which could have resulted in a shameful defeat in close combat. Meanwhile, Jack knew one person who could more than compensate for this inequality. Jack wasn't just hinting. He was literally naming the name and position of the commander whose army had recently been lost in the woods. If Gray's powers were not increased, Jack saw only one complete and utter defeat. His arguments finally managed to calm down those who had previously been outraged by Jack's words. Here, the hero offered one way out, but it consisted of knowledge, in particular of the people who were part of the committee. With this knowledge, Jack saw the benefit of winning people over to his side, but Gray rejected this idea very harshly. Then Jack began to wonder whether either Gray had failed or there were no suitable candidates. In any case, Jack interrupted his own thoughts. He said that he knew of a place where suitable people could be found. And Jack, of course, spoke about the Marquis and his lands. The hero called the aristocrat himself a weak fool who could be controlled. However, for some unknown reason, Gray himself rejected this idea. And then Gray started talking about a power-hungry person who was the Marquis's wife. She was known for her behind-the-scenes intrigues, as well as the fact that she often played a double game with different people. Jack thought about all this with displeasure, although he knew that he himself was the only target for the powers that be. So Jack continued to discuss the aristocrats, and the Marquis in particular. Gray suggested that Jack would start considering some other candidate, but the hero brushed this off. After all, Gray himself was much more interesting as a title holder. After which, the hero began to list Gray's useful qualities. Being the center of virtues, Jack wanted to offer Gray some kind of deal. Gray asked for details, and in response, Jack began to perform magic. She secretly touched the minds of the Death Knights, while the hero himself started talking about the list of committee members. Gray didn't really understand Jack's behavior, because he could easily have gotten something similar in his recent trance. Jack smiled and nodded, but noted that otherwise, Gray would have simply carried out the order. Then Jack chuckled, instantly driving the smile and other emotions from his face. He looked at Gray seriously, stating that he did not want to abuse his power and do everything voluntarily. Gray remained silent, and a couple of seconds later he wanted to ask one very important question. The question of which side Jack was on was far from new to the hero, just as he had done the first time, so now Jack declared his neutrality. Moreover, Jack considered his choice to be the most rational. Gray sighed and openly asked how many secrets Jack knew in general. Jack told what he had managed to find out on his own, or through a bearer. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a knock on the door of the hall where everyone was. The hero invited those who knocked to come inside. The doors swung open and two people walked inside. These were the Death Knights whom the hero intended to use for the final cleansing of the academy. Jack immediately made it clear that everyone would act exclusively according to his plan. As for the evidence Gray had previously collected, Jack considered it necessary to destroy it in order to save the lives of the victims. Gray didn't understand the point, because in such a scenario, it would be impossible to distinguish between criminals and victims. Jack laughed, because he had a slightly different vision. Significantly, he suggested that Gray finally choose who he would like to be. It was an unpleasant choice for Gray, who had never seen himself as either a hero or a villain. Moreover, Jack demanded that he cast aside any doubts, since they could cloud his mind. Jack stated that Gray only began to act after he had completely become a villain. What he heard left Gray dumbfounded, and he demanded that Jack explain himself. Then, Jack pointed to the two Death Knights standing behind him. The hero described them as graceful assassins, capable of single-handedly neutralizing even a monarch. Moreover, it was explained that the Death Knights were created from black magic, and therefore, human weaknesses were inaccessible to them. In this regard, Jack handed over the Death Knights to Gray's command in order to complete the purge. Specifically meaning the purge using his Death Knights, Jack meant it as a deal. Smiling slyly, the hero promised that by the end, Gray would be able to understand everything himself. Following this, Jack turned to the Death Knights themselves. They bowed, making it clear that they would carry out their master's instructions impeccably. Finally, Jack got up from his seat and began to wander along the table again. Suddenly he clung to Gray, whispering in his ear interrelated speeches about freedom and power. Having finished chatting, Jack patted Gray on the shoulder and let him go. Gray immediately stood up from his seat, and all the other guests followed suit. As he left, Gray kept looking back, but his thoughts regarding Jack and everything he had heard remained a secret. As for Jack himself, he waited until the guests left the estate, after which he suddenly began to run, accelerating and accelerating. Finally, he kicked near the chef spy's head. The cook fell to the floor in horror and instantly began to sweat. For a moment, Jack looked at him silently, like a hungry beast. Afterwards, with a loud cry, he pointed at the chef spy. He was scared out of his wits. But Jack himself eventually asked about the dish for dinner. The cook was confused and muttered something under his breath for a while. Finally, after Jack repeated the question, the chef finally managed to squeeze out the name of the vegetable dish. Jack chuckled meaningfully, and his leg, pressed against the wall, slowly began to drag itself toward the cook's head. But in fact, right now, in his mind, Jack was drawing pictures of the dish he could taste. Having decided that he had to try something like this, the hero left, leaving the cook alone. The cook himself began to breathe heavily. He could not believe that Jack had spared him. But a moment later, the chef spy stopped Jack for some reason. The dissonance of what was happening forced the cook to reveal himself out loud as an informant. In some way, he felt ashamed that he was playing a double game. He didn't understand why Jack didn't try to hold him accountable for collecting and transmitting information to the director of the academy. Jack sighed and reached out to the cook. He adjusted his cap, giving advice on how best to spy. Jack was even a little offended that the cook did not try to poison him, but only watched. And yet, not only as a spy, but even as a cook, Jack saw this man as useful. Ultimately, he played his role well and masterfully masked his emotions. All this he heard excited the cook spy even more than before. Suddenly, Jack even offered him to work for him. After all, the hero valued the spy's qualities, and besides, he didn't have any power over Jack. Jack pressed the cook, emphasizing that the life of a spy was short and not the best. Moreover, openly calling him special. Moreover, Jack guaranteed that he would give the chef the opportunity to realize himself, even to open his own school. The spy was silent, but his gaze showed that he was deeply moved by Jack's offer and mercy. Afterwards, the hero left, asking the cook to fry some potatoes for dinner. But before Jack could take a single step, he felt himself being grabbed tightly by his clothes. It was the cook who, impressed, promised to definitely look into Jack's proposal. Moreover, the cook clearly remembered the hero's words, spoken to Gray a couple of minutes ago, regarding freedom. Jack was interested in this, but noted that the cook did not know the ending of the proverb. And then Jack finished the sentence, where true freedom was guaranteed only by the powers that be. Afterwards, Jack left the hall where everyone had gathered earlier, and the day continued. Over the next few days, Jack actively chased thoughts in his head that concerned Gray and the spy chef. Jack liked both of them, because each in his own way was a bearer of personal dignity. However, Gray's side had some shortcomings. This problem was not at all rooted in Gray's personality, or his attitude towards Jack himself. The hero saw the problem as the fact that Gray already had a certain amount of influence. Yes, it was big, but it worried Jack and prompted him to continue observing it. Jack's thoughts dragged on, and he felt the daytime sun gradually begin to burn him. But even this could not make Jack leave the street and move to a cooler place. Returning to his previous thoughts, Jack came to the conclusion that everything in this world was valuable and existed for a reason. Jack immediately noted that only a few people in the world could understand something like this. After all, in essence, most people have not thought about anything global or philosophical throughout their lives. In this crowd, Jack saw himself as a unique individual, to whom universal secrets had been revealed. He still wanted to spread his vision, his aspirations, and thus create a new nation. At some point, he felt Valentine begin to move. The mentor settled herself more comfortably, starting to glare at Jack. The hero laughed sheepishly, but nevertheless asked his mentor not to incinerate him with her gaze. Time passed, and the action moved to a completely different place. Gray was walking somewhere, leading his close associates and actively thinking about Jack. After all, it seemed to Gray that he and Jack had common goals, and those primarily concerned reforms at the academy. He liked Jack's sudden entrance into the story, and the interesting way he approached the issue. Moreover, the hero was the first to rebel, essentially a symbol. Gray remembered his recent conversation with Jack very well, and understood that the planned uprising could indeed fail. But even in such an outcome, Gray saw sense, since it would be possible to destroy a couple of aristocratic families. After what has been done, it is clear that all the rebels will be killed, but it is not only they who will suffer, but also their families, as well as friends and families of friends. Gray was ready to accept such a role and forever be known as a shameful traitor. However, Gray clearly saw Jack himself as the continuer of his ideas, the new ruler. From the outside, he saw the hero as a new symbol for a world mired in all sorts of filth. And only then, after the Great Purge, will the population of a great country finally be able to experience peace. More and more, Gray became convinced that he could sacrifice himself for Jack. In all seriousness, Gray considered the hero's last words regarding purges, contracts, and services. All this was a heavy burden, causing doubts inside Gray's soul. But when Jack's image appeared in his mind again, the stern Gray finally decided everything for himself. For his sake, he was ready to sacrifice a lot, even his own head. Then Gray launched into memories that concerned past years. There was once a time when, albeit from afar, Gray managed to see the monarch himself. It was an event of taking the vassal oath, where rulers from neighboring countries also came. But all of these were just ordinary people, endowed with titles and special powers. Without a doubt, none of them came close to Jack in terms of charisma and influence. It was Jack that he could call a true ruler, a man who was endowed with these qualities that were not transmitted by birth. At some point, Gray was distracted from his thoughts. Right now, a flock of birds was flying loudly across the sky. Looking at them, he concluded that, for all the beauty of the word, freedom was a vague matter. Especially without support, Gray would hardly have been able to achieve anything. After all, despite all his efforts, status, and other traits, he never managed to place truly outstanding soldiers. Often their fate took place outside the army, in positions of spies and observers. But sometimes they were even sacrificed, using them as cannon fodder. Gray's attitude towards the soldiers did not go unnoticed, and the nobility avoided him in every possible way. Once again in Jack, Gray saw a certain salvation, but not for himself. The hero froze in place. His thoughts were so deep that his companions even began to worry about him. Gray didn't react, contemplating the fate of those he was about to eliminate for the greater good. It was a difficult but necessary step, because the established persons, even if they often became Gray's face, were parasites. Suddenly Gray turned to those who accompanied him. Each of them, without really trying to hide it, looked confused. Unlike Gray, they all still haven't decided whether it was really worth following Jack's lead. Gray knew these people very well, and he also respected them because they had achieved everything themselves. So, just like in their glory days, Gray demanded total dedication. He called for people to be prepared to shed blood and thereby preserve their own freedom. At the same time, he urged not to do anything with an empty head. After all, poor planning, in Gray's opinion, always led to bitter defeat. The speech given by Gray inspired his men. Clenching their fists, the people of Gray felt like the wind of change that would surely set in motion the flywheel of a new history. They knew they were mortal and were ready to die, but they took this step in order to launch an entire era. And of course, none of them forgot that Jack had started all these events. Gray's speech was thunderous. He inspired his entourage as best he could, and they eventually began to chant his call to create a new future. Later, the action moved to the academy itself. As usual, without showing anything from behind its walls, life flowed measuredly inside. And just then, practically falling from the sky, Jack appeared. His landing was loud and in fact intentional. Next, he took out a pre-prepared microphone. When I turned on the unconfigured microphone, it emitted a nasty squeak. Everyone who heard this screamed from the pain in their ears and clutched their heads. Jack adjusted the artifact a little, finally making it stop making noise. He then spoke into the microphone, seeking the attention of the academy's inhabitants. Jack then started talking about the recent events at the academy, which clearly took everyone by surprise. The hero acknowledged all this, immediately recommending that all those others who were unhappy with the new arrangement leave the academy. Additionally, Jack canceled today's classes and sent students to their private rooms. But Jack asked the instructors to stay and gather in one place. These events were not spontaneous, and Jack planned them deliberately. The students did not take this news joyfully because today, as always, they planned to acquire new knowledge. Their emotions, albeit in a darker shade, were shared by the instructors. After all, none of the teachers knew what to expect, or what step Jack might now dare to take. Moreover, having finished his speech, the hero easily parted with a very rare artifact. He fell, starting to make a furious noise again, and Jack himself breathed in calmly, because he didn't like to make speeches. Suddenly, he heard Valentine's voice in his head. The mentor admitted that she had once also thought about what Jack had just pulled off. What was said amused Jack, and he burst out laughing. Following this announcement, changes began to occur at the academy. None of the teachers, at least, wanted to argue with Jack. They ended lessons abruptly, calling on students to return to their private rooms. The students were actively whispering about everything that was happening now. Their hesitation was interrupted by Charlotte, who called for everyone to return to the dorm. But before leaving the auditorium, the vampire lingered. Suddenly, she mysteriously said that everything would end. He immediately added that everything would end today. In fact, Jack himself was of the same opinion. In general, after everything that happened between Jack and Charlotte, the vampire trusted him unconditionally. She believed in the hero, always trying to help him unconditionally. Moreover, the vampire actually grew up thanks to Jack's blood. She developed not only physically but also morally and mentally. Besides, Charlotte liked that Jack stopped killing everyone and started enlisting support. In her thoughts, she wandered the corridors of the academy for so long that she was eventually asked to return to her private room. Similar processes of change happened to Thanos. Jack made him progress and made him a very confident person. Moreover, Thanos only began to enter the magic circle at Jack's instigation. However, he did not die, and his mind was always preserved. Soon, in the corridors of the academy, Thanos met Charlotte. As always, being caring, he volunteered to accompany the vampire. Charlotte responded to this proposal with sincere consent. History finally returned to Jack, who was planning his next moves. Thanks to his efforts, most of the academy was cleared of villains, but some faculties still had criminal teachers. Every now and then, Jack would come across the faces of new teachers who were afraid of the hero. Having heard of his reputation, Jack liked the feeling and hurried towards the large group gathered. He deliberately coughed to attract attention. None of those present suspected that right now, under their feet, there were Death Knights under the influence of black magic. Only out of the corner of his eye did Gray notice some movement on the ground. But his attention was interrupted when Jack gave the signal. Unexpectedly for Gray, the moment of truth arrived. His excitement was great. Gray began to shake, his fists clenched tightly. A couple of seconds later, he gave the order, and his confidants took out their previously hidden weapons. In the next moment, blades, brass knuckles, and weapon points rose above the heads of the criminal teachers. They were in complete horror. Backing away, they called out to Gray. But there was no answer, because screams were heard, and a bloody massacre began. Gray's supporters mercilessly hacked to pieces the criminal teachers. Blood was flying everywhere, and the victims had no chance of survival. And yet, there were far more criminal teachers than Gray's supporters. Some of them, pushing aside the others, managed to break through the barrier and began to run. Gray, who had not previously intended to watch the massacre, became a witness to this escape. He immediately ordered the Death Knights to stop the fugitives by any means possible. Those created from Jack's fighter magic reacted instantly. Individually, one by one, they caught up with the fugitives. Death cries began to be heard in Gray's direction again. Moreover, in the art of killing, the Death Knights had no equal. They killed their victims efficiently and in a split second. Some of the criminal teachers even tried to save themselves through magic. One of them, using flight magic, made a jump, rising to a fairly high distance. The Death Knight did not mindlessly pursue his victim, but merely grabbed his dagger and took aim. At the most opportune moment, a pinpoint throw was made. The fugitive was knocked down and also lost her head. All this bloody carnage did not last too long. Just 15 seconds and the issue with the criminal teachers was resolved. All this was not easy for Gray, and he, sighing, reminded Jack about the deal. He hoped that now that Gray had fulfilled his part of the bargain, Jack would keep his word. The hero was surprised that what happened managed to touch Gray's soul. Jack found it amusing that the experienced soldier was so receptive. And yet Jack demanded that Gray work for him too. After all, the committee members with whom we had to fight numbered not just a dozen, but many more people. Jack knew perfectly well that the so-called committee included people not only from the Empire, but even from neighboring countries. The overall number of committee members was a problem. But what was more dangerous was that there were many among them who were ready to fight to the end. Jack could only guess how long it would take to destroy the committee. Moreover, by attacking the committee in this way, the hero would have independently turned new enemies against himself. Jack could have hit the target, but he simply didn't have the opportunity to do so. With his plan, he saw the possibility of gathering all targets in one place. After all, in that case, the problem with the committee would have been resolved in a short time, and without unnecessary witnesses. This option suited Jack best, and he grinned contentedly. Moreover, thinking about Gray, Jack decided to protect him from future murders, so as not to lose an ally ahead of time. The hero didn't even need to reveal his plans, since Gray himself had once studied at the academy, which meant he understood everything perfectly. Finally, after all the events and reflections, Jack returned to the issue of the deal, and it was the list of names of those who were on the committee that the hero considered worthy payment for the deal. Gray silently agreed to Jack's terms and shook his head, but at the same time, he wanted to ask the hero for something else. Gathering his strength, he asked to be with Jack at the most important moment of all current and future events. Hearing this, the hero's eyes twitched, because he didn't really understand what Gray was getting at, and yet this requirement interested Jack. In response, Gray bowed and rose to one knee. In exchange for his condition, he took an oath of allegiance, where he would be ready to part with his life for disobedience. Besides, Gray promised to be useful, because his mind could still evaluate everything quite vividly. Jack was amazed by this honor. After all, this was the first time that a very worthy person had addressed Jack in this way. Moreover, Jack liked the fact that in all his speeches, Gray was always extremely sincere. For Jack's story as a whole, this was now one of the significant moments, when the legendary figure, the rebel and truth-teller Gray, bowed his head before the hero. Jack accepted his word and easily unclasped his fingers. The hero warned that the path Gray had chosen was thorny and would be covered in blood. First of all, Gray should have accepted these conditions, under which even innocent people could suffer. Gray listened attentively to Jack, but not a shred of doubt showed on his face. In the end, he completely agreed with everything Jack said. Jack himself was silent for a while, carefully studying Gray with his eyes. As a result, he accepted the oath of the military leader, hoping that he would not betray him in the future. From now on, the moment had come when Gray could be given an important mission. Jack judged Gray on his merits, especially in his military skills. At this point, the hero saw Gray as an excellent instructor, capable of raising an entire army. In connection with all this, Jack offered Gray to take the position of dean of one faculty. Gray thought about the offer, since the place was currently empty, and the previous dean had disappeared during an expedition. As a result, Gray did not have any contradictions. Yawning, Jack also recalled that this and many other vacancies had suddenly become vacant. Finally, with a certain amount of amusement in his voice, Jack appointed Gray as the new dean of the faculty. However, Gray had his doubts. He stated that everything should be done officially and according to the law. Moreover, in the hierarchy of the academy itself, the position offered by Jack was in itself quite high. However, the hero had a completely different opinion, declaring that Gray was thinking about the wrong thing. After which, Jack suddenly asked all of Gray's instructors to step aside. The next moment, Jack snapped his fingers and sparkling sparks poured out of his palm. The sparks turned into fire, and the fire itself, as if instinctively, jumped onto the remains of those killed by Gray's men. Such a demonstration frightened Gray's supporters, because Jack performed magic without using formulas or potions. Subsequently, the hero released most of the teachers who were not recognized as targets for reprisal. Following this, he pointed authoritatively at a couple of Gray's supporters. They froze in excitement, not even imagining what might await them. Smiling slyly, Jack demanded that Gray's chosen supporters follow him. Later, Gray was brought to a separate wing of the academy. He locked the door tightly behind him, ready to take action. Jack noted that the emotions of those he brought with him were very diverse. Following this, the hero turned to Gray, whom he now addressed as Dean. Jack asked Gray's opinion about the abilities of the assembled people. The hero had no doubts about the loyalty of Gray's men, but he had no experience in leading an army, so he relied on the commander in this matter. After thinking for a bit, Gray said that he had no doubts about the abilities of his people. Jack listened attentively, simultaneously observing the reactions on the faces of those gathered. Some of them even stated that they all took an oath to Gray. Then Jack called over the most talkative man in the crowd. The chosen ones began to get quite worried, and Gray himself noted that his face was also overly dissatisfied. Jack chuckled, thinking that Gray's chosen follower looked quite like a spy. Perhaps it was a certain joke, and in the end, Jack called everyone gathered soldiers. He reminded that they were all gathered to see the matter through to the end. At the same time, the hero understood their discontent and doubts, because from now on they obeyed Jack, who was known as a psychopathic killer. This really infuriated Jack, and he loudly called the assembled group idiots. Then he began to list one by one who owned which circles of magic. Some never participated in combat at all and had no specialization, which made Jack call them green chicks. Therefore, no matter how Gray treated them or called them, such a crowd could not be the elite. Moreover, as a role, Jack assigned them the path of cannon fodder. This kind of neglect genuinely infuriated Gray's supporters. At the end of his unflattering analysis, the hero called Gray. Jack wanted to know the true opinion about the capabilities of the collected ones, without outside help. Gray sighed, and then fell silent for a very long time. Jack demanded an answer, and then, honestly, Gray named only a couple of famous families that his people could actually handle. Jack agreed with this opinion and was dissatisfied with the quality of his troops. Gray remained silent, not commenting on Jack's final assessment. Jack himself now gave a couple of seconds to think, allowing all those who did not wish to continue on the chosen path to leave. Afterwards, slowly, he began his countdown. Jack spoke the numbers loudly so that everyone could hear the countdown and make a decision. He closed his eyes, occasionally hearing the sounds of walking and whispering in the room. When the countdown was complete, the hero slowly opened his eyes. Gray's people divided themselves, and among them there were even those who did not want to follow Jack's path. Jack nodded in understanding, then reached out to the side, activating a magical summoning. He took out a sword from the portal, thanking in advance everyone who made this or that decision. A tense silence hung in the room. Everyone was worried, not knowing what exactly the hero would try to do next. Jack was about to rush at the group of those who disagreed, but Gray blocked his path. Standing at the point of the sword, he asked Jack for a favor. He intrigued the hero, demanding that he leave the reprisals against those who disagreed to himself. Jack agreed, but gave Gray only a minute. Immediately, indignation began to flow towards Gray from those who disagreed. They did not want to work for the boy, and even more so, they doubted that their goals could coincide. In connection with this, the speaker flatly refused to follow Jack, finding his words to be false. Others who refused also supported the speaker's words. Standing behind and holding his sword at the ready, Jack watched carefully to see how events would unfold. At some point, the sound of metal clashing was heard, and Gray drew his sword. Standing opposite those who disagreed, he sincerely regretted that things had come to this. After which he swung his sword, but Jack did the same a couple of moments earlier. His magic touched Gray's renegade people much sooner than the blade did. There was a massive sound of cutting flesh and blood spurted in all directions. Gray stood frozen in shock, because what he himself should have done had already happened. Then Gray fell to his knees, and Jack spoke in a commanding voice behind him. Jack explained that he liked to see things through to completion personally. Moreover, the hero did not want to leave any loose ends that could eventually become enemies. In everything that happened, Jack blamed only Gray himself, whom he accused of being weak towards people. What happened was a heavy blow to Gray's self-esteem and reputation. Gray tried to change himself, to acquire a new but necessary status as a villain. However, Jack, who needed heroes and symbols, deprived him of such an opportunity. Jack was no stranger to hearing unflattering things said about himself, but he couldn't risk the lives of those who played such a vital role in his grand plan. He conveyed the same idea, albeit in a more modest but understandable form, to Gray. Having taken the death of some of his close associates hard, Gray remembered these words. But then Valentine got involved in what was happening, doubting the hero's methods. Jack convinced his mentor that some people were simply destined to die. Jack was drawing conclusions from the usual, but cannibalistic logic. He sacrificed those who were not close to him in order to save those who were valuable. Afterwards, Jack addressed the remaining Gray men, ordering them to forget their former vows. Jack knew very well how meager Gray's human resources were. Jack spoke openly about the inevitable defeat of the Gray Rebellion. If captured, the survivors would have revealed the essence of the plan, and then the enemies would have been able to reach Jack himself. And so, with today's execution, Jack simply got rid of everyone's weak links in the overall chain, additionally asking everyone to forget about glory and honor. The only thing Jack demanded from those who remained was to always remember the reasons for the fight. It was because of this that they all took the path of rebellion and joined Gray. With all the bitchiness in his voice, Jack hoped that his speech was heard and understood. In unison, the rest loudly confirmed this. For the first time, the hero was pleased. He was about to move on to other matters, when he suddenly noticed one of Gray's supporters. This was by no means an ordinary man, but a whole commander of intelligence officers. Jack even remembered the name of something that sounded like Galandier. Jack liked Galandier because he didn't see fear in his eyes, but rather a certain awe. In this regard, she appointed an unexpected favorite as dean of another faculty. Jack was about to leave to do his business, when suddenly his gaze caught the bodies of the dead. Something sank in the hero's soul. Unexpectedly even for himself, he was not averse to burying the dead with dignity. But before leaving the room, he called Gray to follow him. The action moved to another part of the academy. For a long time, both characters walked leisurely through the empty courtyards of the academy. Gray followed Jack silently, as befitted a subordinate. Jack himself kept glancing at the military leader. He liked Gray's humble position, and in principle, he was a good man. Jack promised himself that he would reward Gray properly when the fight with the committee was over. Later, he reached the destination of his journey, which was the director's office. There, Jack asked the old man an uncomfortable question concerning Dolan's children. The director thought about the question, and the hero himself reflected on the old man's reputation. The director was incredibly old, but he managed to witness the heyday of great families. The director knew almost all members of these families personally. But this was not an empty acquaintance. It was, thanks to the old man, that the members of these families were able to achieve greatness. And this fact aroused a certain sympathy in Jack towards the director. On the other hand, the director was a relic of the past, a bearer of old rules and principles, which could become a problem. Without wasting any time, Jack also asked the director for Gray. The director was outraged by the demand, but Jack did not stop there. After all, the hero also asked for Galandier, after which he stared expectantly at the old man. After a short wait, Jack sighed and called Gray. Suddenly, Jack began to hint at replacing the director himself if something were to happen to him. The hero's speeches seriously moved the old man. Gray, without hesitation, named the academy's rules, under which the director would be replaced by one of the faculty deans. Realizing what Jack was getting at, the director clenched his fists indignantly. Afterwards, Jack openly stated that he was ready to replace the old man with at least the same Gray. Gray confirmed Jack's ultimatum, further reminding that even a student council representative could replace the principal. The ultimatum had been voiced, and now Jack was just waiting for an answer. Gray began to sweat, because the situation was tense, and literally one coup could lead to another. The director was also filled with excitement and remained silent for a while. Only Jack did not feel any discomfort and looked at him slyly. At some point, unable to wait any longer, Jack sighed and asked a sharp question. He openly asked the director if he was on the committee. Silence still hung in the director's office, only occasionally broken by music from the gramophone. In fact, Jack already knew the answer, even though he had not received a list of committee members. Moreover, the hero knew which of the most powerful families belonged to one of the two factions, and the faction that offered immortality was the most numerous. In this regard, Jack hoped that the old man would not prevaricate and would tell everything as it really was. Moreover, from time to time, a bearer reported to Jack that more and more aristocrats were joining the immortality faction. It followed that practically all significant persons were on the committee. And in general, Jack sometimes did not understand the director's aspirations. He created a secret magical corps that pursued some rather vague goals of its own. The strength of this corps was great, defeating entire armies and turning cities into twisted magical traps. But as before, Jack didn't see a grain of sense in all this. From his past life, Jack remembered that one day the corps would betray its creator, and the old man would be killed. He will be pierced with a sword by the one whom the director of the academy helped the most. Following the death of the old man, everything else that he had protected for centuries will also fall. Having put off his previous questions, Jack decided to inquire about the director's magical corps itself. He even called the participants there magical corpses. In his sarcastic manner, the hero suggested that the old man created them for fun. The director did not answer, and then Jack thought about the old man's incredible loneliness. But even this mockery did not elicit any reaction. Then Jack stopped mocking and openly suggested that the director himself was an opponent of the committee. Jack didn't blame the director for betraying him, since that was how double agents usually behaved. The hero assumed that in this way the director wanted to save the kingdom, and also the academy. The old man was asked many questions, but received no answers. Over the years of his work, the director created a personal army, which he very carefully concealed from all eyes. Perhaps the old man was storing and preparing an army to meet the enemy who was so actively seeking immortality. Finally, after much deliberation, the director raised his head and actually began to move. At some point he even stood up abruptly. Jack watched closely, hoping that the old man wouldn't do anything. Looking at him, Jack suddenly remembered how many great people he had met in his past life. Among them were kings, military leaders, and even representatives of exotic races. He had the honor of speaking with the emperor himself and personally placing the crown on his head. Now, with his menacing and majestic appearance, the director of the academy surpassed all these individuals. Raising his voice, the director demanded that Jack finally explain himself. The old man had long wondered about the role and identity of the mysterious boy, and only now decided to find out everything himself. The director was at a dead end, because the more he tried to find out about Jack, the more confusing everything became. He knew that Jack had once been in prison. He knew that Jack had escaped and even killed most of the guards. He considered such a thing simply impossible, certainly not at the hands of a boy. In this regard, before continuing the dialogue, he insisted that Jack tell everything about himself. Moreover, the director named the time frame in which Jack showed up and began to act. And if an adult could really change, he didn't believe in Jack's incredibly rapid progression. The old man did not believe in miracles, and moreover, believed that the real Jack Valantier had been dead for a long time. The hero shrugged, suggesting that something like that could be true. At some point, the old man even suggested that Jack could be a dragon. Hearing this, the hero burst into hysterical laughter. Having laughed his fill and even shed a tear, Jack asked them to put aside their nonsense. When Jack recovered from his laughter, he decided to reveal his plans in all seriousness. So, the first thing the hero planned to do was to exterminate the entire Tolkien race. Jack was ready to spend any resources, but to pursue them day and night. At the same time, kill all those who could stand up for his victims. Jack emphasized that the path he chose would be bloody, utterly cruel, and absolutely merciless. But Jack wasn't telling all this for fun, but rather to suggest that the old man join forces. After which, raising his fingers, Jack would say the number 3 years. That was the time when the hero would finish the academy and finally graduate without it. Jack promised that it was after this period of time that he would begin to act. The director took these words with a certain amount of distrust, to which the hero replied that in exactly 3 years, the well-known Jack would start his own war. Jack explained that the confrontation would not result in the ruins of cities. After all, he planned to gather his enemies at one time and in one place, after which, with one blow, decapitate the enemies of the country. To add more impact to his words, Jack clapped his hands loudly. The director chuckled, not really understanding the point of killing aristocrats. Then Jack began to explain, primarily referring to the owner of the magic tower. Using his example, the hero demonstrated that he could defeat anyone. But, since the director did not grasp Jack's thoughts, the hero reduced everything to the fact that he simply did not like the committee members. What he heard again plunged the old man into thought and some misunderstanding. Deciding to supplement his words, Jack recalled the rumors that were circulating in the Empire. They concerned a terrible massacre and the remains of an ancient dragon. Jack insisted that the rumors were his doing. This immediately shocks the director even more, because the dragon whose remains were found is now alive. The director chuckled, even guessing how exactly Jack had carried out such a disinformation campaign. The old man had heard something about a bear who was now probably working for Jack, and Abera, in turn, presented the fictitious story in the best and most plausible version. Thus, Abera forced a special committee to act, investigate the rumor, and prove itself. Jack considered what he heard as good news, especially since he himself had something to tell. He started talking about Heynke's Beckerman, who had not appeared in public for a very long time. The director suspected that Heynke's predicament was clearly due to Jack's intervention. In connection with all this, the old man once again became convinced that the boy in front of him was by no means simple. In part, Jack confirmed the director's thoughts. After all, the hero couldn't stand those who had the blood of the Tolkiens in them. But Jack could not say anything more or in more detail, because then the director would have to become an accomplice. The director chuckled thoughtfully, reminding Jack that he had declared his neutral status, after which he hoped that the boy in front of him had no plans to create his own country. Jack was confused, because every time different people managed to find out about his great plans. And yet, he did not deny what he heard. After all, if events had turned out that way, all of Jack's opponents would have had to disappear. Moreover, Jack has not yet even decided on the structure of the future country. After listening to Jack, the director called his words great and criminal pride. He began to inquire about the fate of those who would oppose Jack against their will. The director considered the life of any creature to be of great value, which simply could not be neglected. The hero laughed, declaring that he had an idea about life. Afterwards, Jack began to list how many things and how many people he had managed to see. Jack saw no difference at all between people, kings, and mythical creatures. He concluded that all had the same outcome, especially if you pierce them with the tip of a spear. Afterwards, Jack suddenly declared that he had realized a lot after living for 30 years. He then began to discuss the laws of the world, the universe, and morality. Jack insisted that there is no good or evil, there is only the will and right of the strong. The director didn't particularly like the boy's cannibalistic thoughts. He began to condemn Jack for simply playing with other people's lives. The old man sighed, because at some point he had completely regained his sight. Finally, he saw Jack as a power-hungry man who simply wanted to control everyone. Moreover, the old man called the boy in front of him a future tyrant, who had all the qualities for this. Jack chuckled, but didn't argue with what he heard. Jack only asked not to consider himself evil, because his sword was aimed at everyone, from the bottom to the top of power. What was said enraged the director even more than before, and he jumped up from his seat. It was in Jack's worldview that the old man saw the main problem, where the whole world was forced to submit to the tyrant. The director was about to continue his speech, but was interrupted when Jack knocked over the table. The hero was angry that, even if it was because of his appearance, everyone perceived him as a naive child. Jack then began to furiously smash the principal's office. He claimed that if he appeared in his true form, everyone would be overcome by previously unseen horror. The director sat down and started talking about the problems of war in general. Sighing, Jack spread his hands, for he was clearly imagining mountains of corpses. The hero's incredible ambitions threatened the destruction of at least half the population of the entire continent. Jack guaranteed that the confrontation would not become a war for freedom, but rather a seizure of power. Subsequently, Jack began to question the director himself, accusing him of inconsistency. After all, Jack had been convinced 100 times that the old man knew about all the events taking place at the academy. Countless times, the director turned a blind eye to the plight of the students within the academy's walls. The old man saw everything, knew everything, but for some reason never intervened. Jack believed that the director simply did not perceive the events taking place as worthy of his attention. And I saw Jack himself as something like a dangerous, but controlled maniac. Jack, however, insisted on his vision of the world, where, in order to save millions, thousands had to be sacrificed. The hero asked the old man to think about what he had heard and adopt the tactics of forced losses. Jack tried to sting the director by openly asking whose life value was more valuable between a commoner and an aristocrat. Additionally, asking the director not to blame Jack too much, but to try to look at the situation from a different angle. The hero really hoped that, thanks to his life experience, the old man should understand all of this. Jack tried to put himself in the director's shoes, probably finding his own antics unacceptable. And yet Jack called his plans, his mission, something like God's providence, the indulgence of a warrior who would free people from the yoke of an overfed government. Jack basically didn't understand why nobles, kings, and all those in power in the world existed. Without waiting for an answer from the director, the hero loudly declared his greed and sense of control over others. The hero finished his very long speech, and an unpleasant silence fell again in the director's office. Everyone was silent, and Jack even thought that he had gone a bit overboard with his charisma. In part, he even felt ashamed that Valentine had to listen to such verbal hysteria. Overall, the hero didn't care at all about the director's decision. The only thing this could influence in the future was the number of deaths. After which Jack mentioned that the old man himself would have been among the victims there. Valentine was actively watching how Jack was behaving now. She admitted that the conversations she had once had with the butcher had nevertheless managed to bear fruit. The new Jack, although he retained his wild character, has almost completely lost the cannibalistic traits of the past. As for Valentine herself, she was a great person in life. The mentor ended many wars and reconciled many races, but was unable to solve the root of the problem. Fate itself intended that Valentine would destroy the dragons completely and break the vicious circle of hatred. But this venture failed, and after it, Valentine's entire great plan collapsed. Therefore, she tried to shield her student from her own mistakes. In any case, Jack did not insist on an immediate response from the director. He decided to change the subject, moving on to something more constructive. After all, before acting, Jack still needed to buy time. So, he proposed to create a union of neighboring kingdoms. His proposal genuinely shocked everyone who heard it. Even Valentine was amazed, and only now began to understand something. The director began to voice his thoughts on what he had heard, considering something like this to be entirely possible. After all, the empire of the continent, one way or another, threatened to absorb them. The old man did not continue the thought, suggesting that it was Jack who had recently stolen the country's treasury. Having a lot of gold in his hands, the hero could supply his army with everything it needed. Jack was flattered by the suggestion, but he never did anything like that. However, the hero admitted that he had done something. But Jack described his actions as nothing more than testing the enemy for lice. Of course, Jack planned to destroy all of his targets, but he wanted to play with some of them first. From now on, his plans included not just war, but the organization of a whole series of sabotage and internal struggle within the committee. And in this regard, Jack had high hopes that the director would definitely help. The old man was in no hurry to give his consent. The hero laughed, asking the director not to play the fool, since the implementation of the plan would play into everyone's hands. Leaving the director to his thoughts and taking Gray with him, Jack left. The old man could finally be alone with his thoughts. Today, he had the chance to learn too much. But events did not linger on the old man, and moved forward to the evening. Still wandering around the academy, Jack talked with Gray about the loyalty of different people. The hero was very interested in the commander's opinion regarding the director. Gray believed that the old man might be playing a double game, since he had sons who joined the committee. And therefore, for his part, Gray suggested that the hero enlist the director's support, rather than kill him. Jack chuckled thoughtfully, but came to the thought that the old man would definitely not abandon his children. Moreover, he clearly had influence over other prominent figures in the country. Thus, it turned out that the director had many of his own people in various branches of government, but he himself could become a threat at any moment. Gray, who was walking behind Jack, asked him to be more specific. After some thought, Jack voiced that he was not sure about the old man, as a person who himself would not want immortality. Gray did not comment on what he heard. Jack continued his thought, noting that everything in the world was malleable to desires, especially if they were secret ones. After listening to him, Gray said that he did not have an answer to this question. The hero expected something like this, and therefore gradually moved on to the captain of the guard, Douglas, who was connected with the old man. Jack was sure that the captain of the guard was not an ordinary person and had a certain value for the old man. At the same time, Jack did not describe Douglas as a double agent. After all, if that were the case, having sensed the danger emanating from the academy, he would have definitely changed his line of work. In the end, trying to describe the complexity of the situation, Jack declared that only one thing mattered, after which, he named the ducal family, with whom many had very close ties. All these intricacies, titles, and surnames did not fit into Gray's head. Jack did not blame Gray, because he, due to his intelligence and social status, was very far from politics. He knew that no matter how hard Gray tried to look behind the screen of the world, he would not be able to see anything in the darkness there. However, having gone through battles and entire journeys, Gray had certain useful knowledge. He was one of the few who had a good understanding of the boring world of the nobility. Returning to the topic of the director, Jack stated that he had already made his decision a long time ago. In this regard, the hero suggested simply waiting and seeing how it all ends. Still, Jack wouldn't be against it if the director managed to persuade his sons. After all, such individuals could become a useful asset in the development of the future new country. Jack had a good idea of the chaos that would unfold in the future, but he knew there was one thing that could prevent this chaos. And by this thing, the hero meant the list of committee members. Jack once again insisted that he needed this list so that everything would work out in the best possible way. Moreover, now he promised to spare some of those on the list if they were useful. As a selection criterion, he cited talents that could be useful in restoring order. Afterwards, Jack yawned, for all this long chatter had tired him out quite a bit. After all, he couldn't have imagined before that all these intrigues could be such a boring hassle. Besides, for Valentine's sake, Jack couldn't waste time. After all, the mentor in her doll form had no more than 13 years left to live. So, in addition, Jack had to find a way out of this situation as well. Suddenly, the story shifted to Cell. She went about her business leisurely. Suddenly, she stared at her reflection in the mirror and looked at herself for a long time. Jack kept thinking about the dragon, wondering how he could cheer up her sad soul. The story returned to Jack as Valentine tried to tell him something. Jack hugged her, because he valued his friendship with his mentor. Moreover, having certain seditious thoughts about Valentine. Of course, the hero would never tell her about his fantasies. So, for now, Jack has decided to focus on his own family's problems. Later, silently, the hero walked to his estate. The day was drawing to an end, and night was approaching. Somewhere within the walls of the estate, Jack heard Cell's voice behind him. She seriously wanted to know why Jack had brought her to this place. Jack turned to her, pretending that he really didn't expect to meet a dragon. Something in his behavior, his look, and even his smile frightened Cell. With a hint of flirtation in his voice, Jack repeated her question and stepped aside. Coming out to the balcony of the estate, he sat comfortably on the railing, listening to Cell's complaints that she should have been watched. Without any embarrassment, the hero confirmed the dragon's fears. For Cell, this sounded strange, but it didn't frighten her at all. After all, Cell already guessed that Jack had been tracking the dragon for a very, very long time. The hero again confirmed her conclusions, but still did not understand what Cell was getting at. Then, looking away and radiating fear, Cell suggested that she might have been abandoned. Jack couldn't understand anything, because before this conversation, things in the estate were going wonderfully. Then Cell said that she saw herself as superfluous and useless compared to the rest of Jack's close associates. There was no strength in her, no courage, no enthusiasm. Cell saw herself from the outside as a shadow that no one usually pays attention to. However, there was one detail that radically changed the dragon's behavior, and that was the blood-stained bodies. Cell admitted that at such moments, absolutely inexplicable changes occurred inside her. Cell then went on to openly express her fears of going crazy due to an inadequate reaction. Jack suspected that thoughts like these had been visiting Cell for a very, very long time. From about the period when Charlotte tasted the hero's blood and changed dramatically. Perhaps it was then that she considered herself an outcast in the group of people who were cultivating. From then on, Cell could often only be seen with a sullen expression on her face. Even when the big events were happening at the academy, Cell always kept a low profile. Somewhere from the side she watched, considering herself unworthy of taking part in anything like this. But few people know that, watching from the sidelines the murders and beatings, the dragon was not at all grieving. With undisguised joy and pleasure from what she saw, she laughed at the top of her lungs. Jack was a little worried that he had never known or even guessed about such a thing. There were always a lot of personalities swirling around the hero. But all this did not mean that Jack neglected Cell. Jack never said that Cell could be valuable, and this brought bitter tears to the young dragon. In response, Jack slowly walked towards her. Suddenly, he abruptly lifted Cell above himself. The dragon stopped whining, blushing with embarrassment. The next thing Jack did was throw her over his shoulders. Cell didn't say a word, so the hero thought that she must be dissatisfied with something again. Jack decided to flatter the dragon by saying that she had the spirit of a fighter. Afterwards, he began to compare Cell to Thanos. Unlike Cell, the hero called Thanos a spontaneous soldier who always took unjustified risks. It was precisely because of his inability to assess the situation that Thanos often lost in the past. Compared to Thanos and Charlotte, Jack called Cell special. Jack knew that more than anything else, Cell dreamed of revenge. But in order for revenge to be realized, it was necessary to cultivate a fighting spirit within oneself. Cell agreed with Jack, especially since he reminded her of those who needed revenge. After hearing all this, Cell became thoughtful. Suddenly, Jack suggested that she increase the number of those who needed to be avenged. Later, Jack told Cell everything he knew about people's goals for immortality. That is why at one time Cell was wounded. The hero told the dragon everything without leaving a trace. The story caused a strong reaction in Cell. The muscles in her body tensed and her teeth ground. Jack liked the way Cell was acting now. Without realizing it, the dragon now commanded streams of magic. Watching this, Jack was only convinced that Cell had a talent for magic. For the next couple of minutes, the hero was silent, allowing Cell to come to her senses a little. The dragon visibly calmed down when Jack finally heard her regular breathing. The hero then asked Cell's opinion about why she was told about such a thing. The dragon said the word revenge affirmatively. Jack confirmed this, thus setting Cell against his enemies. He even hinted that it was not a couple of people, but a whole bunch of dirty individuals. Afterwards, Jack suggested taking action. He promised to help and reminded the dragon about Grey. He called him an ally who had a list of Cell's enemies. But while the others were busy with their work, the hero wanted to know what Cell would do. After thinking for a while, she came to the conclusion that she simply had to become stronger. Jack agreed with this, reminding that the dragon only had 4 magical development circles. While such an achievement was magnificent for a human, it was a mere trifle for a dragon. But the hero considered the development of strength to be far from the most important thing. After which, for about a minute, Jack fell silent. And then, in a quiet and measured voice, he spoke about the 2 masters. After all, this whole story about human immortality did not start out of nowhere. Voluntarily, all this was launched by 2 prisoners in a lonely dragon castle. Thus, Cell became a toy in the hands of others. Therefore, the 2 dragons who indulged the crown also had to be dealt with. Jack believed that for now, dragons were a problem. They were probably still weak and not yet strong. Besides, Jack wanted them to live for a couple more years. Valentine did not particularly appreciate such virtue. She was afraid that the situation could get out of control. Jack doubted his mentor's words. One way or another, he had to check something else. Right now, in another part of the estate, a duel was taking place. Thanos and Charlotte were practicing their fighting styles. Each of them tried to identify the opponent's weakness. Jack watched their exercises from the sidelines. He asked his mentor what their close associates could become in the future. Jack bitterly admitted that Valentine would not be able to find out about this, because he simply would not live to see it. And the realization of this stung the hero's soul most painfully. He felt a painful regret that in his past life, he and she had met so late. 2 completely different but at the same time attractive souls. Jack could only regret that everything turned out this way. In his past life, the hero did not know how to grieve and helplessly watched Valentine's death. Jack didn't want anything like that to happen again. From now on, he swore to himself that he would become the arbiter of his own destinies. After which, he carefully sat the mentor down on the railing. Then Jack took a couple of steps away from the others. With a slight movement of his hand, he threw off his robe. Next, I started on the shoes. Then other clothes came into play. Cell and Valentine watched all this silently. Jack eventually exposed his body. There were traces of cuts on it, indicating the action of chaotic energy. The next action, Jack suddenly extended his hand, preparing to do something. Another moment and the entire balcony was illuminated by a magical effect. But this wasn't some kind of trick for Cell's sake, but a whole summoning portal. Jack's body was heating up and steam was coming out of his mouth. At that very moment, this glow was seen by Thanos and Charlotte fighting. Their duel ended instantly. They both looked at the strange light, fascinated. Now, the actions carried out by Jack concerned Valentine, or rather her form. Not long ago, Jack tried to figure out the secret of the mentor's form. The hero conducted certain research, and the results were truly astonishing. Before her death, Valentine performed a ritual, thereby transferring her soul into the body of a small doll. Thus, the mentor saved herself from final death. but at the same time imprisoned herself in a dungeon from which there would be no escape. Moreover, over time, the strength of Valentine's soul would weaken and she would simply die. This is exactly what Jack was trying to prevent right now. The hero called on magic, trying to do what had been done many, many years ago, and most importantly, successfully. At some point, tentacles began to emerge from the portal Jack had opened. They touched the hero's body and entwined it. Jack didn't resist. He allowed magic to interact with him in every possible way. The hero closed his eyes, letting the chaotic energy into his heart. Using her powers and abilities, Jack planned to do something with reality itself. In an unusual manner, he planned to free his mentor from her former form. Jack persisted, inspired by Valentine herself, who had once managed to pull off something similar. At some point in time, magic completely consumed the reality around Jack. Without letting go of the thought of saving Valentine, images from his past life suddenly flashed through his mind. At that time, Jack was an outstanding figure with incredible strength. He was taller, braver. He missed his battle scars and his luxurious long hair. All these memories receded as Jack's body was pierced by unbearable pain. At this point in time, the other characters saw a frightening magical bubble appear in front of them. The bubble was filled with darkness, and lightning burst out from it every now and then. Cell stood her ground with all her might, wanting to run away at the sight of something so alien. At some point, the blackness of the bubble passed, and a silhouette became visible inside it. The magic gradually dissipated, revealing something else that didn't look like Jack. The silhouette fell to its knees, breathing out, tired from the transformation. Still afraid to approach, Cell tried to call out to the person in front of her, who could be Jack. Suddenly his eyes opened slightly. Silently he stood up and began to examine himself. Thanos and Charlotte were speechless when they saw the form Jack had taken. A couple of seconds passed, and then Valentine, who had been sitting quietly before, jumped off the railing. For the first time, not through an exchange of thoughts but out loud, she called the hero a complete idiot. Jack froze, as he didn't expect such a reaction from his mentor. Valentine ground her teeth, trying to calm the anger and indignation that the hero's outburst had awakened in her. But in response, only a light laugh and a sincere smile from Jack were heard. It wasn't for nothing that Valentine was angry with Jack. She knew that it was impossible for anyone to escape the flow of time. In this way, Jack interfered with the natural process, which resulted in him dramatically shortening his allotted time to live. Using the properties of chaotic energy, Jack tried to slightly alter the process. The cause and effect relationship was changed, and entire years were sacrificed to it. Valentine tried to contain her emotions. She demanded an answer from Jack for such an act. The hero sighed, explaining that he wanted this more than anything, to feel what he had forgotten, even if only for a moment. Valentine scolded Jack for this weakness, because right now, with every minute spent in his previous form, his lifetime was rapidly burning out. The mentor tried to force Jack to stop this experiment, because right now, the hero was literally burning his soul. He didn't answer, but instead just hugged Valentine tightly. The teacher fell silent, as she had never experienced anything like this before. After a short wait, Jack revealed that he had thus confirmed the possibility of extending Valentine's lifespan. He knew what he was getting into, realizing the risk, so he asked his mentor not to grieve about it. Jack's words and the tenderness he showed struck Valentine. She didn't answer and looked away, embarrassed. After talking with the mentor, Jack suddenly extended his hand to the side. He gave it to Cell, asking her to take a firmer hold. Cell stood there in confusion, and then Jack grabbed her hand himself. The next moment, Jack jumped up, promising to treat the dragon to a flight. They rushed somewhere upwards, towards the night sky. The flight was incredibly fast, with gusts of wind constantly hitting Jack's passengers in the faces. Cell was so scared that she almost cried, begging Jack to stop the flight. Suddenly, she heard the hero's gentle voice asking her to open her eyes. Cell obeyed. Slowly opening her eyelids, she suddenly saw a flash of light in front of her. Having raised the dragon to a sufficient height, Jack used transformation magic on it. The indecisive girl's body was changing before our eyes. The crunch of bones was heard, and in place of Cell's thin proportions, draconic features appeared. A minute later, it finally took on its majestic original form. Cell looked special, strikingly different from all the dragons Jack had ever met. The hero liked Cell's uniform. Once again, he considered it special. At the same time, Cell, having recovered from the effects of the magic, carefully looked at her paws. The transformation worried her, especially since she didn't quite believe what was happening. She looked at Jack carefully, on the one hand recognizing him, and on the other not at all. Even more so, considering that right now, in front of her stood a real god. The hero thought about Cell's words, admitting that he himself had never seen deities. Nevertheless, he was confident that he was much more beautiful than any of the possible gods. Valentine remained silent, not commenting on Jack's attempts at humor. Having laughed enough and admired Cell, Jack looked down. He grinned meaningfully and turned his gaze back to the dragon, after which he made a sharp wave of his hands, calling upon new magic. Charged magical winds began to spread around Jack. At some point, he created a cone of mana above himself, which eventually exploded into a discharge. Razriadi rushed down towards the clouds that tightly blocked the view of the earth. A few moments later, under the influence of magic, the clouds parted, revealing a truly beautiful view. After which, Jack asked Cell to look down. Then he began to point out to the dragon the continents where various kingdoms and entire empires were located. As briefly as possible, Jack described what the country lived in and was famous for. At some point, Jack's expression changed. Suddenly, he pointed to the mountain where Valentine had once lived in her previous life. What he saw tormented Jack's soul, because it was on that mountain that the mentor found her final resting place. As soon as Jack got these thoughts out of his head, he became cheerful, because right now, together with Cell, he was on top of the world. Enjoying the local beauty, the hero began to reflect on the fact that children could not bear the burden of their parents. As an example, he cited the inhabitants of the earth, who were constantly drowning in problems and hardships, for which their offspring later paid. Jack thought this was unfair, and he didn't like the irresponsibility of most adults. After all, not only Cell, but also Jack himself had to answer for the adults' mistakes. But unlike all the other children, Jack defied fate and ran away. Jack clearly remembered being almost killed by his own father. There was even a person unknown to Valentine named Ron. On the other hand, without Ron's participation, the hero would not have been able to meet his master. The event that nearly cost Jack his new life brought him into contact with many other oppressed and desperate people. Jack's account of his findings was so poignant that the dragon even began to cry. Even if only mentally, Valentine asked Jack to be a little simpler. Agreeing to her call, Jack reached out to the completely emotionally broken Cell. He gently ran his hand over her rough head, thereby calming her. Jack later remembered Thanos. He believed in him and hoped that, having curbed his potential, the wild-tempered guy would be able to live for many long years. Afterwards, Jack touched on Charlotte's question and how much time she had been given. Neither Cell nor Valentine could answer. Only Jack knew that as a vampire, she would live for almost 1,000 years. Gradually, the hero touched the allotted time for the dragon, whose life was also long. Following this, Jack touched Cell's scaly body again. He said with a vague implication that Cell in particular had to be someone special. After which he used transformation magic again. Cell's body returned to its original form, and she was breathing heavily from the effects of magic. However, all these manipulations did not go unnoticed, and now horns adorned Cell's head. She was horrified when she finally managed to feel them. Thus, Cell was able to demonstrate her dragon potential, which meant she was ready for battle. Jack foresaw that one day, Cell would have the chance to meet the dragon Balaktoot. He was a powerful and cunning opponent whose favorite strategy was to cut off limbs. It was Cell Jack who saw the one who would one day stop Balaktuta, and even more, take her own place. The girl, her eyes wide in surprise, remained silent and listened attentively. Jack continued his speech, declaring that no one else could cope, and what's more, no one else could look down on the world. He was counting on Cell, and also on the fact that she would be able to withstand any blows of fate. Jack did not ask her to rise above others, or to become a tyrant of other peoples, only to adhere to her principles. He knew that sooner or later, having overcome her internal problems, Cell would be able to become who fate had destined her to be. In the twists and turns of time and events, Jack saw Cell as the one who was destined for much. But this will not happen now, but much later. This will happen at a time when Jack is no longer around, and Cell will have to deal with everything herself. Exciting Cell even more than before, the hero even called her his child. He believed that by bringing justice and his worldview, Cell would be able to make the world much better than it is now. Then he hugged the dragon, informing him that from now on, he only had to finish the last few things and visit the two lords. Jack used chaotic magic again and initiated teleportation. The events of the story moved to the sea and a lonely island on which a fortress stood. Now, two dragons were dozing there, enjoying all the benefits. A moment later, they woke up, feeling an unbearable and approaching flow of wind. One of the dragons was sure that such things were usually always produced by the spawn of the sorceress Valentine. Suddenly, history rolled back 500 years. Then, the blue dragon Carlos made an agreement with the people to conduct an experiment. But one day, the secret agreement became known. The sorceress Valentine appeared and killed the dragon and all those who were connected to him. But Valentine did not enjoy violence as many believed. Using shadow and chaos magic, she punished only those who posed a threat. She allowed someone to escape and continue their life in peace. She persecuted others like hunted animals, forcing the desperate to commit suicide. But at that time, the warlock Valentine was not able to find everyone who was connected with the experiment. Some survived, and now, even for such formidable creatures as they, Valentine was a real monster. A couple of minutes passed, and finally the magically charged wind reached the fortress wall where the dragons were located. With a crash of stone and a rumble, something collapsed right in front of them. Bristling, the dragons expected the worst, believing that the sorceress herself had come for their souls. However, when the smoke from the fall cleared, they saw a shape that looked nothing like Valentine. He was an exceptional creature who loved to look down on everyone. Holding Cell and smiling slyly, Jack greeted the dragons. The unexpectedness of all these events caused the dragons to flap their wings and fly upward. In the most menacing manner possible, they demanded that Jack identify himself. The hero was in no hurry to answer. He stood up and stretched his stiff muscles, after which he stared at the dragons and chuckled meaningfully. He knew something about the black dragon, who was called Begamut. With him was a white dragon named Volumuth. Jack made it clear to the reptiles that he had some scores to settle with them. After all, it was only thanks to these two that the half-breed Turcan was born. Poor Cell was the next target of their experiments. The dragons participated in this voluntarily, moreover, having bound themselves by oaths, breaking which only led to death. But after many centuries, the oath began to weigh heavily on the dragons. Dragons were not known for their patience, so they sternly asked Jack again who he was. The hero laughed, asking to greet the distinguished guest and pointing to the Valentine doll. Both dragons looked closely at the doll and froze. A minute later, they let out a threatening roar, and panic settled in them, realizing that the sorceress herself was looking at them. In her mind, Valentine greeted her old acquaintances. The dragons were confused because the voice actually belonged to the sorceress, despite her physical death. Suddenly, Cell coughed, which attracted everyone's attention. The dragons looked at her, finding young Cell potentially useful for their plans. However, they were confused by the color of Cell's body, which had different shades, instead of a single color like all other dragons. They demanded an answer from Cell regarding her parents. Their tone irritated Jack, who restrained himself with all his might. Cell herself suddenly began to shake because of the question asked of her. Fear and doubts took hold of her again, and her eyes became wet with tears. In reality, she was a dragon that should never have appeared under any circumstances. The dragons tried to figure out what connection there was between Cell and Valentine, and why they both appeared here at all. All their questions and dissatisfied growls were interrupted by Jack. Pointing at them, with a voice full of hatred, he declared that the dragons got what they deserved. The hero's next action was to extend his hand. Then he began to swing it with an unprecedented and almost imperceptible to the eye speed. Just as the dragons were about to laugh at the little man's awkward behavior, one of them felt a painful blast from the air. The dragons quickly realized that Jean was not joking, and used a special combat aura against them. A couple of seconds later, the hero stopped waving his hand and stood with his palm wide open. Another moment, and with a crash he closed his fingers. A rapidly expanding magical wave emerged. It spread quite successfully in the direction of Volumuth. In short, history has returned to the past, when the balance of power in the world was different. Back then, Valentine actively intervened in all significant events, and the already known dragons bowed their heads before her power, not daring to utter a word. Valentine did not like to kill. She disgraced her rivals, forcing them to live in eternal shame. But that was once upon a time, in the era when Valentine was still alive. Now, the dragons did not feel threatened by Valentine, and believed that if they killed her puppet boy, they would be able to get rid of the warlock forever. Having recovered from the blow of magic, Volumuth bared his teeth and directed his gaze at Jack, after which he took a deep breath and let out an icy breath towards the hero. Jack stood his ground, but lost his concentration for a moment. This moment was enough for the dragons to use their own magic. Directly above themselves, they opened a portal, passing through which they subjected their bodies to transformation. After which, in their special humanoid forms, they looked at the unexpected guests. Volumuth's whole appearance expressed composure. Begamut had a crazy look, obviously wanting to get into a fight as quickly as possible. The portal created by the dragons did not disappear and only grew in shape. Thunder was heard in the sky, followed by heavy rain. Begamut resorted to magic, making several movements with his fingers. In response, bluish clots of concentrated magic descended from the portal. Having taken the ephemeral form of the dragons themselves, this magic actively circled around Volumuth and Begamut. Jack laughed. He was not averse to playing by the rules of the dragons, because they were the strongest in the magic of summoning certain elements. At the same time, allowing the dragons to attack first. His impudence infuriated Volumuth, and an electric arc instantly flared up around the dragon. After which, both dragons headed towards Jack in order to finish him off as quickly as possible. In response, the hero himself began to move towards them, assessing the speed of the dragons. Having an idea and experience of how to fight them, he met Begamut with a punch. The powerful jab not only damaged the dragon, but even sent it flying. Begamut flew straight into the wall, raising an impenetrable column of dust behind him. His defeat did not shake Volumith's faith in victory, and he concentrated lightning in his claws. But instead of releasing magic, Volumith converted everything into speed and hit Jack back. A powerful jab was delivered, but the hero in no way expressed that he felt pain. Jack knew a lot about this technique, especially that the blow was aimed straight at the heart. Having withstood what seemed like a fatal blow, it was now Jack who swung his fist in response. After which, one blow after another, he rapidly beat Volumith. Around the 40th hit on the dragon, Jack turned and pushed Volumith away. Everything around was cracking and rattling, which made Cell close her eyes, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire herself. Every now and then she would open her eyes, stealing glances at Jack's amusement during the fight. The hero enjoyed what was happening, because after so many years, he finally felt his former strength to the fullest extent. Such a sweet feeling even embarrassed Jack a little. Meanwhile, Begamut managed to come to his senses. Volumith also showed signs of life, not believing that some human had defeated 2 dragons. In response, the sound of Jack's bare feet on the fortress wall was heard. He addressed the 2 dragons, accusing them of a crime against the child. The hero didn't care whether they did this to Cell on purpose, or whether this was the plan from the start. To bring the dragons to justice for what they had done, he leapt from the wall, landing directly on Begamut. The blow from above damaged the dragon's internal organs, and it coughed up blood. Jack didn't care about any excuses the dragons made because they, as parents, betrayed their child first and foremost. The hero removed his leg from the dragon, conveying such truths verbally. Through magic, Jack soared, rising again to the height of the fortress wall. From there, he raised other issues, this time concerning people in general. Jack knew very well that the dragons had their own views on how exactly the human race should develop. Jack was absolutely certain about the dragons' knowledge, which concerned the trials that Cell would have to go through. But they only growled in response, as if they had no intention of maintaining a dialogue. Jack knew that even if he had wanted to, in his past life he would never have been able to defeat these 2 dragons. But now, with the knowledge and support of his mentor, he could bring them to a just punishment. Using his favorite perverted method, he tortured those at the top of the food chain, stripping them of all dignity. Hearing both dragons screaming in unbearable pain, Cell ran to the edge of the fortress wall and looked down. Down there, using chaotic magic, Jack tormented the dragons in every possible way. Their bodies, as well as their minds, were subjected to unimaginable torment. In the end, they were hidden behind a magical surge of incredible power. This is how Jack saw the punishment for betraying his own blood. The dragon's misdeeds were so disgusting to the hero that he even refused to consider these 2 as intelligent beings. Jack saw death as the only thing that could whitewash the dragon's crime. Afterwards, the hero just waited for the dragons he had defeated to die in agony. Along the way, he recalled his past life and the path that Cell's fate had taken. Then, the majestic creature had a pitiful appearance. Being bound and exhausted, Cell completely lost her mind. Of course, Jack was against experiments even in those days. Having killed everyone who was tormenting Cell, he decided to look at their reports. Studying them, the hero in his past life was horrified for the first time by how unfairly cruel intelligent beings could be. The researcher at the time pointed out in his notes the incredible potential of dragon's blood. His experiments were meticulous using vivisection. He reached and examined almost every organ of the dragon. The only one that was inaccessible at that time was the heart. The heart itself looked like a human heart, but no one had any idea how it functioned or what kind of blood it produced. The researcher heard that dragons were gifted with magic from childhood, and perhaps the secret of magic also lies within their hearts. However, the researcher did not take the risk of opening the heart, since he still had the last dragon at his disposal. The next day, before studying the dragon, the researcher greeted his victim as usual. The majestic creature sobbed from unbearable pain, begging to end its life. The researcher was sorry to hear this, because the dragon had never begged before. The dragon opened his tear-stained eyes, and then the researcher became inspired, deciding to begin the current experiments with those very ones. The memory of Cell's tragic fate angered the hero even more than before. Using telekinesis, he took and threw the dragons into the nearest body of water. They did not remain underwater for long and emerged, possessed by anger and revenge. Jack was even glad that both dragons did not give up so easily and still wanted to fight. In response, he heard the roar of Volumith, who wanted to know where Jack came from. Begamut supported her with bestial indignation, blaming Valentine for everything, for once again interfering in other people's affairs. Jack didn't answer, but only quickly pulled his hand back. A second later, he held the summoned weapon firmly in his hand. It was not a simple blade, but a whole black demonic sword. The sword possessed incredible power and required constant replenishment, which is why Jack gradually weakened. Meanwhile, Jack recalled out loud the words of the academy director about how the hero had all the makings of a tyrant. But even with such characteristics, the hero wanted to rid the world of scum like the two dragons in front of him. In this way, Jack made it clear that he always and in everything acted independently, without paying attention to the opinions of others. Taking the black sword more firmly, Jack declared that only fate can determine who lives and who dies. The hero saw himself as an exception to the generally accepted rules. Something like a destructive storm that appears out of nowhere and disappears into nowhere. The dragons stopped hissing menacingly. From now on, they were afraid of the man in front of them who possessed such a strong aura. Jack had many talents in martial arts, now using the word itself against two dragons. Knowing what they were about to face, both dragons quickly cast defensive magic. Immediately after this, fueling his actions with the aura of the word, Jack swung his black sword. The released magical energy broke through the dragon's defenses and pierced their bodies. The attack energy generated by Jack was so great that its effect even extended beyond the planet itself. The smell of burning was everywhere, and thick layers of dust hung in the air. Gradually, this entire veil falls away, revealing the image of Begamut. The dragon laughed because Jack had failed to win. Begamut was already planning a counterattack, so he moved forward towards the hero. A moment later, Begamut suddenly felt something strange in the lower part of his body. It rocked, and then the dragon completely split into two parts. Seeing this, Volumith was filled with indescribable horror. Her scream immediately died down when the dragon saw that she herself had lost something. Volumith froze in shock, and at the same time, Jack's satisfied chuckle was heard. After all, unlike the black dragon, she still managed to partially reflect the magic. At some point, Volumith realized that both dragons were equally effective. However, Begamut was much closer to the magic that Jack had unleashed on the dragons. Thus, it was Begamut who bore the brunt of the blow and suffered the most. For the first time, Volumith felt fear for her own life. Right now, she would surely be at the open mouth of the beast, risking death. And yet, the dragon was not going to give up so easily. Even after losing a limb, she decided to make one more attempt to resist Jack's attacks. But she had no idea that the hero possessed the energy of the soul, better known as transcendence. This martial art was introduced into practice by an extremely ancient dragon that lived at least a couple of thousand years ago. Gradually, the number of users of this martial art became more and more. For some reason that is still unclear, transcendental children suddenly began to be born to other races. Thus began the era of conquests and redivision of the world. For many, many years, all sorts of people waged an endless and fierce war for their place under the sun. This is how it would have continued until one random moment a man named Valentine appeared. Using her own discovery of the power of darkness and chaos, she put an end to countless wars. Commanders, kings, and simple warriors thirsting for power and glory were overthrown by Valentine. In pursuit of the goal of establishing peace by any means, the sorceress spared no one. The wars ended, but their results were devastating for most races, putting them on the brink of extinction. And then, the two dragons who lived at that time wondered where the all-powerful Valentine could have come from. They came to the conclusion that the sorceress herself was such a manifestation of the concentration of soul power and transcendence. When the sorceress suddenly disappeared, the two dragons made every effort to ensure that such powerful creatures never appeared again. By collaborating with humans, the dragons decided to take control of evolution itself. Thanks to their efforts, Emperor Julius himself was born. But as the years went by, the power of the soul, as well as transcendence, became fables found in novels. The eradication of these factors was part of the dragons' plans, but gradually, a new problem emerged before them, which lay in the people themselves and their desire for more. The dragons feared that one day humans would discover new powers, and then they would get rid of the great lizard observers. The dragons spent a lot of time in thought until they came to the idea of immortality. Thus, the dragons decided to create a new race, a hybrid. But they did not suspect that the hybrid would reveal the potential of soul power. To their great misfortune, one of these hybrids was Jack himself. One day, a seductive sorceress met Jack and managed to reveal his talent. She taught Jack a lot, and at the same time made him her own tool. Subsequently, at her behest, Jack exterminated the other hybrids. But the hero didn't just carry out the order, he enjoyed the process of hunting and killing. And now, having returned to the world in all his strength, Jack used what he loved most on the two dragons, his rage. Returning to the present, despite the loss of half his body, Begamut still showed signs of life. He groaned and spat out blood, but continued to mutter something, because killing the dragon completely was not the easiest task. Jack laughed at Begamut's attempts to cling to life and raised his black sword again. By spending his own strength and accumulating the capabilities of his soul, the hero was going to finish him off once and for all. Right now he felt how the space around him was rapidly heating up, scorching any surfaces. Fearing for Begamot's fate, the other dragon pleaded, trying to stop Jack. But Jack didn't pay any attention to that. From now on, he became a conductor of incredible power. Subsequently, his body absorbed an unbearable glow that blinded the dragons. Another moment, and Jack released the entire charge accumulated in his sword in the direction of the two dragons. An unnatural glow illuminated the area. The released streams of magic burned everything in their path. Quite quickly, this shaft approached Volumith. She quickly turned around, trying to fly away, because she understood that there was no way she could survive something like this. But no matter how Volumith tried to escape, the heat kept growing. Eventually, the magic, heated to its limit, touched her. A seething force enveloped the dragon, causing her indescribable bouts of pain. Thus, Jack ended his fight, and the sword in his hands crumbled to dust. Swaying and breathing heavily, the hero looked absolutely exhausted. As before, Cell watched the results of the battle from a safe distance, holding Valentine tightly to her. Even now, being completely exhausted, Jack did not regret what he had done at all. After all, now, for the first time in his entire past life, he had someone to stand up for. Therefore, he swore to protect and guard those who were dear to him. In particular, seeing in Cell a reflection of himself, Jack intended to arrange her fate. Having dealt with the dragons and developed simply incredible speed, Jack returned to his estate. From now on, having thought about a lot for himself, the hero was going to talk with the rest of his close associates. However, first Jack needed to rest, because what he had done during the night had completely exhausted him. On his instructions, a bath was urgently drawn. The Death Knight specially diluted the water with special potions and elixirs. For once, Jack plunged into the warm water with complete pleasure. Already in the bathroom, under the influence of the potions, he finally felt the long-awaited peace. After a couple of minutes, the hero slowly opened his eyes and became immersed in thought. He was already longing in advance that he would soon lose his previous form and return to a child's body according to the rules of the time continuum. For at least one more time, Jack would like to be himself. But now, the hero simply did not have the opportunity to prolong all this. He was expected to return to his imperfect childhood form, being in the eyes of others, rather an arrogant boy with incredible potential. But right now, being the true Jack, the hero felt like he could literally move mountains at will. Gradually, weakness increased, and sleep overcame Jack. His eyelids grew heavy, and the last thing he managed to see was Valentine's bent silhouette. Jack's consciousness was seething. He did not want to accept the form of the new reality. Using all his will, he tensed every part of his body. His persistence paid off, and the hero was suddenly awakened, still the same Jack. Valentine, who was nearby, shared her opinion about the lack of fear of living a short life. Jack didn't want to hear such things from his mentor, because she was the only one he saw as a significant person for the whole world. This speech made the mentor think. After all, in essence, the entire current world, the way it is now, was indebted only to Valentine's intervention. Many cursed the sorceress, calling her a demon and a butcher. But no one guessed that it was she who ended the racial wars. By stopping the conflicts in time, Valentine managed to preserve all the former races. Every new generation, every new country, and even every new scientific discovery owed everything to the sorceress. Jack concluded that he was not at all pleased with the fate that had befallen Valentine. In essence, the mentor was simply deprived of her legal right to choose life and death. For her sake, Jack was ready to part with his own years, just to allow Valentine to live a couple of days in her real, not toy form. Having finished his speech, Jack pulled his trembling hand out from under the water. He touched on Valentine, stating that he would like to share this time with the mentor herself. Moreover, Jack had certain thoughts on this matter, how to successfully deceive the laws of the world itself. But before doing anything, the hero wanted to get an answer from the mentor. Jack wanted to hear words from Valentine herself, who would like to live a much longer life. The characters' gazes met and they both fell silent. Jack's imagination painted endless fields, washed by the warm light of the sun, where there was only he and she. He wanted to get to know the sorceress from a different side, not as a secret patron of the world, but as an ordinary woman. He shared his dreams with Valentine and she became thoughtful. Jack chuckled quietly, asking his mentor not to rush to conclusions. After all, despite magic, death, and rebirth, Jack remained first and foremost the warlock's faithful disciple. He then addressed the Death Knights, ordering them to serve Valentine if the hero himself did not awaken for some reason. Moreover, Jack specified Valentine's possible orders, no matter how absurd they were. Having left everyone present perplexed, he finally allowed himself to relax completely. As soon as sleep had taken hold of Jack, chaotic magic began to flow around him. Coming from the heart, it pierced the hero's body in various places. Right before our eyes, Jack undergoes a metamorphosis. Looking extremely young, he suddenly let out a cry full of pain. The Death Knights reacted immediately, starting to pour fresh potions into the bath. Consciousness returned to the hero for a while, and he felt the pain of change to the fullest extent, recognizing it as enchanting. Then, taking a deep breath, the world began to swim before Jack's eyes. His condition was worsening, but his thoughts were still entirely with Valentine. The previous reality disappeared into oblivion, and the hero fell into the world of his own dark dreams.